You're supposed to debut as a world ranker, and you want to fight a kid younger than you. Didn't Jian just take that child as his disciple? He seemed to realize his foolishness. I made another mistake. I got caught up in my emotions and made an absurd proposal, Jinwoo said emphatically. I accept. As soon as he finished speaking, Jian, Baramant and Julian all looked at him with surprised eyes. He stood still with a calm expression. Yudang worriedly persuaded him. Ju, this match is different from the ones you fought before, Jinwoo said firmly. I know, but it makes no difference to me. I heard that Jian Hung never refuses a challenge, no matter the opponent. Jian looked at him with an incomprehensible expression. Yudang, Julian and Baramant were startled. A loud burst of laughter echoed throughout the room, surprising everyone. He approached Jinwoo and growled in an angry voice, Do you mean my nephew challenged you? Jinwoo trembled and said, Yes, isn't that right? He smiled. Baramant looked at him with a satisfied expression. Good, my nephew said he wanted to fight you, so that can be considered a challenge. I didn't know you were so much like Jian. Jinwoo bowed his head and Jian sighed, looking at him proudly. He continued, It seems you still don't understand what it means to be Jian's disciple. What's your name? He looked at Baramant, who stood opposite Jian with surprised eyes. It was unbelievable that a world top 10 awakened was showing interest in Ju and asking his name. He calmly replied, My name is Selyu. He frowned and looked at him. I'll remember that name. The match will be held in a month, is that all right? He replied. Yes, it's all right, he agreed. Good, I'll come find you in a month. Julian glanced at Yudang, but her expression was extremely cold. He began to speak. I have a request for Ms. Yudang. She glanced at him curiously. He said sincerely, Please give me a chance. Everyone was startled once again. Julian placed his hand on his chest. Even if you have feelings for someone, and no matter what the outcome may be, I hope you will give me a chance. Jinwoo looked at her with wide eyes. He turned his back. Now Baramant also followed suit. We'll meet again in a month. The two left, and many people remained with bewildered expressions. Disa questioned Yudang. Nuna, what on earth are you doing? She calmly replied. Why are you saying that and putting Ju in an awkward position? He was startled. Disick excused himself. If I didn't say that? I was afraid you'd marry that man, wasn't I? She retorted. How could that be? Jinwoo rubbed his neck, thinking it would be best to leave. He continued to question. Then why don't you say you have nothing to do with Ju? Ju, you stay here. Jinwoo stopped. HMPH, what on earth? Yudang sighed. A proposal from a world top 10 awakened could be a disaster. It wasn't a demanding order but merely a proposal. However, rejecting a world top 10 person's proposal without a clear reason would be extremely dangerous. He gritted his teeth. So my using Ju was quite reasonable, wasn't it? She explained. Given what's happened so far, we've caused Ju a lot of trouble. He interrupted. It's all right. Ju and Yudang turned to him. Jinwoo explained, I've always been helped by Nuna. This might be my chance to help Nuna. She remained silent, saying nothing. After a moment, Yudang replied, This will put Ju in danger. We'll end up in an unnecessary fight. He listened to her words and worried. No, it's not just because of Nuna. My fighting him is simply because I'm Jian Hung's disciple. She still remained silent. Jinwoo stared at her with sparkling eyes. Disa quickly exited the door. Let's run away quickly, he awkwardly asked her again. Besides, you're going to give him a chance, aren't you? Yudang was startled and wondered. Me, is that bothering you? He cautiously replied yes. Those words pleased Yudang. She smiled slyly. She explained, if Ju is so worried, I won't give him a chance. Jinwoo's face turned red. Really? Yudang rarely showed her emotions like this. She smiled as if he had said it jokingly. How can I date someone else when I'm dating Ju? Jinwoo bowed his head in embarrassment. His heart seemed to be filled with the sweetness of love. He smiled faintly, full of happiness. Another luxurious building, lights shining in the darkness of the night. Baramant began to speak. Julian, I understand why you want to fight that kid. Do you want to fight Jian after you beat Jian's disciple? Julian bowed his head and said nothing. He continued. I'm truly sorry, he went on. I don't blame you for your thoughts. It's natural not to give up easily on whoever you're fighting. You are my successor, so you must have that mindset. However, this time you were too hasty. Baramant's words resonated in his chest. Jian wasn't someone he could just fight whenever he wanted. He was startled. His voice continued to echo. He may seem young in your eyes, but he is an awakened, acknowledged by everyone. He sent challenge letters to me and even to those in the top 10, but no one accepted those challenges. Even I refused, he wondered. Is it because you thought the fight was meaningless or because the power difference between those in the top 10 was too great? Baramant frowned. As you know, we in the top 10 don't fight each other. He recalled the other 9 mysterious individuals and explained, besides respecting each other, if we fight, there will eventually be a winner and a loser, or both will be injured. And if both are seriously injured, we will become targets for hostile forces. That is only natural. More precisely, we want to avoid fighting each other. Julian was surprised, as if gaining new knowledge. That's ridiculous. So you're saying Jian's power is comparable to those in the top 10 in the world? Baramant thought. He said. I can't accurately assess Jian's power. But what's certain is that even a top 10 person wouldn't find it easy to fight him. He listened carefully to his words in silence. He recalled Jian. Besides, Jian is the only person acknowledged by all the top 10 awakened in the world. In a familiar house, light streamed onto the street. That guy Julian's power is also on par with world top 100 rankers. Jian was back in his plump yellow cat form, sitting on the sofa. Although he hasn't officially debuted yet, since he's Baramant's nephew, I think he has that much power. Jinwoo was sitting on the floor listening to his words. He wondered, Then if that person is one of the world's top 100 awakened, he must be very strong, right? Jian sighed. Speaking of world top 100 awakened, Caton was listening to their conversation irritably. He explained, then you can understand that the Klim brothers you fought before still haven't made it into the top 100. Besides, Doc officially debuted before becoming an assassin, but he still didn't make it into the top 100. Jinwoo's eyes widened. He worried, even though those people are so strong, they still haven't made it into the top 100? Jian sighed irritably. Now you understand who you're fighting, Jinwoo said dejectedly. Yes, Caton stood on his hind legs and sighed, beginning to scold him. All right, you foolish brat, you should think about the situation first before deciding to fight. He bowed his head, listening to his reprimand. Jinwoo clenched his fists. Nevertheless, he said firmly, but I can't refuse that challenge. I don't want to avoid fighting him, he worried. I'm Jian Heng's disciple, and if I avoid it, I'll be humiliating my master. Jian noticed his clenched fists. He demanded, good, this is also a good opportunity for you to experience. If you continue to live as an awakened, you will experience countless such things. The more famous your name becomes, the more you will experience. A single white pawn stood upright on the chessboard, while all the black pawns lay fallen. Until you are recognized by the world, more people will come looking for you once they know you are Jian's disciple. Among them will be young people who want to defeat you, and people who harbor hostility towards Jian. Caton glanced at him helplessly and said bluntly, honestly, this guy isn't afraid of anyone in the world, he retorted. Who would have known I'd have a disciple? Caton was annoyed. My goodness, he turned his head away in embarrassment, not looking at him. He asked Jinwoo, Sell you, have you thought about how to deal with this fight? He was silent. Then Jinwoo confided in Jian. I know I can't win. Even if I lose, I'll use this opportunity to develop myself. He looked at him proudly. And Caton was the opposite of Jian. He was annoyed and wanted to say something, but he just stopped. Jian praised, good, well done, do that. Whether you win or lose, never forget your current mindset. I will instill a mindset in you and make you stronger, he replied. Yes, noises were heard from upstairs. Jinwoo looked up. I guess I should go upstairs now. He left, and only Jian and Caton remained in the room. Caton glanced at him irritably. He asked, now I ask you, what do you plan to do next? I know you want to fight those in the top 10, but you won't be able to in your current condition. He was silent. Then Jian replied, it's not because I want to fight old man Baramant. Jian wondered, then what is it? Jian's expression hardened further. He frowned. How can I stand by and watch Ju be insulted? He was angry, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Caton turned to him. He asked, so you're stepping in because you can't stand your disciple being insulted? The more he spoke, the angrier Jian became. No, his insulting Ju is no different from insulting me, so I must step in. Caton felt helpless at his way of thinking. My goodness, is that all? The night deepened, but the house was still lit. Jian slowly went upstairs. Caton followed behind, listening to someone's conversation. So you can't go out and train with your friends, Jinwoo replied. Yeah, Disik looked up at the ceiling. In this situation, we can't help you, you just have to train hard. Subin spoke up. I asked my teacher about that person, and my teacher said he's very strong. So I'm worried about you. My teacher even said he might become a world ranker when he officially debuts, he smiled. I heard that too, but what can I do now? I can only do my best. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji-Yun, Subin and Disik looked at him with surprised eyes. They smiled faintly. Disik meaningfully glanced at Subin and put his arm around Jinwoo's neck. Ha 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 ha, if you lose I'll feed you to the fish. Is it alright if they sell your sister over there? Subin sneered. I hope your nose bleeds. The doorbell kept ringing and Jinwoo immediately ran out. Who's here at this hour? Subin replied, I ordered food here. I was going to eat something else, but Ji-Yun wanted to eat jjajangmyeon. Ji-Yun, who was playing with cat toys with the cats, was embarrassed when his name was mentioned. The food was spread out appetizingly. Sweet and sour pork, jjajangmyeon, kimchi stew, fried dumplings, and meat dumplings. Disuk picked up his chopsticks and wondered, why are there 2 extra bowls of jjajangmyeon? Subin replied, opening the food. Ji-Yun asked for more. He must be a jjajangmyeon addict. Everyone simultaneously looked at Ji-Yun, who was mixing 3 bowls of jjajangmyeon in front of him. Everyone was bewildered. Disuk sneered, he's dressed in black like jjajang sauce. Jinwoo also replied, I kept wondering, Terrain would really like jjajangmyeon too. Jian and Caton were sitting on the sofa listening to their conversation. Ji-Yun now opened his mouth. I don't know either. He recalled his past. On the table was a bowl of jjajangmyeon and a plate of pickled radish. At that time, Ji-Yun, with his long hair, stared blankly at the jjajangmyeon, not daring to pick up his chopsticks. A man said in a cold, blunt voice, eat. Once given permission, he looked at the jjajangmyeon again. Then he leaned down and smelled the aroma wafting from it. Finally, Ji-Yun picked up the first noodle with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. His eyes lit up at the delicious food. The man sat opposite him, watching him eat, then sighed and smiled contentedly. When the flashback ended, Ji-Yun was overwhelmed with emotion. He picked up the jjajangmyeon bowl and devoured it frantically, while Caton had already approached and was also eating jjajangmyeon. And Disuk and Subin were still fighting, grabbing each other by the collar. Hey you crazy bastard, why did you pour sauce on me without saying anything? Just eat it. What, talking like that? Eat it all up. A towering skyscraper came into view. This morning, under a clear blue sky, 2 people sat facing each other in an office. Ji-Yun had her head bowed, her gaze down, while Julian stared intently at her. Ji-Yun's face showed an indescribable air of cold composure. Julian picked up a teacup and carefully observed her expression. He recalled an old memory. A black car sped down the road. Baramant judged that the girl currently held the #1 position in the country, even younger than my nephew, Julian asked, curious. Really? The man turned and looked at him. Though young, that girl is the representative awakened of this country and the head of the Shinhwa group. So when negotiating, you must be polite. Julian's face remained cold. Understood, he secretly thought to himself, younger than me and the #1 awakened in this country. Are the awakened in this country really that pathetic? His eyes lit up and he paused briefly. He stared intently at Ji Yin. Even when the two faced each other, she remained cold. Returning to reality, her voice rang out, full of questions. What is it? Why did you come here without contacting me in advance? Julian calmly took a sip of water. Ji Yin straightened her posture and looked at him seriously. Julian solemnly announced, I'm sorry, but today my grandfather and I will be leaving here. Of course, we will return here in a month for the match. I had a little time, so I wanted to meet the representative here. His voice suddenly lowered. Ji Yin was truly a cold woman. She merely remained silent and looked at her opponent. He brought up what he had said before. I would like to hear your answer regarding my request for a chance. The room suddenly fell silent. After a moment, Ji Yin stared intently at him. She calmly replied, I'm sorry, but I have no intention of giving anyone a chance. Julian was surprised. What? She refused the chance to become a member of the Patrick family? He asked, curious. Could you tell me the reason? Ji Yin lowered her eyes and said, I have a promise to keep. He grasped the core point. A promise? That's absurd. Julian recalled Jinwoo. Did she make a promise with that kid? He couldn't believe what he had just heard. She refused my offer for such a reason. I understand the representative's feelings, he began to persuade with his dazzling looks, but when your heart is already set on someone, how can you stop those feelings? But unfortunately the person opposite him showed no interest at all. He stood up. Until next time. The sound of leather shoes echoed on the office floor. He closed his eyes. It's starting to get interesting. As his back receded, Ji Yin's image still lingered in his mind, a beautiful and strong woman. Night deepened and a quiet house was lit. Inside the room, cats sat together, eavesdropping on the conversation. That guy must know that it's impossible to get stronger in just 1 month. Punches struck the air repeatedly, and an urging voice echoed, So what should you do now? Jinwoo put all his strength into delivering fierce punches. Jian guided him on how to utilize his current power most effectively. He trained relentlessly. Kaiten grumbled, Do you get it? He lost patience. But what is that guy doing? Speed up and attack accurately. Don't be so slow, Kaiten continued to remind him. Attack with your fingertips, move your toes, faster, more accurately. Utilize your power to the maximum. Kaiten sat in a cardboard box judging him, and said to Jian, Hey, speak more gently. There won't be much change in a month. At these words, Jinwoo's determination grew even stronger. Sweat streamed down his face, but he didn't stop. Continuously throwing punches, Jinwoo moved quickly. Although 1 month is nothing during this month, I will review everything I've learned over the past year, then this year will be. The two cats looked bored. Kaiten said, Look at the way that guy compares things. He's starting to resemble you more and more, Jian. Hearing this, he curled the corners of his mouth, showing pride. Jinwoo lay on the floor, stretching his limbs. He panted, exhausted. Jian approached him. He frowned and said, What are you doing? Rest and control your energy. He immediately jumped up. Yes, he focused his mind as energy began to spread throughout his body. He taught, Listen while you rest. The Patrick family primarily uses their shadows. Jinwoo asked, curious. Shadows? He explained. That's right, they can attack in ordinary ways, but their main ability is to control shadows. It's used for both offense and defense. Jian concentrated. He seriously looked at the cat's shadow cast on the floor. Jinwoo observed carefully. Is the shadow moving? Just then, the shadow lifted from the floor and floated into the air. Jinwoo was full of curiosity. Jian held his tail high and the shadow followed him, heading towards Jinwoo. Finally, the shadow glowed fluorescently, no longer taking the form of a cat, and appeared before Jinwoo. He looked at it in surprise. The shadow began to envelop him. Now he was trapped within the shadow's space. He asked, How is it? It feels like energy control is more difficult now that I'm inside the shadow. He retracted the shadow again and the room gradually brightened. Kaiten sighed. That's really difficult. He looked exhausted. The main body's shadow is much stronger. It can even be used freely. He was delighted. Wow, Kaiten was sweating profusely. I thought this guy only used lightning until now, but he can even use shadows. Inside this body, he bowed his head and looked at his cat paws, feeling sad inwardly. Are their abilities limitless? Night deepened. While Kaiten and Jinwoo were fast asleep, Kaiten was still awake. He walked cautiously and looked at them. Then he shook his head. Early in the morning, Jinwoo was running along the road. Jian followed Jinwoo, training him to hit a sandbag. And he was also training energy control in a very simple-looking room. He bowed his head. Though belated, congratulations on defeating the world's 95th ranked person. Jian looked up and saw In-hee and Ji Yin standing there. He smiled and thanked them. Then he stared intently at Ji Yin. She slightly bowed her head, avoiding his gaze, looking a little uncomfortable, but he continued to stare intently. Baramant announced, We wanted to fight higher-ranked people, but due to today's match we had to postpone. In-hee replied, I see. I'm really worried about Ju. He turned his head and looked elsewhere. They'll be here soon too. Outside the building, Jinwoo was wearing a jacket to cover his face, and Jian followed him inside the building. Inside the tall building, Jian followed the man in the hoodie into an empty room. But 4 people were already waiting. A skeletal white cat sat in a corner looking down at the entire scene below. The man in the black hoodie approached the four people and bowed 90 degrees in greeting. "Hello everyone." Meanwhile, Jian still stood behind, hands in his pockets. Behind Ji Yin stood a blonde man. Ji Yin's face wore an indescribable expression, and Kaiten's arrogant appearance when he came to her house flashed in her mind. It was a cold, blocking voice that wouldn't let her into the house. "You cannot meet them now. Jian and Ju are not out yet because they are focusing on their training." He pointed at the cats lying inside the house and added, "I'm also busy feeding the cats." Returning to reality, the man in the hoodie had already taken off his hood, and that man was Ju. Their gazes met, but their expressions were unreadable. Jian no longer wanted to waste time. He commanded, "Start now, don't waste time." Baramant, who stood beside him, also added, "That would be best." Everyone retreated to observe the arena. On the arena were Ju and Julian. Their gazes met, unable to conceal the killing intent towards each other. Ju sighed. "Phew," he calmly said to Jian in the stands. "What did I say about Julian?" Then he immediately replied, "Yes, I understand." His eyes shone coldly, and he looked at the opposite side with a contemptuous voice. Truly shameless, for a world ranker to challenge a child. He bowed his head, slightly embarrassed at being mentioned by name. Inhi and Baramant stood beside him, their eyes wide. Baramant stared at him as if unable to believe those words came from his mouth. He couldn't help but scold him. "Jian, wasn't this matter settled a long time ago?" But his momentum remained unchanged, and he glared, retorting, "What, did I say anything wrong?" He began to provoke Baramant again, completely unafraid. "Wasn't what I said perfectly right? You don't think what that guy is doing is disgraceful, do you? You need to teach your nephew properly." Baramant was so angry he couldn't say anything, and could only swallow his bitterness and turn his head elsewhere. Meanwhile, she observed Ju intently. Julian had heard all of their conversation until now. His voice held a slight hint of apology. "I admit I was too hasty. At that time I wanted to fight Jian's disciple. Thank you very much for accepting this challenge. So I intend to make a concession to him. Then it will be fair to him too." Everyone was quite surprised by his words, including Jinwoo. Even Kaiten in cat form had his eyes wide and mouth open in surprise. But he looked at it with a doubtful expression and asked again, "A concession?" He turned his head to look at him, and Julian said with a confident tone, "Yes, if his attack touches my body I will admit defeat." He saw Jinwoo's uncomprehending expression and explained again, "Please don't misunderstand, this is not me looking down on you." He also couldn't believe what came out of Julian's mouth and couldn't help but worry inwardly. Even so, it's not easy for Ju to land an attack on a world ranker. Moreover, there's a rumor that he overwhelmingly defeated a 97th ranked awakened in the world. Jinwoo, who had been listening quietly until now, finally spoke his thoughts. "I don't misunderstand that Hung is looking down on me. I know it's very difficult to land an attack on Hung." Her face was full of worry, and she continued to look at Ju. Julian looked at Ju, then looked back at her. She had been observing the situation from a distance until now but said nothing. He muttered inwardly, "I've seen that guy before. Is she worried about that guy?" As the two talked for too long without starting, Baramant sighed and urged, "You two talk too much. Start the match quickly." He glared at him unpleasantly and asked, "What do you mean?" This made Inhi, who was beside him, break out in a cold sweat outside as the announcement "starting now" rang out. Jinwoo clenched his fists and regulated his breathing. Inhale, exhale. He calmed himself. "Jian Hung said I should do as he trained me." "Do your best." He recalled what Jian had said last night. "This match will be completely different from your usual ones." He didn't understand and asked again, "Why?" He glared at him and explained, "Your technique is too unique and you haven't trained much, so you won't be able to say what you've learned." Baramant outside glanced at him and couldn't help but praise him highly. "Oh, that guy worries but doesn't fear." And then he glanced at Kaiden's reaction again. On this side, Jinwoo also began to unleash his abilities. Intense electrical energy surged from his hands, attacking his opponent, but he still stood in place thinking about how to deal with Jinwoo. If that guy is Jian's disciple, it's not strange for him to be able to use electricity. I need to end this quickly and cleanly. That will be good for that guy too. Suddenly, Inhi was surprised to see Jinwoo's stance was different from usual, and his face showed utter astonishment. "What? Ju's stance isn't normal. It's as if Ju is about to release energy outwards." His eyes sharpened. He seized the opportunity with lightning speed and charged, using a high-speed punch. While Julian was surprised, everyone outside strained their eyes, looking for where he was, each reacting differently. He recalled what Jian had taught him before. At that time he asked Jian what would happen if he fought in an unconventional way. Jian replied with killing intent in his eyes, "Don't think about suppressing your power. Pour out all your strength from the beginning." Returning to reality, he acted as if he had realized something, just as Jian had taught him. He charged at his opponent with all his might, the electrical energy emanating from his hands startling the opponent and giving them no time to react. By the time Julian realized this and raised his hand to block, it was too late. He dashed forward like the wind. Jean and Inhi froze in shock. Jian and Kaiten, on the other hand, smiled contentedly as if they had already expected it. Baramant, also astonished by the situation, thought, "Jian's disciple has a high-speed close-quarters combat style." An explosion occurred and a cloud of dust obscured the view. As soon as Jinwoo withdrew his hand, his opponent was subdued in an instant, utterly bewildered, and his clothes were torn to shreds, yet he still seemed unable to accept the situation, asking himself, "Did I lose?" There was a deep crack behind his back. Jian was the first to react, stepping forward and declaring, "It's over," he said with a satisfied smile. Didn't you say you'd admit defeat if Ju's body touched yours? You were subdued, so the defeat is your fault. Julian still stood blankly, unable to accept this fact. He stared at the long crack on the ground where he had been standing. Only then did In-hee grasp the situation and exclaim loudly, "Is Sel-yu the winner?" Jinwoo still held his hands clenched, staring at the sight before him. Jian said to Julian, "It's over." He smiled lightly and said, "Didn't you say you'd admit defeat if your body was touched? This defeat is self-inflicted." Julian was shocked, unable to believe it. In-hee shouted, "Sel-yu is the winner." He noticed that the reaction of Julian, a world ranker, was slightly odd. Julian stood frozen in a daze. He couldn't believe that he had lost without being able to do anything. Jinwoo admired, as expected of Jian Hung. Everything went according to his words. Julian turned to look at Jinwoo. Jian was so pleased to hear that. He was almost out of his mind. Of course, you can provoke those who overreact with just a little taunting. Julian couldn't believe that everything had been calculated from the start. Kaiten watched everything from the side. He judged that Julian had been fooled like an idiot. Then, how could he forget that moment? Julian had said, "If your attack merely touches my body, I will admit defeat." Kaiten was absolutely certain. At that moment he had completely fallen into the trap. To think he would fall for Jian's trap so easily. "There's no way I would fall for such a trivial trick." He could only sigh at this awkward situation. As Jian was still enjoying himself, Baramut approached and said, "Kaiten, unlike you, your disciple is a close-quarters combatant." Jian replied, "Yes." Baramut continued to ask, "Then was that initial movement at the beginning of the match also to lower Julian's guard?" Jian laughed with delight. "Exactly right." He implicitly acknowledged with a satisfied look that he had tricked Julian. Baramut couldn't contain his anger. "I've been outsmarted." However, he reanalyzed the situation at the time. No, even if the plan was like that from the start, if that kid wasn't fast, the plan would have been useless. Baramut's eyes sharpened with a probing gaze. He stared directly at Jinwoo. That kid's speed is so fast that Julian couldn't react and cope in time. Jian still didn't forget his sarcastic remarks. "Anyway, Baramut, your nephew was inferior to my disciple, right? Ha ha ha." Julian was listening to their conversation from the side. He continued to blame himself. "What have I done? I've tarnished the Patrick family name." Julian gritted his teeth. "In that case," Jian turned to Julian, "how about it? Are you going to say you can't accept this match and want to fight again?" Julian was startled. Jian had seen right through his thoughts. Jian stared directly at Julian, putting pressure on him. Julian was flustered and avoided his gaze. He shook his head. "No, I accept this defeat." Baramut silently watched his nephew. In-hee and Jean also looked at him. Jinwoo saw Julian's awkward expression and spoke up. "Next time I'll do my best. I know that if this had been a normal match I wouldn't have had a chance to win, and I truly want to fight again." Sincerely, Jinwoo still held respect for him. "Someday, when I feel strong enough, I will officially challenge you, Hung." Julian was surprised by his sincere words. The surrounding space was momentarily silent. He was touched by Jinwoo and promised him, "All right, I'll wait." Julian politely said to his grandfather, "I'll take my leave first." Baramut nodded in agreement. Jinwoo followed Julian's footsteps, watching him walk away. He stared at his retreating figure, emanating an overwhelming aura. Jinwoo knew that he hadn't truly defeated him. He had won thanks to Kaiten's ploy. Determination burned in his heart. "Next time I'll fight him without any tricks. I need to get stronger," Baramut praised. "You've taught your disciple quite well. How long have you been teaching him?" Jian replied. "Not long. About a year, I suppose." Hearing that answer, he was speechless. Baramut exclaimed, "That kid got so strong in such a short time." He and Jean approached Jinwoo. In-hee put a coat on Jinwoo, Baramut concluded. "So you've taken a monster like yourself as a disciple." Jian was still absorbed in his self-admiration. "I suppose you could say I taught my disciple quite well." He was speechless at Jian's words. Baramut approached Jinwoo and asked, "You're Jew, right?" Jinwoo replied, "Yes." He expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, kid. Thanks to you, my grandson learned a valuable lesson." Jinwoo waved his hand awkwardly. "No, not at all." He smiled faintly. Then he turned and said, "See you next time," and left. Everyone greeted him. "Yes." Jian suddenly appeared behind Jinwoo, startling him. "Let's go back. You must have injured your hand during that attack, so we need to treat it. And let me tell you in advance, this method won't work next time. You know that, right?" Jinwoo clenched his fist. "Yes, I know." He said goodbye to In-hee and Jean. "Hung Nuna, I have to go now," In-hee advised him. "Wouldn't it be better to go to the hospital for a checkup?" Jinwoo reassured him. "It's okay. Kaiten Hung said he'd treat me after the match." In-hee was surprised. Really? Kaiten was now starting to regret it a little. He had promised the kid in his excitement. Recalling that moment, Kaiten said loudly, "Hey kid Jew, as long as you don't die I'll treat you, so fight to your heart's content. Don't worry about anything." Jinwoo thanked him with his hands pressed together as if bowing to Buddha. Kaiten didn't know he had fallen into Jian's trap. As Jinwoo approached Jian, Jian immediately reminded him again. "What are you doing? Practice energy control while you walk." Jinwoo obediently complied. "Yes," Jian continued to nag. "Why do you keep doing this? Do you think you can rest after that match?" In-hee was still amazed by the recent match. "Even if Julian was careless, I never thought Ju would win. Every time Jian met Ju, that kid became astonishingly stronger." Jean stood quietly on the side with a sly smile. As night fell, they returned to Jinwoo's house. Kaiten was treating Jinwoo. Performed his magic, and it was over in no time. Jian, wiping the sweat from his forehead, told Jinwoo, "Your arm was broken, but I've treated it. Just rest and recuperate a little and it'll heal soon." Jinwoo replied. Thank you. Jian said that although the attack was something Han Sung-gil had taught him, the shockwave was much more powerful. Jinwoo himself felt it. Yes, that attack felt much better. Jian suddenly noticed something strange. It seems someone is coming. Jinwoo was puzzled. Who? A woman's voice was heard approaching the cats. Hi guys, how have you been? She admired. You've grown so much. Some of them are new to me. Jinwoo heard and went down to see who had come. His eyes widened in surprise. He exclaimed, Mom, Mom? Ji-yu turned his head to look at him and smiled. Jian in cat form had just stepped into the doorway. The person who came with him was Kaiten. Jian's eyes widened in surprise and he looked up with a worried expression. Ju's mom? Kaiten, seeing his strange expression, thought. Kaiten, is this the first time he's seeing Ju's mom? Jian blinked rapidly. She works for an overseas pharmaceutical company. I heard she's a researcher, but this is the first time I've seen her in person. Kaiten frowned slightly and thought for a long time. Yu Li-young, delighted, went to hug her son. My beloved son. She hugged her son tightly. My son, you've grown well. Was there something wrong? Jinwoo was happy but still a little flustered. Yes, why do you ask so suddenly? Is something wrong? When did you come to Korea? The cats watched the mother and son intently. Yu Li-young replied, Mom came to Korea for work and I wanted to see you while I was here. Jinwoo continued. I see. She placed her hands on her son's shoulders and scanned him with proud eyes. Jinwoo asked curiously, Why Mom? Yu Li-young asked, Has anything good happened recently? Jinwoo was very surprised to hear that and stood awkwardly, speechless. Yes, why are you suddenly, Mom? Yu Li-young rested her chin on her hand as if thinking, It turns out your expression looks much better than before. Only then did Jinwoo come to his senses. Then the two sat at the living room table and talked together. Yu Li-young suddenly widened her eyes and her face filled with worry. She was annoyed. Seeing his mother's attitude, Jinwoo immediately explained, Yes, I no longer find it strange that I have awakened abilities. There are many awakened like me in this world. Yu Li-young looked up, slightly lowering her head in surprise. You found out too? Jinwoo's pupils dilated. Yes, no way. Yu Li-young quietly watched her son's reaction. Mom, do you know about awakened too? She replied, Yes, Mom knows about the existence of awakened. Mom works as a researcher at an overseas pharmaceutical company. Do you know what Mom's job is? Jinwoo was still a little confused. Yes, Yu Li-young continued. Mom has encountered many things there and experienced countless strange incidents. There are stories about awakened there, so Mom also learned about them, and then it suddenly dawned on me. She unconsciously placed her hands on her knees, fidgeting with the fact that her son was also an awakened. The more Jinwoo listened to his mother's words, the more shocked he became, unable to believe his ears. Then why didn't Mom tell me earlier? Yu Li-young looked up at her son with a slightly awkward expression, then lowered her head again and said hesitantly, Mom was worried about whether to tell you this because I knew the world of awakened is a very dangerous place. She placed her hand over Jinwoo's hand and said softly, Ju, how can you survive in a place like that? So Mom was very worried about you. Above all, you had only just found mental stability at that time, so I didn't want to confuse you. Jinwoo still looked at his mother silently, his eyes filled with numerous emotions. Then Yu Li-young touched her son's cheek, comforting him. But seeing you like this, I wonder if I worried too much. It's been a really long time since I've seen your face so bright. Jinwoo was so happy to hear that, his face lit up. Yu Li-young took his hand again and confided, Mom is really worried about you, but I can't help you with anything. Jinwoo looked up at his mother, his eyes reflecting her worried and awkward face. Jinwoo reassured her, Mom, you don't need to worry about me. I'm much better now than before. I also have teachers who taught me a lot, and I have many friends. Yu Li-young was slightly surprised to hear that, and asked again, Friends? Suddenly, Disuk appeared and shouted confidently, Hey Ju, you said you don't use your old number. Subin asked curiously, Why do you never check your phone? Ji-Yun was taciturn, saying little. Their sudden appearance greatly startled Yu Li-young and she stared with wide eyes. Disuk saw her and immediately asked, do we have a guest? Subin was also very curious. Who is it? Jinwoo happily introduced. She's my mom. Yu Li-young immediately changed her attitude and smiled brightly at her son's friends. Suddenly the atmosphere grew solemn, and no one said anything, an awkward tension filling the air. All three were shocked, their eyes wide, and they exclaimed loudly, Your mom? Yu Li-young smiled brightly and said, Nice to meet you kids. I'm Ju's mom, Yu Li-young. Subin and Ji-Yun were still stunned, unable to speak, and remained silent. After a moment all three bowed 90 degrees to greet her. Disuk quickly said, Hello auntie. Jinwoo introduced each of them to his mom. This is Yu Ji-woo, Ji-Yun, Subin. Yu Li-young said in an embarrassed low voice, Nice to meet you. It's Ju's first time making friends, so I don't know what to do. Please forgive me if I've been rude. All three were still in shock, staring with wide eyes. Disuk scratched his head and averted his gaze. I'm also seeing Ju's mom for the first time, so I don't know either. Subin followed suit with the same attitude. Me too. Ji-Yun was even more taciturn. Me too. Jinwoo also scratched his head in embarrassment upon hearing that. Then suddenly, everyone began to laugh joyfully. Subin approached and said, Auntie, please be comfortable talking with us. Yu Li-young asked worriedly again. Will it be all right? She quickly replied, Yes, I think that's the best way. Yu Li-young hesitated, of course, and then scratched her head. My son brought his friends, but there's no food to offer the children. Even if there were food, I'm not a good cook. Kids, I'm sorry, Disuk quickly said. Auntie, don't worry, we don't really like home-cooked meals. Subin also supported him enthusiastically. Me too, I just like to order fast food. Ji-Yun said more quietly, Me too. The five of them scratched their heads together and burst into hearty laughter. A short while later, delicious food like jjajangmyeon and sweet and sour pork was delivered. Subin, while eating, boasted to Yu Li-young, Ju has so many friends and he's popular too. Yes, all the academy students like him and he's really strong. She listened and smiled proudly. Really? Jinwoo stopped her. Look, don't say I'm strong, Disuk feigned anger and continued. So many people have fallen to you, aren't you an idiot? They all enjoyed their meal very much together. A small image of Jinwoo curled up in a corner, face in his knees, trembling with fear, flashed through Yu Li-young's mind and she suddenly smiled. Now before her eyes her son was happily playing with his close friends. Yu Li-young's face radiated light. Suddenly the doorbell rang from outside and Disuk volunteered to answer it. He suddenly shouted, it's Jian. Everyone was startled by the sound. What? The four of them looked forward worriedly. Jian appeared, looking stylish and neat. Subin introduced him. This is Ju's teacher. Jian bowed his head in greeting. I am Jian. I am Ju's teacher, Yu Li-young replied happily. I am Ju's mother. It's all thanks to you, sir, that Ju has become this way. Thank you very much, Jian hastily said. Yes, it's nothing. Yu Li-young shook his hand. It's truly an honor to meet and greet you, sir, Jian answered, flustered. Yes, it's nothing. He forced a smile, worried but trying to maintain his composure. Kaiten frowned, wondering why he was acting like that. A drop of sweat trickled down his face. The man who doesn't fear the world's top 10 awakened is shrinking like this. I've never seen him like this. The scene shifted to an evening view of the exterior of a luxurious high-rise apartment. Ji Yin sat alone in her office, then suddenly turned her head to look at something, her eyes widening in surprise. A message appeared on her phone screen. Sister, Ju's mom is here. Ji Yin was dressed in casual but very neat and luxurious clothes. Suddenly she looked up with a startled expression, her eyes wide. Before Ji Yin's eyes was a house enveloped in the quiet of the night. A moment later Jinwoo opened the door and greeted her happily. Ji Yin, Nuna. As soon as he saw her, he rushed outside. Nuna, why did you come so late at night? Ji Yin remained silent for a moment. After a while she replied, I was just passing by this area and decided to stop by. Ji Yin was carrying a top-quality fruit basket. Nuna brought these. Jinwoo happily received it. Why are there fruits here? Did Nuna buy them? He invited her inside without hesitation. Nuna, please come in. As soon as she entered, Ji Yin looked around the house. Everyone was surprised by her appearance. Jian was dazed. Subin exclaimed in surprise. Ji Yin, Nuna? Jinwoo introduced. This is my mom. Mom, this is Disuk Hung's sister. Ji Yin bowed her head in greeting. Hello, ma'am. I'm Yu Ji Yin. Yu Li-young also responded politely. Nice to meet you. I'm Ju's mom, Jinwoo added excitedly. Nuna is the representative of our country's Awakened organization and the CEO of Shinhwa Group. Since I stepped into the Awakened world, Nuna's organization has helped me a lot, Ji Yin said, flustered. It's not that much. Jinwoo turned and smiled. Nuna, what are you saying? You've helped me so much since I first started and you even let me participate in the Awakened Academy's courses. Hearing this, his mother was even more surprised. She smiled contentedly and looked at Jinwoo with affectionate eyes. Yu Li-young placed her hand on her chest, bowed slightly and expressed her gratitude. Yes, thank you for taking care of our Ju. Ji Yin, flustered, bowed her head and replied. Yes, it's nothing, it's my duty of course. Jinwoo added. Nuna is also the strongest Awakened in Korea, Mom. Yu Li-young, shocked, opened her mouth wide and exclaimed, What? The strongest person in Korea? Jinwoo turned happily and replied, Yes, Shinhwa Group is also considered the strongest organization in Korea because Shinhwa Group represents other Korean organizations. Yu Li-young praised, Wow, that's amazing. Then Ji Yin trembled silently in place. Her face also darkened and she hastily denied, Yes, no. The entire group behind continued to eavesdrop. Jinwoo picked up the fruit basket and said, I'll go peel some of the fruits Ji Yin Nuna brought. But Yu Li-young grabbed his sleeve. Mom hasn't peeled fruits for almost a year. As the two mother and son briefly left, the space became quiet, and no one said anything. Full of awkwardness, Ji Yin approached and sat on the sofa next to Disuk. Subin asked worriedly, Nuna, is something wrong? Ji Yin's gloomy voice echoed, I was just passing by this area and decided to stop by. Disuk, right behind, seized the opportunity to tease her. You stopped by the moment Ju's mom came home? Something's fishy. A terrible slapping sound echoed, breaking the quiet atmosphere. In less than 3 seconds, Disuk's neck snapped and his body tilted to one side. He said in a trembling voice, What? Did I break my neck? I'm going to die soon. Subin suggested, Should I hit the other side again? Again a thud echoed and Disuk's neck snapped completely to the other side. Subin frowned blankly, wondering what that won't do, and so while Jinwoo and his mom were sharing deep affection in the kitchen outside, strong punching sounds continued to echo. Subin said to do it again. After a moment, a beautifully sliced plate of fresh fruit was placed on the table. Kaiten scoffed, and on one side Jinwoo, his mom and Jian were chatting happily. On the other side, Subin and Ji Yuin were trying to fix Disuk's neck. Kaiten sighed and stood up to leave. Then he looked back one more time and finally left completely. Deep into the night, the spacious house was still lit. Suddenly, Yu Li-young looked up and said, Mom, I'm sorry, but I think I have to go now. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone stood up. Jinwoo said sadly, Mom, are you leaving? Yu Li-young replied, Yes, Mom has been sitting for a while now, so I have to go. A hint of regret flashed across Jinwoo's face. Yu Li-young smiled, seeing him standing behind. She placed her hand on her chest, bowed her head and said in a gentle voice, Kids, thank you very much. Everyone remained silently, and only Jinwoo was slightly moved. Yu Li-young rubbed her hand slightly and said, Until now, Mom has never seen Ju so lively. He was always depressed and down, and Mom also tried every method to treat him. And because of Mom's work, I couldn't make time for Ju, moving here and there. But now that Mom has witnessed this, her voice was slightly moved, this is the sight Mom has wanted to see for a long time. Jian and Ji Yin listened attentively. And Mom knows it's all thanks to you all that Ju is so happy. Jinwoo, Ji-Yun and Subin were also deeply moved by her words. As a mother, I don't know how to express my gratitude to you all. Yu Li-young bowed her head again in gratitude before everyone's flustered eyes. I hope you all continue to be good friends to each other. Hearing this, Jian and Ji-Yin were still flustered and didn't know how to react. Ji-Yun and Subin still stared blankly at Jinwoo. He bowed his head slightly and thought for a long time. Yu Li-young left and Jinwoo desperately tried to follow her to see her off. She said, "You don't need to see Mom off anymore." Jinwoo said worriedly, "I'll take you to where your car is, Mom." Yu Li-young continued, "Mom is fine. Your guests are still home, so go back quickly." Jinwoo silently looked directly into his mom's eyes, almost on the verge of tears. Yu Li-young was slightly flustered but looked at her son with affectionate eyes. She took his hand and comforted him. Mom knows that the life of an awakened is very dangerous. In the quiet darkness of the night, only Yu Li-young's warm voice echoed. "Everyone must follow the set rules. If you don't, you can lose your life at any time, and that could happen to you too," she continued, almost on the verge of tears. "But looking at your face now, Mom can understand." Jinwoo's face gradually softened upon hearing his mom's words. As an awakened, he had already prepared himself. He quietly said, "Yes, I'm sorry, Mom." Yu Li-young smiled slightly, but a hint of sadness flashed across her face. Then she smiled brightly to encourage her son. "No, it's your decision, so Mom will support you." Jinwoo's eyes sparkled. "Thank you, Mom." Before leaving, Yu Li-young hugged her son tightly. Jinwoo was very surprised by this hug. His eyes were slightly moist and he wished this moment would last forever without saying anything. Yu Li-young also said, moved and on the verge of tears, "Our Ju has grown so much. Mom hasn't been able to watch you grow every day." Jinwoo comforted his mom. "Mom, what are you saying? You've always protected me." The darkness of the night deepened in silence. The door opened slightly and Caden had already returned to his usual human form. As he walked, he thought to himself, "I didn't help with anything, but it's better to pretend not to know." To greet Ju's mom, the other four looked at him with critical eyes as he entered. Subin exclaimed in surprise, Caden Oppa." Caden wondered inwardly where Ju's mom had gone. He was so flustered that he froze like a statue, his face completely pale, unable to say anything. In less than 3 seconds, Caden disappeared amidst everyone's surprise. The four of them stood dazed and frozen. Caden frowned, wondering why he was acting like that. Yu Li-young urged her son to go home quickly. "Your friends are waiting." Jinwoo didn't forget to say, "Yes, Mom, you be careful too." The two waved their hands sadly, bidding farewell to each other. As Jinwoo's back receded, Yu Li-young stood silently, watching him. She looked down at the ground, lost in deep thought. A hint of sadness flashed in Yu Li-young's eyes. Suddenly, someone's voice from behind startled her and she turned around. It was Umrung, a white-haired, thin, tall young male doctor. Seeing him with his pale skin and purple lips, Yu Li-young hesitated. "You're Mr. Umrung, aren't you?" His eyes glared at her as if to pierce her. "I didn't expect the doctor to be Selja's mother." Yu Li-young asked curiously, "How do you know Ju?" Umrung replied, "There were some things before." Yu Li-young approached and said, "Was there something bad? Did Ju do something wrong?" He answered honestly, "No, I'm the one who did wrong." Yu Li-young asked, "So is everything all right now?" Umrung said, She then sighed in relief. "That's a relief." And Yu Li-young slightly raised her head, looking at him with sympathetic eyes. She said, "It's been a long time. Are you doing well these days?" Umrung said in a gloomy voice, "I'm much better now than when I was there." Hearing that, a hint of tears seemed to well up in Yu Li-young's eyes. Umrung's pale lips remained tightly closed, saying nothing. His fingertips were covered in scars from white thread. Suddenly, Yu Li-young spoke. "The scars are still there." Umrung averted his gaze. "You don't need to feel guilty. My being alive now is all thanks to you." Yu Li-young slightly bowed her head and smiled in relief. Umrung lowered his voice and asked, "Are you thinking of going back there? You have to go back there, don't you?" As he spoke, he slowly walked away. "Don't worry about the relationship between the doctor and Ju," Umrung said firmly in a gloomy voice. "I will keep it a secret." Yu Li-young looked directly at him, her lips tightly sealed, listening carefully. It was only after a long time that she barely managed to say thank you. In the darkness of the night, only the street lights shone, and the two walked their separate ways as if no conversation had taken place. But only Umrung kept looking back at Yu Li-young's retreating figure. Tears welled up in her eyes. He hid behind a wall, his eyes gleaming, thinking deeply for a long time. In less than 3 seconds, he immediately disappeared into the darkness of the night. The scene shifted to Jinwoo's house the next morning. A thud echoed from the wooden floor. In the training room with auxiliary equipment, Jinwoo was wildly running around the room doing physical training. Caden, in cat form, shouted, urging him on. "Do it faster. Don't save your strength. Use all your power." Jinwoo ran at full speed, his eyes filled with determination. Sweat poured down like rain. Jian urged him vigorously, and Caden supported his chin, calmly watching everything outside. The house was still peaceful, but no one knew how urgent the situation inside was. Jinwoo fell to the floor and continued to pant. Caden praised. "Every time I see Ju training, his speed seems to get faster, but he gets tired too quickly." Jian sighed. "Right?" Jian stood up and walked forward. Jinwoo opened his eyes in surprise. Caden returned to human form and seriously commanded, "Don't move, just lie still." Suddenly, he raised his hand and created a mysterious yellow aura in front of Jinwoo. He seemed to place that hand on Jinwoo's chest as if transmitting energy. Soon, that energy spread throughout the entire room. Jian's eyes were slightly lowered, his expression serious. Caden closed his eyes, feeling the spreading energy. Suddenly, he slightly opened his eyes and said, "At this point, we can say your core has fully recovered." Jinwoo immediately sat up and asked, "Really?" Kaiten unconsciously stroked his neck and sighed. "Yes, I don't need to give you any further treatment now." Jinwoo happily bowed and replied, "That's great, thank you." Kaiten hung. Kaiten asked, bewildered, "So you don't need to treat him anymore, right?" Kaiten replied, "Yes, I don't need to now." A hint of worry flashed across Jinwoo's face and he pressed his lips together tightly. Cold sweat trickled down his cheek. Kaiten frowned and asked, "What's with that expression?" Jinwoo scratched his head and awkwardly replied, "No, it's just me." Kaiten's face furrowed. "Surely you're not going to say you're still not feeling well after all the effort I put into treating you, are you?" Jian watched their conversation with concern. Jinwoo hastily clarified, "That's not what I mean." Kaiten asked angrily. "Then what is it?" Jinwoo asked, bewildered. "Since I'm completely recovered, are you going home now?" Kaiten hung. Kaiten frowned slightly, his face cold and expressionless. Kaiten saw his expression and glared with downcast eyes. Kaiten's red lips moved slightly. "Of course I should." Then he turned and walked away coldly. "It's not that comfortable living in your small house. Did you think I'd stay in a place like this?" His words hurt Jinwoo even more. Kaiten then went upstairs and silence fell between Jian and Jinwoo. Jinwoo was saddened and Jian sighed. He turned to Jinwoo and said softly, "It might seem that way, but I think he has a special interest in you." Jinwoo bewildered. Jian continued. "Kaiten doesn't treat other people partly because of his personality, but also because of his ability." Hearing this, Jinwoo's eyes sparkled. Jian explained further, "Every time Kaiten performs a treatment he expends a lot of energy, and if he were to treat an enemy he would lose his ability to defend himself." His calm voice continued to echo. "Many people are targeting Kaiten. Treating them could lead to unexpected consequences, but Kaiten treating you isn't just because of your core, there must be another reason." The more he listened, the more Jinwoo seemed to realize something, and his eyes widened. Kaiten stood outside taking in the fresh air and looking up at the blue sky, then suddenly let out a sigh. Numerous thoughts churned in his mind. "This is really troublesome. I don't have any plans to leave here yet, but in this situation there's nothing I can do. I need to learn various things from Jian and I also need to learn how to control this cat body." Kaiten stood outside like that. Cats surrounded him at his feet. "I don't want to go home right now. What should I do? I can't just say I want to stay here, can I?" He squeezed his eyes shut, his face pale and worried, a few drops of cold sweat trickling down. "This is driving me crazy." Kaiten looked down at the cats and thought to himself, "Should I use feeding these cats as an excuse when I train in the basement? No, both of them will immediately object. They wouldn't like playing with cats, would they?" His eyes grew slightly moist and he pressed his lips together tightly to prevent any whimpering sounds from escaping. Suddenly someone's voice from behind startled Kaiten and he turned around. It was Jinwoo's voice. Jinwoo proposed, "If it's all right with you, couldn't you stay here a bit longer?" Hearing this, Kaiten was startled and unconsciously opened his mouth and widened his eyes. Jinwoo approached and confided, "Honestly, I'd be really sad to part ways with you like this, Hung. My time with Kaiten Hung has been really good, so couldn't you stay a little longer?" Kaiten was still too shocked to say anything. After a moment he replied with an arrogant expression, If you put it that way, I suppose I'll stay a little longer for your sake." Jinwoo jumped up and down with joy. Jian glared at Kaiten with murderous eyes. Kaiten also looked at Jian with the eyes of a victor. "See, Jian?" He chuckled sarcastically, a sly expression on his face. "Your disciple wants me to stay here. Ha ha ha." Jian's face was filled with discomfort and his eyes darkened. Along the path from the stairs to the room a strange blue light emanated from within. A massive blue light enveloped Jian's body. In the form of a yellow cat he squeezed his eyes shut, feeling the power being absorbed by his body. Because of this his body gradually grew larger and his ears lengthened. Jian opened his eyes and slightly lowered his head, looking down at something. He lifted a cat paw and moved it slightly. Jian's face was pale, cold sweat trickled down his cheeks and his eyes were furrowed. "My body is recovering, but it's still a bit slow." Suddenly, a question from behind startled him, and he glanced back. "Is there something wrong with your body's recovery?" Kaiten in cat form and Jinwoo came in together. Jian replied softly, Yes, at first the recovery was normal, but recently the recovery rate has slowed down significantly. It's as if I've hit a wall." Kaiten said coldly, "Recovery wouldn't be that easy, would it? It was an injury that almost cost you your life." A hint of sadness flashed across Jian's face and he lowered his head, silently pondering something. Seeing this, Jinwoo crouched down and spoke. "Kaiten Hung can treat Jian Hung, can't he?" Hearing this, Kaiten hastily turned around, widened his eyes and asked, "Why me of all people? Are you crazy?" Jinwoo scratched his head and awkwardly laughed. Kaiten Hung is the most skilled at healing after all." Hearing this, Kaiten was filled with confidence. "Oh, that goes without saying." Kaiten sighed, seemingly tired. "It's easy to say, but not easy to do. Treating him will require a very high price." Jinwoo scratched his head and looked at him, bewildered. Kaiten, showing contempt on his face, waved his hand. "You'll have to sacrifice a few things, Hung. Treating Jian is different from treating you. Jian is a strong awakened, so he has a lot to recover from, and treating him will expend a lot of power." He immediately crossed his arms and shook his head. "Anyway, this won't be easy. It will require a lot of power to treat him." Kaiten emphasized seriously once again. "That's why strong people usually develop their own healing abilities and recover on their own, even if it takes a considerable amount of time." Jinwoo replied awkwardly, I see." Kaiten glanced slightly at Jian, then opened his mouth to explain, "The reason your recovery has slowed is because your main body was completely damaged. The enemy's attack power might still be lingering in your body, causing a clash with your own power." Jian, crestfallen, lowered his head and said softly, "Perhaps so." Jinwoo stared intently at Jian with sympathetic eyes. He said softly, "May I ask something?" Both Jian and Kaiten focused on his words. "Actually, I've been wondering about this for a very long time. What kind of injury did Jian Hung sustain?" Kaiten remained silent with his head bowed and Jian subtly glanced at his expression. Jinwoo continued, "Everyone says Jian Hung is a globally recognized strong awakened. I feel that way too. I don't understand why Jian Hung almost died." Jian remained silent. Kaiten looked at him with expectant eyes, then suddenly sighed. Jinwoo was startled to hear Jian prevaricate. "Yes, I should tell Ju about this." His face darkened and his voice became tense. "As you know, in the past, Hung challenged many people and defeated them." Jian recalled his blood-stained past. He fought so crazily that there was no one left to challenge. And when there was no one left to challenge, Hung sent challenges to the world's top 10 awakened, but none of the top 10 accepted his challenge. A group of people from the past looked at him with contempt. Whatever the outcome, they wouldn't gain anything. White, sharp teeth were slightly visible. If they lost, they would lose everything. And even if they won, they would have to face many other enemies. Moreover, it would take a lot of time to recover their body after that battle. Kaiten, standing next to him with his arms crossed, continued, "And if something like that happened, that person would become prey for the other top 10 individuals." Hearing this, Jinwoo stood silently in a daze. Curiosity filled his eyes. Jian continued seriously. Kaiten said, "No matter how much Hung provoked them, they didn't accept the challenge." In his mind, an image of himself in human form sat blankly. They didn't even budge from where they were supposed to be. Kaiten recalled Jian's prime and felt uncomfortable. He was like a mad dog back then, so he had to run around everywhere to avoid him. Perhaps even the top 10 people wanted to fight him then. Kaiten remembered the anger from that time. He kept waiting but no one responded, and after waiting too long, Hung decided to give up, but then Hung got some information. As he said this, his eyes from the past shone brightly like car headlights, information that 3 of the world's top 10 had gathered in one place for some reason. Kaiten, hearing Jian recount his glorious past, widened his eyes and asked, bewildered, "So you went there and fought them, Hung?" Kaiten gritted his teeth and flames flashed in his eyes. "Yes, it was a long-awaited opportunity." Kaiten clasped his forehead, his face darkening as he spoke with a sense of dejection. "Who in their right mind would rush to fight the world's top 10 awakened?" Kaiten's eyes widened. "I just had to go there and deal with everything that was waiting." Jinwoo suddenly became very excited, as expected of Jian Hung. Jian's eyes gleamed. "And all 3 of them charged at me simultaneously." These words shocked Jinwoo, and even Jian himself was momentarily taken aback. Kaiten, fuming, practically spewed smoke as he shouted, "Are you crazy? You charged at the world's top 10 people?" Kaiten clenched his fists in anger, trembling slightly. "I thought those people didn't like to fight, but to think all 3 of them would charge at me. They just charged simultaneously without a word." The more he recalled it, the angrier he became. "The top 10 people are cowards." Jian chuckled sarcastically. At that time, Hung was also a bit flustered and tried to do something, but it had little effect. That's why Hung ended up so battered. His face was filled with determination, and he stared straight ahead. "Jinwoo, remember this. You are the disciple of an awakened who can face the world's top 10 awakened simultaneously." Jinwoo couldn't say anything, merely scratching his head and laughing awkwardly. Kaiten said bluntly, "Jian, do you realize how pathetic you are?" Jian didn't reply and turned his face away. The scene shifted to the twilight glow outside a high-rise building. The silhouette of a tall, white-haired man was faintly visible from behind. Bator, he was the world's 50th ranked awakened. A serene twilight outside the skyscraper. Inside the office, he reported to Ji Yin. "Yes, Chairman, it has been confirmed that he has entered Korea." Ji Yin tried to hide her worry. "Bator, wasn't he a very ferocious awakened? Can't we confirm the reason for his visit to Korea?" He replied with a slight frown. "I'm not sure, but people are speculating that he came to meet Jian." Ji Yin's eyes darkened, and she fell silent. She had long thought that Bator had a bad relationship with Jian. His scar suddenly swelled. Bator gritted his teeth in pain and said, "Jian, I'll kill you and make you pay this time." The scene shifted to Jinwoo's house, where Jian and Kaiten were peacefully playing a tail-wagging game, completely unaware of what was about to happen. On the rooftop of the skyscraper was a terrace designed like an ancient palace, giving it a modern yet antique feel. Chairman Kong Su sat opposite an elegant man. A low voice echoed, "I heard Jian is in this country and even has a disciple." That person was Bator. He questioned seriously with a confident demeanor and sharp eyes, "Wasn't that information provided by your organization?" Kong Su was silent for a moment, then slowly replied, "Yes, that's right." He looked up, slightly worried at the sweating face. "Surely the reason he came to meet us isn't because of that, is it?" Kong Su focused on Bator's words. "I don't want to enjoy myself with destructive actions here before fighting Jian." His eyes darkened, adding greater ruthlessness to his face. "So bring one of those 2 to me." Hearing this, Kong Su's eyes widened in fear. His entire body trembled violently, and cold sweat poured down like rain. He immediately stood up, turned around, and replied, "Please give me 1 week." Bator stood up, turned around, and demanded in a cold voice, "You must come with one of those 2 before meeting me." His voice was tense. Otherwise, Bator left a threatening message before leaving. "This organization will disappear from this country." The door closed. Fear was clearly visible on Kong Su's face in the darkness. His eyebrows furrowed, then widened, and he stared straight ahead without blinking. His hands trembled unconsciously. Kong Su clasped his hands together and bowed his head, silent, not knowing what to do. This is all Hung's doing from the past, and it has come to this. The scene shifted to Jinwoo's house in the afternoon. Jian in cat form continued to do sit-ups and Jinwoo watched him playing with his 3 cats. Suddenly he noticed something strange. Jinwoo looked at the door and suddenly realized the doorbell was ringing at the entrance. Suwon was secretly waiting outside the door. Jinwoo also went outside. The two met but said nothing. Jinwoo awkwardly opened his mouth. Want to come inside? Suwon kept his head bowed, his gaze averted, replying as if avoiding him. No, it's fine. I just came to talk to you for a moment. Jinwoo's eyes widened in surprise and he asked, with me? Bewildered. Suwon remained silent, secretly gritting his teeth and veins bulged on his face. Then he opened his mouth seriously. Alright, I heard a few days ago that a top-ranked awakened Bator came to Baekyu. Kaiten standing nearby heard this and his eyes widened in surprise. Baramut, Suwon continued. He demanded that you bring him either your master Jian or you. Hearing this, Jinwoo's pupils unconsciously dilated with fear, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Suwon's eyes fixed on him seriously. He said that if our side does not comply with his demands, he will attack Baekyu. The scene shifted to the rooftop of the BU company. Suwon entered the room where Kong Sok was sitting and announced, I just heard Bator came to Baekyu. What's he here for? Though he heard the words, Kong Sok did not answer. His head bowed in silence. Suwon, surprised, called out loudly, Chairman. Kong Sok let out a difficult sigh, then softly replied, all right if you want to know so badly. At Kong Sok's words, Suwon's eyes widened in shock. He told us to bring either Jian or Ju, he shouted angrily. How can he be so unreasonable, especially with something involving Kaiten? Why is he having us do it instead of doing it himself? Kong Sok's eyes were filled with exhaustion. It was the harsh reality that the world they lived in was dominated by those with power. Images of powerful figures flashed through his mind. Our organization has now lost its strongest person, especially your uncle. And I don't even know where your father is, Kong Sok continued, his head bowed despondently, unconsciously fidgeting with his hands. Our organization now lacks sufficient strength to overcome this situation. Hearing this, Suwon could only bow his head in sadness. He gritted his teeth and spoke in an angry voice. Is our situation like this because of what Uncle did? Kong Sok lowered his eyes and looked at him again, gently replying, not at all. Suwon closed his eyes thinking, I suspected this was because of my father. He opened his eyes, returned to reality and looked up. Suwon suggested in a serious voice, you or your master must meet him directly. Jinwoo asked confused. Me, he replied in a cold voice. Since my uncle, the current BU chairman, doesn't seem to intend to fulfill his demand, if you or your master don't meet Bator, I will tell him this location. Suwon looked up at him and emphasized, I also have to protect my organization. Jinwoo slightly frowned and listened carefully to his words. Even if you or your master don't go, a similar situation will repeat. Jian and Kaiten bowed their heads as if in thought as Suwon said, even after we're attacked, he'll go to other organizations and make similar demands. His eyes became sharper than ever. So I came to inform you in advance before I tell Bator this location. I have no hostility towards your master. At this moment, Jinwoo's eyes shone as if he had realized something. Deep within Suwon's mind were two contrasting figures. One was gentle, the other gruff, yet they seemed to share something in common. The intersection of two souls. Having finished speaking, Suwon immediately turned and left. I'm leaving now. Jinwoo quietly watched his retreating back. The sky remained peaceful. Kaiten, in his white cat form, crossed his arms and spoke with difficulty. This is really a headache. I can't believe Bator is showing up at a time like this, Jinwoo wondered. Who is he? Jian Hung, Kaiten said softly. He's a world-ranked 50th awakened belonging to Grants. Jinwoo, worried, asked again. Then why is he looking for Jian Hung? Jian's expression became tense and sharp. To fight him. Bator lost to me once before and he still hates me because I left a scar on his face in that fight. Jinwoo stared at him intently. Kaiten sighed and began to explain. World Top 100 awakened and Jian all started fighting to make their names known, and Bator also fought like Jian but ultimately lost. Kaiten recalled Bator's miserable appearance. At that time, I thought the 3 people in the top 50 would surely win, but there are always unexpected things in the world. And thanks to that opportunity, Jian was recognized as a powerful awakened. Jian frowned, his head bowed, thinking about something. Kaiten had a very displeased expression. Come to think of it, that guy must have been waiting for an opportunity. To come here and bring it up, he must just know you're injured, Jian continued. That guy is a discerning kid, Kaiten asked. So what are you going to do now? Jian, to Jinwoo's surprise, answered honestly. Of course I have to fight. He leapt up, shouting and trying to stop him. But Jian Hung's body hasn't fully recovered yet, he continued. Didn't I tell you? Jian smiled confidently. I've never refused any challenge. Jinwoo stared at him worriedly, and he tried to reassure him. Don't worry. Hurry down to the basement and train. Hearing that, he said nothing more, turned with a sad face and walked away. Jinwoo quickly went into the house, replying nonchalantly, yes, Kaiten, seeing this really. He asked seriously, will you be alright, even though you've won once? Bator is a rank 50 person. In your current condition, it will be very difficult for you, Jian said softly. I know, but we can't avoid this challenge. It's a necessary thing, Kaiten continued. Necessary? Jian slightly turned his head to glance at him and emphasized, we need to let the world know that Jian is still alive and that something like this won't happen again. Hearing that, Kaiten smiled with great satisfaction. A tall building with crumbling floors, scattered debris and white smoke surrounded by traces of a fierce battle. Pools of red blood spilled onto the gray ground. Jian stood imposingly and Bator clutched his stomach, struggling to move forward. He gritted his teeth in anger, asking himself, How could I lose to him? I thought he was just someone in the top 100. Kaiten made a few mocking jokes. Today's match is quite entertaining. Those words made Bator burn with even more anger and hatred. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face. Entertaining? Is he trying to say he's playing with me? Suddenly Bator's eyes widened as if he had seen something incredible. What? A deep scar appeared on his face and blood gushed out, staining his hair and hands. His pupils dilated and he stared at the blood on his hands in disbelief. Bator's eyes turned red, his hands trembled, and blood continued to flow. My beautiful face is scarred. Kaiten nonchalantly sighed, adding fuel to the opponent's pain. What? You're more concerned about a scar on your face than your defeat? Bator's eyes were filled with resentment. What would a guy like you know? Kaiten chuckled mockingly. That face looks fine when you just wake up, but... While Bator writhed in pain, he even more strangely criticized. Compared to Kaiten, he's not even a match. Those words added fuel to the fire, and he shouted angrily at the sky. A guy like you. The scene shifted to the present. Bator was idly looking up at the sky, but inwardly he was cursing damn Kaiten. He sat on the rooftop of the building with his arms crossed. I've been waiting for a chance to fight and beat this bastard, and now I hear he was almost killed. The corners of his mouth curled into a satisfied mocking smile. Bator inwardly thought, what a fool. He should have been more careful knowing so many people were after him. This time I'll definitely kill him. The scene shifted to Jinwoo's house. Night had deepened. Kaiten was playing with cat toys and Jinwoo stood nearby, but his gaze remained fixed on the path to the basement. He said worriedly, "Where's Jian Hung? Is he all right?" Kaiten replied softly, "If Jian were in top condition he would never lose, it's just that his current state isn't good." Hearing that, Jinwoo's worries grew even deeper. Jian continued, "It's best to let Jian focus on recovery as much as possible right now. Perhaps that's why he's only staying in the basement and not coming out." The basement became Jian's training ground for power. Now, alone in the basement, he was in his yellow cat form, surrounded by a massive mysterious blue light. The scene shifted to a beautiful twilight sky. Bator sat on the rooftop of the BU company building. He rested his hands on his thighs, his chin propped up, and let out a difficult sigh. He mumbled, "You must know today is your last day, don't you?" Bator challenged Kong Sok, who stood below on the rooftop. "Did you bring them?" The wind brushed past Kong Sok's body, and he remained silently unresponsive. His face was visibly sad, his head bowed, and he inwardly thought, "I asked other organizations for help and waited for the results, but no one has responded so far." Kong Sok recalled a very long time ago when Korean Awakened had suffered a fatal blow. Since then they had promised to cooperate when needed to deal with future threats. The shadows of broken people in a fragmented mirror. But we, BU, broke their trust. Waiting too long, Bator asked irritably. "Why aren't you answering?" But Kong Sok remained silent, inwardly thinking, even if everything is already messed up. His eyes suddenly changed, becoming cold and sharp. "But I can't let that guy ignore me. Like B, I will fight my enemies head-on and leave no blemish for future generations to be ashamed of." After a moment, Kong Sok finally opened his mouth. "It seems I cannot fulfill your demand." Bator's eyes widened in surprise, and he asked again, "What?" Kong Sok, unafraid, declared boldly. "Even if that information came from BU, we are not obligated to fulfill your demands, Bator. And our BU is not so powerless as to have to fulfill unreasonable demands." His eyebrows furrowed and he snarled, "Did I hear wrong? Are you saying you'll ignore my demands?" Kong Sok said seriously, "It's not that we want to ignore it, it's just that we cannot fulfill that unreasonable demand." The corners of his mouth suddenly curled into an eerie smile. Bator sprang to his feet. He was so angry that his entire body was engulfed in flames. "Then rest comfortably. I didn't want to waste power before fighting Jian, but it seems I'll have to sweep this place clean." Bator's eyes blazed with the fires of rage, and a faint look of fear flashed across Kong Sok's face. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face, and broke out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, someone approached from behind, startling Kong Sok and making him turn around. "Am I too late?" Ji Yin's gaze was cold and sharp, very imposing. She strode forward with a confident demeanor. A powerful woman. Kong Sok looked at her puzzled. "Chairman, what's going on?" He stared at Ji Yin, thinking, "I thought no one would come to help BU." She met his gaze as if wanting to say, "I came to keep an old promise." Kong Sok's face gradually relaxed. "Chairman Yu is becoming sharper and sharper. Beko, Mia and Hala all wanted to come, but I told them to let me come alone." As she passed Kong Sok, his face was greatly surprised, and cold sweat continued to pour down. Ji Yin mumbled to herself confidently, "This is to show the world the power of Korean Awakened." She faced Bator head-on and he asked dismissively, "Who are you?" Ji Yin did not hesitate and immediately replied, "I am Yu Yi, the head of the Xinhua organization." Bator slightly raised his eyebrows and mumbled, "Yu Yi." Finally, he remembered. "I remember now. That's the name of the country's #1 ranked Awakened. But why are you here?" Ji Yin said. "I heard you were making unreasonable demands and threatening the BU organization." Bator nonchalantly asked, "So?" At her words, he chuckled mockingly. "As the #1 ranked Awakened in Korea, I cannot ignore him." Bator laughed loudly at the sky. Seeing this, Kong Sok was visibly afraid. He smiled triumphantly, very dismissively. "What a meaningless act. What does this have to do with you, the country's #1 ranked? It's just a title after all." But Ji Yin was completely unfazed and replied powerfully, "I think differently." Bator asked again, displeased, "What's different?" "I can't find any difference." The flames of his anger burned even more fiercely, and Kong Sok, startled, flinched. "Is she ready to fight me?" Bator's eyes widened very terrifyingly. A guy who isn't even ranked among the world's awakened dares to challenge me. Ji Yan's eyes became even firmer. I don't want to confront you, I am merely saying that you should not threaten the awakened of our country with unreasonable demands, but he chuckled mockingly and cursed, everyone's gone mad. Or have you not yet realized what's about to happen? Bator generated the power of flames and smiled maniacally, bloodthirstily. Anyway, no matter who you are, I'll send both of you to the next world quickly. Suddenly his eyes caught something. Ji Yan also generated a massive blue light overpowering his flames. That power spread beyond the rooftop of the building, covering a wide area. It enveloped the entire city, growing increasingly fierce. At this moment Bator was bewildered, unable to believe his eyes. A space-dividing barrier? Who exactly are you? How can you do that? You're not even ranked among the world's awakened, are you? Ji Yan didn't answer and merely glanced at him. Then Bator chuckled mockingly again. No, you don't need to answer. As soon as he finished speaking, he generated a power more powerful and breakthrough than before. That power made Kong Sok fearful, making him block with his hands and retreat. He gritted his teeth, and in an instant that power shattered the entire rooftop of the BU company. Elsewhere on this side, the purple sky blended with the golden sunlight illuminating the surrounding trees, creating an incredibly peaceful twilight scene. Sung Gil stood silently, gazing at the sky. As he lowered his head, his eyes became slightly somber. Sung Gil recalled a time when he sat in a room looking at a touchscreen showing 4 people's faces. Of course everyone must help together. A man opened his mouth. Should we help them? Another woman said. Why should Chairman Yu of Xinhua Group help? BU has betrayed our trust. The long-haired man unconsciously placed a hand on his lips and continued. Of course even I would wonder why we should help BU. Sung Gil's expression became very serious, and he slightly furrowed his brows. An image of Ji Yan appeared on the large screen. She said that while BU had indeed betrayed their trust, it was the betrayal of the former BU chairman, not the current one. They had no authority, so they could only follow the former chairman's words, and in the end they became our enemies. They didn't even have a chance to atone. Immediately, the meeting fell silent and no one spoke, waiting for Sung Gil. Suddenly, everyone spoke in unison. I agree with Chairman Ji Yan. Me too, one person asked. What do you think, Han? Sung Gil replied in a low voice. I also think the same as Chairman Yu, Sung Gil continued seriously. Chairman Yu's words are entirely correct. While BU made a big mistake, the person who did it was Kong Su. The rest of the organization later tried to cooperate with us and make amends. One by one they continued, all right, as promised we will help BU. So how should we help BU now? The opponent is a world-ranked 50th awakened. Should we start acting now? One man said that we could stop him with force, but the damage would be very great. Another woman continued, I think so too. Another person also offered an opinion. We could pressure him and make him feel threatened enough to retreat. Ji Yan declared, I will go there alone. Upon hearing this, everyone was too surprised to believe their ears. Ji Yan said seriously, I will face him alone and stop his provocative actions. That way this kind of thing won't happen again in our country. Sung Gil silently watched her. The scene returned to reality, and he still silently looked down, lost in deep thought. He muttered to himself, facing him with individual power, not as an organization, will make this world see Korea differently. Chairman Ji Yan truly is the strongest awakened in Korea. The scene shifted to the BU building. A massive purple force exploded, destroying the building's rooftop. Ji Yan quickly jumped to another rooftop to avoid the destructive power. She calmly looked down. Bator looked at Ji Yan. Seeing that she was unharmed, he asked himself, my attack didn't cause any damage? He gritted his teeth in anger. That woman isn't even ranked among the world's awakened. Kong Su rushed from behind. Chairman Xinhua, I'll support you. Ji Yan resolutely refused. No need. I will face him alone. Kong Su paused and tried to stop her, but his eyes widened and cold sweat dripped. Unbelievable. Kong Su, seeing her strong and resolute appearance, thought, is she trying to show the world the power of Korean awakened? Ji Yan quickly left amidst his surprise. Kong Su, worried, sweated profusely. Is Korea's #1 awakened going to directly show her power to the world? Is that really all right? Then he looked up at Bator again. Is that really possible? To fight against a world number 50? He chuckled mockingly. It's been a long time since I felt uncomfortable. Bator unleashed a fierce explosive attack swirling with purple energy. His face was very terrifying, his eyes wide, and he still tried to gather strength to attack. How dare you come out and fight me alone? When you're not even ranked among the world's top 100 awakened. Ji Yan said nothing and silently looked at him. Bator shouted, unleashing an even more powerful wave of force at her. The outcome won't be much different. The wave of force flew at tremendous speed over a vast distance. It destroyed all obstacles in its path, from skyscrapers to green trees. In less than 3 seconds, the entire city was enveloped in smoke. Kong Su quickly rushed down to check the situation. Suddenly his face turned to fear as he loudly called out, Chairman. Bator chuckled mockingly from above, thinking, fool. He suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. A blue light enveloped them, and Bator frowned, wrinkles appearing on his forehead. He looked at Ji Yan, thinking, my attack was blocked again and she's unharmed? She revealed overwhelming power with a wave of blue energy, and her outer garment fluttered. Ji Yan's face was calm and expressionless. If you want to fight me, you'd better do your best. Upon hearing those words, Bator gritted his teeth in anger and glared at her. Ji Yan's blue power spread even wider. It directly confronted Bator's purple power. After a moment, Ji Yan's power overwhelmed Bator's. He gritted his teeth, thinking, her attack is too powerful. Bator's eyes widened. Damn it, I was trying to save power to fight Kaden, but now I have to fight her. Even as he thought that, he decided to launch a powerful attack. Slowly, a weapon formed from his power. Bator was enveloped in purple smoke, holding his newly created weapon in his hand. All right, Yu Ji-yin. I admit your power. From now on, I will fight you seriously. His eyes were incredibly terrifying. A coldness flashed across Ji-yin's face, and a slight hint of nervousness was visible. A massive pink energy exploded in the center of the city, covering the skyscrapers with shock and dazzling light. Kong Su, seeing the tense situation, also watched worriedly. He sweated and gritted his teeth in anger. Bator and Ji-yin's two massive spheres of power clashed head-on again. Is this really happening? Her eyes were fixed ahead, and Bator's eyes were wide with determination. Bator's power became increasingly overwhelming. Ji-yin barely held on, and as Bator held his weapon in hand, she pushed back strongly. A brief fear flashed in his eyes. Ji-yin approached powerfully. Bator thought, she blocked this attack too. Suddenly her eyes widened. Bator seemed to generate an even stronger power with all his might and unleashed an attack. He swung his weapon like the wind, and that force pushed Ji-yin back, her face growing cold. Bator shouted with determination and thrust his weapon towards Ji-yin, but fortunately she was able to dodge the attack. Bator's immense power shattered many walls, and large and small fragments flew everywhere. A black mark grazed his face, and he looked at it in surprise. When Bator thrust his weapon forward, that black mark immediately split open. He looked up, and Ji-yin's eyes had now turned a hazy blue. She floated in the sky, creating an even greater power with both hands and enveloping herself. Bator was shocked, unable to believe his eyes. In the blink of an eye, an attack that tore through space and destroyed everything was unleashed. It soared high. After a moment, even the skyscrapers slowly collapsed. The entire city was enveloped in smoke and debris. Bator stepped forward and swung his weapon. A strange purple light emanated from Bator's eyes, and the entire city was enveloped in smoke and flames. He thought, Yu Ji-yin isn't even ranked among the world's top 100 awakened. Ji-yin's image was strongly imprinted in Bator's mind. She could confront a world number 50 head-on. Unlike Bator, Ji-yin remained very calm and stood silently. Kong Su observed the two from a distance, and on the rooftops of the two opposite buildings there were two different energy spheres. One side was Ji-yin's blue, the other Bator's purple. A brief worry flashed in his mind. I knew Chairman Yu Ji-yin was very strong. Kong Su's eyes widened and he sweated profusely. But I didn't expect it to be this much. I can't believe Chairman Yu is not inferior at all to a world-class person like Bator. A purple force emanated from Bator's body, and he frowned, asking himself, where did that woman come from? He gripped his weapon tightly and thought, is she trying to say that if it's someone like her she won't fight me with all her power? Bator slightly frowned and looked down. Ji-yin looked up with a serious expression. He gritted his teeth and uttered, she's really strong. Bator turned his face and said slyly, and your looks are to my taste too. I like you. Upon hearing those words, Ji-yin was startled and couldn't understand, a slight hint of nervousness flashing across her face. Kong Su was also very surprised as Bator spoke. He placed his hand on his head as if trying to grab something. You're worthy of being my girlfriend. He looked up with a confused expression. My hat. It was a really charming hat. Ji-yin and Kong Su both found his actions very incomprehensible, asking themselves, why is he suddenly saying that? Bator crouched down and unleashed an immense power. He lowered his face and clutched it, and Bator looked up, glared and growled, you bastard, I'll kill you. Ji-yin remained completely unshaken and seriously used a powerful technique to create a mighty whirlwind. Bator rushed forward with a crazed face, loudly shouting, how dare you ruin my hat? In the blink of an eye, he dashed straight at Ji-yin like an arrow. Bator's immense attacking power pushed Ji-yin back. Fortunately, she could still counterattack with both hands. He kept shouting, my hat. Bator swung his weapon, creating another stream of purple force. He shouted, my hat. He unleashed an attack, but still shouted, my hat. Ji-yin raised her leg high, almost hitting him, and her face darkened. Bator, sensing Ji-yin's high kick, quickly dodged, and in less than 3 seconds he jumped down to the rooftop of the building below. Ji-yin did not let him go and pursued him to the end. Bator gritted his teeth and endured, raising his weapon against the fiercely flying force. I can't dodge this attack, it's too dangerous. He turned his body and assumed a stance, preparing to attack as that force rapidly flew towards him. His eyes widened. Like a storm, that force fiercely flew endlessly. It destroyed everything in its path. Bator plunged his weapon into the ground and stood firm. His eyes were wide, his lips tightly sealed, and his gaze was filled with anger. Bator looked down at the chaotic scenery around him. Ji-yin looked down from above and he thought, he's really crazy. Everything is beyond my calculations. As streams of purple force continued to fly into the air, Ji-yin was startled. They swirled in a spiral. Bator opened his mouth. There are indeed many surprising things in the world. I can't believe there's such a strong person in this country. His eyes were wide, his face flushed and very terrifying. In this situation we should also deliver a proper blow. Block this deadly spiral attack. Ji-yin looked at him, completely unmoved and unafraid. A blue force swirled around her body. Ji-yin's eyes widened, and in her mind she shouted the name of the technique, Rampant Storm. Bator's eyes also widened with determination. Simultaneously, two streams, blue and purple, approached each other. The two streams of power clashed head-on, causing terrible destruction. Kong Su stood nearby, gathering his strength to support. He gritted his teeth and endured. His energy surged forward in an instant. All the nearby neighborhoods were completely destroyed, as if in ruins, enveloped in white smoke. Bator and Ji Yin stood 100 meters apart and smoke billowed. Bator looked up unpleasantly, and Ji Yin looked at him with very calm eyes. He angrily shouted, "Tell me, who are you? Why isn't someone as strong as you ranked among the world's awakened?" Bator angrily pointed his finger. "If you were in the top 50, then you and the organization you lead would be that strong." Ji Yin's calm voice echoed, "Everyone thinks differently, and more importantly, do you want to keep fighting me?" Bator gritted his teeth and remained silent for a long time. "If I get injured here, it will be very dangerous. Besides, I need a lot of strength to fight Kaden right now." He gripped his weapon tightly, gritted his teeth, and looked with determined eyes. "If this were a life-or-death battle, I would fight to the end." Bator controlled his weapon. He resolutely declared, "I didn't come here to fight you, so let's stop here." In less than 3 seconds, Bator leapt into the darkness of the night and disappeared, leaving Ji Yin behind. She silently watched him. Ji Yin coldly looked down, showing a resolute appearance, and finally let out a sigh of relief. "Phew!" A gentle breeze blew. Kong Su rushed over worriedly and asked, "Chairman, are you all right?" Ji Yin looked exhausted on the outside, but replied in a soft voice, "Ah, I'm fine." Kong Su still looked at her with grateful eyes. He was very touched. He bowed 90 degrees and said, "Chairman, thank you very much." Ji Yin calmly looked on, then slightly turned her body and continued, "It's all right. It's my duty, of course." A stream of blue force lightly grazed the buildings. Bator jumped from rooftop to rooftop. As he walked, he thought to himself, "I can't believe I'm returning like this. I came here to kill Kaden." Then he saw something and slightly gritted his teeth. The stream of blue force slowly covered the entire night sky. Bator looked up, puzzled in his heart. Barrier blocking the space. His eyes widened in fear. Was this familiar feeling? As Jian suddenly appeared and struck with lightning, Bator reeled back in surprise. His feet stopped and the wind howled, forcing Bator to shield his face with his hands. The ground where Jian appeared was already cracked. Streams of power erupted in all directions. He smirked, his lips curling into a smile. "Bator, long time no see." Bator glared at Jian as if he had met an enemy after 10 years, and hatred spewed from his sharp eyes. He gritted his teeth, sweating, and growled, "Kaden break." Jian looked down with contempt and said, "I heard you were looking for me, didn't I? Is that right?" Bator suddenly widened his eyes in alarm, thinking inwardly, "Damn it, I can't believe Jian showed up just as I was exhausted from fighting you, Ji Yin." Jian continued without giving him a chance to answer, "Weren't you looking for a duel when you came to find me? You're always looking for an opportunity." Stung, Bator lowered his head and clenched his lips. Suddenly Jian spread his arms. He proposed a duel without hesitation. "What are you waiting for? Let's begin now." Bator, hearing those words, shouted loudly and stopped him. "Hold on." Sweat poured down his entire body. "I just used a lot of energy," Jian asked again in surprise. "You used a lot of energy?" Bator hastily replied. "Yes, that's right. I just had a bit of a clash with the country's #1 ranked awakened." He was curious. Jian realized. "Are you saying you just fought Yu Ji Yin?" Bator lowered his head and said quietly, "Yes, she was really strong." Recalling his fight with her, he still seemed to be in shock. "I used a lot of power fighting her." He clutched his arm, feigning pity, and showed small wounds. Jian was speechless and clenched his lips. Bator looked straight ahead and seriously proposed, "Kaden, can we postpone our match until later? I want to fight you when I'm in peak condition." The wind blew through the silence between them. Jian stared at him suspiciously for a long time, and Bator inwardly sneered, smiling triumphantly. "You're injured too, so Jian won't fight." Jian didn't want to take advantage when his opponent was at a disadvantage. Jian's footsteps moved quietly forward. He placed his hand on Bator's shoulder and said, "All right, whatever happened?" Bator, hearing those words, laughed with joy. It worked. But what he got in return was Jian's mocking smile. "Everything is truly perfect." Only then was Bator bewildered. "Damn it, what?" As soon as he finished speaking, in less than 3 seconds, Jian generated a lightning-like force and attacked him, making Bator scream in pain. Bator gritted his teeth and said, "Why?" Kaden replied with a mocking and contemptuous tone. "Are you asking me why? Do I look like a fool? Let me check how much strength you have left." As Jian generated increasingly powerful energy, he became exhausted. Bator struggled to retreat to escape Kaden's attack. His feet stopped and his entire body was tattered. He clutched his shoulder and glared at Jian, gritting his teeth in anger. Bator shouted furiously, "Coward!" Jian merely smirked, sighed, and then growled. At the same time, he generated power in his hand to attack. "How dare you call me a coward? When you heard I was injured and couldn't fight, didn't you come looking for me like a dog?" Stung, Bator gritted his teeth and widened his eyes, glaring at him. In less than 3 seconds, Jian fired a lightning-like stream of power, aiming at him. Bator helplessly tried to block with his hands, but it was useless. As the stream of power grazed his body, white smoke rose. Bator barely stood, his entire body burning, mixed with black smoke and purple energy. He gritted his teeth and thought, "If I continue like this, I'll soon run out of energy. But right now I can't concentrate my energy. I let my guard down and got attacked. Now I have to put everything into one last blow." In less than 3 seconds, Kaden revealed another unique technique, bewildering him. He smirked, laughing cheerfully. "It's been a long time since I've been challenged by someone. Fighting is always fun." Bator's face was rigid, unable to move. Suddenly, an unknown stream of power flew over his head, striking him before he had a chance to react. That stream of power even destroyed half of the building. The entire city was covered in thick smoke and dust. Despite his tattered body, Bator barely stood, his weapon plunged into the ground. He was filled with rage. His jaw was clenched so tightly it seemed it would break. "Damn it, if I hadn't thought of avoiding the fight, I would have fought properly from the beginning. Now there's no chance." Jian approached him more and more closely. Bator shouted loudly. Jian, he raised his hand to stop. He was curious. Why are you looking at me like that? Since it's come to this, I should hit you a few more times. His eyes widened in fear. Bator hastily raised his hand and said, hold on, I surrender. But before he could finish speaking, Kadin generated another stream of power and attacked him. He deliberately taunted. Oh, you should have said that earlier. Smoke covered the sky. Bator fell to the ground and blood pooled, his entire body trembling and covered in wounds. He barely supported himself with his hands on the ground. Bator gritted his teeth, blood still flowing from his face, and thought, I can't believe I'm being treated like this by Jian. Suddenly Jian asked, Bator, should we keep fighting? Bator said nothing, merely gritted his teeth and glared at him with hateful eyes. As Jian's contemptuous face clearly appeared before his eyes, Bator's gaze darkened. He sighed, that's enough, I've lost, so there's no need to fight anymore. Suddenly Kaiten also appeared and landed next to Jian. Sorry for interrupting your match. Seeing him, Bator's eyes widened in surprise. Kaiten, Jian was curious. Why are you here? Jian said. You don't seem to be injured. Bator thought inwardly, why is Kaiten here? Only then did Kaiten sit on the ground and glance at Bator, who was covered in wounds, and he glared intently at Kaiten. Why is Kaiten here? Clutched his face and thought, no, more importantly, if that's Kaiten, can he heal the scar on my face? Jian and Kaiten stood apart from Bator like two different worlds. Jian looked down, frowning in dismay. Bator's small figure seemed to hold a deep hidden sorrow on the calm water. His hair covered half of his face. I can accept defeat from Jian. Any awakened can lose at any time. Bator's slender hand reached out. Jian is becoming more and more famous, so challenging him is an act of proving one's worth. Losing to him is not that shameful, but what pains me is. His face was filled with sadness and resentment. I have a scar on my face. Bator stood in front of a mirror and brought his hand to his face in the reflection. I can't accept such a large wound on my beautiful face. I've searched for countless healers, but no one could heal it. But he remembered his miserable self sitting in front of the white-haired man. If that's Kaiten, the best healer. Kaiten turned in dismay, frowned, and said, this guy is the one who defeated you, so why are you looking at me like that? Bator's face was still covered in blood, but his eyes were wide open, and he kept asking Jian, Kaiten, why is this guy like this? He's really uncomfortable just staring like that. Kaiten turned his head and walked away. Let's go. Jian glanced at him with sharp eyes full of confidence and provocation. Before leaving he said, Bator, you're truly commendable. You heard I was injured and immediately came to challenge me. So if you want to fight again, just say the word anytime. I'll fight you whenever. Bator was bewildered by those words and didn't understand. This guy doesn't seem to hear anything Jian says. It's as if only Kaiten is in his eyes. Bator sat on the cracked ground watching the two of them disappear from his sight. His mind was fixated on the name Kaiten. He gritted his teeth and frowned. His eyes didn't blink as he stared intently at them. The scene shifted to Jinwoo's house that evening, and he hastily said with a worried expression, I was really worried, but it seems everything is all right. Jian, in his yellow cat form, confidently waved his hand and said, why is the little one wasting time worrying? I knocked him down with one punch. Look, I don't have a single scratch. Jinwoo knelt on the ground, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and praised with sparkling eyes. Wow, as expected of Jian. While Jian was still laughing loudly and showing his pride, Kaiten crossed his arms, frowned, and criticized, what's so praiseworthy about winning against an opponent who was injured and lost a lot of power fighting you, Ji-Yin? Hearing that, Jian's face darkened, and he turned to retort, are you saying I should be polite to a guy who came to kill me after hearing I was injured? Kaiten waved his hand and shook his head. I didn't say that. Jian stared at him with sharp eyes as if to devour him. His entire body trembled with anger, and Kaiten quickly adopted a flattering attitude. Kadin Hung, you're truly amazing. And so a peaceful evening passed. The next morning the doorbell rang at Jinwoo's house. All three of them, still half asleep and groggy, sprang up. Who's ringing the doorbell so early in the morning? Jinwoo opened the door as usual, and seeing Suwon standing there he asked curiously, Kong Su-chal, why are you here at this hour? He said in a gloomy voice. Bator has returned. Jinwoo was startled. What? Suwon continued. This time he demanded that you bring him either Kadin Hung or you. He asked again with a worried expression on his face. Kadin Hung. Jian frowned in dismay and looked at Kaiten, and Kaiten also frowned in dismay and pointed at his own face. Suwon didn't threaten like last time, but he came to us and refused to leave stubbornly. I'm really annoyed to death. He pointed at Jinwoo, and Jinwoo was startled. Suwon gritted his teeth in anger, growled, and demanded, either you bring Kadin Hung or I'll tell him this location. As soon as he finished speaking he turned and left in a rage, sweating profusely and breathing heavily. I'll be leaving now, Jinwoo urged. Go carefully. Suwon still couldn't hide his displeasure and felt as if he had lost again. So annoying. The scene shifted to the rooftop of the BCH company. Bator sat in the room leisurely sipping tea and smiling. He spoke to Kong Su, who was sweating and worrying. Unlike last time, this time I'm asking for your help. If you can't bring him, just tell me where he is, I'll pay a fair price. Kong Su glared at him, cold sweat pouring down, and thought inwardly, why is this guy making such demands? Why has his attitude suddenly changed? His face was pale, his eyes darkened, and he sighed dejectedly. So frustrating, Kong Su asked. Why are you making us do this? Bator raised his head and smirked. He gave a thumbs up in praise. You all did very well. I didn't expect Jian to come so early. Hearing those words, Kong Su felt helpless and bewildered. Bator continued seriously. Normally you can only know the general area where he is, not his exact location. He doesn't stay in one place for long, but you brought him in a week, so you're truly commendable. Kong Su's eyebrows furrowed, and he raised his eyes thinking inwardly, so tired. he replied. We didn't bring him, Bator arrogantly continued. It's the same thing. The process doesn't matter, only the result. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent and an awkward atmosphere filled the air. Kong Su gritted his teeth, his eyebrows furrowed, and he glared at him helplessly. This guy is really giving me a headache. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening startled Bator, and he turned around. He winked and gave a thumbs up in praise. As expected, very fast, Kong Su's face turned pale. Damn it, this is a big problem. Kaiten and Jian entered, and Jian called out Bator's name. Kaiten frowned and asked, "Are you challenging me to a duel?" Nevertheless, Bator said nothing and remained silent. Jian's eyes sharpened and he stared at him intently and seriously. Meanwhile, Kong Su still seemed unable to shake off his worry. My heart hurts so much. I feel like something bad is going to happen. Why am I in this damn situation? Bator grabbed the back of the chair with his hand and replied in a gloomy voice. No, he stood up and faced Jian. Do you think I'm crazy enough to do such a thing? Jian was bewildered. Bator growled. Kaiten. Jian seriously waited for his words, his eyebrows clearly furrowed. Bator said jokingly, "Please heal this wound." Everyone's eyes widened in surprise at his words. Kong Su stared at Bator, who was smirking. Kaiten and Kaden wore very displeased expressions. Kaiten resolutely refused. No, Bator was startled. What? He placed his hand on his chest and shouted loudly, "I'll pay any price if you heal me." Nevertheless, Kaiten replied indifferently. No, Bator gradually grew afraid, gritting his teeth and sweating profusely, inwardly pleading, No, please don't say that. You're my only hope." Bator lowered his face, feigning pity, and sighed. All right, his gloomy voice echoed. I know you'll refuse no matter what price I offer, and how about this? Kaden still observed seriously with his arms crossed, and Kong Su watched with worried wide eyes. Bator reached out his hand, smiled, and proposed, "I'll accept any demand from you." Hearing those words, Jian exclaimed, "Wow!" and Kong Su was startled, thinking, he's making a demand of a world 50th ranked awakened? Bator laughed, his eyes filled with determination. Jian doesn't have as many problems as you, but I know you're also being watched by many people. I'll accept any demand from you, anything. Kaiten raised his eyes and thought for a long time, but then coldly turned away and resolutely replied, "No need." Bator spread his arms and chased after him, shouting desperately, Hold on, all right, I admit it." Kong Su frowned and widened his eyes, wondering what better offer he would make. Bator stammered, trembling, "Your face is more handsome than mine." He clenched his fists, heartbroken, but had no choice but to admit it. Kong Su and Jian froze like statues at his words. Kaiten's face was rigid, as if solidified with spray adhesive. Is this guy crazy? Kong Su was dumbfounded, completely bewildered. Kaiten opened his mouth. "What's the use of saying that?" Bator cried out in surprise. "Why does it mean nothing to you? You should clearly understand its value, shouldn't you?" Kaiten turned his face away, looking down with contempt. "No, what I mean is," he confided seriously, "even if you don't admit it, the whole world knows I'm more handsome than you." Hearing that, Bator's eyes widened as if he would fall backward. His eyes suddenly shone. Although a man, Kaiten's delicate features and long white hair added to his charm, earning him the title of the most handsome face among the top awakened. He exuded a dazzling aura before which everyone knelt in awe of his unrealistic beauty. Bator stood dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? One morning at Jinwoo's house, Jinwoo looked very worried and puzzled. So that man Bator came to see Kaiten Hung, asking him to heal a scar on his face? Kaiten, in his white cat form, lay stretched out on the bookshelf, answering indifferently. "Yes," Jian asked. "Can you heal him?" Kaiten replied firmly. "How would I know? It's the first time I've met him." He looked down, fatigue clearly visible on his face. "Besides, it's too old, too late to treat. It's even harder if his power still lingers in the scar," Jian explained. "As I said before, when awakened attack, the wounds they inflict leave destructive power in the body. The stronger the opponent, the longer the wound takes to heal. I'm in that situation now too." At this, Jinwoo, sitting on the stairs petting a cat, finally understood. "Ah, I see." Jian sighed, turned to Kaiten and said, "That guy is stubborn. He'll bother you until he dies." Hearing that, Kaiten didn't even bother to respond. He curled his lips contemptuously. "Let's see what he can do." The next dawn, the doorbell at Jinwoo's house rang again. Suwon stood quietly at the entrance and Jinwoo couldn't help but be puzzled. Why are you here so early?" Suwon replied. "He came to see Kaiten Hung again, just like last time." Jinwoo continued. "Again?" He replied immediately. "Yes." Suddenly, Suwon thrust his phone in front of Jinwoo's face, startling him. He bowed his head slightly, averted his gaze, and suggested, "Give me your number. It's annoying coming here every time." Jinwoo quickly gave him his number upon hearing that, and Kaiten, watching from behind, was very annoyed. The scene shifted to the rooftop of the BU company. Kaiten and Bator faced each other again, and the unpleasant atmosphere was very tense. Bator pleaded helplessly. "Please heal me. You must know about the scar on my face, don't you?" Bator frowned, his face angry like a monkey that had eaten a chili pepper, and he was firmly rejected again. "I refused." The scene shifted to Jinwoo's house. Jinwoo turned on his phone inside the house and checked a message from Kong Su Chul. The message read, "He's here again." Bator stood in front of a whiteboard next to him, his fists clenched with a resolute expression. He looked scholarly, like a professor. On the whiteboard was written, "The impact of Bator's scar treatment on the global economy and its consequences." Kong Su was probably the most pitiful man in the world. He stood holding the whiteboard as Bator instructed, and Bator began to eloquently persuade Jian and Kaiten. The more he listened, the darker Kaiten's face became. He clenched his teeth in anger. The next day, Su Chul sent Jinwoo the same message again as yesterday. He's here again. Every day Jian and Kaiten were dragged exhausted to listen to Bator's meaningless words, but in the end the most pitiful person was Kong Su-chul. Another day passed and Kong Su-chul's message appeared again. Again, outside the BU company building. Bator looked dejected, seeking pity. His sad voice echoed, "It's truly regrettable, but I have to go now. I also need to go shopping." Kaiten, as if he had been waiting for this moment, said coldly and without hesitation, "Go." But Bator continued to explain in detail for a few more words. "You know how hard it is to meet an awakened who understands beauty, don't you?" Kaiten's blue eyes seemed unresponsive to any words. "I don't need it. Go." The exhausted and haggard Kong Su was pale and bruised, looking utterly wretched. He sat in a corner fiddling with a computer. "Now I know how to use this method." Bator suddenly glanced sideways, looking bewildered. He asked curiously, "But why are you with Kaiten?" Kaiten was helpless but had no choice but to explain. "Didn't I tell you I'm here to treat his disciple? You just talk and don't listen to others." Only then did Bator realize, puzzled. "Ah," he waved his hand, even shaking it, and smiled brightly as if they were friends of 10 years. "See you next time. Let's go shopping together next time." Hearing that, Kaiten suddenly felt worried. "See you next time? Does that mean he hasn't given up yet?" Blatant anger showed on his face. Only then could Kong Su breathe a sigh of relief. "Finally he's gone. Every morning has been so exhausting since he came." Suddenly, Bator called Kong Su-chul's name, startling him, and he looked up. Kong Su frowned and gently confided, "Thank you, and BU, I will help with whatever I can. Call me if you need anything." Hearing that, Kong Su stared at him with wide eyes as if unable to believe his ears, and a drop of cold sweat trickled down. Bator turned and walked away, waving his hand, "No need to see me off." Although he had left, Kaiten still hated him and gritted his teeth. Kong Su clucked his tongue. Tisk. The scene shifted to another building. Inside sat a woman with long black and white hair. She was Kim Hee-young, the president of MIA. She sat on the sofa smiling kindly, exuding a benevolent aura, and confided, "Now the whole world knows that Chairman Yu Ji-yin's power is within the top 50 in the world thanks to your actions. Our country's status has greatly improved." Ji-yin's face remained cold and expressionless despite hearing that. "Thank you, Chairman Yu." She quietly bowed her head and replied softly, "Not at all, it's what I must do." Hee-young said firmly, "What you must do," she sighed and continued, "How could anyone else act like you, Chairman?" Yu intervened even though it had no direct connection to your organization. Only 3 dots came to Ji-yan's mind. When Hee-young spoke about her position as chairman, her face was as cold as ice, showing no interest, and she listened to everything quietly. Chairman's actions not only elevated Korea's status but also helped strengthen relations among domestic organizations. "You did very well, Chairman." Ji-yan cleared her throat as if understanding something and asked, "What brings you here?" Hee-young slightly lowered her eyes, tilted her head, and replied seriously, "Nothing in particular. I just wanted to talk with Chairman Yu personally." Ji-yan couldn't hide her flustered expression. Suddenly Hee-young continued, "Besides, I heard you met a very interesting young man. I'd like to meet him. I heard his name is Selyu." Hearing that, Ji-yan looked up, startled and puzzled. Without giving her a chance to answer, Hee-young continued, "He can communicate with animals, and he even defeated the divine beast of the Ru Choi family. I'd like to meet him and his animals too." The scene shifted to Jinwoo's peaceful house. Subin rested her chin on her hand, smiling to herself, her cheeks flushed like 2 tomatoes. As expected, Chairman Ji-yan is truly amazing. She's not inferior to Bator, who's ranked in the top 50 in the world. She suddenly turned to Jinwoo and asked, puzzled, "Are Jian Hung and Kaiten Hung not here today?" Jinwoo, folding clothes, was startled and looked back, bewildered. "Huh?" He secretly glanced at Jian and Kaiten on the bed. The two were glaring at Jinwoo as if they would devour him. Jinwoo said awkwardly, "Ah yes," Zubin continued dejectedly. "It's such a pity. I haven't seen them in a long time." The two's faces darkened, and they gave Jinwoo sharp looks as if they would devour him. Subin sat on the bed and suddenly asked, "Hey Ju, do those two have someone they like? What's their ideal type of woman?" At that question, Jinwoo's face froze as if solidified with spray adhesive, and he awkwardly and hastily replied, "I don't know." Subin looked at him with eyes that seemed to spark. Suddenly she leaned close to his face, startling him and making him afraid. "Kaiten Hung alone is already too difficult, and now there's Jian Hung too." Subin lay on the bed, closed her eyes, and daydreamed. "What if both of them like me?" Kaiten was speechless upon hearing that. 3 dots clearly appeared in his mind. Suddenly a voice echoed, waking Subin from her dream. "What nonsense are you spouting?" It turned out to be Disuk, who was playing a game, saying coldly, "Why are you agonizing over it? If they knew you liked them, they'd struggle to avoid you. The most pitiful ones are those who live in the same house as Ju and can't escape." His words made Subin want to turn him into a beast. Her eyes sharpened, and she glared at him, gritting her teeth and growling. Disuk added fuel to the fire. "Just thinking about what you just said gives me goosebumps, as if a parasite is clinging to me." Before he could finish speaking, a foot flew at his face, startling Disuk. Subin rushed at him with the speed of an altar, shouting angrily, "Shut up!" In less than 3 seconds, Disuk's mouth was twisted and he choked. The two fought like children. Subin shouted in annoyance, "Hey, what do you know? What if those two like me?" Disuk retorted, not backing down. "Damn it, I'm just trying to bring you back to reality. Your mind is too far from reality." A moment later, their wrestling had ruined all the clothes Jinwoo and Ji-yoon had painstakingly folded. Subin continued to curse relentlessly. "Die, you trash, just die." One clear morning at Jinwoo's house, Jian in his yellow cat form looked around the house puzzled and asked, "Who's here?" Jinwoo quickly replied, pressing something on his phone, "The president of MIA." Jian's face furrowed in incomprehension. He rested his chin on his hand and thought, as I know it, Mia is an organization of people who can communicate with animals. Jinwoo looked up at Jian, his eyes sparkling, and confided, they suggested meeting us through Xinhua, and I agreed. Only then did Jian realize, I see. Suddenly, Kaiten's groans echoed beside them, and both were startled and turned around. Kaiten was trembling all over, curled up on the floor with his eyes tightly shut, continuously groaning. I must create, the time has come, I will do it. It turned out to be Kaiten talking in his sleep. Seeing that, Jian's face furrowed and 3 dots clearly appeared. What on earth? Jinwoo also seemed quite flustered. Suddenly the doorbell rang outside, startling all 3. Jinwoo shouted, oh, they must be here. He went out to open the door. Jinwoo's eyes widened and his mouth hung open in surprise as if he would fall backward at who had come. Huh? It turned out to be Hee-young, who appeared with a bright and radiant smile. Hello, Ju, I've brought the chairman. She happily extended her hand to introduce. Chairman, this is Ju. Jinwoo instinctively bowed 90 degrees in greeting. Hello, grandmother. I am Selyu. Hee-young, with a dignified demeanor but a very polite and calm voice, said, nice to meet you. I am Yoon's grandmother. Hearing that, Jinwoo was startled and asked, puzzled, yes, Yoon's grandmother. Yoon replied, embarrassed. Yes, my grandmother is the president of Mia. I knew where you live, so I brought grandmother here. Jinwoo asked blankly again. But how did you know our house is here? Yoon quickly replied. Subin told me. He forced a natural smile and hastily and politely invited, everyone please come in, I apologize, it's a bit messy here. Hee-young entered, smiling peacefully, and continued, it's all right, thank you for agreeing to meet us so suddenly. As they entered, Jian and Kaiten, in their cat forms, continued to watch carefully, and the other ordinary cats looked innocent in front of the unfamiliar guests. They always remained as vigilant as possible, and Jian and Kaiten's faces were tense. Yoon was looking around curiously, and Jinwoo politely invited, grandmother please sit down, I was going to go to the Xinhua group to meet you. Hee-young gently continued, oh don't worry, I prefer meeting at your house. Suddenly the room fell silent and an awkward pause occurred. Jinwoo scratched his head in embarrassment. Having nothing more to say, he suddenly opened his mouth. I'll go get some drinks. Yoon quickly suggested, I'll help you. She talked cheerfully, embarrassed. The cats stared blankly, dumbfounded. Jian and Kaiten were so tense they were sweating all over and watched them with wide eyes. Outside the house was still very peaceful. The sky was blue, the clouds were white, and the sun was yellow. When Jinwoo came in with water, he was startled by the sight before him and relaxed. Hee-young, who exudes a luxurious and unapproachable aura on the outside, was happily playing with the small cats around her. Seeing that, Yoon also smiled brightly and said, as expected, grandmother is different. The cats naturally follow her. While Hee-young's gentle and calm voice echoed, she still looked at the small cats with affectionate eyes. Communicating with animals varies depending on the awakened's personality and method. Fortunately, animals always tend to approach us kindly. Only then did Yoon realize, suddenly Hee-young's eyes glanced sideways. Looking at Jian and Kaiten, the two looked at her with wide eyes, tense and unable to smile. She said, I suppose those two are the animals Ju can communicate with. Jinwoo extended the water tray, smiling awkwardly as he replied, yes, how did the chairwoman know? Hee-young took a glass of water and smiled. Thank you. She looked down at the slightly more discerning cat lying on her lap. Animals instinctively communicate with humans, but special animals are instinctively more wary and wouldn't follow strangers. Only then did Jinwoo's eyes widen in realization. I see, he thought to himself. I thought they were stray cats and wouldn't easily warm up to strangers. Grandmother is truly amazing. However, Hee-young continued to stare intently at Jian and Kaiten, and the two couldn't help but worry. Suddenly she asked, which cat fought the divine beast of the lion family? Jinwoo looked at Jian. The brown-striped cat. His eyes darted away in surprise. Hee-young's eyes still pierced them as if she couldn't tear her gaze away, so Jian turned his gaze away, but inwardly he felt extreme fear and sweat poured down. With a sharp gaze, Jian seemed to lean on Kaiten and say, hey Jian, that lady's gaze worries me too much. Realizing this, Jinwoo was flustered and tried to divert Hee-young's gaze. I can only communicate with these two, she continued. Besides that, I heard you can't communicate with other animals, is that right? Jinwoo waved his hand and replied, yes, and I can barely control them either. Hearing that, the smile on Hee-young's lips disappeared and her face seemed to be thinking seriously about something. Yoon blushed, praising inwardly, oh my goodness, Ju is so cute. Jian's face grew paler and paler, sweat poured down incessantly, and his eyes were filled with wariness. Hee-young's eyes suddenly lit up as if she had realized something. She slowly said, Ju, do you want to learn how to communicate with animals from me? Suddenly asked. Jinwoo was slightly surprised, his eyes widened and his voice stammered with unease. Even Yoon was startled as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Then Hee-young continued, don't worry, I won't force you to join Mia. All I want is to help you communicate with animals. A hint of fluster flashed across Jinwoo's face. Am I not a member of Mia? She smiled and replied before he could finish speaking, I'm truly happy that there's an awakened like Ju in this country, so I want to help a little too. Jinwoo listened carefully to Hee-young's praise, his eyes wide with surprise. You defeated the divine beast of the lion family even without a name. Her eyes looked at him very seriously. Honestly, when I heard that story, I couldn't believe it. The Luan family are awakened with the best ability to control animals. Hee-young began to pour out her knowledge. They are a huge force in the world and they are also very strong. That means they have always invested heavily in strengthening their abilities. In other words, creating divine beasts is the ultimate goal of the lion family. They have created divine beasts using countless methods. A gentle smile spread across her benevolent face. I was truly shocked when I heard that a divine beast was defeated by a cat. Moreover, the person controlling that cat had never even been trained in communicating with animals. That's why I really want to help Ju. Those words were so shocking to Jinwoo that he couldn't believe his ears. He stared blankly at them for a long time. Yoon, excited, hastily urged, "Agree, Ju, those techniques will be very useful to you. They'll help you understand other animals too." But Jinwoo remained silent for a long time, not answering. Suddenly he bowed his head with a slightly dejected expression. His eyebrows were distinctly drooped. Jinwoo hesitated, saying, I don't want to know what they're thinking." Everyone was very surprised by his answer. Jinwoo placed his hands on his knees and unconsciously fidgeted. He continued to keep his head bowed and added, I want to know a little, but if I could read all their thoughts it would be really tough." Jinwoo's eyes were downcast and his face was clearly sad. "I'm afraid of that." What enveloped his body was worry and sadness. His voice also deepened. "I'm afraid that if I know what they're thinking I won't be able to share their pain." As soon as Jinwoo finished speaking he hastily scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "I'm sorry, but I don't think I can accept grandmother's offer." Seeing this, Yoon was quite surprised. Her eyes wide and round, her hands clenched, covering almost half of her face, and her cheeks flushed. "Oh my!" Even Hee-young was startled, her eyes wide as if she couldn't believe her offer was rejected by Jinwoo, and she stared at him intently. Then she looked down at the gray cat lying on her lap. That cat also looked up at Hee-young and their eyes met, and there seemed to be a hidden story in the gray cat's sharp eyes. Hee-young's eyes were downcast. She squeezed her eyes shut, and when she opened them again she recalled the image of another gray cat trapped in a cage, suffering. Extreme pain was felt, her heart ached and cold sweat trickled down her face. Suddenly Hee-young began to praise, "It's really good that you understand that." As soon as Jinwoo heard that he woke up with a start and asked again. "Yes?" She stroked the gray cat's head with her hand and added, "Most people think it's good to understand animals, but it's not always a good experience. Animals have different standards of right and wrong, good and bad from humans. Understanding what animals are thinking comes with great responsibility, and you know that." Jinwoo's face was clearly sad and he probably felt a little guilty. He smiled slightly and remained silent. Hee-young chuckled softly and continued, "But if you ever want to communicate with animals, feel free to ask me anytime." Only then could Jinwoo smile a little brighter, and he stammered, "Yes, thank you very much, grandmother." She inadvertently glanced at her granddaughter Yoon's affectionate gaze towards Jinwoo. The scene shifted to a twilight afternoon at the company. Inside the office only Sung-gil sat quietly. A clear worry flashed in his eyes. "This is serious." Sung-gil stared intently at an unopened letter on his desk, thinking inwardly, "It's an invitation from the World Awakened Academy to our students." Sung-gil smiled as he tended to his garden and asked, "Did you meet Ju?" Hee-young sipped the water in her hand, sighed and said, "Yes, I'm truly happy that there's such a talent in Korea." She looked down at her water glass, and though her lips smiled, an indescribable sadness flashed deep in her eyes. "I can't invite him to the organization, but I want to help him. So I wanted to teach him how to communicate with animals, but he refused." Sung-gil's eyes drooped slightly as he listened to her words. "Even if I told him I could help him without him joining Mia," he continued. "I understand grandmother's feelings." Sung-gil reached out to grasp a small branch where sprouts were emerging and said softly, "Seeing Ju now, it reminds me of when I was young. I was really excited when I found out I had awakened abilities then." Hearing that, Hee-young glanced at him and seemed to realize something. Her words seemed to pierce Sung-gil's chest and he paused for a few seconds. "Ah, so you helped that child." Hee-young looked up at the sky and sighed. "I think I have more to say as I get older. I wasn't like this before." Sung-gil, flustered, turned and smiled awkwardly, asking, "Then what do you think of Ju?" But his answer was only silence. Hee-young looked down at the ground thinking about something. After a moment Sung-gil's eyes never left her, as if he was desperately waiting for something. Finally she opened her mouth, holding her coffee cup tightly with both hands. "It's quite strange." Hee-young's eyes were distinctly downcast and she seriously confided. "That child's combat ability is not only comparable to the 4 great commanders, but he can also communicate with animals. I can't believe he has such abilities at that age." Hearing that, Sung-gil looked at her with affectionate eyes and a gentle smile. He asked again, "Do you think Ju is special?" Hee-young's calm voice continued to echo, and her face was slightly tense. "In my opinion, the animals Ju communicates with are truly special. Of course, Ju's talent is undeniable, but Jean-Louis was trained to communicate with animals from a young age. Moreover, he even had the family's divine beast, yet he was defeated by an awakened who has never even trained in animal communication techniques. Don't you think those animals are truly special, grandfather?" Sung-gil's eyes drooped and he seemed to be lost in deep thought. Hee-young's eyebrows furrowed slightly and she continued, "I personally checked those 2 animals and I had a really strange feeling. It was like," her serious face reflected over the coffee cup and her voice was firm, "it was like they were human." Only then did Sung-gil's eyebrows unfurrow and he widened his eyes, asking again as if he couldn't believe his ears, "Like they were human?" Hee-young sighed and replied, "Yes, their minds and spirits are very complex. I could only connect with them for a short time, But Sung-gil remained silent, only turning and looking down, saying nothing more. Hee-young looked at him and suggested, "Shall we talk about something else?" Without giving him a chance to answer, she immediately said, "I heard you received a letter from the World Awakened Academy. Are you planning to send the children there?" Sung-gil said softly, "I plan to." Hee-young asked worriedly, "But won't it be dangerous?" He continued to tend to his plants as he answered, "There's no reason to refuse. In the future, the children will have to establish their place in the awakened world." Sung-gil stopped his hands that were covering a small sprout with soil. "We can't keep them in our arms forever. If they pass this challenge, the children will grow much more than we can care for them." Hee-young looked at him silently, lost in countless thoughts. Sung-gil also said nothing more and finished what he was doing. The scene shifted to Jinwoo's house under a clear sky. Jinwoo asked in surprise, In Hee-hung was also invited to the World Awakened Academy? He replied softly, "Yes, they invited the 4 great commanders, Kong Su-chun of Bu, Yu of Shinhwa, and 2 free awakened, Ji-yu-in and Ju." Jinwoo was worried and silent, thinking inwardly, is this a good thing or a bad thing? He listened carefully to In-hee's announcement. "The period is 1 month, and you will study and rest at that academy." Having finished speaking, he looked up at him with expectant eyes. Then In-hee added that he and Ji-yu-in could refuse if they wanted to. Jinwoo shouted in surprise, "I can refuse." His face darkened, and he confessed in a strict voice, "Yes, their purpose is clearly not to learn from and interact with each other, but to evaluate and understand your abilities. So this could be very dangerous." The 4 great commanders immediately agreed. This is because refusing this invitation without a legitimate reason could endanger their organizations. Jinwoo's eyes widened, cold sweat trickled down his face and fear flashed in his eyes. Jinwoo's voice trembled. "What did Ji-yu-in say?" In-hee quickly replied. "He said he'd go if you go." Jinwoo scratched his head for a while. Suddenly In-hee stood up and suggested, "Think it over carefully and let us know your decision." He continued, "Yes." Before leaving, he happily waved goodbye to Jinwoo's cats. "Bye babies, eat a lot." Kaiten glared helplessly at In-hee. Jian asked, "What's the kid going to do?" Kaiten was busy enjoying snacks. "Oh, delicious," Jinwoo stammered hesitantly. "Honestly, I want to go." Hearing that, Kaiten and Jian were silent, looking at him with expectant eyes. He looked down at his hands. "I know it won't be as safe there as it is here, but I want to meet strong young awakened like Ju." Jinwoo clenched his hands and looked up at them with determined eyes. "I want to fight them," Kaiten said. "This is a sign that guy is becoming as reckless as his master, only thinking about fighting strong people. It's a really immature and rough way of thinking." Jinwoo was flustered, unconsciously scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Jian's face darkened and he said softly, "This will be more dangerous than you think. Officially, the invited students are guests of the World Awakened Academy, but they will try to destroy you and your friends." Hearing that, Jinwoo's eyes sparkled as if he couldn't believe his ears. Jian's sharp eyes stared directly at him, testing him. "Knowing that, will you still go?" Jinwoo's eyebrows unfurrowed and his voice was firm. "Yes, I'm Jian Hung's disciple." Jian continued to stare at him, but he didn't avoid the gaze and met Jian's eyes. Then Jian curled the corners of his mouth and smiled. Jian said, "If that's your decision, I'll support you. It will be really dangerous, but meeting strong people will be a good opportunity for you too." Jinwoo clenched his hands and shouted with joy. "All right." Kaiten looked at the 2 helplessly, judging inwardly. "Those 2 idiots are going to cause trouble again." The scene shifted to a company building at twilight, and a voice echoed, "I don't need to go to Shinhwa." Disuk sighed in annoyance, looking away. "Nuna just fought a world-ranked 50th awakened, so she must be resting, right?" Angry, Ji-yin tried to maintain her composure. "Why are you saying that?" Disuk's eyes drooped. "Does Nuna want me to keep hiding behind her?" She tried to make excuses. "I didn't mean that," he confessed. "I'm also a member of Shinhwa, and my deceased parents were also members of this organization, and my Nuna is now the chairwoman of the organization, so how can I keep hiding?" Ji-yin silently looked at her younger brother. Suddenly the phone rang, startling In-hee, and he looked down. Ji-yin and Juk listened carefully to his words. "Chairwoman, I received a message from Ju and he says he will accept the invitation." That night, the scene shifted to Jinwoo's house, and Jinwoo looked up in surprise. Is that Juk?" He stood outside the door and said softly, "I heard you also accepted the invitation." Jinwoo stammered hesitantly. Yeah." Juk's face was serious. "We're not going there to have fun. Unlike the academy in Korea, going there is like stepping into enemy territory." Jinwoo also replied, "I know." The 2 looked at each other with serious eyes for a long time. Juk passed by. "Yeah, I figured you'd know." Jinwoo asked curiously, "But why did you come here?" He slumped into a chair fiddling with his phone and said, "I just stopped by. I'm hungry. Shall we eat something?" Suddenly Juk looked at his phone and his face changed. Subin texted, "Are you at Ju's house today? I'll go too," ordered Tteokbokki. In Jinwoo's house, a reply was sent saying he would eat jjajangmyeon. Disuk grumbled about those damn bastards with a disgruntled expression. Jinwoo saw him trembling with laughter and asked, "What's wrong?" Disuk smiled slyly. "I just ordered tteokbokki and seafood jampong, level 5 spicy." Jinwoo stood dumbfounded. Outside, Subin and Ji-yu-in were still oblivious, excited about eating jjajangmyeon and tteokbokki. Suddenly a pillow flew from a distance towards Jian, startling him and making him pale. But the pillow landed not on his head but on his brother Kaiten's head. As the pillow fell, Kaiten's face flushed with anger and he trembled. He gritted his teeth. While Ji-yu-in ate jjajangmyeon, shedding tears, Jinwoo turned around in surprise, and Subin's scream echoed, "You bastard, you know I can't eat spicy food and you dare order something this spicy." As soon as Disuk spoke again, he was kicked. Then why didn't this damn girl order it herself? Subin, enraged, choked him. Then what about this face, you bastard? Do you know what you've done? Disuk replied firmly. That face looks even prettier than usual. The two fought ceaselessly without stopping. Suddenly, Subin's foot stepped on a nearby cat's tail. The two paused and Disuk said, I think your foot just stepped on a cat. Only then did she realize with an ah, she quickly lifted her foot in surprise, bent down and comforted in a soft voice. Oh dear, were our baby cats very startled? Subin looked at Jian and Kaiten in cat form and wondered. Even the fat cat and the neutered cat must have been very surprised, right? The two thought inwardly, infuriated. Who's the fat cat? Who's the neutered cat? Suddenly she asked Jinwoo. Ju, have you decided? Disuk, stroking a cat, said. Ju said he'll participate. Subin, holding Kaiten and not noticing him pushing her away, asked, Han, do you really want to go there? It's really dangerous. Jinwoo smiled calmly and replied, I want to meet many strong awakened, and since all of you are going, I want to go with you too. Hearing that, everyone looked at him with wide eyes. Then Disuk and Subin fell silent, looking away and avoiding his gaze. He asked Ji-Yoon, Ji-Yoon, what about you? Ji-Yoon stopped eating his noodles and replied, I'm going too. Disuk frowned and wondered, why do you have to go there too? Subin's eyes widened in surprise. Exactly, you don't need to go. We know that place is really dangerous, but we have no other choice but to go, but you don't need to do that. Disuk continued, right? Ji-Yoon bowed his head, his lips tightly sealed, saying nothing. Seeing this, the two were startled and paused. Ji-Yoon remained silent for a long time. Subin asked worriedly, why are you suddenly like this? Is something wrong? Disuk also wondered. Yeah, why are you suddenly saying that? He remained silent, not answering. Seeing this, Jinwoo quickly explained, everyone, what are you saying? Isn't it better if we all go together? Disuk also quickly replied, yeah, that's right, he has to go with us. Subin continued, right? Ji-Yoon smiled slightly and quietly finished his remaining noodles. The three stared at him blankly, and the scene shifted outside as night fell. The four of them had spread out mattresses in the living room and fallen asleep, with only Subin lying on the sofa stretching. Kaiten, chin in hand, observed and said, these kids are really strange. Jian sat beside him, yawning and wondering, what's wrong? Kaiten looked down and said, the kids treat each other without calculating anything. All four of them are in a deep sleep. Hearing that, Jian was also very surprised and suddenly realized. Kaiten's calm voice echoed, you know very well the way we awakened lived when we were young. To plunder or be plundered. Jian lowered his eyes and listened carefully to his every word. But these kids aren't trying to plunder anything. On the contrary, they seem to be giving more of what they have to their friends. Kaiten sighed. The kids are in a pretty good position and they have enough ability to speak up, but they don't know anything. It's really hard to understand, Jian continued. These kids are always strange, Kaiten said. I've been watching for a while now, and that kid is probably the source of this strangeness. He looked down at Jinwoo, who was in a deep sleep. Jian glanced slightly to the side, then curled the corners of his mouth and smiled. Hey, you're the strange one. Weren't you the one who asked to stay here longer? Jian's words hit Kaiten's sore spot, leaving him speechless. He quietly looked down at Jinwoo, who was asleep. Kaiten glanced to the side and sighed. You're the strangest one. Jian was surprised. He listened carefully. Have you ever thought about why you accepted a disciple? You're just like me, aren't you? Suddenly, Jian slyly curled the corners of his mouth and smiled. Their conversation seemed to have woken Jinwoo's cats. Jian also laughed and replied, right, my disciple seems to have problems. The scene shifted to a building under a clear sky. Dan, arms crossed, frowned with an uncomfortable expression and glanced. Why are you here again? Ji-Yoon looked down and replied quietly, I probably won't be able to see you, Professor, for a while. Dan wondered, why are you going to the Awakened Academy again? Didn't you just get back? Ji-Yoon said, this time I'm going to the World Awakened Academy. Hearing that, he looked at him with wide eyes in surprise. Ji-Yoon faced him with a very serious gaze. Dan sighed and asked again, are you going with those kids? Ji-Yoon replied firmly. Yes. Dan glared at him. Then he opened his mouth. There's nothing I can do. How can they just stand by? Has it come to that? Be careful. The World Awakened Academy is a complicated place and it's very dangerous there too, Ji-Yoon continued in a low voice. I know, I'll be really careful there. In the end, Dan sighed and said, all right, go carefully and do well. The scene shifted outside to a large, luxurious academy. As Disuk walked, someone suddenly called out to him from behind. Arthur approached, curling the corners of his mouth into a smile. What's the rush? He curled his lips and said, you heard they were coming here, didn't you? Disuk lowered his eyes. Arthur mocked him, but he left firmly. The academy was getting noisier and noisier due to recent events. His next words made Disuk pause. You're on the capital's list. Even from behind, you could see him gritting his teeth, veins bulging in his jaw. But Disuk left silently. Arthur from behind curled his lips mockingly and thought inwardly, Disuk, after that incident, you're not the same as before. He stared intently at Disuk. You're clearly very worried about your position being shaken after losing to an unknown awakened. The airplane was flying in the sky. He announced, we will arrive at our destination in 30 minutes after that. We'll travel by car for an hour. Kong Sok and Suwon listened in silence. Everyone needs to be careful. Jinwoo also worried beside them. And Kaiten was also there. From the moment we get off the plane, we won't be safe anymore. Jian frowned unpleasantly. Ji-Yoon had no choice but to hold out snack bags to Jinwoo and Subin and tell them to eat. He watched them irritated. Buildings of classical architecture with triangular roofs, large columns, and elaborate sculptures unfolded beautifully under a clear blue sky. Jinwoo, Subin, Ji-Yoon, Suwon, Kong-Sok, and Jinwoo all had very serious expressions, and no one said a word. Their gazes were also very sharp. In-hee and Seong-ha also looked ahead with solemn expressions. In-hee frowned slightly. Though silent outwardly, inwardly he thought, he's not a top 10 awakened, but he's one of the best fighters of the Lewin family. Garrus looked down with an expressionless, cold, and somewhat terrifying gaze. He opened his mouth. Nice to meet you. I am Garrus Lewin, the principal of the World Awakened Academy. Garrus glanced slightly, then narrowed his eyes. After receiving reports that my disciples were miserably defeated, the 6 of them listened carefully to his every word. I wanted to meet you all in person, Garrus's calm voice echoed. Who is the child who defeated Jean? Jinwoo, sweating slightly with worry, replied with difficulty. That would be me. Hearing that, Garrus immediately looked at him. Jinwoo, intimidated by his gaze, cringed slightly. Garrus thought for a moment, then continued. I don't see your pet that defeated my family's divine beast. Where is it? Suddenly Jinwoo's eyes widened and he looked as if he couldn't believe his ears. He forced a laugh, recalling Jian's refusal. We're not going with you. It'll be a hassle if we get caught, Kaiten suggested. Let's go quickly and take a nap. Jinwoo had no choice but to mumble. They disappeared near the academy. He scratched his head and said awkwardly, I'm not good at communicating with animals. Hearing that, Garrus wondered, you still can't control them? His eyes pierced Jinwoo. Then how were you able to defeat the Lewin family's divine beast, which was controlled by Jean? Jinwoo unconsciously touched the back of his neck. While Garrus continued to stare coldly at Jinwoo, In-hee frowned and opened his mouth. The external reason is for competent awakened to gather and interact. The scene shifted to a room where the 6 of them sat on sofas, and In-hee and Kong-Sok stood before them. He began to explain, they will conduct various tests to assess your abilities, so you must be careful during this period. Everyone replied loudly and clearly, yes. In-hee and Kong-Sok left. Stay here, let's go put away our luggage together. Subin sighed briefly and slumped onto the sofa. The atmosphere was really eerie when we arrived here. I wonder if they'll be able to stay still. Everyone heard that and fell silent, no one saying anything more. They glanced at the unfamiliar group. Kong-Sok frowned and opened his mouth. They probably found out that we recently confronted the students here. Suddenly, everyone looked at them in surprise with calm expressions. The atmosphere fell silent again. Suddenly, Suwon stood up and Jinwoo, finding it strange, wondered, Say, where are you going? Suwon said in a cold voice. What can I do by staying in the room? The sound of the door closing echoed loudly in the quiet room. Subin asked everyone, shall we go out and relieve some boredom? The 6 of them went out together, looking around and chatting happily, while the other group watched them with displeased expressions. The group continued to glare at them from behind with displeased expressions. Jinwoo's eyes sparkled and he said, This place is much bigger than our academy, Kong-Sok continued. It has a long history and, above all, it's where students from all over the world gather. Suddenly a scornful laugh echoed behind them, startling everyone, and they all turned around simultaneously. So you're finally here. Arthur walked out, leading the way with an arrogant demeanor. It's truly nice to meet you again here. He continued to laugh slyly and provoke. I thought you wouldn't come here, Jinwoo asked, bewildered. Why? Arthur bowed his head, then suddenly looked up and stared at someone taller than Jinwoo. Daisuk's face darkened and he growled, Who's this guy? Don't act familiar here. Arthur frowned and replied with a contemptuous voice. I wasn't talking to you. Get out of the way. It was as if lightning struck between the two and everyone glared at each other as if to kill. Subin, Ji-Yoon and Kong-Sok also crossed their arms unpleasantly and glared at the group. The group also met their sharp gazes without backing down. Daisuk, enraged, tried to start a fight, saying, Next time we fight, I'll definitely crush you. Jinwoo forced a laugh and tried to calm him down. Calm down, Arthur, annoyed, gritted his teeth and continued. Those are my words to say, so don't bother, just wait. He sighed and glanced at them. Suddenly, Arthur opened his mouth as they were about to leave. Ju, be careful. Hearing that, Jinwoo was startled and asked, Again, he said seriously, there are many people who want to fight you just because you defeated Daisuk and Jean. Jinwoo froze upon hearing that. Arthur continued, You defeated 2 of the top 10 students here. The power and background of those 2 were immense, but they lost to someone completely unknown. This news has already spread throughout the academy and caused a big stir recently. Jinwoo's face grew more worried than ever. Anyone can lose, right? What's so great about that? Arthur continued. Of course. His face darkened. Daisuk and Jean's positions are greatly shaken compared to the other top 10 people. Rumors and suspicions circulated that the grand family to which Daisuk belonged and Jean, who was a candidate for the Lewin family's successor, had been demoted. Hearing that, Jinwoo's group all widened their eyes in surprise. Arthur sighed sadly and recalled Andrea. The professor who led us was also punished. A drop of sweat trickled down Jinwoo's face. Just one loss led to all this. Arthur lowered his eyes and looked straight ahead. After a few seconds of silence, he opened his mouth and explained, Right, this is where all the competent awakened students gather. So many things are related. Our victory or defeat is very important to us because we directly influence the place we belong to. Jinwoo's lips were tightly sealed, his eyes downcast, and his face remained blank for a long time. Suddenly, Arthur laughed loudly. That's exactly why I'm not uncomfortable like other people. I enjoy a thrilling match, haha, he asked mockingly. Understood. Subin whispered into Jinwoo's ear. Do you mean Disuk and Jin will have a rematch with Ju? Arthur's gaze shifted elsewhere. He unconsciously placed a hand on his lips, smiling an indecipherable smile, and spoke in riddles as if to say, who knows? The scene changed to a colossal building under white clouds and a yellow sun. Jinwoo sat alone in a room, leaning back on the sofa, staring at the ceiling, looking utterly exhausted. His eyes were downcast with worry. Lost in thought, the world of Awakened is far more complex than I imagined. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside, startling him. What? Who is it? Jinwoo went out and opened the door, his eyes looking up. It's Disuk who came. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. What are you doing here? You don't need to be here. Jinwoo replied seriously. Yes, but I want to experience this place more. Receiving an official invitation is a good opportunity. Disuk criticized him irritably. You're so naive. Is that why you came here? There are many people here who want to test your abilities. Jinwoo replied in a low voice. I heard. Disuk seriously reminded him. Ju, it would be best if you don't lose to anyone. Jinwoo's eyes widened in surprise. What? Before leaving, Disuk didn't forget to admonish him. Remember well. Don't lose to anyone but me. Jinwoo's pupils dilated in shock. The scene shifted outside the building. Jessica and two other people stood facing Subin. You still don't know about the curriculum, do you? She said with an unpleasant and contemptuous expression. You should stay quietly in the dormitory. Why are you wandering around the academy freely? Subin glared at them, showing no fear at all. Arthur and a few subordinates were strolling through the academy courtyard when they happened upon a noisy crowd. He heard the students murmuring, Hey, there's a fight over there. Where is it? Arthur glanced at Jessica, angrily questioning Subin. Why aren't you answering? Subin, with a lollipop in her mouth, nonchalantly replied. I was just wandering around. Jessica was startled. What? Subin sighed. Didn't you ask why I was wandering around the academy? Jessica crossed her arms, speechless. She said angrily, I went to see you wandering around before and now you're doing it again. This isn't a place for someone like you to wander around. Subin innocently asked again. Why not? Jessica saw the five people's annoyed expressions and ordered her. You were called here to study, so it would be best to stay put in the dormitory. Her face had already turned completely black with anger. Why are you wandering around so freely? You're only going to pollute this atmosphere further. Understood? Subin listened to Jessica's words in silence. Her expression immediately changed, and she bit the lollipop in her mouth, breaking it. Ouchish! Then she spat the lollipop onto the floor. Jessica and the two people standing next to her were startled. Subin glanced at her with eyes like daggers. She put both hands in her pants pockets and stood facing Jessica. Do you want to fight now? She provoked. If you want to fight, just say it directly. Jessica frowned, and drops of sweat formed on her cheeks. Subin continued to provoke her. Don't beat around the bush or say anything foolish anymore. Humiliation took over Jessica's mind and her eyes widened. At the same time, Subin stared intently at her with an arrogant demeanor. She gritted her teeth and said, You seem to have come out of nowhere. Do you know where this is? There's no one here who's inferior to you. Subin sighed. She still glanced at Jessica with a contemptuous expression. Tisk tisk, you seem to be proud of not even knowing where Korea is, right? Jessica had already started trembling. Subin saw her change and provoked, Why are you trembling like that? Shall I give you some time? Having been insulted twice, Jessica was extremely angry and shouted loudly, Shut up! She rushed forward quickly, trying to slap Subin's cheek, but before her body could even touch her, her arm was grabbed. Jessica winced in pain and sweated. Her arm was twisted by Subin, who smiled and said, You started it first, understood? Subin let go of Jessica's hand and punched her cheek. Her face was instantly disfigured. The two people who came with her turned in surprise, but before they could react to help her up, she fell to the floor with a thud. Then the white-haired man, furious, rushed forward and tried to punch Subin's face. Subin's movements were agile. She dodged his punch and kicked him hard in the stomach with her long leg. His body toppled backward and crashed hard against the wall. The remaining person stood still and began to tremble in fear. Everyone who witnessed the scene all had wide, surprised eyes. Subin was still standing on one leg, the other in the posture of having kicked someone. The crowd had not dispersed and continued to watch. She looked at Jessica's side with a serious expression. They were sweating with fear on their faces. Subin said mockingly, What, does anyone else want to try? They all naturally stepped back, creating distance from her. Arthur exclaimed in admiration. At that moment, Jessica's voice echoed, How dare you hit me, you crazy bitch. Subin turned her head to look at her. Her entire body burned with rage, and she covered her recently slapped cheek with one hand. She growled, I'll kill you. She still looked at Jessica, who had a calm expression. Subin shouted with glee, What, does that mean I can use my powers anywhere here? Someone loudly questioned, What's this mess? Subin and Jessica turned, and Jessica looked frightened, and the surrounding aura gradually dissipated. Arthur turned his head to look at Leah. Leah, with a pink-haired girl and a hulking man, approached the source of the recent commotion. The people who had gathered earlier made way for her to pass. Arthur wore an expression of boredom as if there was nothing to say, he observed, then grew annoyed again. This is truly the worst. Just when it was getting interesting, the student council members had to show up. Leah's voice echoed, questioning, Jessica, are you trying to violate the academy rules and use your abilities? Jessica was startled. She looked stung. I apologize, but with one cheek swollen, Jessica looked very pathetic. Leah merely glanced at her. Then she warned, You haven't used your abilities yet, so this time I'll just give you a warning. Jessica bowed her head and thanked her. Then Leah, still with an arrogant expression, turned to Subin and said, Do you have anything to say? Leah said in a low voice. Even if you are a guest of the academy, I won't let this commotion slide. Subin sighed. I didn't start the fight, she attacked me first. Leah remained silent, not replying. Arthur suddenly interjected. That's right, everyone here saw it. Then he pointed his finger at Jessica and taunted. Jessica attacked first and she was knocked down. Leah still said nothing. After Subin looked at Leah, she waved her hand and said, Everyone go back to class. Class will start soon. The two people helped their friend who had just been hit and left. And the crowd also dispersed in order. Jessica turned her head and glanced at Subin, and rage flared up fiercely in her heart again. She thought, this revenge can wait. In the academy courtyard, only Subin now stood facing Leah and the student council. Leah was the first to speak. You are one of the 4 great commanders from Korea, aren't you? I am Leah Evie, the student council president of the World Awakened Academy. Subin wondered, is she one of the 10 strongest students in the World Awakened Academy? Suddenly, 3 people rushed over in a hurry, shouting noisily, Where is she? Where's that crazy bitch? Hey Subin, what's wrong? She glanced at the 3 people. Jinwoo rushed to Subin and said in a worried voice, Are you alright? I heard there was a fight here just now. She replied calmly, Why are you making such a fuss? What's so important about that? Disuk also asked worriedly, Subin, is it all over? She said with a nonchalant expression. Yeah, why are you so worried? Disuk turned his head sharply and said, Damn it, I can't believe I missed such an exciting fight. It popped like popcorn too quickly. Leah secretly observed Subin's group, then asked Jinwoo again, You're Jew, aren't you? He raised his head and continued to look at Leah. I've heard a little about you. She described him in front of everyone there, as a newcomer from Korea, the one who defeated both Jin and Disuk. Jinwoo's eyes widened in surprise and he was slightly puzzled. She smiled and Jinwoo looked flustered facing Leah. Leah looked at him, thinking something in her head. She couldn't believe her eyes. Is this really the person who defeated Disuk and Jin? Someone's voice interrupted her thoughts. You called me here, so why are you only looking at other people? Leah collected herself and quickly turned her attention to the person. The 3 friends surrounded Jinwoo and hugged him. The scene at this moment was completely contrasted. Leah stood alone while the others looked at her with wary eyes. She quickly made an excuse. I apologize. I was just curious about how the external students were doing. The pink-haired girl standing behind Leah bit her fingernails and said, Damn it, there's no more fun to watch. Leah smiled cordially. Although you'll only be studying here for a short time, I hope you have a comfortable stay. Having finished speaking, she turned and left. The pink-haired girl and the hulking man followed behind, but they looked back at them once more. From one of the academy buildings, the pink-haired girl commented, Since he defeated Disuk and Jin, I thought he'd look strong too, but that kid turned out to be so cute and gentle. Or was he just lucky? The hulking man also looked at her with meaningful eyes. Leah explained it couldn't have been luck. If it was 1 person you could call it luck, but 2 means it had to be skill alone. Having finished speaking, she fell silent and pondered something deeply. The pink-haired girl turned her head and looked back, a wicked smile on her face. Now our academy is going to get more interesting. In another academy building, someone's voice clearly echoed under the blue sky, carrying hostility. Jinwoo, with a lollipop in his mouth and a bruised face, explained, That woman started the fight first. Jinwoo, Disuk and Subin sat neatly on the floor but suddenly heard a strange reply. That sound, the 4 of them looked up. Arthur explained, Actually there are many people who dislike you, but there are also those who intentionally pick fights. He crossed his arms and sighed. There are many people here who want to become famous by defeating you. I once acted like such a naive person too. Ju and Subin turned their heads to look elsewhere, their expressions uninterested. Jinwoo asked curiously, But what was that student council group just now? Arthur said with a displeased expression, though they're called the student council. That group can be considered one of the powerful factions in the academy. Aside from a few professors, even I can't do anything to the student council. He recalled Leah. Furthermore, their authority there had grown even stronger recently, thanks to Leah, one of the world's top 10 Awakened Academy students. He looked down at the lollipop in his hand. I see. That sight made Arthur also look down. Juke asked curiously, But why are you here? He snatched the lollipop from Jinwoo's hand and nonchalantly replied, I'm just bored. He shouted angrily, Get out if you're bored, go play somewhere else. Arthur still wore an indifferent expression. You only know the 3 of you here, don't you? Having finished speaking, he looked down at the lollipop with an interesting expression. Disuk was speechless. He turned his head elsewhere, as if he did something very well. Subin looked at him with wary eyes. Can we trust that you have good intentions towards us? He was still engrossed in unwrapping the candy, his expression greedy. Instead of believing such things, believe this current situation. Subin asked curiously, What? Arthur put the lollipop in his mouth. I told you things are going to turn in your favor. Sometimes you won't be deceived or hurt. Jinwoo looked at him with curious eyes and Arthur also looked at him. Jinwoo asked curiously, Then that's why you're being kinder to us. Arthur forced a laugh. That's right, of course, there has to be something in it for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Arthur was startled. Jinwoo was still staring intently at him and the other 3 were still silent with candy in their mouths. Arthur wondered, why are these guys looking at me like this? He sighed and turned his head elsewhere. Arthur turned and left, admonishing them to be careful and not get involved in unnecessary fights. If you do fight officially, I can give you a hand too. He left and the 4 of them still sat on the floor. Sunlight illuminated a new office building. Garrus's subordinate bowed his head. I apologize, Your Excellency. We still haven't found them, Garrus said irritably. What do you mean, you still haven't found those 2 cats inside the academy? The subordinate bowed his head. His disheartened voice was heard even on the security camera. The shadows of those 2 cats weren't visible even at the academy entrance. I've searched everywhere but still can't find them. He turned away from him. All right, isn't it too obvious? They must have gone back to their master, Garrus commanded. Withdraw. The subordinate bowed his head. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly recalled his conversation with Jinwoo. At that time the child said he didn't have enough ability to communicate with them yet. He assessed inwardly. Those with ordinary abilities cannot communicate with or control animals. If so, there is only one reason why that child defeated someone from the Luan family. It means the animals that child controls are very special. Perhaps they are awakened animals, Garrus thought. They're like us, however, he judged by looking at the fat cat drooling in its sleep and the thin cat. Aren't these 2 cats too terrible? Inhee was puzzled. Why are you suddenly saying that? Do you want a friendly match? Inhee and Seonghwa sat on the sofa looking at the principal. He asked, we just arrived, isn't it too early to do this so quickly? The vice principal still smiled elegantly and said, I think there might be a misunderstanding. This request came from the students, not the academy. Inhee, slightly confused, asked, You mean this request came from the students? The vice principal presented a card. That's right, you seem a bit confused about our academy's rules, but this matter is not against the rules. If students wish to challenge each other, it will always be accepted. This rule was made for students to further develop their skills. He frowned and said, Then must we participate in the match? He retorted. No, if the challenged person submits a waiver, the match will not proceed. Inhee turned to Seonghwa. Then shouldn't we just ask Subin to forfeit the match? He sighed unpleasantly. Do you think that kid will forfeit? He froze, and the vice principal picked up his teacup and drank, revealing his amusement. The sky had already turned night and the dormitory building was still lit. Jinwoo wondered, You were challenged, weren't you? Subin said excitedly, That's right, a student council member just came to my room and told me I received a challenge request and asked if I would accept. So I just accepted it. Disuk asked with boredom. Do you know who the opponent is? She said excitedly. They said it's the person who provoked me this morning, the one with the big earrings. Jinwoo asked, Then when will the match be held? Subin immediately replied, Tomorrow morning. Jinwoo was speechless. Suwon was bored and didn't want to say anything. She still smiled brightly and looked at him. Why are you looking at me like that? Do I look uneasy? Jinwoo twisted his hands together and softly said, Yes. She wondered, Why? What's wrong? Do you think I'll lose? It's not that I don't trust you, Subin. It's just that this isn't our country. Anyway, I'm worried you'll get hurt when the match starts. Subin blushed and smiled. Yes, you're worrying about me, Disuk said sarcastically. All right, why aren't you telling me I can't fight? It looks like you're scared and running away. She glared at him with eyes as sharp as blades. So a fight broke out, and Subin didn't hesitate to hurl insults at him. Suwon seemed to lose patience. The next morning many people gathered in the stands of the academy arena to watch today's match. Leah found a seat with the pink-haired girl. She had an interesting expression. Subin was set to face Jessica. The pink-haired girl rested her chin on her hand and said, She's the only one who fought our friends and lost once. Jessica choosing her must be to test those kids, right? Leah looked down at the arena from the stands. Disuk also looked at one spot. Subin's figure slowly appeared from behind the stage. She walked calmly forward with the smile of a victor. Disuk stood with his friends licking his lips and Jinwoo had a very worried expression. Her final steps finally stopped. Subin's face was full of confidence. She put her hands in her pockets showing the arrogance of the strong. Jessica frowned. She stood with her arms crossed. Her arrogance was no less, and the referee's voice echoed, Which way will the outcome of this match lean? The students sitting below the stands murmured, Of course Jessica will win. Jessica is quite high ranked in the academy. I don't know about fighting other kids, but this Subin kid is the only one of the 4 great commanders who lost. As soon as they finished speaking, they burst into laughter. Subin's friends glared at them. The buzzcut man whispered, They don't know anything and are just talking nonsense. Del Pigaron sighed, You'll only know if you face them directly. Ha ha ha, other guys won't dare to talk about us carelessly now. Arthur sat nearby hearing all of their conversation. He smiled, lost in deep thought. It's true that Lee Subin was the only one who lost. She lost simply because her opponent was Disuk. He looked back at Disuk, who sat silently, his face still cold. Jessica and Subin stood facing each other, both with a winning mindset. Jessica was outwardly cold, but inwardly she calculated. This is the first step to raising my reputation, she smiled mockingly. For daring to provoke me, I'll make you pay dearly. Jessica's smile grew even wider. Even if you meet me later, I'll beat you so badly you'll tremble with fear. Subin was very relaxed, even picking her ear with her hand. The referee was a man wearing glasses with a polite smile. He was the vice principal of the academy. He stood under the roof with 3 other people. He shouted loudly, Match start. Jessica clenched both hands and began to unleash her hidden inner power. The wind howled and streaks of pink light kept bursting forth. Let's end this quickly. Someone like you. Subin merely looked at her with contempt. Whirlwind raged, but she just stood still. Jessica's face distorted. 1 minute is too long. Her powerful attack, filled with immense power, began to launch towards Subin, but she quickly darted to the side, avoiding the light. The previous attack showed immense power, and the arena floor was shattered with dust flying everywhere. After dodging, Subin quickly charged towards Jessica. She was slightly surprised. A close-quarters combat style, I need to maintain distance. After leaping into the air, Subin finally began to cast blue magic. She now held a sharp ice pick in her hand, and it was clear it would cause significant damage if it hit. Jessica was surprised. A weapon made of ice? While she was flustered, Subin seized the opportunity and thrust the weapon at her, seemingly injuring Jessica. Blood splattered. She gritted her teeth in dizziness. Ah! Jessica's shoulder was injured, and she leaned to avoid the sharp ice pick, immediately casting magic to attack Subin. Subin did a somersault to avoid the attack. Jessica lost even more composure and continued to unleash attacks, but Subin expertly and quickly dodged them all. After that, 2 sharp ice weapons appeared in her hands. Jessica used her technique with all her might, inwardly worrying, she's still standing. All the techniques Subin used left a long shining trail. The ice weapon grazed Jessica, tearing her pants. The pink-haired girl was surprised. That kid's movements are good. The match continued. Jessica was annoyed. She swung her hand, creating a fairly large orb. Get away from me, you old hag. After the attack, Subin was slightly dizzy and dust billowed everywhere. Subin was thrown far back, but the arena floor in front of Jessica was severely damaged. She swung her hand, aiming at Jessica. After that, long sharp ice picks appeared. She sweated coldly and gritted her teeth, her face full of surprise. After that, Jessica counterattacked, blocking the ice picks with her own magic. Subin approached again. Jessica's body was already quite severely damaged. Slashed wounds began to appear and blood flowed, making her look truly miserable. She trembled. Even in this situation, she's counterattacking me. Jessica shouted with confidence. Now that the distance between us has widened, your fate is sealed. Subin seemed uninterested, as if she hadn't heard. Too much talk. Jessica was annoyed and displeased by the continuous provocation. She began to attack Subin with all her might, after creating a frantic whirlwind of magic. Jessica hurled it at her. Subin just narrowed her eyes and observed. Jessica's magic storm approached Subin, and her insults were heard along with it. Die, you damn bitch. Blue magic was being cast in her hands. Then Subin sat on the ground and brought down the hand that was casting magic, and the arena immediately turned into ice. Then the ice mass immediately formed a massive towering ice wall, successfully blocking Jessica's attack. Her magic dissipated, turning into thick dust. Jessica widened her eyes, thinking, she created an ice wall to block my attack? Subin's hands turned to ice and sharp ice thorns shot out competitively. Under Subin's powerful control, even more sharp thorns continued to shoot out from the ice wall, seemingly able to pierce the body of anyone who dared to approach. Countless sharp thorns continued to move towards Jessica. She paused for a moment, and fear flashed across her face. Wasn't she a close-quarters combatant? Sharp spikes continued to stab towards Jessica. She couldn't avoid the continuous attacks. In the end, Subin just stretched out her hand. Jessica was completely trapped in a terrible sharp ice mass. The area around the arena was shattered. The pink-haired girl standing next to Leah was astonished. Jessica was sad, angry, and her self-esteem was low. She gritted her teeth and her eyebrows seemed to meet. She looked up at Subin, who still stood calmly, her heart full of rage. The alarm sounded loudly. The winner of this match is Lee Subin, Jinwoo sighed. All worries disappeared. Oh, what a relief, the students whispered. Jessica is also one of the top students in the academy. Did she really lose so easily? Many people were also surprised. Jessica lost. Not only did she lose, but she completely overwhelmed Jessica. Isn't this too strong? The man sitting next to Del Pigeron said mockingly. Look at their faces, Del Pigeron replied. You'll only know if you feel it yourself. Ha ha ha, other guys won't dare to talk about us carelessly now. Arthur stood with his arms crossed. I knew it. From the start, Subin was on a completely different level than Jessica. Blood continued to gush from Jessica's eyes. She still stood blankly. How could I lose so quickly? Moreover, I couldn't even put a scratch on her body. Jessica carefully observed all of Subin's actions. Where is she looking? Is she ignoring me and not even caring? Subin continued to stare at one point. Seeing Disuk stand up and leave, she called out loudly, Mr. Disuk. He glanced at Subin, and Disuk saw her give a thumbs up, then slowly lower her finger with a look of dislike and a provocative expression. Disuk pressed his lips together but said nothing. Many people still remained in the stands, quite surprised by her actions. Is she provoking Disuk? Surely she's not saying that the person she lost to before was Disuk, is she? Even if that's the case, does she want to fight Disuk again? Disuk heard the whispers, but just sighed. In the end, Disuk left the stands. Arthur and his friends still watched Disuk's retreating figure. Arthur crossed his arms and said mockingly, the remaining top 10 guys weren't interested in this match, but after this, their minds will change. Subin then left the arena and walked towards Jinwoo's group. Jinwoo always looked at her with a cheerful face and a smile. Subin was judged too easily. Jinwoo gave her 2 thumbs up in praise and Disuk frowned in annoyance. Why are you making us sit there for so long? The vice principal stood in his study talking with In-hee and Seong-ha. The students you brought are quite strong. Jessica is also one of the top students in the academy. But she lost so miserably that she couldn't even land a proper blow. Even I was surprised. At that moment the 2 men remaining in the study both remained silent and didn't answer. He turned and said with a bright smile, the competition among students is starting to get interesting. And he just laughed happily. The 2 were speechless. In-hee was startled. Even though the World Awakened Academy lost, that person's expression looks very kind. He also seemed to be in a very good mood. He scratched his face. It's a bit strange for me to look like this, even though my student lost the match, isn't it? In-hee and Seong-ha were startled and said, yes? Then they fell silent again. Outside the academy, the sky was still clear. He explained, it means I'm supporting you all. If there's anything you need, feel free to tell me. I'll do my best to help you. Then his voice dropped slightly. I know you think it's strange, but I'm really happy right now. On the contrary, our World Awakened Academy was very stagnant. He began to delve deeper into the story. It was like a small world of awakened, like a chessboard. From the organizational structure to the student hierarchy, everything was similar. If organizations clashed, so did the students, and everything had to be calculated. There were no challenges. His complexion was a little strange, but recently, with our students being defeated by Korean students, the atmosphere has slowly started to change. On a chessboard with countless fallen black pieces, only one white piece stood quietly. Beyond themselves, they now realized there were newcomers as strong as them. Ruben's image reappeared in his mind. Suwon was walking through the school feeling extremely bored. He began to calculate Ruben. Her combat ability has improved tremendously. Was I the only one who didn't do anything and just played around before? He was annoyed. Clearly our 4 great commanders were in a stagnant state, and their awakened abilities only became slightly stronger, but their combat skills remained the same. He opened his eyes wide, and Suwon recalled past events. Since he appeared, his and the other 4's combat abilities had surged. Even if he hadn't fought directly, he wouldn't just sit by and watch Selyu get stronger and stronger. He clenched his fist, even more determined. It doesn't matter how strong others become, I just need to become stronger. Suwon squinted, and he was slightly surprised. A blonde woman was approaching him carrying a bag. The two passed each other, and Suchil sighed. The woman broke the silence and called him. Suwon was curious as she cautiously called him. He asked what? The woman crossed her arms and said, if you lose to others, I'll be ignored. That's what I mean, so don't misunderstand. Suwon was so angry that his face turned completely black upon hearing that. The woman was slightly flustered. He walked away with an angry face. Who are you to tell me what to do? The woman cautiously held her bag and watched his retreating figure, and a murderous aura that could pierce the sky emanated. Next to a 3-tiered high waterfall, a group of people sat together, talking. Arthur gave a thumbs up in praise. Well done, I feel so comfortable now, Subin said indifferently. I'm not in the mood to listen to you. Arthur still spoke playfully, with an unusually cheerful voice. I know what I mean is this, do you remember those kids who went with me when you went to our academy? Those kids are really excited now, Disuk asked curiously. What does that have to do with other kids? Arthur explained. When they lost to you, many academy people ignored them. They said that the academy people lost to completely unknown people. Jessica is the same. She lost to you, so now they won't dare to act rashly again. Kong Sok and Ji Yun also grasped the core point. Both their expressions became serious, and Ju and Subin likewise showed cautious expressions. Jingu too, Arthur laughed. Many people won't come to provoke you. After all, Jessica was quite high-ranked in the academy. Someone's voice was heard. Since when have you been hanging out with these guys? Everyone hastily turned to the source of the sound. Glenn, sweating all over, slowly approached them. Arthur, I know you're like a forgotten child, but I didn't think you'd be this brazen. Kong Sok's face darkened. Glenn Gigamoth's face was extremely grim, and he reproached Arthur. I didn't expect you to associate with guys who disgraced our academy, Arthur laughed. Since we know each other a little, we should help each other out. Glenn was extremely bothered by Arthur's continuous smug laughter. He frowned. Then who was the one who defeated Jean and Disuk? Arthur looked back at them, and they also fell silent at the question. Then Disuk retorted with an uncomfortable expression. What do you want to know that for? Seeing Glenn and Jingu staring intently at each other as if another fight was about to break out, Jingu raised his hand with a trembling voice. That would be me. Glenn turned around. You? Jingu looked like a quail, docile and completely harmless. Yes, Glenn stood facing him, and at this moment they looked like a giant and a dwarf. Arthur put his arm around Jingu's neck and introduced him. Don't underestimate him. He's the one who defeated Disuk and Jean. They just let their guard down. He evaluated Jingu intently once again. Then he began to introduce himself. I am Glenn Gigamoth. Jingu was startled. I am Selyu. Glenn glanced at him again. Strangely, no fight broke out. He just picked up his clothes and left amidst everyone's surprise. Subin opened her mouth. That guy is one of the top 10, right? Will Ju also have to fight that guy? Arthur and Jingu looked back at her. Arthur explained. Fighting isn't that simple. If it were me, I wouldn't send a challenge. Subin asked why. Arthur raised his index finger. Ju defeated Disuk and Jean, who are in the top 10, and the remaining top 10 people don't think they're inferior to those two. If they challenge Ju, the one who defeated Disuk and Jean, and happen to lose, they'll lose a lot, so they always have to be careful. Upon hearing Arthur's words, everyone's faces darkened, and no one said anything. Kong Sok asked, I heard students can challenge each other freely, right? Arthur thought. Yes, he asked again. Then can we register too? He was startled, opening his eyes wide. What? That evening in the academy dormitory, Lu groaned lying on the bed. Today was really long. And he looked up. Since when have you two been here? Ken in cat form yawned, tears welling up. I haven't had a proper sleep yet. I just woke up, Jingu replied. If I sleep like this, I don't think I'll need to sleep anymore. The doorbell rang. Jingu looked outside the door. Jingu quickly went to the door and opened it. He was surprised. Garrus looked at him with a not-so-pleasant expression. Jingu stammered, Is something wrong, Principal? He quickly stated his demand. I've come to see your animals. Since this is an issue I need to verify myself, you should consider it a problem. Jingu still didn't understand anything. Yes, Garrus glanced inside and found a plump yellow cat scratching its face. He entered the room and approached Ken. This cat is the one that defeated our family's divine beast, isn't it? Jingu replied. Ah yes, Garrus narrowed his eyes. Seeing it up close, it really is. It's uglier than in the picture. Ken gritted his teeth and muttered. Damn it, he put on a serious expression. He thought he just wanted to confirm if it was an awakened animal. A purple glowing light appeared in the room. Jingu was startled. Yes, Garrus generated an aura emitting an intense light and directed it towards Ken. He closed his eyes. Nothing special. Then he opened his eyes, startled. Oh, he was still very surprised. K emitted a red aura. It was as if it was filled with murderous intent, wanting to kill someone. Garrus evaluated inwardly. This is a perfect animal born to fight. Ken's 2 ears perked up, and he made an annoyed expression in his plump cat form, looking quite amusing. Kaiten saw him and was too pathetic to say anything. Jingu observed Ken, and he was also a little worried. Garrus narrowed his eyes and evaluated inwardly. Finally, Jingu sat down at the small table in the room, facing him. Ken sat on the bed, continually staring at him, and he didn't know how to start talking. Jingu was worried. Why does he suddenly have something to say to me? Garrus initiated the conversation. May I ask you something, Selyu? His expression was uncomfortable. How well do you think you can communicate with animals? Jingu scratched his head. He stammered. I don't think I have much experience. Silence resumed. Garrus stared intently at Jingu. He sighed. That's right, your assessment is accurate. You can't even say you have the ability to communicate with animals. You don't even have basic control. As far as I know, you've only been able to communicate with 2 animals so far. Garrus narrowed his eyes as usual. His face darkened. But thanks to those 2 animals you defeated the divine beast of the Rurut family. And everyone thought you were an awakened who could communicate with animals. Even so, that doesn't mean you have sufficient ability to communicate with animals. Jingu listened carefully to his words. Ken sat next to him with an uncomfortable expression. As Garrus continued to ramble, it's only thanks to that cat's ability. He was worried. Then does he realize that Ken Hung isn't an ordinary cat? Ken growled, and his face furrowed. Should I get rid of this bastard now? Garrus's mind seemed to have opened. So I thought your cat was an awakened animal, like us awakened. Jingu was startled. He stood up and gripped the edge of the table. Kaiten also looked at his face in surprise. Ken's face was completely black, but he agreed with the assessment. That old man didn't say anything wrong. We just turned into cats, Garrus declared. So I'm making you this offer. He asked what? His face became serious. Hand over that cat to our family starting now. There had never been an animal that could awaken like a human. He was startled. Garrus continued to persuade. So if word gets out that there's an animal that can awaken, many people will try to find and capture that cat. He stared intently at Jingu, who was still wide-eyed with surprise. And then, with your power, you won't be able to protect that cat. Garrus glanced at him. But if you hand over that cat to our family, I'll give you enough money to last a lifetime. Not only will I consider you a member of our family will give you immense authority and treat you specially. Jingu bowed his head and remained silent. The room fell silent and he kept his head bowed and he looked at him. Finally, Jingu refused. I can't do that. Garrus was annoyed. What? He raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. That cat is like family to me. So I will be responsible for it until the end. Garrus was silent, maintaining a displeased attitude. He turned his face elsewhere. If you can handle it yourself, what else can I help you with? He has no communication ability, but good reasoning. He continued. Then I will make another offer. Garrus glanced at Ken, who was sitting on the bed, and he growled uncomfortably. Why is he staring so intensely? Garrus's face turned demonic. He said in a low voice, I want the offspring of that cat. Jingu and the 2 cats were too surprised to move. He asked again. Offspring, he replied. That's right. Hen and Kaiten stared intently at him, unable to understand. Jingu's ordinary expression turned to wide-eyed surprise, and Ken's mouth hung open, his whiskers perked up. Surely this guy isn't asking me to be friends with a cat, is he? He seemed to be thinking about the same problem as Jingu. 3 cats, identical to Kaiten, appeared, but their expressions were extremely cute. All 3 were startled. Garrus continued. Just give me the kittens, then I'll pay a fair price for those kittens. You won't lose your cats either. This offer isn't bad, is it? Jingu changed from a dissenting attitude to a surprised one, and Ken trembled with anger. Garrus turned toward the door and walked away, saying, Make your decision very carefully. He then glanced at Ken, who was glaring at him with rage, his fur bristling. He muttered, Truly amazing. That fighting spirit stimulates me and makes me want to possess it. If there are cats with this bloodline, the future will be very bright, he shouted angrily. Ah, this damn bastard. The door slammed shut and Garrus left, but Ken still looked at him with angry eyes. Kaiten clutched his stomach and laughed loudly. That's so funny. Jingu looked worriedly at Ken, whose face was completely black. Garrus walked away with a doubtful mind. How could that be, that cat? I've never seen an animal dare to act like that in front of me. A calculating expression flashed in his eyes. An animal with perfect combat ability. He recalled the attitude that Cat had towards him. That murderous intent, that intent to kill someone. Is that murderous intent the reason that Cat became an awakened monster? Someone called him. Principal. Garrus turned around. The vice principal approached him with a cheerful expression. What brings you here? He replied. Oh, I just had some business in this area. Then what are you doing here, Director? The vice principal explained. Oh, I came to discuss a few things with the professors of the Korean Academy. Garrus just glanced at him without saying anything, and then he quickly walked past the vice principal, his hands behind his back, saying, All right, have a good day, he replied, watching his retreating back. Yes, after waiting for Garrus to leave. He wondered what had brought the principal himself all the way here. In the Academy Council meeting room, council members were seated around a large table. Someone wondered why no one had challenged them since Jessica's defeat. Leah urged them to be careful as only the top 10 would remain in the end and to ensure that everything didn't spiral into chaos. A masked male council member spoke. Yes, the pink-haired girl crossed her arms and said, understood. Another council member rushed in. Chairwoman, he announced that another match application had been received. Leah sighed. Faster than I thought. Is it one of our top 10? He replied. No, quite the opposite. The pink-haired girl was startled. She asked, you mean the person who sent the application isn't from our academy? He frowned. Yes, the challenger is one of the Korean exchange students, and the challenged opponent is Glenn Gigamoff, one of the top 10. The entire council was surprised. A pink-haired girl rested her chin on her hand and said, strange. I didn't expect them to challenge first. And they want to fight a top 10 ranked student? Leah asked him. Who sent the challenge? He immediately replied. I heard it was Selyu. The vice principal gestured with his hand and said in a joyful voice, excellent, truly excellent. Mr. Ha and In-hee were bored and didn't want to say anything. He closed his eyes and smiled, saying, I was worried that the students would be reluctant to join our revolution, but they've thrown down the gauntlet first. In-hee stumbled. I didn't expect you to challenge first. Mr. Ha, sweating, I thought I misheard. The vice principal asked if the challenging student was the one who had defeated both Disuk and Jean. In-hee replied, yes. He looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. Amazing, I'm really looking forward to this match, ha ha ha. Inside the room, Subin crossed her arms and asked in surprise, Selyu, did you really send a challenge? Jingu calmly replied, yes. Everyone sat there casting their gaze towards him. Disuk frowned. Why did you do that so suddenly? He scratched his face, looking for a way to explain. He looked up and smiled. I want to fight the strongest students here. Everyone fell silent. Subin broke the silence in the room. She put her arms around Jingu's neck. Oh, this kid, he's grown. Kaden looked at everyone as if judging them. Kong Sok asked, but why Glenn Gigamoff? Jingu, excited, paused. He put his hands in his pockets and slowly said, his fighting style is similar to mine. The Gigamoff family, like our BU, primarily uses close quarters combat, and their fighting style is similar. Jingu laughed awkwardly. He scratched his head. Alright, no special reason. I just felt he was strong when I met him, so I wanted to fight. Anyway, thanks for the info. Kong Sok was slightly surprised that he thanked him. Jingu's eyes sparkled, filled with intense determination. I really want to fight people who specialize in close quarters combat. He remained silent, giving no answer. Jingu scratched his head awkwardly and laughed again. Hee. Kong Sok stared intently at him. Subin and Disuk were speechless. The two cats also had bored expressions. He doesn't even look for information about his opponent without fighting, he sighed. He asked Jingu, the match is tomorrow, right? He replied, yes. Kong Sok glanced and said, prepare well. I hope you win this time. Jingu, as if empowered, nodded and excitedly said, yes. He looked at him again and sighed. Everyone in the room was still laughing and having fun. There were no stars in the sky tonight. Light streamed from the room. Ken asked, why did you suddenly send a challenge? When everyone had left the room and only Jingu, Ken and Kaiten remained, Jingu turned to the orange cat, then turned his face away without saying anything. After a moment he bared his fangs and smiled. I came here to fight strong people. I sent a challenge because I wanted to fight as soon as possible. Jingu's face was always vibrant and completely unfazed. Kaiten bared his sharp teeth. Exciting. Good, that's how it should be. If you want to fight, then fight. He encouraged him. Amazing. Kaiten lay on the sofa observing the two bored. He sighed. These two are becoming more and more alike. A clear blue sky and bright sunlight, the familiar arena. This time the number of spectators was much larger. One person was already standing in the arena. Luke and the long-haired man always maintained a cold demeanor, focusing their eyes on the arena. The student council also came. Like Leah's cold expression, the pink-haired girl seemed more interested. Arthur also came, and behind him Del Pigaron and the bald man were laughing and chatting. The murmuring started again. Is Glenn Gigamoff going to fight? Did his opponent really send a challenge first? That's what people say. Is he crazy, daring to challenge Glenn Gigamoff? But that kid is the one who defeated both Disuk and Jean. Disuk and the long-haired man sat nearby listening and frowning. The people around still murmured, oh, is that the man who sent the challenge? Everyone nearby glanced in one direction. Another person asked, so all the top 10 people weren't interested in the challenge, but today they're all here? Yin, with her arms crossed below, maintained a cold expression. Perhaps after her last defeat she had become much calmer. Arthur also secretly observed the top 10 people. He smiled cunningly. It's getting more and more interesting. I didn't expect Sue to challenge first. At this moment, Jingu's friends also remained silent. Glenn warmed up in the arena. He sighed, it's been a really long time. I also wanted this match. The audience below was surprised and excited to see Jingu appear. He's here. Someone's eyes widened in surprise. Is that the kid? He looked small and quite gentle. Jingu was still smiling brightly. People murmured again, did that kid really defeat both Disuk and Jean? Disuk frowned in annoyance. He recalled what he had told Jingu that day. Selyu, it's a mistake for you to send a challenge like this. Jingu was startled. Why? Disuk explained without moving. The top 10 students want to fight you, but they won't challenge first. That's because if they lose, they'll lose a lot. So they want to postpone the fight for as long as possible until they get more information about you. But now you've given them that information yourself. He listened silently to Daisuk's continued words. He frowned. Your techniques and fighting style will be analyzed. I'm sure everyone will watch this match, and the rest of the top 10 will also collect data to defeat you. Disuk was worried. Selyu, you should have fought as late as possible. Jingu scratched his face innocently. Honestly, I didn't think that far, he sighed. Phew, I can't believe you don't even know the most basic things, Jingu replied. I just wanted to fight quickly. Disuk was silent. He clenched his fist tightly. I heard there are many strong people here like Disuk and Jean. I want to fight them. Of course I might lose, but it will still be a good experience. His eyes sparkled and he smiled at Disuk because I want to challenge my limits. Disuk was startled. Now in the stands his face was dark. Sell you too naive after that. Disuk continued to observe the arena. At this moment Glenn stood facing Jingu. He opened his mouth. I'm very glad you sent the challenge. Jingu smiled. When I met you I felt you were very strong. So I wanted to fight you once, he replied. Ah, in that case I shouldn't disappoint you. The vice principal, standing on the observation deck, gestured with his hand and said match start. Glenn began to analyze. He's also a close quarters combat style like me. Moreover, he can unleash power that moves at incredible speed. Faster than Disuk. Glenn's eyes sparkled with determination. Ah, Glenn's clothes ripped and then his muscles suddenly bulged. Subin frowned. He really prepared well. Kong Sok was silent. He knows Ju's strengths. The power emanating from Glenn showed no signs of stopping. After that his arms were almost solid and massive. His eyes were like those of a predator. Jingu also opened his eyes wide and clenched his fist tightly. Glenn merely chuckled mockingly. Jingu was slightly dizzy. Bang! Glenn slammed his powerful fist onto the arena floor. At this moment the ground cracked. But surprisingly, the cracks not only appeared nearby but also extended far towards Jingu. Jingu was startled. Under Glenn's destructive power all the surroundings were completely shattered. Stones and dirt flew everywhere. The arena floor where Jingu was standing also had huge boulders flying up as if to bury him. Lu was extremely vigilant. He gritted his teeth. His team of friends all watched carefully. Suwon inwardly assessed. He's quite adaptable despite being so massive, Glenn inwardly guessed. This terrain will limit Jingu's fast movements. His face showed confidence as if he had already grasped victory. Jingu was slightly worried. Seeing Jingu painstakingly avoiding the flying stones, he said inwardly, it's no coincidence that he was able to defeat both Disuk and Jean. This means he has enough skill to defeat both of them. Glenn's arms were still stained with red magic power. In that case, when the match starts, he smiled cunningly. I'll use all my power. Jingu was flustered. He stepped on the arena floor and saw that everything was in ruins. He's trying to make it difficult for me by destroying the arena surface. With the arena surface shattered like this, I can't use my acceleration ability as I wish. He clenched his fist tightly. The arena surface is destroyed. I never expected to be in a situation like this. It's unexpected. Then he smiled. At the speed of light, Jingu charged towards Glenn so quickly that he was almost invisible to the naked eye. Glenn activated his technique once again and slammed his hand onto the arena floor. After that, he picked up large boulders with his bare hands and threw them at him. Jingu still ran at full speed and a large boulder rolled towards him. He was slightly flustered. My foot hit something that slowed down my movements. After that, Jingu looked up slightly flustered. Glenn's huge fist was almost touching his face and he leaned back to avoid it. Glenn charged quickly and dust swirled around him. The arena was so messy that nothing could be seen clearly. His friends all looked towards the arena, worried about Jingu's safety. He used his speed to quickly land in an unbroken area. But Glenn didn't give up easily and threw a large boulder. Jingu was startled. The boulder passed over his head. Fortunately, he barely avoided being hit directly by the large boulder. He swung his fist, calculating inwardly. If I avoid his attack, it will only create more distance between us. So he took a more dangerous action. His fist hit the boulder and it shattered into hundreds of pieces. Arthur exclaimed in admiration. Wow! He emerged from the chaos and charged towards Glenn to attack. A single attack flew towards him. Other attacks continued to fly, but at this moment Glenn did not counterattack. He simply formed a sturdy shield with his massive arms. His eyes found an opening. After that, Glenn's huge arm swung. Jingu tilted his head to avoid it. Everything happened so quickly that everyone was surprised. Before Glenn's arm could swing precisely towards his head, Jingu ducked down and then continued to hit Glenn's arm. But he wasn't hurt at all. Every time Glenn swung his arm, Jingu perfectly dodged it. But he seemed to be being careful. Jingu's friends held their breath tense below the stands. Disuk was also silent. Only Arthur glanced, then returned to his familiar sly smile. Jessica assessed. His speed is really fast, but his attack power is weaker than I expected. Is he really the one who defeated both Disuk and Jean? The rest of the top 10 also watched the match in silence. Kadin munched on snacks. Kaiten also sat beside him listening to his words. Even if Jingu's speed decreases, that kid's attack isn't weak. Jingu's power primarily relies on his speed ability, so his attack and defense abilities were only slightly reduced due to the arena. Kadin carefully looked down at the arena. If that kid trains his awakened ability a little more, that weakness can easily be overcome. Kaiten was too busy eating snacks to reply. Now the situation was reversed. Jingu continued to attack him, but he wasn't hurt at all. Instead, he kept provoking him. Is that all you've got? Jingu was startled. Ha, Glenn frowned. Then I'm very disappointed. He once again slammed his fist powerfully onto the arena floor. Jingu lost his balance and fell backward. Glenn swung his fist and he dodged again. Kong So commented. Such an attack level won't be able to reach Glenn's shield. That's a characteristic of the M family, so his defense cannot be ignored. He could withstand bullets, let alone missiles, since he was a child. The match still proceeded fiercely. Neither Jinwoo nor Glenn was injured. Glenn gritted his teeth. With this much power, you won't be able to break through my shield. Then he swung his hand and Jinwoo also retreated, creating distance. Jinwoo replied resolutely, so, if your attacks can't reach me, you won't be able to defeat me either. Glenn narrowed his eyes. Is that what you think? His massive hand continued to target Jinwoo. Jinwoo retreated and leapt off the ground. Glenn generated immense power, followed by a strong gust of wind that blew towards Jinwoo. Jinwoo was flustered after that attack. Jinwoo was suspended in midair and Glenn watched him closely. Jinwoo fell onto the cracked arena and dust billowed. Jinwoo supported himself with his hands and glared at Glenn. What was that? I clearly dodged it, but his attack caused an explosion. Glenn didn't answer and rushed madly towards Jinwoo again. Jinwoo had already sustained quite a few injuries, but he endured, stood up and clenched his fist tightly. Glenn struck the ground once more and Jinwoo was thrown into the air. Jinwoo gritted his teeth in pain, trying not to let out a moan. Immediately, Jinwoo lost his balance, his face filled with resignation. His handsome face was now covered in numerous scars, looking pathetic. Glenn sustained no damage, but Jinwoo fell for the second time. Dust billowed. Glenn stared intently at Jinwoo as if looking at prey. Jinwoo struggled to get up. The people in the stands began to murmur, "He's not skilled enough to fight Glenn. I thought he'd be strong since he defeated both Disuk and Jin." Glenn looked at Jinwoo, who was still trying to get up. Jinwoo's body was now severely damaged. Jinwoo gasped for breath. Glenn frowned in disgust. Then his mocking words echoed. "Selyu, do you understand now? Your basic attacks can't break through my shield." Jinwoo was silent. Glenn provoked. "Use it, the attack you used to defeat Disuk." "I want to try enduring that attack once." Glenn wore an arrogant smile. "I'll show you that the attack you used on Disuk won't work on me." Jinwoo fell into deep thought. Jinwoo frowned. Jian Hung was right. Ordinary attacks won't work on him. I only have one chance left. Jinwoo stood up with all his might. Jinwoo gasped for breath. Blood flowed from the wound on his cheek, making Jinwoo look quite distressed. Glenn looked interested. Glenn's magic power began to increase. A dense red aura enveloped him. "Yes, that's it. You're going to use it, aren't you?" Glenn clenched his massive hand and a powerful energy exploded. Jinwoo analyzed. "Unlike the opponents I've faced, he's using his body as a shield. His body is enveloped in all his power. He's wary of my techniques." Glenn wore a confident smile, as if he thought no one could defeat him in this state. Jinwoo was even more worried. The arena floor isn't normal. Jinwoo recalled what Kaden had told him before. "Selyu, remember everything I tell you. Don't try to compensate for your weaknesses or things you're not good at. Instead, you need to focus on what you do best." At that time, Jinwoo thought, "What I do best." Jian explained patiently. "That's right, you haven't had your awakened abilities for long, and partially thanks to my energy control abilities, but all your power is as strong as any other opponent." Jinwoo now imagined himself and Jian as one, "So don't worry about minor things and focus on what you do best." Jinwoo now looked interested. "Yes, I need to stop doubting myself," because Jinwoo's eyes shone. Jinwoo began to activate his unique technique. "The only thing I have is speed." Glenn raised his arms with interest, creating a sturdy shield. "Show me." A powerful energy surged from Selyu, charging fiercely towards Glenn. It shone brightly, and then that energy enveloped Glenn. Glenn still maintained his defensive posture. Why did his attack suddenly become so strong? Jinwoo punched Glenn as if glowing. Glenn again smiled contemptuously, and an arrogant glint flashed in his eyes. "Still, you won't be able to break through my shield, so Selyu, this victory is mine." As Jinwoo's fist connected with Glenn, everything seemed to reverse. Lightning-like flashes began to appear and Glenn was once again flustered. The area was already too chaotic to see anything clearly. Glenn blocked the attack with his entire body, gritting his teeth. After a series of techniques, Glenn was completely at a disadvantage. Eventually, Glenn fell, causing a huge explosion. Dust scattered everywhere. Combined with Jinwoo's lightning-like energy, everything was different from the beginning. Glenn lay powerless, eyes wide open. Glenn's body was so charred from the lightning strikes that it was unrecognizable. Glenn lay motionless. Everyone watching the match from the stands wore inexplicable expressions. Some were calm, some frowned, and some were bewildered. Arthur grinned slyly. Leah frowned slightly. The person sitting next to Disuk asked, "Was that kid really that strong with lightning?" Suwon was silent. Jinwoo's friends all wore satisfied smiles as if a burden had been lifted. Jian wore an expression of pride for Jinwoo and Katen sighed, looking at Jian. The announcement, "The winner is Selyu," echoed. Inside the arena, Jinwoo stood motionless and Glenn was still unable to move. Jinwoo smiled broadly with joy. "I won." Glenn frowned, groaned, and slowly opened his eyes. Glenn's brother had a cold expression. "Are you awake?" Glenn's body was thickly wrapped in bandages. Glenn had a blank expression. "You've been unconscious for an hour already." Hearing his brother's words, Glenn turned his face away in embarrassment. "An hour I lost?" his brother questioned Glenn while he was still lying in the hospital bed. "Glenn, our family has been disgraced because of your defeat," his brother warned Glenn. "Now others will doubt our strength and our standing will also fall." Glenn bowed his head and said nothing. His brother sighed. Glenn suddenly spoke. "I apologize," but his brother glanced at him. Glenn's face darkened. "There's no excuse. I lost because I was weaker than him." His brother remained silent, offering no comfort. Then he turned his face away and sighed. After that, his brother left the hospital room, encouraging him with a smile. "If you understand that, then try to become stronger." Now, only Glenn remained in the hospital room. Glenn was consumed by feelings of inferiority and anxiety for failing to block the final blow. Even though he had used all his strength and was completely in control of the situation, Glenn closed his eyes and thought about what had happened. Outside on the sidewalk, someone bent over, panting. Kong Su inwardly thought with a displeased expression. Sell you, how can he get so strong so quickly? Inside the room, the top 10 students of the academy sat on sofas with Leah. Ian spoke. When I heard that Ju defeated Jin and Disuk, I thought they were reckless or had other problems. For example, they were tired from fighting students from other academies before coming to Korea. Disuk agreed. That's right, I was a little tired from fighting, but it wasn't enough to affect the outcome of the match. Ian slightly lowered her eyes. That's right, after seeing it in person today I believe it. Especially the final part. After Ian's words, everyone in the room fell silent. Disuk crossed his arms and recalled the match. Overwhelming speed despite being affected by the surrounding terrain. Moreover, that lightning-like power. He's definitely stronger than when he fought me. Leah stood elegantly and announced. The reason I gathered everyone here is because I hope no one sends a challenge to sell you tonight. She urged them. If we keep losing, the standing of the World Awakened Academy will be severely impacted. Laura gritted her teeth in anger. Annoying, why should we listen to you? Leah calmly retorted. I'm just suggesting. If you're confident you can beat Selyu, you can challenge him anytime. Everyone was silent. Arthur raised his hand to speak. Then what if Ju keeps challenging? Everyone was silent again. In the academy dormitory, lights were on in every room. Jinwoo was applying pain relief patches all over his body. Jinwoo asked Jian, honestly I was a bit flustered because his fighting style was different from the opponents I faced. Moreover, my opponent already knew some of my abilities. Jian lost his patience. What else? Jinwoo was silent. Jinwoo analyzed seriously. Through this match I realized my weaknesses. Now I understand why Ken Hung warned me that my power is still very lacking. I need to maximize my strengths rather than try to hide my weaknesses. Jinwoo clenched his fist tightly. Jinwoo looked at his bandaged body. In the current situation, I'll be at a disadvantage against an experienced opponent, an opponent with overwhelming power, especially an opponent who knows my techniques. Jian sighed. Jian replied to Jinwoo, that's right, of course anyone would struggle when fighting an opponent with a new fighting style and overwhelming power, but compared to other awakened of your age, you're at a much greater disadvantage. Jinwoo listened carefully to his advice. Kaiten suddenly spoke. That's not true. Both of them turned to Kaiten simultaneously. Kaiten evaluated. Compared to the power you possess, your combat ability is outstanding. The fact that you've defeated people stronger than you proves that. So what are you worried about? Jinwoo was surprised. Jian turned his head and looked at Kaiten. Kaiten is right, you haven't had your awakened abilities for long, and you don't have much real combat experience, but you've defeated strong opponents, so it's absolutely accurate that your combat ability is superior to others. Jinwoo stared intently at the two cats. Jian grinned slyly. So we'll continue with our current training method. Jinwoo's eyes shone. Jinwoo shouted with joy, yes. In his excitement he forgot about the wounds on his body. Ouch! Jinwoo sat on the bed clutching his stomach and groaning. Kaiten sighed. Kaiten leaped from the sofa to the bed and demanded Jinwoo get on the bed. Jinwoo didn't understand. Kaiten gritted his teeth. Don't make me repeat myself. Jinwoo replied dejectedly. Yes, Jian reminded Kaiten. Kaiten, keep an eye on your surroundings. Jian immediately switched to serious mode. Alright. Jian's face didn't look very pleased. At this moment, as soon as Kaiten's cat paw touched Jinwoo's body, the surroundings immediately lit up. Kaiten grumbled, Here, you're bruised and your bones are broken. Why didn't you say anything earlier when it hurt so much? You're really just like that blockhead, always only worried about fighting, Kaiten complained. As if he was really angry at people who didn't take care of themselves. Jian turned his body, but he was annoyed by the feeling that Kaiten was talking about him. The yellow light continued to emit and grew denser. Jinwoo raised his head. This is? Kaiten's hand was still on Jinwoo's stomach. After the treatment, Kaiten explained, this is how to help the healing process faster. Jinwoo was slightly surprised. Yes, Jinwoo lay comfortably as Kaiten massaged him. Jian glanced at the two with annoyance. Jinwoo stood up and stretched his arms. Wow, this is really great, I feel much better. Kaiten crossed his arms and said, of course, you'll be fully recovered soon. Because I used my special cat massage technique. The doorbell rang again and the three of them looked towards the door. Jinwoo quickly went to open it. Who is it? After confirming who was standing at the door, Jinwoo shouted. Principal, Garrus asked. I heard you fought Glenn, Jinwoo replied. Yes, Garrus narrowed his eyes. I heard you won defeating him, you're quite skilled. Jinwoo habitually scratched his head. Thank you. Garrus handed Jinwoo a file and said, take this, we prepared it very carefully, so take a look. Jinwoo was surprised. Garrus turned his body and gave Jinwoo a meaningful look. The two cats sitting behind him both wore displeased expressions. After the principal left, Jinwoo tore open the file. Jian was curious. What is it? Kaiten also asked. What did that person tell you to look at carefully? Jinwoo only replied, I don't know. After seeing the contents of the file, all three of them fell silent. It was a picture of three different cats, and the three of them were as still as statues. Then Jinwoo tried to cover his mouth to suppress his laughter, but eventually burst out laughing with a snort. Kaiten laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Even though Jian's face had turned completely black at that time, Kaiten's laughter echoed throughout the dormitory room. That morning in the academy's board meeting room, someone rushed in again in a flurry. Leah looked puzzled. What's wrong? The man reporting the information panted. Another challenge has been received. Leah didn't even bother to raise her head, just asked, by whom? He remained silent for a long time, then said, it's S again. She was startled and the pink-haired girl gasped in shock. What? Didn't he fight Glenn yesterday? Leah's face instantly darkened and someone's voice echoed as if questioning, did he send another challenge? Everyone in the meeting room was silent. Laura continued to fume. What else? He'll fight any of us? Does he look down on all of us now that he defeated Glenn? Arthur crossed his arms and looked at Laura mockingly. Disick lowered his head in thought, then raised it and asked, when does he want to fight? Leah calmly replied, the challenged person will decide the time. His face immediately darkened. Laura gritted her teeth, her mind filled with nothing but rage. HMPH. He'll let us decide the time. He fought Glenn yesterday and can still fight? He was tattered after fighting Glenn, wasn't he? Yin furrowed her brows. All the other students had calm expressions, but inwardly they were calculating something. Leah frowned. Arthur recalled Jinwoo's innocent appearance. That Selyu kid is really different from his usual demeanor. Yin spoke, I will fight, but we must wait until he is fully recovered. That way there will be no room for excuses if I lose. Peyton had his arms crossed. His tail kept wagging. How exciting. Still no opponent that suits me. I'll have to meticulously review all the pictures again. Jian trembled with anger, his face turning black. Jinwoo covered his mouth to suppress his laughter from the side. He tried to pounce on Kaiten, but Jinwoo held him firmly. Hey, let go of me, he smiled slyly. The doorbell rang. Jinwoo perked up his ears. Huh? He put Jian down and headed towards the door. He immediately pounced on Kaiten and hit him. When the door opened, he stood there blankly. Leah stood neatly. Can I talk for a moment? Jinwoo looked at her with wide eyes and asked, I heard you sent another challenge. Jinwoo replied, yes, is that why you're here? She stared piercingly at him. Did you perhaps say that you don't care who among the top 10 you face? Jinwoo hastily explained. That's not to look down on you all. It's just that I have no information about any of you. Besides, I thought some of you might not want to fight me right now. Leah furrowed her brows. He scratched his head. Did I do something wrong? She remained silent. That silence suddenly made Jinwoo nervous. She sighed. All right, I don't think you did anything wrong. In fact, none of us have ever faced a situation like this before, so we couldn't help but think you were looking down on us. He was startled. That's not what I meant. Leah entwined her hands. Furthermore, you were injured in yesterday's match and yet you let us decide the match time, Jinwoo explained. No, I've fully recovered. She was startled as if unable to believe it. Hearing his words, Jinwoo was also surprised by Leah's expression. She asked again, how can that be? The academy doctors said it would take at least a few days for you to recover. He pointed inside the room. That cat treated me. Leah looked inside curiously. Kaiten was surprised, holding a pile of documents. Why is that lady suddenly looking at me? Did something serious happen? Leah looked incredulous. That cat treated you? Jinwoo replied innocently. Yes. After that the room fell silent again, and the two cats were also surprised by Jinwoo's words. She looked puzzled. I know your cat isn't an ordinary animal, but does it have healing abilities too? The two cats stood by, speechless. He broke out in a cold sweat. What should I say? That's Jian and Kaiten looked curious. I just treated the kid. What else is going to happen? He looked dejected. That's true, Leah asked. Disick appeared from somewhere. What's going on? Subin, who was standing nearby, also looked curious. Why are you here? Furthermore, the other three, Kong Sok, Ji-Yun and Suwon, had also arrived. Leah turned around and explained, we have something to discuss. Disick wore an indifferent expression. Oh really? Leah stared piercingly at Disick and he looked slightly uncomfortable. She turned to Jinwoo and said, hey, did you send another challenge? Jinwoo replied, yes. Subin admonished. What on earth are you thinking? He scratched his head and smiled. Because fighting is so much fun. Everyone froze. Jinwoo's eyes sparkled like stars, just like fighting other people. Fighting them is so much fun and so exciting. Everyone was speechless. Subin smiled and she and Kong Sok sighed in relief. Disick and Ji-Yun were the same. Leah looked disappointed, and Suchil's face was contorted in anger. He clenched his fist, veins bulging. He fights for fun? What kind of absurd reason is that? Rage completely consumed Suchil. He's completely different from me. Leah stood in a corner observing silently. She felt both sad and angry. He finds it fun. We have so much at stake in this fight. It will affect not only ourselves but also our families and organizations. Nothing helps elevate our status more than a public fight. She saw Jinwoo always smiling, showing no pressure at all. He's surrounded by friends, but this guy just fights because it's fun. Kong Sok asked curiously, then is S planning to fight all of the top 10? Jinwoo was delighted. That's right. Everyone was surprised by him again. Everyone stared piercingly at Jinwoo with angry faces, then turned to Leah with the same expressions. She was startled. In the academy meeting room, Yin looked puzzled. Why did you call us? Did Sue say something else? Yin asked. When will the fight be? Leah sat in the center, clutching her head, looking exhausted. That's not why I called you, Laura questioned. And why? She calmly announced. All the students of the academy they belong to have sent challenges to our top 10. Everyone looked as if they couldn't believe what they had just heard. Disick furrowed his brows in anger. Arthur laughed, tears welling up. Ha 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 ha. Some people don't seem to be enjoying this at all. The two-toned-haired man frowned. Laura, standing next to him, gritted Jane's teeth. They're looking down on us too much. Yin also wore an uncomfortable expression. Yin's face darkened. Ji-Yun remained silent in thought. Leah looked resolute. If they really want to fight us, we can no longer ignore them. The vice principal sat alone in his office. He muttered to himself. The entire Korean student group sent challenges. These kids always do the unpredictable. But he smiled slyly, and his face instantly changed. This is how things get more and more interesting. Another night, lights were still on in the dormitory. Jian said mockingly, I can't believe the kids are following the kids' challenge. Someone must be fuming right now. He replied, that's right. After that, Jinwoo scratched his head. But I'm actually a little disappointed because I wanted to fight everyone, Jian said as if it were obvious. Of course I knew the kid would be disappointed. He laughed awkwardly. Hee hee, Caden curled up. These two, they're fighters. He rested his face on his hand. Anyway, don't worry about getting hurt. Fight to your heart's content. I'll take care of everything. Jinwoo's eyes sparkled. He joyfully obeyed the command. The doorbell rang again. The three of them immediately stopped and listened quietly. Jinwoo looked puzzled. When he opened the door, a familiar face appeared. Principal Garrus spoke. I came to ask something. He looked slightly worried. What brings you here? Are you here to make another offer? His face darkened as if questioning. Did your cat really have healing abilities? He looked a little surprised. He continued. I couldn't believe it when I first heard it. I know you have an awakened animal with amazing combat abilities. Garrus wore a greedy expression. An animal with healing abilities is truly unprecedented. Jinwoo felt helpless. Principal, are you intimidating me? He continued to mutter. Combat ability is completely different from passive awakening, which stems from the instinct to kill an opponent. Healing ability is, his eyes shone and his face was filled with determination. Ju, I have a new offer. I want the bloodline of that cat. Jinwoo and the two cats were all startled. Caden pointed to his own face with his finger. Is that old man talking about me? Garrus smiled. He made another very attractive offer. If you help me obtain the bloodline of those two cats, the Lu Choi family will grant all your wishes. His aura was shining. How about it? Jinwoo remained silent. Caden growled in annoyance. Jian tried to suppress his laughter. He turned around again. If you need time to think, you can tell me later. He looked back, puzzled by the gaze still fixed on him. Then he observed Caden. After a moment he exclaimed in surprise, he's neutered? He looked worried. Is he neutered? Jinwoo explained. Yes, unfortunately he can no longer have kittens. Hearing that, Garrus froze like a stone. Jian glanced at him and tried to suppress his laughter. Garrus grabbed the doorframe, trying not to collapse. He crumbled, he covered his face and cried. Sniffle, sniffle, what on earth happened? The precious healing bloodline has vanished? This is a huge loss for humanity. He clenched his fist, trying to suppress his immense rage. Jian continued to try to suppress his laughter from the side. He was annoyed. Why is that old man sad about something like that? What does cat neutering have to do with humanity? Lights were still on in the dormitory. Arthur crossed his legs. You guys look really relaxed, hee. Suchel furrowed his brows. Do you have something to say? He rested his head on his hand. Actually, the academy professors originally intended to force you to fight according to their plans, but who would have thought Sue would challenge the top 10 first, and then all of you followed suit. Arthur glanced at everyone. Of course the top 10 were also surprised by this news. Moreover, they couldn't take the initiative and had to fight whomever you chose. Everyone watched him carefully. He clapped his hands. The funniest part is that thanks to you, the top 10 sat down together seriously for the first time. Everyone was still silent. Arthur clasped his hands together. Until now, the top 10 have been wary of each other and haven't noticed anything at all. We tried to avoid direct confrontations and divide the ranks using factions. He immediately changed his expression. But you changed everything. He smiled slyly again. Because everyone is arrogant and can't stand being provoked, he, Subin questioned. Hey, you have to fight us too, don't you? He explained. I have no intention of participating. I belong to a different group, he continued. Disuk and Jean will be excluded. Since they've already fought you, Glenn also just lost, so he'll be excluded. So now it will be exactly 6 vs 6. Everyone's faces gradually grew serious. Jinwoo seemed to be pondering something. He bowed his head with a worried expression. Arthur stood up. Good luck, he waved his hand. I'll be rooting for you. Then he opened the door and left. Jinwoo scratched his head. He spoke. I didn't realize my actions would make the situation so tense, Subin sighed. Didn't you hear what he said? They were going to fight us anyway, Disuk continued. We just hastened the process. Hearing his friend's consolation, Jinwoo's eyes sparkled. A thud echoed. Everyone turned their heads towards the sound. Everyone bowed their heads simultaneously. And only Jinwoo looked curious. Half-Professor and In-hee entered the room with angry faces. Everyone sitting on the sofa bowed their heads like quails. In-hee announced that they would fight in 2 days and all matches would be held in 1 day. How can you do such things behind my back? Everyone was still silent. He sighed. Since things have come to this, we must win. Everyone raised their heads simultaneously and looked at In-hee in surprise. He announced, now is the time to show the world the true power of the Korean Awakened Academy. Everyone replied loudly and clearly. Yes, Half-Professor sighed. Next time you do something, tell us first. And then the familiar cheer echoed again. Yes, only Suchel remained silent, something calculating in his mind. In the familiar arena, the vice principal was excited. The audience murmured amongst themselves. I was really shocked when I first heard the news of today's match. So 6 of the top 10 are fighting, haven't you heard yet? Everyone sent challenges. What's going on? Disuk furrowed his brows. Arthur smiled mockingly. Glenn's face was not good. 6 members of the World Awakened Federation were facing off against 6 members of the Korean Awakened Federation. Outside the arena, there were now almost no people left. All the spectators seemed to have gone inside to watch the match. The referees and high-ranking officials had all gathered. One man wondered aloud that such a precedent had never existed. Another man followed, saying, who would have thought that a day would come when students from other academies would challenge all of the world's top 10 academy students? I never expected this to happen. Garrus heard all the conversations, but he merely remained silent. Seong-ha and In-hee also said nothing. Below the stands the spectators were packed tightly. Subin crossed her arms and asked who's going first. Disuk volunteered. I will, he added. The start needs to be spectacular. As he slowly stepped forward, someone grabbed his arm. Subin grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and pulled him back. She said contemptuously, if you need spectacle, a fool like you has no place stepping forward. Disuk was annoyed and in pain, but Subin wouldn't let go. Disuk shouted, let go. The people standing opposite them condemned them. Laura frowned. Still playing around? How can they be so relaxed in this situation? All of the top 10 were very serious. Laura took off her glasses. She was the first to step into the arena. I'll go first, she shrugged. These brats really annoy me. I want to beat them as quickly as possible. Everyone paused when they saw Laura step forward. Subin and Disuk were surprised when a figure stepped out. Suwon stood facing Laura. The two below the arena were sweating. Yin explained, his opponent is Suwon, one of the 4 great commanders. Olivier said he once defeated our elite student, so he must have some strength. Suwon stepped forward confidently. The other 5 below were all filled with curiosity. Kong Sok was thinking about something. He introduced Laura. Laura Jensen, the most outstanding newcomer in the history of the Jensen family. Known as a very cruel person. People say she drives her opponents to death, and even if they don't die, they suffer permanent injuries. As soon as he finished speaking, Jinwoo looked at him with curious eyes. Subin also seemed slightly worried. She leaned closer to Disuk. She's the perfect opponent for our villain, Disuk replied. Let's see who has the more wicked heart. The two were engrossed in criticizing each other. Unaware that Suwon, hearing all of it, was angry and thinking, these damn brats. When the vice principal clapped his hands, a brilliant aura appeared. The arena was covered in a bright light. The spectators wondered, is that a spatial barrier? So the professors acknowledge the opponent's power, whether they acknowledge it or not. If the top 10 are fighting, they have to do that. I heard the arena gets severely damaged whenever they fight. It would be a disaster without a barrier. Yeon sat nearby and cleared his throat with a hum. The group immediately fell silent. The vice principal smiled and gestured. Begin. Laura immediately took a stance. Suwon stared intently at her and she smirked. You must have prepared thoroughly to dare challenge me knowing who I am. Suwon silently made up his mind. I will leave my mark here. Then he clenched his fist. Everyone will know that Baekdu will rise again. A massive thorn pierced his shoulder. Red blood immediately gushed out. At a glance, Laura had already unleashed her power, creating a gigantic thorny arm and smirked at him mockingly. She licked her lips. I aimed for the heart, but he still avoided a vital spot. Laura continued to unleash techniques toward Suwon with great momentum. Lightning danced fiercely from her arm. Suwon was tied up by sharp wooden splinters, unable to move. He gritted his teeth in displeasure. His teammates watched worriedly. The spectators cheered with delight. Awesome as expected of our top 10, Arthur said provocatively. Hee, the difference is too great. Her gaze shifted elsewhere. Suwon's magical power enveloped her wooden splinters. Under Suwon's control, the energy gradually grew stronger, cutting the wooden splinters into hundreds of pieces and sending them flying far away. She covered her face with her hands. What? After Suwon's energy disappeared, she looked at her hands. They were stained with blood. My hand. While she was distracted, he landed another blow. Laura dodged quickly. The arena was shattered and the floor was destroyed and in disarray. Suwon growled, who do you think you are? His face was covered in blood. Trying to finish me with one blow. Laura cracked her wrist joints. Ah, this damn brat. The spectators below cheered again. Not only did he survive, but he's counterattacking. Even those on Laura's side were worried. Ian stared intently at her and she also returned his gaze. Disuk opened his mouth. Of course. Our villain wouldn't lose that easily. Subin added, he's nothing special, just a tenacious cockroach. Kong Sok felt helpless listening to the two of them. Suwon swung his arm and stone fragments flew up. He's messed up the arena. His purple eyes pierced her. He'll have to pay for the damages. Then he manipulated the arena debris and sent it flying towards Laura. She was slightly overwhelmed by the counterattack. As fast as lightning, Laura swung her hands, creating a thick defensive wall to prevent the fragments from approaching. When Suwon's energy collided with the defensive wall, a huge explosion occurred. Laura said angrily, do you think you're good for still being alive? She raised her hands, unleashing a brilliant yellow magic. If one blow isn't enough to finish you, then I'll hit you harder. Immediately, the magic grew stronger, causing a powerful explosion that overwhelmed Suwon. Stone fragments flew in all directions, and another part of the arena floor was destroyed. But the magic didn't stop, creating a massive whirlwind of rage. Ah, how arrogant. Let's see if he can survive this time. But that arrogance quickly changed. She was flustered. In front of her, Suwon was not only unharmed but was also floating in midair. His energy had blocked her attack. Suwon looked down at her from above and she looked small to him. She gritted her teeth and the faces of the top 10 also grew serious. Leah opened her mouth. He has the ability to control gravity, to be able to float in the air like that. He's a natural counter to someone who uses earth-based abilities like Laura. He approached her closely. Black and purple energy still surged fiercely, and Suwon's face was like a demon crawled out of hell. Laura was also shocked. Then he smiled at her like she was prey. Jinwoo was also overwhelmed by Suwon's ability to use magic. Leah commented, Laura controls the surrounding land and fights using earth-based abilities. On the other hand, Kong Suwon controls gravity. I don't know who is stronger, but they certainly cancel each other out. Suwon's energy still surged thickly, with an indescribable sense of oppression. Laura gritted her teeth. He provoked, is that all you've got? Her rage reached its peak. She swung her hands again and both hands slammed powerfully onto the arena floor. Solid wooden splinters continuously appeared. Those wooden splinters flew straight towards Suwon. He skillfully dodged all the obstacles. He extended his hand and black and purple energy gathered in his palm. He clenched his fist tightly. Laura seemed slightly worried. Suwon's momentum was somewhat overwhelming her power. Eventually, under immense pressure, she was thrown onto the arena. When she stood up, the momentum gathered like a giant whirlwind, like a cosmic black hole ready to swallow everything. She used her technique again, and this time each blow inflicted powerful damage. Suwon dodged. Laura grew increasingly confused. Damn it, attacks take too long to reach him and are too high up, so they're greatly weakened, but the same must be true for him. He gathered all his strength in his palm. Then he flew into the air and energy immediately enveloped him. She gritted her teeth. No matter what he does, I'll keep going, but misfortune struck. Her body trembled. Then she paused. Her body hadn't yet adapted to what had just happened. Why is my body suddenly heavy? All of the top 10 were also confused. Jinwoo didn't understand what was happening. Suwon flew higher and his energy grew thicker. Dust flew thickly. He commented, he's making Laura the center of a gravitational field and expanding it across the entire arena. This is the technique he used when he fought Ju. His arms gradually tightened their grip on the energy. He looked down at her standing below the arena with a mocking smile. This technique was originally upgraded to deal with Ju. You're not as fast as Ju, but you have your own strengths. Laura's speed wasn't as fast as before, but her eyes were full of vigilance. He swung his arm, attacking her. Die! She desperately leapt far away. Energy enveloped her feet. It was as if strings were holding her, not giving her a chance to escape. Laura gritted her teeth. Damn it, he was still relentless. Determined to push her into a corner. Each blow inflicted incredibly strong damage. Laura desperately counterattacked, dodging attacks and striking back. Yin commented, this Kong Suwon really knows how to utilize his techniques in a real fight. Laura grew more and more confused, continuously unleashing attacks filled with the will to win. If I don't get it, I can't say anything, even if it happens again. Another blow from Suwon gradually made everything worse. Laura's defensive wall shattered. She was terrified. No! He looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! He clenched his fist. Got her. As he clenched his fist, Laura's body twisted as if controlled and she screamed in pain. Laura's teammates observed with frowned brows, their faces devoid of emotion. Suwon still wildly controlled her body. His teammates all watched intently, and only Jinwoo showed an unspeakably surprised expression. Suwon looked very scary now, he said arrogantly. Hee hee, so you're one of the top 10 in the World Awakened Academy, huh? If I crush you, the world will know who I am, Laura desperately resisted. I can't end it like this. Her arms found support and she quickly unleashed power. A bright aura surged fiercely from her body, and Suwon's momentum immediately diminished greatly. As Laura struck blow after blow, two contrasting beams of light collided fiercely and dust flew thickly. The arena was already in shambles. From their positions, Laura cast magic, making sharp towers rise high. Everyone covered their faces with their hands to avoid the thick dust. Laura staggered and gasped. Suwon's face was covered in blood and his eyes were full of dissatisfaction. He clenched his fist. Damn it, I must maintain my focus until the end. The alarm sounded. Both he and she staggered. Then she fell, and at the same time he also fell. The top 10 still stood with crossed arms, watching indifferently. Ian frowned. The professors debated. Wow, how could this happen? He even had moments where he overwhelmed Laura Jensen. He's really amazing too. Both of them had powers far exceeding ordinary students. They watched the two being carried out of the arena. Kong Suwon's future will be as bright as Laura Jensen's. Since he's one of the 4 great commanders, do the other 3 also have similar abilities? He and Seong-ha still remained silent. Arthur exclaimed in admiration. Haha, as expected, this guy is also continuously improving. Disuk rubbed his chin and asked Subin, do you think Suwon has reached the level of a small bug now? Her eyes sparkled. Yes, but he's probably still far from reaching the final bug level. Jinwoo was worried. Kong Suwon has definitely become much stronger. He quietly clenched his fist. The barrier came down once again. The vice principal laughed loudly. Ha ha, not using a spatial barrier is a big problem. Next students come up. Jean stared at the glasses Laura had given him before the match, then put them in his pants pocket. With a determined attitude he stepped into the arena across from him. Ji Yun also stepped forward calmly. The vice principal clapped his hands. Barrier closed, Yeon whispered. Don't make a mistake, his name is Ji Yun, and he's not one of the 4 great commanders, nor has he defeated strong opponents like Ju. He must be the weakest one. Jinwoo stared intently at the arena. Ji Yun stood facing Jean and raised his head. She was openly disappointed. I didn't expect him to come out. I wanted to fight one of the 4 great commanders, she decided. It doesn't matter. I'll just beat him until he's almost dead, then stop. Without any greetings, an unexpected blow, which seemed to be a fire-based ability, came flying. It further damaged the arena, which was already hurt from the previous match. What looked like a giant fireball tried to approach Ji Yun. He observed carefully, then swung his arm. He leaped backward, continually trying to put distance between himself and the fireball. Then he stared intently at the fireball again. Jean slowly approached. According to the information we obtained, her eyes turned red like flames. You like to attack first? Then I just need to be careful. Another fire whirlwind began to rise. The second whirlwind continued to appear, truly like madness. She controlled 2 fire whirlwinds to her sides. Jean was a newcomer from the Jason Omega organization, and Kong Su introduced them as being known for their fire control abilities. Subin cleared her throat. Ahem, and she waved her hand, sending 2 fire whirlwinds rapidly rolling towards Ji Yun as if to burn him to ashes. But all this was because Jean had underestimated her opponent too much. As the 2 fire whirlwinds approached him, a lightning-like flash burst forth. Jean became highly vigilant. Subin smiled, saying, "Our Ji Yun is also excellent at control abilities." He created a red aura in front of him. It wasn't as dazzling as Jean's fire, but it gave off an indescribably dark feeling. Jean stared intently at him. She smiled mockingly. He only used just enough force to neutralize her attack. Your control ability is quite good too. The spiritual energy emanating from Ji Yun's body gradually spread throughout the space. He simply reached out his hand as if contemplating something while Jean continued to unleash overwhelming techniques, her face full of arrogance. The two continued their fierce confrontation, and Kong Sok evaluated. Ji Yun's attacks were transformed and scattered, and Yin also expressed her thoughts at the same time. This guy's ability is also control, but it's not enough to contend with Jean. In terms of the precision of control techniques, Jean is the best in this academy. Jean began to cast fire magic and bright flames surged from her hand. Subsequently, countless fireballs appeared fiercely. All my opponents so far have been violent. They just used power indiscriminately, with no proper control whatsoever. Ji Yun just listened quietly. She suggested, "There's no need to waste time on anything else. Let's see who has better control." Jean continued to wave her hand and fireballs fiercely flew towards him. He also held nothing back and immediately cast his magic. As the 2 magic powers clashed, a massive earthquake occurred. Disuk smiled mockingly and provocatively. In response to her, Ji Yun still maintained a detached demeanor. Yin said, "It seems both are deciding victory with energy control techniques. That guy, Ji Yun, is also doing well." So far, he had reacted very quickly to Jean's attacks and countered accurately. He still watched Jean's hand, which skillfully controlled the fire within it. Moreover, this was a battle entirely specialized in control techniques. And Ji Yun was in no way inferior. As the 2 fires merged, it fiercely rekindled like a catastrophe. Kong Sok and Jinwoo stared intently at them within the arena. Jean cried out in astonishment, "Oh, more and more energy orbs are constantly appearing." Jean was relentless, and Ji Yun also gave it his all. The arena was now concentrated solely in the very center, and it was like a furnace. The spectators gasped, "Hey, aren't they throwing more and more energy orbs?" Wow, the professor's expressions grew increasingly grim. They watched carefully, not taking their eyes off for a moment. Ji Yun began to concentrate his power, and it became stronger and fiercer. The power Ji Yun summoned immediately enveloped the gigantic orbs created by Jean. Subin proudly said, "Well done, Ji Yun is starting to grasp the opponent's rhythm." Yeon worried. Jean is actually being pushed back. Jean threw more and more flames. Face full of worry. As Ji Yun's spiritual energy almost reached her, she was startled and sweat trickled down. Jean desperately counterattacked, and flames began to surge to contend with his spiritual energy. Ji Yun frowned and waved his hand, making all the summoned spiritual energy surge fiercely, creating a huge whirlwind that enveloped Jean. Everyone on Jean's side was startled. Ji Yun was exhausted and sweat trickled down his handsome face. Jean retreated and the spiritual energy still surged as if to swallow her. She tried to counterattack by casting her fire magic with her hand. Her face was already covered in dust. Leah worried. Jean, failure. The 2-toned-haired man was also displeased. "This guy is even rated lower than the 4 great commanders." Yin was equally displeased. "Where did this guy Ji Yun come from?" Jean was utterly worried. "Did I lose control?" Flames soared in the air, and then Jean's body spewed countless fierce flames. They fiercely rushed towards Ji Yun. Jinwoo worried. "Huh?" All her power was concentrated on creating a mad fire whirlwind. He struggled to resist, looking very surprised. He continuously cast his hand, ready to counterattack. Jean continued to fiercely create gigantic fireballs. Her eyes were now filled only with rage. Her upper body was completely covered in red fire. All the fireballs caused a massive explosion, and lava continuously spewed forth, glowing fiercely. All the other participants covered their faces with their hands to protect themselves from the terrifying red fire lava attack. Subin raised her hand to block the lava's contact. After the lava storm passed, the arena was now completely filled with dust. Hot steam still rose, and the arena was utterly shattered. Jean leaned on her hands, panting. Suddenly she lifted her head and then, after taking an enormous hit, fell backward. Jean tried to support herself with her hands to avoid falling to the ground. Ji Yun, bleeding all over, tried once again to cast magic to attack Jean. He stared intently at her and Jean cursed. "Damn it," someone's voice echoed with rage. "Hey, cheater." Jean turned her face away. Subin pointed her finger at her, coarsely cursing. "You were the one who suggested only using control abilities first. Now that you're losing, you're using other destructive techniques to kill your opponent." Disuk also continued to curse Jean, looking at her with contempt. "Even though your friend was beaten up, she fought fairly with Suchal, but Vice Principal, isn't this against the rules?" The Vice Principal was slightly flustered, scratching his face and awkwardly laughing. "Ha." The spectators also murmured. Jean really had suggested that. So did she trick her opponent? Hearing this, Jean heard all the words of doubt. She looked at him meaningfully. Disuk gritted his teeth. She clearly suggested competing with energy control abilities, then suddenly changed. Subin waved her hand and left. "Ji Yun, there's no need to continue. Come here, what can you learn from someone who fights dirty?" Jean was annoyed. She struggled to make excuses. "Shut up. This is a challenge match anyway, not a control contest, Subin crossed her arms and retorted. But you were the one who suggested it. Cheater. Jean gritted her teeth. He doesn't have to listen to me. He can do whatever he wants. Ji-Yun walked away. Jean looked at him with curious eyes. Hey Hung. He walked past her as if she were air, not even taking her into account, and continued down the stands towards his friends. Jinwoo worried. Ji-Yun, are you alright? His body was covered in blood and his face was full of wounds. He painfully bowed his head. Hearing that, Jinwoo's heart ached. Ah, Subin immediately became annoyed. Yeah, I know. Disuk was equally angry. Who could dodge a sudden attack? The vice principal announced that the match result would be discussed and decided at the faculty meeting. Seeing the appearance of Ji-Yun's friends, she merely remained silent, then quietly clenched her fists and left the arena with a sad expression. Someone's voice suddenly echoed, "This time I'll go." Jinwoo, Subin and Disuk turned towards the voice. Kong-sok casually walked onto the severely damaged arena. His handsome face was very cold. Choi Kong-sok's challenge proposal also drew attention from the World Awakened Academy. They murmured, "What on earth is happening? Our academy's top 10 are struggling so much? We're the World Awakened Academy, and that's just an academy from an ordinary country." The white-haired man also said to the crowd, "Choi Kong-sok has stepped onto the arena. He's known to be rated as the strongest among the 4 great commanders." Kong-sok stepped onto the arena at this moment, and his appearance quickly captured the crowd's attention. The vice principal clapped his hands and a spatial barrier appeared, covering the arena. Disuk said cheerfully, "Finally, our commentator is stepping onto the arena. Every time we fight, he always comments and gives his opinion. Considering his efforts, it's only natural that he steps forward." Disuk and his friends chatted and laughed innocently behind him, and Kong-sok was speechless. However, at this moment, someone else also stepped onto the arena. His opponent also appeared. It was Del Pigaron. "I will be your opponent," he said. "Today I'll repay you for what you did to my brother." Del sat below the stands, lost in thought. He recalled how sad he was when he lost. Yin approached him and told him to lift his head. "I know your techniques and strength well. You're not overwhelmingly strong, but you're not someone who can be easily defeated." Del seemed about to say something to Yin, but he could only say one word. "Brother." Yin looked at her brother. "The one who defeated you, that Choi Kong-sok, seems very strong." Returning to the match, Kong-sok and Del stood at a considerably closer distance than usual. The two stared intently at each other. Now they had the opportunity to confront each other, and this surprised the spectators. Both stood close and both were within each other's attack range. How would they fight? Yin spoke again at this moment. "Since both know each other well, there's no need to analyze each other's fighting styles, right?" Kong-sok also smiled and agreed. Both activated their abilities. Del transformed his body and his entire body turned into a muscular, burly physique. He was a possessor of enhancement abilities. On this side, Kong-sok used a different kind of ability, and his hands were covered in spiritual energy. Both completed their enhancements. Those observing the match also watched in silence. Both swung their fists at each other. Thud, the two fists collided, creating a shockwave. Even those observing from afar had to cover their faces from the impact. They controlled their abilities to avoid being affected by the aftermath of the two attacks. The two fists had not yet separated. Neither was pushed back. This proved that the two fists possessed equal power. However, the ground beneath their feet was already cracked. The two stared intently at each other without saying a word. After that, the two exchanged fists once again. Thud, thud, the two once again punched each other, then followed with another punch from their other hand. This repeated several times, and they truly fought purely with fists. Disuk, while creating a shield, said with dissatisfaction, "Why do these two only fight like this?" Kong-sok and Del continued to fight, exchanging an unknown number of punches. Spiritual energy constantly exploded and dust filled the air. Other men were excited by this sight. Truly real men. They only speak with their fists. Whose fist will break first? Who will it be? In this scene of two fists colliding, who would get hurt? Seeing the two fight, Jinwoo also exclaimed, "Wow!" Glenn also admired. "Both are excellent." However, little by little, the balance began to shift. Kong-sok once again delivered a powerful punch. Del also met it with a punch, and the two fists fiercely collided. Thud, thud, another shockwave passed, and the arena was almost completely shattered. In the battle of strength against strength for the first time, someone was pushed back. It was Del who was pushed back. The result appeared in the eyes of the observers. The elites were not greatly surprised, but the ordinary people of the academy were extremely surprised. What? Del was pushed back. Del observed his fist. The tips of his knuckles were already injured. Kong-sok, respecting his opponent, only said, "How about a decisive blow?" Del also didn't say much. After fighting for a while, it was time to decide the winner. He concentrated more power in his right arm. After that, one of Del's arms became even more burly and incredibly muscular. It occupied most of his body. "All right, isn't it time to end this match?" Kong-sok was slightly amused to see Del giving it his all. Kong-sok's energy was concentrated internally rather than transformed. He concentrated energy in his right fist, ready to deliver the final blow. Both were ready, and then both swung their fists and collided. This could be said to be the most powerful attack from both of them. As the two fists collided, both immediately felt the opponent's power. Thud, thud, the light of the two attacks clashed, shining dazzlingly, and the shockwave was more powerful than ever. Those observing this suffered, covering their eyes with their hands. The shockwave continued to spread. After a moment, when the smoke and dust cleared, the result appeared in everyone's eyes. Del was still standing in the arena. However, his arm was covered in blood, unbearable to look at. On the other hand, Kong Sok seemed completely unharmed. It looked as if he could continue fighting. However, in the eyes of the academy people, they wore extremely surprised and sympathetic expressions. Dell said with difficulty, "I lost." The referee immediately confirmed and announced, "The winner is Choi Kong-sok." The professors from this academy, on the contrary, wore displeased expressions, and one of them said, "Truly unbelievable." Liu had been watching the match and only exclaimed, "Wow." Suddenly Kong-sok turned around and the two met each other's gaze. The massive classical-style arena was already cracked and shattered. It seemed that a fierce battle had just taken place. In the destroyed arena, Jinwoo whispered with surprise and deep pride, "Kong-sok truly strong." Immediately after, Kong-sok, relieved after the tense battle, let out a sigh. On the arena, Jinwoo, Kong-sok, Eum-jung and Subin stood silently, their faces clearly showing fatigue from the battle. But Eum-jung and Subin were very happy and proudly said, "Our commentator must have had a really tough time explaining everything from the start of the match until now." A man sitting nearby clapped his hands and said, "Now he's in quite a good mood." In another scene, elderly elders were engaged in a heated discussion about the battle that had just taken place. A white-haired elder said with a surprised expression, "I can't believe our top 10 lost so meaninglessly." Another elder exclaimed in shock, "That's impossible," the vice principal's voice echoed. "Is it okay to continue with the matches?" Inside a luxurious room, In-hee, dressed in a neat suit with tidily combed hair, said solemnly, "If another Awakened from our Academy's top 10 loses, the World Awakened Academy's reputation will be severely damaged." With a snickering laugh, Yeon Kong-sok's opponent wore a face full of anger. Realizing she had lost in a fierce battle, she said, "I can't believe we've lost so many matches, right here." Leah was startled, rendered speechless by words no one wanted to hear. At this moment, bravely stepping forward among her siblings, she said, "I'll go up for this match." At this, her strong and firm foot took a step forward so bravely that it surprised everyone. Suchol, the Jajangmyeon villain, and the commentators all stepped forward. At this moment, Subin exclaimed with a confident voice, "It's time for the protagonist to appear." Behind her, Eum-jung appeared with a grumpy expression, and amusingly said, "It's Jinwoo." The stands were filled with people anticipating what was about to happen. The three male students likewise looked forward to the match. A black-haired male student said with a worried expression, "At this rate, I think our Academy's top 10 will lose the match?" The male student next to him retorted, "No, the one going up to the arena this time is Leah. Her opponent is Subin, and I heard that woman is quite strong too." In the middle of the arena, Juke frowned, hearing the murmurs of the people, but Leah had been defeated by Juke. There was also the ranking of the person who had defeated him previously. At this moment, Arthur exclaimed with a confident voice, "You'll have to do better than what I saw before, he he he." In another scene, an old man continued to clap with a satisfied and pleased expression. He exclaimed, "This is truly an unexpected situation, but that makes it more interesting." The fight began in the empty lot. Subin said with a sarcastic voice, "You're top 10, so you must be as strong as Juke, right?" Hearing that, Leah had to retort, "Who knows, why don't you try it yourself?" At this, Subin unleashed her ultimate move. Of course you don't even need to say it, but the strong long-haired woman was able to resist that power. In the arena, Subin, surprised by her opponent's defense, said, "Ha," but her opponent was silent, showing no reaction. At this, Leah unleashed her ultimate move, sending Subin flying, and said with a contemptuous tone, "With that much power, you won't be able to break through my shield." In another scene, Eum-jung said to Kong-sok, "Hey, what are you waiting for? You need to do your job." Kong-sok immediately put on a serious and silent expression. At this, Kong-sok began to analyze, surprising everyone. He said, "As far as I know, Leah has the ability to create powerful shields. While Glenn increases his resistance to protect his body, Leah can create shields that protect not only herself but also others." At this, Jinwoo was surprised to see Kong-sok analyzing with such a cool expression. "Wow, Kong-sok, you have so much information." Returning to the tense battle, Subin said with arrogance and contempt towards her formidable opponent, "HMPH, is your strength a defensive technique?" As soon as she finished speaking, she unleashed her ultimate move with a wicked expression. "Then shouldn't I just break that thing?" She continued to exert force, but unfortunately, Leah was able to resist that small amount of power. There, Subin was always arrogant about her seemingly weak power. "Let's see how long you can last." Leah always maintained her calm and composure. Conversely, Subin constantly exerted her power. "Doesn't she intend to counterattack? If not, I'll attack even harder." Immediately after, Leah displayed her power to the extent that it surprised Subin and everyone else, making a statement that drew everyone's admiration. "Defense isn't the only technique that got me into the top 10. Everyone thought Subin's power had weakened, but on the contrary, she was very confident in her abilities. She exclaimed, "I can break something like this any time." As soon as she finished speaking, Subin exerted her power. This time it surprised Leah. She immediately knocked him down. Immediately after, Kong-sok analyzed that the opponent had created a shield around Subin. The appearance of that there is abnormal. She even counterattacked her attack. In the arena, two young men laughed loudly, saying, "Ha ha ha, truly foolish. No one has ever escaped that technique until now." At this point, Subin seemed to have the upper hand. "Are you underestimating me? The shield isn't for you, so the distance is quite far. If so, it will weaken and break easily." This fight was always full of surprises. Subin was startled by this surprise, losing her voice. What is this? It's shrinking. At this moment, Kong Sok continued to analyze that the shield space was shrinking as it got closer to the energy source Subin was using. If she were to use that power to break it now, perhaps even she would be affected by the impact. At this, Leah, confident in her innate power, exclaimed to the point of frightening Subin, "Don't make futile attempts. The more power you use, the more you'll be the only one hurt." Subin, not having a meek or easygoing personality, retorted as soon as she heard her opponent's provocation, "What I do is none of your business." He in the stands watched the match with a look of regret contrary to his dignified and elegant appearance. This foolish child. During the tense and exciting match, a man with a voice full of regret dismissed the excitement. "I'm sorry, although the match is very exciting, it has to end now. Time is up." The audience now. Hearing that, Garrus couldn't help but be filled with anger and surprise. "Vice Principal, what on earth are you talking about?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Vice Principal unleashed his power, making even Garrus exclaim, "What is this?" The group, not knowing what they were staring at so intently, all had wide eyes and dropped jaws, and sweat trickled down their cheeks. Disuk was no different from them, but he twitched his lips and asked, "Doesn't it look like someone appeared on the ceiling crack?" Looking up at the ceiling, there was indeed a red torn ceiling. Furthermore, there was a huge hole in the middle, and several people stood above it, murmuring. All the people sitting below couldn't help but look up at those strange people. One of the people sitting below, finding them too mysterious and strange, asked curiously, "Who are those people?" In a blue room that seemed to be made of ice, another group of people was observing everything. They stood in a group in front of a purple magical screen, and next to them, the Vice Principal stood leisurely, his arms clasped behind his back, draped in a cloak. At this moment, dust flew in all directions around them. Garrus, seeing the people who had appeared from somewhere having broken through the ceiling, did not get angry or annoyed, but calmly replied, "Jijin." It was just 3 characters, but as soon as they heard it, everyone around was startled. Everyone asked in return, "Aren't those people from an international criminal organization?" Seeing that group, all the people sitting below fell into confusion, and everyone grimaced, terrified to the point of nearly wetting themselves. Disuk, unable to believe his ears, asked with a confused expression, "An international criminal organization?" His teammates likewise asked back with confused expressions. "Why is an international criminal organization here?" The cool-looking person frowned upon meeting the infamous criminals, freezing for a few seconds. He couldn't say anything and could only stare intently at them. Arthur stood alone in a corner, petrified with fear, but he tried hard to frown and act cool and unafraid, yet sweat still trickled down his cheeks. Kong Sok, Ji Yuin, Jinwoo and Juk stood together, all looking at the criminals with serious expressions, devoid of confusion, showing a strong will to fight. The surroundings were completely covered in smoke and dust, and it felt like if they stayed there for just 10 more minutes, everyone's lungs would turn white. Jinwoo suddenly widened his eyes, thinking, if those are from an international criminal organization, then those people must be affiliated with the same place as Glenn's brother. He, half worried and half afraid, constantly widened his eyes and observed the criminals. He stood in one place, afraid, and muttered to himself in his mind, Jijin is an international criminal organization. The awakened in that group are among the world's top 50. Why are they here? He looked back at the calm Garrus next to him, but Inhe's face was pale with worry. He continuously reasoned in his mind, even if they're in the top 50, they wouldn't attack this place without reason. There must be something. Can the principal alone stop Jijin? Suddenly, Inhe's expression changed 180 degrees. He frowned, then glared, inwardly concluding there must be a problem we don't know about. The 3 world criminals, with their feet stuck in the ceiling hole, looked down. The ground below was cracked and shattered, and piles of stones were stacked on both sides. Smoke and dust still billowed thickly, and the man with the heterochromatic eyes frowned with a disgusted expression, then with half-closed eyes looked down at the principal below and said, Mr. Garrus Lewin, so we meet like this. Garrus was very angry at this moment, but he tried to maintain his composure. He frowned slightly, then raised his head and with an expression half calm and half annoyed, subtly warned. No matter how strong your criminal organization is, destroying this place crosses a line. Your attack on this place is equivalent to attacking all awakened organizations worldwide. The heterochromatic-eyed man, hearing the warning, suddenly put on a sad expression and sighed. His arms were still clasped leisurely behind his back, but his mouth mumbled without any shame. As you say, that's also the fate we criminals must bear. But immediately after, he changed his expression as quickly as turning a page. The heterochromatic-eyed man's face darkened further, fiercely. His eyes flashed like red laser beams, and with a voice that sounded soft but would make one's blood run cold, he uttered threatening words. But that also means we deem all the students here worth killing. Hearing that, all the Academy Council members widened their eyes in surprise. Everyone's faces turned ashen as if they had seen a ghost, and their faces reddened with anger, but they could do nothing. Seong-ha and Ji Yuin gritted their teeth and reacted no differently from the others. But Seong-ha's face was blazing with anger, ready to rush to fight the heterochromatic-eyed man at any moment. But despite the heterochromatic-eyed man's threats, Garrus remained confident. He scoffed, retorting, You won't be able to do such a thing. Behind him, a female professor strikingly similar to Andrea had taken a combat stance from an unknown time. She extended both hands behind her, creating fireballs, ready to launch them at the criminals. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately launched the fireballs towards the ceiling where the heterochromatic-eyed man and the rest of his group stood, and the surroundings suddenly became dazzlingly bright. Others also raised their hands and began shooting fire at the international criminals. The destructive power was so immense that people standing nearby had to cover their faces. But beyond the transparent shield, only smoke billowed from the attack, and the criminals suffered no damage. The council members, dumbfounded by the sight, couldn't help but lament, "It's nothing." Seeing that, the vice principal, instead of helping others, curled his lips slightly with a contemptuous expression and began to mock. "If you want to break that, you need to use your head a bit." When the vice principal said such a thing in such a critical situation, Professor He-young and the white-haired elder director both became angry, their faces crinkling like apples, and they turned to each other, firing a very pertinent and reasonable question. "Vice principal, you're not implying you're collaborating with a criminal organization, are you?" The vice principal still feigned innocence, replying calmly and foolishly, "What are you talking about? It seems you're misunderstanding something." After feigning innocence for 2 seconds, he immediately changed his demeanor. He smiled wickedly like an old fox, and with a proud and gleeful expression he introduced himself. "I was part of the International Criminal Organization from the beginning." Hearing that, all the council members exclaimed, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God!" Startled by the unexpected turn of events, his words were like a cold shower to some of the elders, causing all of them to darken in face, widen their eyes, drop their jaws, and freeze. Garrus could no longer maintain his composure. He widened his eyes and, doubting his ears, asked again, "You've been here for 10 years?" The vice principal, in response to the question, calmly replied with a short, "Yes, that's right." He then sighed lightly again and began to lament with a disgruntled expression. "The students here, when they grow up and graduate, they can become a nuisance to the Jijin organization." This man deserved the Best Actor Award of the year. He frowned and teared up, clutching his chest and continuously muttering, "So I stayed here for almost 10 years, sacrificing myself to eliminate those bugs. But this time we will kill all the new students of the academy. Then organizations worldwide will no longer trust this place, and no one will send people here to learn." In front of the board members who were just reaching for the energy shield, ready to tear this traitor to shreds, he was still smiling brightly. 70 proud and 30 delighted, speaking non-stop like a machine, to make everything bigger. I seized this opportunity and acted. I didn't just kill the students, I killed the principal and the professors too. Starting with the 3 security guards outside. Oh, and I'll let you know, I've installed an energy shield over this entire spectator area, so no one outside will know. Indeed, outside the door, there were already several corpses sprawled about, one lucky enough to have died leaning against the wall. Several others were tightly embedded in the door, covered in blood, and it was impossible to tell how the fight had occurred, but the ground and the door were both torn apart. The entire outside of the academy was also covered in a purple force like a magic shield. Everyone who heard the dog-like vice principal muttering turned red with anger. He-young summoned purple energy with both hands, and the old professor threw flames at the vice principal to warm him up. The white-haired old director also frowned and threw disgusting brown lumps at him. Suwon used his ice ability and shouted at the traitor. All the magic mixed, creating a huge explosion and rushing towards the vice principal. The booming sound was loud enough to be heard in Kamau village. When the smoke cleared, only pink and green magic shields were visible. The vice principal was nowhere to be seen, but the 3 people who had attacked him were startled and frozen. Everyone widened their eyes as if they couldn't believe what they had just seen. My goodness, the vice principal was perfectly fine after taking that massive explosion without a single scratch. He shook his head once more and pointed his finger. He turned back to the cat Kaiten with narrowed eyes. "This shield isn't easy to break, is it? Do you want to know how I made it?" Then, standing in front of his pink and green magic shield, he spread his arms and laughed victoriously, proudly explaining his shield even though no one had asked. "I was able to create this multi-layered spatial dimension thanks to independent spatial dimensions and devices installed in different locations. This shield won't break for the next 30 minutes. Hearing this, Garrus became very angry and began to cast magic. He crossed his arms, creating a golden magic circle, and his eyes also turned golden. Garrus maintained his composure and said boastfully, "I'll see if your words are true." He stomped one foot on the ground with a thump, startling everyone nearby. Garrus's magic circle also expanded as if he was about to become Sun Wukong. He opened his eyes and Garrus's golden pupils shone like light bulbs, flashing like snake eyes at the same time. Then he unleashed his power towards the vice principal's magic shield. His immense destructive power caused a huge explosion. The others behind him also joined forces with him. But immediately after, Garrus's face crumpled like cow dung. The words "Oh my goodness" were clearly written on his face. The people behind him who were helping were not much different. Everyone's faces turned dark as if they had just soiled their pants. But the vice principal was unaffected. He casually clasped his arms behind his back and laughed heartily, as if victorious. He laughed foolishly and praised without reservation, "Very good. It's not easy to create something like this, but the result isn't bad." Suddenly, a strange black shadow with brightly shining eyes and bloody hands appeared. In front, a student lay unmoving, his face pale. As soon as he appeared, he majestically declared, "Enough. Let's begin the action." Andrea also appeared suddenly like a ghost, standing tall like a mountain, majestically glaring at the others relentlessly. Red energy emanated from her entire body. Her hands and robe sleeves were covered in blood as if she had just fought someone. The old man who saw her was startled, widening his eyes and exclaiming, "Professor Andrea, surely you too." The old woman, who looked like Andrea's twin, was just as surprised as the old man next to her. Suddenly, Andrea frowned and glanced sideways. Then she turned around, raised her arms and cast purple magic towards the students who were staring intently at her. Disuk from a distance asked, bewildered, not understanding what Andrea was doing. "What is that?" Then huge fragments of red magic flew towards the students, and everyone frowned and dodged. The old men on the Academy Council grimaced like chickens, 30 confused and 70 terrified. Students were bewildered with fear, all their eyes bulging, and cold sweat trickled down their cheeks. The student with his cow-colored hair slicked back asked, terrified, "What's going on? Why is the professor attacking us?" Andrea's face suddenly darkened as if she were possessed. She frowned and sneered with a smile that was 30 provocative and 70 contemptuous. "It's truly worthwhile teaching fools like you. Even after I act like this, you still call me professor." Then, too quickly and dangerously, she smiled wickedly again, spread her arms and launched another red magic attack towards the foolish students. Leah, seeing her friends in imminent danger, frowned and shouted, "Everyone run!" As soon as she finished speaking, all the students jumped up and ran as if being chased by dogs, gritting their teeth. Andrea continued to unleash her power towards the students, and the ground was constantly shattered, sending stones flying everywhere. Suddenly, a clumsy student bumped into a pink wall and fell backward. One side of his face was scratched, but he still touched the pink wall with curiosity. Other people nearby also looked at it with curiosity. A group of students gathered around the clumsy student. Two foolish students with wide eyes placed their hands on the pink wall, saw the wavy pattern and sighed, exclaiming, "What is this again? This is stopping us from leaving the arena." The vice principal, seeing the students struggling, narrowed his eyes with pleasure and sneered at the clumsy students. "Haha, you won't be able to get out of here. This shield isn't as strong as the one blocking the professors, but with your current abilities you won't be able to break it." Behind the students another earthquake occurred. The chairs were now shattered, not a single one intact. Some students were thrown into the air by Andrea's power, while others grimaced with fear. Arthur for some reason was frozen in one spot, his eyes darting around, but explosions continuously occurred in front of him. Behind him, one man and one woman were frozen and observing. The male student, finding the situation difficult to comprehend, sweated in confusion and gritted his teeth, asking, "What in the world is going on?" The pink-haired female student also asked him helplessly with a bewildered expression, "Arthur, what should we do now?" Arthur thought he was calm and cool, but in reality he was panicking like a dog. His face darkened, 30 flustered and 70 terrified, and he gritted his teeth tightly. Cold sweat continuously trickled down his cheeks. Just looking at his face one could tell how serious the situation was. Arthur gritted his teeth so hard his eyeballs and fangs seemed to pop out, and in his mind he continuously panicked, thinking, "What should I do? The professors are trapped and the Jijin criminal organization members are all among the top 100 strongest people. We can't do anything now." As Arthur thought inwardly, the faces of the 4 students behind him were as if copied and pasted, their eyes wide, eyebrows furrowed, and cold sweat pouring down like waterfalls. Leah, standing tall like the sky with her legs spread, calmly observed all the massive explosions caused by Andrea, without any expression or reaction. Suddenly she widened her eyes and wore a dumbfounded expression like cow dung. A tall black shadow suddenly appeared like a ghost behind Leah's back. His shadow was pitch black, and his red eyes shone brightly like car headlights, making him look monstrous. As soon as he suddenly appeared, he raised one arm high and muttered, "Leah RSB, this child is on the list to be killed," and before Leah could finish speaking she turned around, her face pale with fear and sweating, her eyes wide, looking at the criminal behind her. The criminal had just thrown the last word, "You will die first." Then he immediately struck Leah. The dangerous, mysterious criminal merely flicked his hand lightly, but a huge wave of power exploded, causing an earthquake. Then suddenly the mysterious criminal for some reason widened his eyes slightly in surprise and looked ahead. This madman constantly changed his attitude, making him impossible to grasp. He was bewildered as if surprised just now, but he immediately narrowed his eyes and smiled strangely. Before he could finish laughing, the criminal widened his eyes and froze. This was because Jinwoo had fortunately pulled Leah aside, helping her avoid the criminal's fatal attack. If not, she would have already embarked on her journey to hell. Leah widened her eyes in surprise at the sight. She was still flustered and sweating, and the words, "Oh my goodness," were clearly written on her face. After her surprise, Leah and Jinwoo had identical expressions. Their faces were dark with fear, their eyes rolled back, and cold sweat poured down like rivers. They seemed unable to collect themselves, as if they had just escaped a near-death experience. The board members and students all turned dark with shock at the sight of Jinwoo, and all their eyes bulged. Moreover, they sweated, worried for Ju's life, and all shared the same thought. Leah turned around and with a dumbfounded expression like cow dung said nothing, and cold sweat continued to drip. She looked down at Jinwoo, who frowned and stared intently at the criminal in front. The surroundings were again thick with smoke, as if the lungs of those nearby would turn white if they stayed there any longer. The ruined scenery couldn't be more tragic. The criminal stood alone in one corner of the gigantic circular arena, which was shattered with piles of stones everywhere. His recent shocking attack had caused long cracks in the ground, hurting the arena. Leah and Jinwoo stood tiny like ants, staring intently at him. The black man with long black hair and eyebrows as white as snow simply stood and observed, frowning like a monkey's butt. He pursed his lips and thought inwardly, surprised, "I can't believe he rushed in so foolishly." The other three students, two brown-skinned men who looked like they were from Africa and a white-skinned female student with white hair like an albino, stared at Jinwoo with wide eyes. Their eyes were equally wide, but their expressions were different. One man clenched his teeth as if a bird had pecked him. The other two were confused and frozen, unable to say anything, thinking inwardly. "No, we have to stay here for 30 minutes. They said the shield trapping the professors would disappear after 30 minutes, which means they'll escape from here before the shield disappears." The white-haired male student with amber eyes was fortunately a little calmer. He continued to frown and muttered to himself inwardly, "We just have to hold out until then." Disuk frowned. The words, "Is this guy an idiot?" were clearly written on his face. He looked at Jinwoo unable to understand and asked inwardly, "We don't have time to escape." But he had drawn the attention of those people. Leah was just as incomprehensible as Disuk. She widened her eyes, 70 flustered and 30 bewildered, and asked foolishly, "Why did you save me? Saving me will only make you their target." But instead of answering Leah's foolish question, Jinwoo merely glanced at her with a pitiable expression. Moreover, he gave her a slightly awkward but warm smile and said, "Don't worry, I'm here." Leah, hearing that, raised her eyebrows, even more confused. What is he talking about, this idiot? Still dumbfounded by the situation, she didn't ask any more questions and remained silent. Kong Sok frowned outside like a cat's anus. He was flustered and sweating, probably worried for Jinwoo's life. He thought inwardly, what in the world is he thinking? Standing on the building ceiling, Su SC, along with a woman who looked like a robot, was observing everything below. Seeing Jinwoo risk danger to save Leah, he darkened his face and with a cruel smile muttered, "This little guy isn't on our list of students to eliminate, but he seems to enjoy playing the hero saving the beauty." As soon as Su SC spoke casually, the robot woman next to him immediately opened her mouth and reprimanded, "You fool, we're not here to play with children, understand?" The criminal, wearing a half mask like a hacker and a spiked thorn chain around his neck, was furious when he saw Jinwoo rush to save Leah. He scowled angrily and cursed, "Damn it." Then he stood in a corner again, activating immense flames with outstretched arms. Both Jinwoo and Leah were startled to see the criminal burning wildly in one spot. As soon as the flames were activated, the criminal with the chain around his neck darkened his face again and wore an eerie, clown-like smile. He bent down, his eyes gleaming, and began to speak in a voice that threatened the children. "Then I'll take your life first." Suddenly, Jinwoo turned with a serious face as if he was about to rush to fight the perpetrator alone. He didn't look back at Leah and reminded her, "Go somewhere else. Don't be near me." Leah was very flustered when she was suddenly driven away by her rescuer, told to go somewhere else. With a blank face, she asked, "Why?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jinwoo darted forward like a squirrel. Leah stood stunned, not understanding what was happening at all. After a while, Leah realized Jinwoo's actions, immediately widened her eyes in surprise, and froze for a few seconds as if hit by the traitor's second technique. The other students all widened their eyes when they saw Jinwoo suddenly rush forward as if their eyeballs were about to pop out. Suddenly, at this moment, everyone united and shouted in unison, "Is he going to attack that guy?" The foolish Jinwoo still ran without stopping towards where the dangerous horse-like criminal was burning fiercely. His entire body turned red like a boiled shrimp as if he had become one with the flames. Seeing Jinwoo rush towards him without fear, he suddenly raised one hand, his eyes flashing like car headlights. In his mind, he still praised Jinwoo. "He's got guts." It was hard to tell if it was praise or sarcasm. The criminal then launched a fatal blow directly at Jinwoo. The ground exploded with immense destructive power and gravel scattered everywhere. The students standing outside all grimaced, gritted their teeth and raised their hands to block the terrible flames of the criminal with the chain around his neck, just blocking the flames. Everyone cried out in agony. But Jinwoo's protagonist aura would not let him die so easily. Flexibly leapt to the side like rubber, avoiding the criminal's attack, his face still tense as he glared at him. He furrowed his brows and with determination raised his fist, ready to deliver a thunderous punch to the perpetrator. Jinwoo's punch could be called the most shocking punch of the year. When he punched the criminal once, a loud thud echoed from his body. Jinwoo suddenly furrowed his brows and glared at the crazy criminal. But there was no way that terrorist would fall from one of Jinwoo's insignificant punches. Not only was he unharmed, but he blocked that attack with one hand. After blocking the attack, the assassin looked quite amused. He put on an eerie smile and raised his other hand, activating red power, ready to unleash another attack on Jinwoo. As soon as he finished speaking, he fired that immense power towards him. His flames dyed one corner of the arena completely red, but fortunately, Jinwoo quickly leaped to the side on all fours, smoothly avoiding the attack. Although he managed to dodge, he still looked tense, his eyes wide and cold sweat continuously dripping. Then, for some reason, the criminal's red eyes gleamed slightly, glancing at the spot Jinwoo had just passed. The criminal fired another kind of destructive flames at Jinwoo, but he dodged every attack from left to right with divine skill. Like Sonic, everywhere the criminal hit, the ground shattered, no longer recognizable. Jinwoo continued to grimace like a monkey's butt, gritting his teeth and using all his inner power to desperately try to avoid the crazy assassin's attacks, and cold sweat poured down like rain from all the running around. Seeing the perpetrator acting like a madman, he was 3 parts worried and 7 parts terrified. He sweated like a river, so much so that it was hard to tell who was fighting and who was watching. He stood outside, gritting his teeth and cursing inwardly. What the hell is that guy doing? He has speed, but his attack power isn't very strong, so his attacks won't affect that guy. Kong Sok also despised Jinwoo no less than Disuk, but his face looked less tense than that madman's. He slightly grimaced and muttered inwardly, "Ju, why are you acting like a fool? You won't be able to defeat him." But Disuk, as if reading Kong Sok's thoughts, stood beside him and uttered words that poured cold water on Kong Sok's face. He has no intention of defeating that guy. Without a moment to calm down when Disuk said that, Kong Sok still grimaced like a monkey's butt and turned to look at him. But when he turned, Disuk's face was even more grimacing than his own. He grimaced as if constipated, gritted his teeth and growled. What Ju is doing now is drawing their attention to buy time. As soon as he heard that, Kong Sok's face darkened, his eyes rolled back as if he had just heard the news that his dreaming idol had gotten married. Everyone else's expressions were identical to Kong Sok's, as if mass-produced. Everyone froze with 3 parts confusion and 7 parts worry, cold sweat dripping down their faces and the same thought in their minds. How could that be? Is he intentionally drawing their attention to prevent them from attacking other students? Jinwoo must have been running for tens of minutes by now. The criminal's numerous techniques continued to be unleashed, destroying everything around. Jinwoo's job was to run and dodge, and he was still moving like a tadpole. Even though he was running for his life, he lost focus and stared elsewhere. Cold sweat poured down like rain. He must have been exhausted too, but in his mind he thought, I can keep running for 30 minutes without them noticing me. Jinwoo ran, still looking back at the students huddled in the stands who weren't running away, and thought, but if I do that. The terrified faces of countless students flashed in Jinwoo's mind, and he became even more determined. Jinwoo's face was now more grimace than a cat's anus, and in his mind he continuously worried about everyone's lives. Then all the students here will die. That's no different from me using the lives of other students to save myself. So he came up with this idea. I'll draw their attention and buy as much time as possible. That way I can save as many students as possible. Jinwoo looked like Bodhidharma, gritting his teeth with determination and using all his strength to avoid all the assassin's red fatal techniques. Suddenly, the assassin with the chain around his neck turned cold without any emotion on his face, his eyes gleaming like a firefly's butt, and he suddenly raised both hands. Instead of firing numerous small streams of power, this time he launched a massive whirlwind-like magic attack at Jinwoo, and he tilted to the side in surprise to avoid it. But immediately after, Jinwoo fell right into the trap of that evil and cunning guy. Too quickly and dangerously he flew behind Jinwoo and raised one hand high, launching a fatal blow trying to pierce Jinwoo's head. At that moment, Jinwoo hadn't grasped the situation yet, only widening his eyes in surprise. As Jinwoo raised his face, the crazy assassin's pitch-black and red eyes flashed, striking his face. He raised his flame-engulfed hand, gritted his teeth and asked in an angry voice, "You're too fast and really annoying, understand?" Seeing that eerie face, Jinwoo froze completely. He just widened his eyes and glared at him. Suddenly, one of the assassin's hands, which was about to attack Jinwoo, froze with a clang, and Jinwoo still dodged him by lowering his body in surprise. The evil assassin widened his eyes in surprise and turned around. Jinwoo also stood blankly, not understanding what was happening. Glancing to the side, he saw Subin, who had appeared at some unknown time, standing in one spot, gritting her teeth and raising both hands to attack the assassin with ice magic, helping Jinwoo. But there was no way he would lose so easily. As the assassin lightly flicked his hand, the ice on his arm flew off. He grimaced, gritted his teeth and cursed, "These damn bastards, are you all crazy?" As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped both feet powerfully, activating numerous dazzling fireballs that made everyone outside gape. Ji-Yuin, despite having blood dripping down his face at this moment, began to try to help Jinwoo with his power as if determined. He stretched his hand behind his back, activating his red magic. Seeing that, Jean grimaced, gritted her teeth and fired her blue power at the assassin. Numerous blue and red streams of power continuously attacked him, and the assassin had to raise both hands to block. The destructive power of the team's attack was so strong that it even made the hair of the people sitting outside flutter. Then, other people suddenly rushed forward to attack the assassin. Kong Sok's thought was, are the rest of them also all rushing to attack him? Instead of helping, Kong Sok stood blankly outside, grimacing and observing, asking inwardly, are you all doing that too, even though you know you might die? Why should you do that? His memories suddenly resurfaced and Professor Sunwoo's voice called Kong Sok. Kong Sok was walking next to a grassy area with a large lake with Professor Sunwoo. Professor Sunwoo walked in front of him, hands clasped behind his back, teaching him, remember, just because a person has a lot of energy doesn't mean that person is strong. Kong Sok listened to Professor Sunwoo's words and replied nonchalantly, I know, even if that person has a lot of power, victory or defeat depends on how that person uses it. But Professor Sunwoo tilted his head slightly and sighed helplessly. That's true, but the meaning I'm trying to convey is different. Kong Sok was suddenly startled by Professor Sunwoo's meaningful words and unconsciously replied, huh? Seeing him look foolish, Professor Sunwoo clasped his hands behind his back again and muttered, staring into the air, True strength can only be revealed when one faces an enemy stronger than oneself. When you meet someone you cannot contend with, that is when you show yourself. Kong Sok seemed to realize something upon hearing that, and his eyes gleamed slightly, but even then he still didn't reply, as if pondering something. Professor Sunwoo then turned his head and gave Kong Sok a gentle smile. You might still be confused when I say this, but I hope that one day you will understand what I am saying. Returning to reality, Kong Sok's face darkened and cold sweat continuously dripped down his face. It was unclear what he was thinking, but Kong Sok's eyes widened and he glared straight ahead. On the other hand, Ju and Subin gritted their teeth and continued to try to attack the assassin with magic. Jinwoo still used his strength speed to avoid his attacks, but the crazy assassin blocked the student's insignificant attacks with just 2 hands. He bent down and with outstretched arms tore a massive stream of power. Numerous red streams of power continuously shot out towards Dizuk and Subin, and they cried out in pain. The assassin again assumed an aggressive stance, spreading his legs and continuously firing magic rays like spider webs. At this moment, the criminal was extremely enraged. He glared, his eyes flashing, and growled, "These damn bastards, I was going to let you die peacefully, but now I've changed my mind." He grimaced and his red eyes flashed. He continuously cursed with his mouth, "I'll kill each of you. All of you will die miserably by my hands." Suddenly, a mysterious black shadow appeared from somewhere and hit the criminal's side, knocking him to one side. When the mysterious hero struck the perpetrator, brilliant blue energy exploded from behind. The assassin was hit by the attack and flew backward. Kong Sok's face darkened and his eyes also flashed like light bulbs. Powerful blue power erupted from his hand which had just struck the enemy. The assassin, seeing himself being hindered from all sides, immediately got angry and shouted, "Another one!" Jinwoo, who was standing outside, saw that and widened his eyes in surprise, shouting, "Kong Sok!" Kong Sok stood coolly with his legs spread, a cold expression on his face like a martial artist. With a serious face he said haughtily, "If I join I can buy a few more seconds of time." Arthur, hearing that, froze and gritted his teeth, but the next moment Arthur immediately got angry and grimaced. He inwardly gritted his teeth and cursed, "These damn bastards, why do they always do things that exceed my expectations?" Leah was also surprised by Kong Sok's words, widening her eyes and inwardly asking again as if she couldn't believe her ears. To draw the enemy's attention and buy a few more seconds of time, even if this might cost their lives. In this critical situation, Leah continued to mutter to herself, "The most important thing for Awakened is their own power." The city was in ruins and destroyed, with large rocks piled up to form mountains. Other people continued to grimace and beat each other. We live in a world where if you don't have power, you're trampled upon. A world not governed by the knowledge and laws of ordinary people. In the Awakened world, laws are made by the strong. So to gain power, Awakened will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. A tightly clenched, bloody hand appeared, and that also applies to those who seek to protect their power. Leah's thoughts still flashed like a short film. The same applies to us, especially when it comes to helping someone. The familiar faces of elite students appeared one after another. If things go wrong, it will affect not only the individual but also the top organization they belong to. Leah still stood blankly in one spot, staring intently at the swarming people fighting the assassin. But why are they doing that? Leah continued to wonder inwardly. She looked at Jinwoo and the other students' serious faces, determined to defeat the enemy. Leah was flustered and sweating. She still asked inwardly, slightly confused, "Are they sacrificing themselves for people they don't even know?" "You know?" The criminal, wearing a half mask like a hacker and a spiked thorn chain around his neck, was furious when he saw Jinwoo rush to save Leah. He scowled angrily and cursed, "Damn it." Then he stood in a corner again, activating immense flames with outstretched arms. Both Jinwoo and Leah were startled to see the criminal burning wildly in one spot. As soon as the flames were activated, the criminal with the chain around his neck darkened his face again and wore an eerie, clown-like smile. He bent down, his eyes gleaming, and began to speak in a voice that threatened the children. Suddenly, Arthur's voice echoed again. "These kids are truly interesting." He calmly stood on the ceiling, hands clasped behind his back, observing the tense battle, still having the leisure to assess. His appearance was far from ordinary. Suddenly, Arthur smiled playfully, his eyes shining like lasers, and he still muttered, "They're very similar to our international criminal organization, the Frame Organization." Kong Sok's face was still grim after hitting the assassin. "I hit him, but there was almost no damage." Despite being hit hard enough to bend his waist, the criminal stood before Kong Sok as if nothing had happened, dusting off his body and scoffing contemptuously. Truly mad, nothing special at all. As soon as he finished his scoffing remarks, Kong Sok moved quickly, kicking and punching the assassin several times, but he didn't budge and only grew more annoyed. The criminal's eyes flashed and he continued to curse, "Annoying brats." He stomped both feet firmly on the ground, puffed out his chest and spread his arms. Red magical power burst forth from his body in all directions. The assassin unleashed immense energy, and the surroundings turned completely red, with the villain shining brightly in one corner. Subin frowned but still called out worriedly, "Jingu, Kong Sok," for no reason. Jingu and Kong Sok widened their eyes and looked foolish, showing no reaction. Since when a magic circle had appeared above their heads, protecting them from the assassin's attack? When Jingu and Kong Sok looked up, they were both surprised and speechless. As Jingu's voice echoed, Leah turned around, and she was protecting the two with a serious expression, hands raised. Everyone standing outside had the same expression. Their eyes were wide open. They clenched their teeth in surprise. Everyone silently asked the same question in their minds. Even Leah is joining? Arthur was even more flustered at this moment. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Truly crazy. The criminal standing in the middle of the gigantic arena laughed loudly when he saw the academy students continuously helping each other. Ha ha ha. Well done. Struggle as much as you can. Kong Sok continued to frown, not understanding why he was laughing. Suddenly the criminal spread his legs and slightly extended one hand forward. He declared with a slightly amused smile, "All of you, not just you, try to attack me." Hearing that, the academy students were flustered and broke out in a cold sweat. Everyone frowned. The criminal's slow and talkative voice still echoed, "I like you guys. I'll give you a chance to struggle before you go meet your grandfather." But immediately after, he quickly changed his expression as if turning a page, putting on an eerie clown-like smile again, widening his eyes and threatening, "But the more you struggle, the more miserable your death will be." Andrea at this moment frowned in annoyance and rebuked, "Futile." A blue power suddenly flowed from Kong Sok's mouth, and he let out a slight sigh. After that, a powerful energy burst forth from his entire body, and Kong Sok's face also darkened. The criminal, seeing this, was suddenly slightly surprised. He carefully observed Kong Sok and opened his mouth in admiration. Blue power also burst forth from around Kong Sok's eyes. He slightly glanced at the assassin and thought to himself, "Let's go." As soon as he thought that, Kong Sok stomped hard on the ground, shattering it, and smoke continuously billowed from beneath his shoes. Powerful energy burst forth from his entire body. Kong Sok, too quickly and dangerously, clenched his two hands and charged towards the criminal like an arrow. He struck the criminal right in the middle of his abdomen, and the immense destructive power made the surroundings glow brightly, completely obscuring the criminal's face or expression. Kong Sok hit him hard like an ox, sending him flying backward by 3,000 meters. Suddenly after that, a scream echoed. Kong Sok, fall back. As soon as he finished speaking, Subin and Ji-Yun gritted their teeth and flew together, raising their hands to use magic to help him. Powers of various colors, blue, green, red, burst forth in one direction. Those energy beams intersected and simultaneously attacked the assassin. The power of the bursting energy was so strong that even those creating the power lost their balance. As soon as the attack ended, everyone gasped for breath and collapsed exhausted. Suddenly, Kong Sok's eyes widened in surprise as the smoke gradually cleared, and the faces of everyone, including Professor Hyojang and the academy students, froze. The assassin was still standing perfectly fine in the middle of the arena. Subin widened her eyes and stared intently at him. All our attacks had no effect. The criminal laughed loudly and joyfully. Seeing everyone's flustered expressions, he scoffed. "What are those expressions? Do you think you can easily hurt me with such attacks?" As soon as he finished speaking, the criminal's face was filled with murderous intent, looking very terrifying. He said arrogantly, "I am a person ranked in the World Awakened rankings." Hearing that, everyone hesitated and broke out in a cold sweat. This guy is one of the top 100 in the world rankings. They were completely different from ordinary weak people. Even all of us here can't defeat them. A terrifying power burst forth from the criminal's body. He smiled eerily. "Now it's my turn." At this very moment, everyone took a defensive stance. Suddenly, he appeared before Kong Sok with lightning speed. He smiled as if he had already seen through Kong Sok. "You're good at close quarters combat. A guy who mainly uses strength." Kong Sok was too surprised to do anything but defend, and because he was seen through, he was hit. Kong Sok was sent flying far away amidst everyone's astonishment, landing hard on the ground and leaving a long trail. Subin cried out worriedly. Kong Sok, he was now weak and faint, lying in a pile of broken stones far away, his face covered in blood. After dealing with this side, the criminal began to change his target. Now for those who use long-range attacks. Subin, Ju, and Ji-Yun, the three of them, took a serious defensive stance. Leah from her side had already activated her power, ready to help. An arrow-like stream of power struck the shield that everyone had created. The shield gradually cracked and eventually exploded into pieces under the extremely astonished gaze of God. The terrifying pressure of the power stream just now directly struck the three of them, sending them flying far away. A gigantic explosion shook the entire world, and massive chunks of earth rose from the ground before exploding due to the pressure. Now the surroundings were completely chaotic, and when the fierce wind subsided, large sections of concrete were flattened and the remaining parts were severely cracked and dented. The three of them had successfully evaded the strong force of magical power, but they were all covered in wounds and blood soaked large parts of their clothes. Leah, seeing this from afar, was startled. "My shield was destroyed so easily." Jingu cried out, worried for everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, the criminal appeared from nowhere wearing a very friendly smile. "And you are the fast close-quarters combatant." As soon as he finished speaking, he struck the ground. Jingu skillfully and quickly dodged. He calmly looked at him. "Surely can he move even faster? Your speed is annoying me. Among all the brats here, you are the most difficult to deal with." Then the criminal looked at Jingu with a contemptuous smile. "But are you faster than my speed?" Jingu looked back at all the injured people and even everyone's flustered eyes. He blamed himself inwardly. "I'm sorry, everyone. I don't think I can hold him off much longer." Then he clenched his fist with determination. "But I can't give up." This action slightly surprised the criminal and he observed more carefully. A stream of power gradually began to envelop Jingu's body. He said loudly, "What are you going to do now? What on earth are you planning?" Jingu ignored him and tried hard to concentrate his energy. The criminal became even more excited when he saw him like that. Jingu looked up with determination. "I'm going to concentrate all my energy and endure for as long as possible." Leah again widened her eyes and froze, unable to say anything. All the academy students around, for some reason, had foolish expressions and were sweating profusely. Everyone thought to themselves, especially Disuk and Glenn, who frowned and thought, "That's the technique he used on me." Jingu's face was revealed and he gritted his teeth and gasped for breath with a serious expression. Jingu stood with his legs spread, one hand clenched and placed behind his back, and the criminal was still standing still like a stone. Even though Glenn and Disuk already knew what technique Jingu would use on him, they narrowed their eyes and thought to themselves, "That kid's technique is very strong, but it won't be effective against someone ranked in the top 100 in the world." The assassin merely had sparkling eyes and a contemptuous smirk as if nothing bothered him. Moreover, he provoked, "Well done, show me everything you've got." Suddenly, Andrea, who was standing far behind, suddenly opened her mouth and shouted loudly, "Don't underestimate him." The old woman frowned, gritted her teeth and continued to shout loudly, "Although it seems simple on the surface, even I can't keep up with him." But the criminal still calmly glanced at her behind him, frowned and replied, "It's no fun at all if I know the attack in advance." Hearing that, Andrea sighed and still frowned, asking him back, "Then are you going to take his attack head on? I told you, don't underestimate him. You might get hurt if you're not careful." The assassin once again smiled contemptuously and turned away, not caring about Andrea's useless words, and raised his hand shaking Jingu and shouted, come on, hurry up and attack me with your technique." Jingu was still standing still like a stone in his previous stance, and a magic circle was bursting forth around him. Jingu was still panting like an ox, his face slightly grimaced. He thought to himself, "I know very well that this technique won't be effective against awakened in the world's top 100, but I'm still going to pour all my strength into this technique," Jingu thought to himself, and a lightning-like stream of power continuously burst forth from his hand. After a moment, Jingu's eyes turned completely white and he crouched down on the ground. One Korea was so strong that the ground was dented and shattered, and a lightning-like stream of power continuously burst forth from Jingu's entire body. The assassin, seeing this, suddenly muttered in surprise, "Hum." The criminal standing there and Arthur standing on the ceiling both silently asked, "Lightning?" Disuk and Glenn, who were standing outside, still carefully observed Jingu, and both inwardly evaluated, "It's different from what he used on me. The electrical energy wasn't this strong when he used it on me." Suddenly, Disuk widened his eyes and inwardly asked, "Did he still have another card up his sleeve?" Jingu was still kneeling on one knee, his two hands clenched, and numerous blue energies burst forth from Jingu's body, and lightning-like streams of power continuously sparkled on the ground. His two teeth were still gritted. From a distance, someone was kneeling on one knee, continuously extending one hand towards Jingu. Ju-X, whose face was covered in blood, also gave Jingu a proud smile. "Fight well." His back was filled with thick smoke, and it was clear that a tense battle had taken place. Jingu heard him even from a distance, looked back at Ju-X and gave him a gentle smile. The assassin, having waited too long, lost patience and frowned, asking, "What on earth are you doing?" But since when? One of his arms had frozen solid. Following that, his other two legs and other arm also froze. The criminal finally noticed with a start and bent down for a glance. Useless. Suddenly, something red appeared on the assassin's cheek, making him look foolish, not understanding what had happened. A tremendously huge explosion immediately occurred behind his back, and at the same time one of his arms also disappeared with the explosion. Ji-Yun and Subin, seeing this, both frowned and gritted their teeth. After a moment, the criminal blocked with one hand, his eyes flashing like car headlights, and his mouth gritted his teeth and cursed. "These brats!" From a distance, Jingu was kneeling on one knee, still extending one hand behind his back, and an immense energy burst forth from his entire body like Sun Wukong. Moreover, a gigantic ball of power also appeared behind Jingu's back. The dazzling power of the energy was so strong that it made the assassin standing in front cover his eyes with his hand to avoid being blinded. After that, Jingu's eyes turned completely white. He raised his fist and charged madly towards the criminal, activating the super acceleration punch technique. Jingu's entire body suddenly lit up the entire sky like a moving light bulb. Jingu was standing in the middle, but only a few dark black lines were visible, and the form of his body was not clear. All the professors and the board, and even the villains, were startled and gaped at the sight. A blue stream of power appeared. Jingu was still charging towards the assassin, and his eyes were still completely white, unable to see inside. His fist was extended behind his back and one leg was bent. Jingu poured all the energy he had into this fatal punch, gritting his teeth and charging towards the assassin, thinking inwardly, "This one punch is not for victory, I just want to buy time. So I'll pour all the strength I have into it." After a moment he grimaced like a monkey's butt, biting his lips tightly with his teeth, but in his mind he continuously told himself, "Focus on this punch and pierce him." A lightning-like flash passed before the assassin could even react, and he took the powerful punch head-on. Light continuously burst forth from Jingu's eyes, and a flash of unpredictable confusion flickered in the assassin's eyes. The power of this punch was tremendously strong, successfully breaking through the opponent's shield. Following that, he moved with lightning speed, creating an endlessly long trail of light. Jingu's face was filled with determination, and he charged straight at him. Everyone there was also very tense, their eyes full of anticipation. Arthur and Disuk were shocked by his power. Jingu. After the attack, Jingu was severely injured, one arm hanging limply. The professors and the principal there were equally surprised. They exclaimed how he could possess such speed and strength at such a young age. Leah speculated that Jingu was faster thanks to the wind created by Subin on one side, and while others distracted the criminal, Jingu attacked him. She also admired how well they could cooperate in such a short time. Seong-ha and In-hee agreed, saying this pace was the best the kids could do now. However, to the criminal it was merely a mosquito bite. The scene was now in complete ruins. The criminal stared intently at his injured hand. He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing like bullets, and thought inwardly, if I hadn't known about this immense speed beforehand, I might have been defeated by now. And then, the remaining students also admired it. It was an amazing force, but it had no effect on the high-level awakened. Jingu was silent, his eyes wide open and blank. He was powerless, his pupils also contracted. I poured all my strength into it, but I couldn't inflict any damage on him. He looked annoyed at Jingu. This kid is stronger than I thought. If we let him continue to get stronger, he'll be a problem for our criminal organization. The vice principal stood in one corner, proudly pointing a finger at the sky. I told you, all the students here are good prospects for fighting criminals. Judging the situation to be unfavorable, the fellow criminal began to order, Inus, go down and help them fight. He replied obediently, yes. Andrea now smirked and said, now we can begin. We've lived together for quite a while, so I gave you some more time. No more regrets now, right? The students gaped in horror, their faces drained of all color. The injured Jingu looked up with helpless eyes. No, suddenly, the criminal lunged and grabbed Jingu's hair, making Jingu groan in pain. He gripped Jingu's face tightly and said angrily, how dare a trivial brat like you do this to a top-tier awakened like me? After speaking, he annoyedly slammed Jingu's head into the ground. The ground shattered under the immense pressure. His power gradually emanated from the cracks. However, the criminal had no intention of stopping. On this side, Subin and Ju helplessly shouted, Jingu? He continued to vigorously stomp on Jingu's body with his foot, and blood continuously gushed from Jingu's mouth. Jingu screamed, eyes wide with pain but with a cold heart and anger that overwhelmed his humanity. The criminal was still not satisfied. He gritted his teeth and spat venomously. I'll slowly crush you and shatter your heart. Feel it slowly. The injured Jingu was even more terrified upon hearing those words. On the other side, In-hee reached out her hand trying to stop him. No! Suddenly, everyone focused on a lightning bolt that appeared from somewhere, gathering into a single great force and flying straight towards Jingu. Stones flew in all directions due to the aftermath. Everyone in the vicinity was also significantly affected by it. It was Jian. One of his feet was directly stomping on the criminal's face, and he was holding Jingu in one arm, who was very weak and completely powerless. The criminal's head was bloody like a stomped tomato. Garrus and the other criminal were startled by this sudden appearance. Cat and break. That's right, it was Jian, whom no one dared to offend. Suddenly Jian appeared from nowhere. His eyes flashed, carrying Jingu like a sack in one arm and stomping on the criminal's face with his other foot. His entire body was grayish like a roasted pig on the cracked ground. Electricity also burst from Jian's entire body, just like Jingu, and he crushed the assassin's head in the middle of the gigantic arena. Stones scattered everywhere, forming mountains, and smoke and dust filled the air. Seeing his appearance, the Academy Council professors all widened their eyes and wondered if Caden Break had appeared. In-hee and Sunha also darkened their faces and muttered, why is Caden here? The remaining students broke out in cold sweat and stammered, asking again, is that Caden? The criminal with heterochromatic eyes descended from the ceiling from somewhere. He covered his face with one hand and muttered inwardly, why is he here? After that he looked up and stared intently at Jian with wide eyes. No way, he didn't just come to save that guy. After recalling the moment, Jingu knelt on one knee with immense blue energy and countless lightning bolts erupting from his entire body. He thought, no way. Jian darkened his face and glared at the assassin, his pupils flashing like car headlights. He was still carrying the bloody Jingu in one arm, and his other foot was stomping on the criminal's bloody face. Lightning still burst from Jian's other hand, and his face was dark with energy burning behind him. The assassin, seeing him, turned pale with fear and muttered, Jian, wait, why are you suddenly attacking me? Caden glanced at him coolly but replied without emotion, what? I don't hear anything. Suddenly another lightning bolt appeared and Jian's foot stomped down even harder. Moreover, it began to emit power, and the assassin screamed in fear of death. Wait, wait! However, before he could beg, a massive source of power poured down from the sky onto the Academy arena, causing a huge explosion. Stones also flew in all directions. All the other students stood up and pushed back Caden's terrifying source of energy with both hands. One of the male students gritted his teeth and struggled to block his attack. Many people stood like bows trying to block the destructive power of that fatal attack. After blocking that immense source of energy, everyone was exhausted. Some lay on the floor groaning while others squatted on the ground grimacing. Smoke still billowed thickly. Even Andrea had to grimace and cover her nose and mouth with one hand to protect her lungs. Ji-Yoon, Disuk and Subin had blood on their faces. Suddenly an unknown light appeared next to them, and everyone had to close their eyes because it was too bright. Suddenly, Subin widened her eyes and looked up, seeing Kaiten standing tall in front, grabbing Kong Sok by the collar with one hand. A brilliant protective magic circle also appeared, covering them. Subin was startled to see him, her eyes wide and face red, shouting like she had met an idol. Wait, that's— The other two were no less surprised than Subin. Kaiten coolly looked back at the three of them, then sighed without emotion, feeling helpless. The criminal with heterochromatic eyes was no different from a robot, and seeing Kaiten he widened his eyes, his face turned pale, and he thought inwardly, "Is that Kaiten?" He watched Kaiten create a magic circle to protect the students and thought inwardly. After that she changed her attitude, slightly curling her lips, her eyes wide and pouting. "How is Kaiten here too?" Blue lightning still continuously flew in the air. Kaiten stood in the arena and muttered, "Not bad." After that he darkened his face and continued with a grimace, "You still haven't logged out after that attack." Looking down, the unfortunate assassin's face was bloody, his mouth agape and his eyes completely askew, but Jian's foot was still on his chest, not letting go. His eyes again blazed with lightning. Kaiten continued without stopping. Then one more hit. The assassin lying below couldn't say anything, just widened his eyes. Jian was still carrying the unconscious Jingu in one arm, and he gathered strength in his foot, preparing to unleash another attack on him. Suddenly, as Kaiden's eyes flashed white, a shout echoed, startling him. "Wait!" After that, Jian returned to normal, but his eyes still flashed with lightning. The criminal with heterochromatic eyes suddenly leapt down from the ceiling near Kaiten. He turned around and coolly stared at the criminal with heterochromatic eyes. His eyes flashed, as if ready to send the heterochromatic-eyed criminal to the underworld. The heterochromatic-eyed criminal turned pale with fear and began to mutter, "You didn't come all the way here because our organization laid hands on that guy, did you? If we had known he was your student, we wouldn't have touched him in the first place." Upon hearing that shocking news, Disuk and Arthur were both startled, their eyes wide and froze. The other students were no less surprised than the two, and all thought inwardly, "Ju is Jian's student." Leah was different. She also widened her eyes but wondered inwardly. Jian teaches students. The council professors couldn't believe their ears and thought inwardly, "No way. How could he be that guy?" Andrea was probably the most surprised. She grimaced and sweated profusely, looking completely like a toad. She, like others, "That guy is Kaiden's student." Jian heard the heterochromatic-eyed criminal say that, and immediately widened his eyes in displeasure and asked him back, "If you had known he was my student, you wouldn't have touched him?" The heterochromatic-eyed criminal was cautious even with him. He grimaced and sweated, cautiously replying, "That's right. Our frame organization has no intention of being hostile towards you." Upon hearing that, Jian paused for a few seconds and rethought the heterochromatic-eyed criminal's words. The heterochromatic-eyed criminal saw that he was no longer trying to deal with the assassin and solemnly narrowed his eyes. "And no matter how strong he is, he wouldn't dare to be hostile towards our frame organization." Jian glanced at Jingu, who was scratched all over and bloody. His burnt black hand immediately caught Jian's eye. After that, he looked at Jingu's bloody face and injured arm once more. Jian darkened his face and was annoyed, but he still smiled brightly, grimacing as he looked back at the heterochromatic-eyed criminal, then cleared his throat. "You didn't lay hands on my student?" The heterochromatic-eyed criminal turned pale with fear, grimacing and sweating profusely, gritting his teeth. After that, while Kaiten watched Jian blankly, Jian's eyes again flashed, and with energy blazing he prepared to deal with the remaining guys. All the students in the defensive barrier widened their eyes, mouths agape, and tilted their heads, watching. Kaiten closed his eyes and shook his head, looking 3 parts helpless and 7 parts speechless. Jian's blue lightning again surged madly in the air, and the heterochromatic-eyed criminal was flustered. His face darkened and he gritted his teeth. His face was full of annoyance, but inwardly, "This madman is out of his mind." Jian still emitted energy everywhere and his blue lightning was visible everywhere. The heterochromatic-eyed criminal saw Jian still stomping on the assassin's chest. He clenched both hands. "Even doing this, there's no benefit." He was terrified but still pretended to be calm. The heterochromatic-eyed criminal's face was dark but his eyes flashed. "Doing this will only make our frame organization target you." Jian heard this, and his face became darker than the bottom of a pot. Lightning also began to burst from Jian's hands. He turned around and growled, "Your frame organization?" The bloody assassin, with half his teeth broken, lay under Jian's foot, and seeing him prepare another attack widened his eyes. "Is this madman going to attack again?" The heterochromatic-eyed criminal's comrade, who was no different from a robot, stood on the ceiling, surprised, widened his eyes and gritted his teeth, wondering inwardly, "Is he going to contend with our organization?" The heterochromatic-eyed criminal's face turned pale, and he grimaced, reasoning inwardly, "No way, even Jian wouldn't dare to contend with our frame organization." However, Jian was not afraid, and he confidently turned around, his eyes flashing, and asked angrily, gritting his teeth in a cool way, "Do you think you'll get anything good when you consider me an enemy?" Upon hearing that, the 3 members of the frame organization were all startled, widened their eyes, unable to believe their ears. After that, a magic circle appeared in the sky. A massive electric current bored down from there, straight into the middle of the gigantic arena, causing another world-shaking explosion. Stones shattered and flew in all directions. Jian's attack was like a shining lamp, so dazzling that those below could see nothing but countless small pieces of broken stones flying everywhere. The dazzling light was like a flashlight shining on the faces of the students and council professors. The international criminals were the same, but they seemed calm, already accustomed to it. After that world-shaking attack, small residual electricity appeared, and then in the chaotic cemetery-like scene, smoke filled the sky, and in the middle of the arena only Jian holding Jingu was visible. The assassin who had been lying under his foot had already evaporated, leaving only a small puddle of blood. Suddenly Jian let out a refreshed sigh. He had a joyful smile on his face, his eyes flashing, and he muttered to himself, "Damn, a bug just logged out of the world." The robot assassin, the traitorous vice principal, and the heterochromatic-eyed criminal all darkened their faces and widened their eyes. This guy is truly crazy. Andrea sweated nervously and wondered inwardly. Is he going to contend with our frame organization? The heterochromatic-eyed criminal saw that and immediately grimaced, gritted his teeth and asked, "Jian, have you decided to contend with us?" Jian stood blankly, and seeing him ask was suddenly startled. He heard the words and merely furrowed his brow slightly without any particular emotion, then stared intently at him but did not reply. However, he smiled confidently and provocatively. "Rather, since you picked a fight with me first, you should be prepared." The heterochromatic-eyed criminal was completely defeated upon hearing that, his face still pale, but he just gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. "Jian, I heard he was a selfish jerk, but I didn't realize it was this bad." He suddenly felt a surge of fire in his heart, gritted his teeth, and changed his plan. "But this might actually be an opportunity for us. No matter how strong he is, if all of us rush in and attack at once." But before Hurt Kick could think the rest, Jian stood in the middle of the arena emitting power, and Hurt Kick was startled to see him unleash countless bolts of lightning into the air. He was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and his eyes flashed as if sensing something. He opened his mouth and asked, "What are you going to do now?" But Jian said nothing, still carrying Jingu like a sack beside him. Jian's eyes shone and he slightly raised his other hand to the side. He was also slightly surprised to see Jian's action. Seeing the foolish faces of some students behind them, the three sighed slightly and lamented, "This guy is truly crazy." But he still raised his hand and cast a spell to help Jian. Jian suddenly had a devilish face. Small bolts of lightning continuously burst from his pupils. He gritted his teeth and smiled eerily. He muttered, "Pest control, Jian, break, kill them all." And then countless blue energy streams poured down from the sky, but they clustered in a circle below the arena. Somehow, the assassins of the frame organization were also drawn by that power as if a magnet attracts people, and they were all pulled in. Not only that, but they completely disappeared without a trace. After that, the magic circle expanded, covering the huge piles of stones stacked like mountains around, and gravel continued to scatter in all directions. Eventually, it ended with an earth-shattering explosion. This destructive power not only affected the circular arena but the entire training ground, and a dazzling light illuminated one corner of the sky. The entire training ground was now left with only piles of gravel stacked like mountains, and the students were still densely packed in their seats looking down at the circular arena. The professors, trapped behind the shield by the vice principal, could only watch, focusing their gaze in one direction. Garrus's face darkened, and with a worried expression he asked about the children. Everyone else was surprised and bewildered, falling backward. Is this equivalent to the power of a world top 10? Disuk, Arthur, and another female student also stepped forward and used magic to protect the other young students from Jian's ultra-wide area attack. Among the few students inside Jian's shield, Disuk, Subin, Ji-Yuin, and Kong Sok were the most battered. Everyone's heads were covered in blood. Jian stood arrogantly in front with a displeased expression. He grimaced and cursed at Jian. "You crazy bastard." Kaiten continued to hold up the shield with both arms, and Jian somehow stood blankly in the middle of the shattered arena. Small fragments of Jian's power continuously floated in the air. Smoke billowed everywhere. Jian still stood indifferent to the world, grimacing and glaring. The assassin with the heterochromatic eyes struggled to block Jian's attack from one side. But it was already too late. He bled from his entire body, his face turned ashen, and he groaned like a puppy, sweating profusely. His robot-like teammate was no less battered. The situation happened so quickly that she shouted in surprise, "Ack!" Andrea coughed, spitting out blood. Severely shocked, the traitorous vice principal lay unconscious on the ground, completely charred black. Andrea, still unable to fully comprehend what had happened, muttered blankly, "What just happened?" with wide eyes, even as nosebleed flowed. Garrus narrowed his eyes with a solemn expression and thought to himself, he attacked everyone simultaneously. If he hadn't focused his attack on just the frame group, many people here wouldn't have survived. He looked down at the scene where the entire training ground had now turned into a battlefield, and there was a huge hole in the ground reaching the floor below. Garrus couldn't believe his eyes, and sweating in confusion he inwardly assessed, unbelievable. His power exploded so immensely in just one moment. After looking at his training ground, Garrus still wore a displeased expression, and looking down at Jian's face which was emitting lightning from his eyes, he thought to himself, could it be that the rumor about Jian's power being comparable to a world top 10 is true? Suddenly, the injured heterochromatic-eyed assassin shouted at Jian. He staggered up and clenched both hands pretending to be angry, and threatened, "You'll regret this later." Hearing that, Jian simply smiled nonchalantly, but his face was still solemn. After that, he glanced slightly at the heterochromatic-eyed assassin, then sighed, swore briefly, and replied, "Are you an idiot? Is this the first time your frame organization has clashed with me? Do you think I wouldn't have a reason to attack you?" The heterochromatic-eyed assassin still grimaced in anger and muttered, "Although our relationship wasn't good, we were never enemies. We fought sometimes, but sometimes we cooperated." The heterochromatic-eyed assassin's face turned ashen, his eyes flashed, and goosebumps covered his entire body. He gritted his teeth, growled, and then concluded in one word, "But this time it's completely different." But Jian was still emotionless like a ghost. He stood blankly, staring intently at him. He suddenly bared his teeth and laughed to himself, and the heterochromatic-eyed assassin was startled and stepped back. Jian, full of arrogance, grimaced and smiled widely like a flower. His eyes shone brightly like car headlights and he emitted blue veins. He muttered, pretending to be cool, "Then come on, I'll welcome you whenever you want. I don't have time to hunt you down, but if you willingly come, I'll kill you one by one. That way I can save time in erasing Frame from the world." Hearing his words, the heterochromatic-eyed assassin froze and said nothing. His robot teammate and Andrea widened their eyes as if they couldn't believe their ears. The vice principal, lying unconscious on the ground, couldn't open his mouth and only thought to himself, "Damn it, that bastard even said that." Jian's words surprised all the board members, making them widen their eyes. In-he's face also turned ashen alone, as he hadn't expected such an action from Jian. Garrus was 30 surprised and 70 bewildered, sweating profusely, but still pretended to be cool. He looked down at Jian and the heterochromatic-eyed assassin standing face to face in the circular arena and thought to himself, "Truly arrogant. I can't believe there's someone who would stand alone against Frame." The heterochromatic-eyed assassin was extremely angry, grimacing and gritting his teeth, calculating inwardly. "None of us can contend with Jian right now." He suddenly glanced back slightly, but in his mind he still thought, even if we launch a surprise simultaneous attack, it won't work. Somehow we have to launch a full-power preemptive strike to gain an advantage over him. The heterochromatic-eyed assassin thought about attacking Jian even as he looked down at his teammates who were barely getting up, bleeding from their entire bodies. If the professors aren't released, everything will be over. He pondered fighting Jian, then looked back at the professors trapped behind the vice principal's magic shield. Somehow, the heterochromatic-eyed assassin was startled and trembled. He widened his eyes and continued to think, "No way." The heterochromatic-eyed assassin muttered to himself as if realizing something. Could it be that everything is going according to his plan? Jian was still pretending to be cool, and he emitted blue power from his entire body, carrying Jingu in his arm. He stared intently at the heterochromatic-eyed assassin with a provocative smile and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you want to fight?" As Jian released energy again, the heterochromatic-eyed assassin was startled. He grimaced and narrowed his eyes, asking, "No, is he going to attack again?" The robot teammate gritted her teeth in anger. The vice principal still showed no movement, and Andrea widened her eyes in fear. Jian looked back again, grimaced and glanced at someone, then bared 10 teeth and laughed. Caden's eyes shone, and he immediately understood Jian's intention. Although he didn't want to, he gritted his teeth, cursed, and raised both arms to help him. This crazy battle maniac is about to. Jian's hand received Caden's power. He again emitted a few strands of blue lightning. After a moment his face was darker than the bottom of a pot, and his eyes shone brightly like light bulbs. Jian bent 2 fingers and pointed them downward, unleashing another huge stream of energy. That power was enough to turn the faces of some members of the Frame organization blue. Everyone's faces darkened in fear and their eyes widened. Jian's power fell onto a red blob. The red blob was floating in the air like a cloud. Jian's technique powerfully struck that strange object, which was red like blood. That power enveloped the strange object, then poured down to the ground, destroying another corner of the arena and scattering gravel everywhere again. Jian continued to cause shocking explosions, but in addition to the blue color of the energy, a few strands of dark red power appeared. After that, somehow another white-haired person appeared in the air. Unintelligible red energy emanated around his body. Garrus, Caden, and Jian were all surprised by his appearance, but all grimaced with displeasure. Andre was floating in the sky, and the air around him was red like hell. He raised both arms and muttered, "How interesting. I can't believe Jian is here too." Garrus's face darkened in anger and he gritted his teeth, calling Andre. He clasped both hands behind his back without any emotion, his face expressionless. Andre, the leader of Frame and Awakened, ranked within the world's top 10. The students who saw him had 2 expressions. They widened their eyes and gritted their teeth in surprise. They thought to themselves, "World top 10. The rest of the students all turned ashen. Unable to believe their eyes, is that person ranked in the world's top 10? Andre floated in the sky, then gently descended to the ground. As soon as his feet touched the ground, all the members of the Frame organization knelt down with respect, trying to greet him. Andre stood in front of his subordinates, but he didn't pay any attention to them, and stood face to face with Jian, staring intently at him. His face was still calm, but his eyes flashed, and he muttered, "Jian, if I had known you were here, I would have adjusted the plan." He suddenly glanced slightly to the side. Andre also grimaced and looked back at a solemn Caden. "Caden is here too." The students trembled in fear at the sight of him, and they all hid behind him. He closed his eyes and nodded slightly. No doubt, this operation was a failure from the start. Hearing that, Jian casually retorted, "Then why are you here? When I challenged you, you tucked your tail and ran." As Jian asked, energy continuously surged from behind his back. Andre was humiliated but still pretended to be cold and cool. After that, he raised his face and sought an excuse. "This is an organizational matter. I couldn't treat it like a personal matter." But Jian curled his lips and scoffed at him contemptuously. After that, he grimaced and smiled eerily. His eyes shone brightly like car headlights. He raised his hand full of power and challenged Andre. "It doesn't matter. This actually aligns more with my intentions. Now you have no more reason to run. Let's fight together. Andre suddenly opened his mouth and retorted, "Are you sure?" Jian was slightly startled for about 2 seconds. He asked again, "What did you say?" Andre continued to wonder, looking downward. "You're going to fight me while protecting that child?" Jian thought it was reasonable. He seriously looked down and stared intently at the unconscious Jingu in his hand. Andre, seeing that, clasped his hands behind his back, opened his mouth and scoffed. I never thought a battle maniac like Jian Break would someday hesitate because of someone," he continued to mutter, looking at Jingu. "It seems that child is very important to you." Jian raised his face, grimacing and glaring at Andre's arrogant, gleeful, displeased, crazy face. He was extremely angry. Jian gritted his teeth and muttered inwardly, "This disgusting bug. So that's why this bastard had the guts to show his face. Does he dare step forward thinking I can't fight with all my strength?" Suddenly, a weak and trembling voice called Jian. "Jian!" Jian was slightly startled and looked down at Jingu. He bent down and hesitated, asking, "Ju, are you okay?" Jingu was so battered it was unbearable to look at, but he struggled to lift his head and reassured him. "I'm okay." His eyes shone slightly. Jingu in turn encouraged him. "Jian, don't give up the fight because of me. I know how much you've been waiting for this fight, Hung." Hearing that, Jian slightly frowned and stared intently at Jingu, pondering his words for a moment. Jingu again frowned and continued to motivate his master. "I fought with all I had and didn't give up. I'm Jian Hung's student, so you must fight." Jian stared intently at Jingu without any emotion, but after that he turned sideways, crossed his arms, closed his eyes, let out a deep sigh and smiled helplessly. Jian suddenly turned around, ignoring Andre behind him, carrying Jingu in his arm, and Andre was startled, not understanding what was happening. His eyes flashed, but his face was still slightly cold and doubtful as he thought to himself, "Will Jian really give up?" But he went to where Kaiten was, and Kaiten was also startled, not understanding what Jian was doing. Jian then handed Jingu over to Kaiten to take care of him. Jingu's face was covered in blood. He glanced worriedly at Jian. Jian still didn't look back and called Andre. Andre was standing in one corner, and hearing him call, he was startled and had a foolish face like cow dung. Jian turned half of his face back. His eyes again shone brightly as if they had found gold. Jian, with a joyful smile, began the challenge. "Let's fight." Hearing that, all the students' expressions were identical, as if copied and pasted, and their faces turned ashen. Their eyes were wide and their teeth clenched. Garrus and the board professors were no less surprised. Everyone thought to themselves, "Is he crazy? Is he really going to fight a world top 10? Andre hadn't expected this action and couldn't hide the anger on his face. The old assassin's face darkened. His eyes flashed red and he stood still like a stone, saying nothing. In the middle of the shattered circular arena, where stones lay spattered everywhere, Jian and Andre stood facing each other. Behind Andre, Hurt Kick stood with his legs spread. Seeing that his leader was about to fight, he became agitated, his eyes wide, gritting his teeth, and shouted loudly, "Lord Andre, there's no need for you to intervene in this. We can handle it ourselves." But suddenly he was startled and widened his eyes slightly, looking up to see Andre's murderous face and red eyes glaring at him. After that he turned his head again and glanced at Jian, but still, from behind Hurt Kick, Andre muttered a few words that made Hurt Kick freeze. "Jian, he is an opponent you cannot defeat." Jian's face was still brimming with confidence, as if it could pierce the sky. He frowned and smirked triumphantly. Already immense power surged from behind Andre. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked back at Jian. "Don't misunderstand me, Jian." His face suddenly darkened, his eyes flashed, and with his lips tightly sealed and gritting his teeth in anger, he questioned, "Do you think I refused your challenge because I was afraid of losing?" Jian, not only confident but also humble, replied calmly and emotionlessly, "No, of course I know that's not the case. I didn't challenge you because I was sure I would win. I simply want to fight a world top 10. Andre was slightly surprised and swayed by Jian's answer. After that he clenched his fist again, showing his resolve. Jian grimaced, baring his teeth in a smile, and continued with shocking words, "Winning or losing, it's all worthwhile." Hearing this, everyone, the academy students and the frame organization members alike, were startled and froze, unable to believe their ears. Andre's face turned ashen, as if he had wet himself in fear. He remained silent, unable to say anything. Hurt Kick, with a frozen face, mouthed words in disbelief and asked again, "You just want to fight?" Garrus was also completely frozen because of Jian. He was flustered, cold sweat trickling down, and thought to himself, "Jian Break, the rumors are true. He's a true battle maniac." Everyone knew how formidable the power of a world top 10 was. Jian was known to possess power comparable to a top 10. If these two fought here, as soon as that thought finished, Garrus was startled, his face darkened, and he shouted loudly, "Jian, if you fight here, the children won't survive." Jian still stood alone on one side facing Andre, while behind Andre his subordinates swarmed. He still maintained a calm and arrogant expression, as if indifferent to worldly affairs, and replied curtly, "Oh, it's fine. Kaiten is here too." The other academy students, the board professors, and the international criminals all simultaneously fixed their gaze on Kaiten. Hearing this, Garrus was relieved but still hesitated slightly, thinking to himself, "That's right, Kaiten is an awakened specializing in healing abilities, and his defense is also very high if he protects the children." However, when Jian turned to Kaiten with a blank face, Kaiten's face darkened and he trembled with rage. Kaiten raised his head, grimaced, his lips tightly sealed, and glared angrily at Jian, inwardly scolding him for involving him in this. What concern are these children of his that he should protect them? But suddenly he was surprised, glanced to one side, and exclaimed in bewilderment, "Huh?" He turned to see Jinwoo, Ji-Yun, Jinwoo, and Subin all staring intently at Kaiten with sparkling eyes. Seeing their star-like sparkling eyes, Caton couldn't help himself. He coolly swept his hand through his hair, answering with an outwardly cold but inwardly warm demeanor, "Damn it, this is really annoying. I suddenly took on this task, but it's fine. Fight to your heart's content. I'm here." As soon as Caton finished speaking, he puffed out his chest, feeling proud. He secretly glanced back at the academy students' admiring, gaping faces. After that, Garrus grimaced and shouted, "All students, gather so Lord Caton can protect you." Hearing this, the children hesitated, but still stood up and formed a group. Glenn, standing on one side at this moment, took on the responsibility of escorting the academy students, herding everyone downwards. At this moment, numerous black dots, like an ant swarm, successively poured downwards into the shattered circular arena. Jian grimaced, turned, and demanded, "Caton, create a separate barrier." Caton, unable to conceal his rage, shouted again, "What?" He was furious, not knowing what to do. His face darkened, eyebrows raised, lips pouted, and he cursed inwardly. "This lunatic is trying to save energy by using me to create a spatial barrier." After that, Caton suddenly squeezed his eyes shut, then unexpectedly opened them wide, his eyes bulging. His pupils suddenly glowed as if sprinkled with sparkling gold dust, but Caton again closed his eyes tightly. Large, pure white wings sprouted from his back, shining dazzlingly. The wings extended high into the sky. Not only did they lengthen, but they also stretched beyond the training ground, enveloping the entire sky. Jinwoo and Subin, seeing this, both had eyes shining like car headlights. They couldn't hide their surprise and admiration. The traitorous vice principal could finally open his eyes at this moment, and he was startled and froze, inwardly asking, how can he create such a massive barrier so easily? Even the villain had to admit, seeing the pure white wings brightly illuminating the entire circular arena. Moreover, true to Caton's style, the barrier he created was unusually beautiful. Jian raised his head, saw the falling feathers and sparkling gold dust, and praised inwardly, "Not bad." Suddenly, when the surroundings turned completely red, he was startled and cleared his throat with a hum. Gigantic flames blazed fiercely, suddenly pouring straight down from the sky, launching a surprise attack on Jian, who took the technique head-on without time to defend. The ground was shattered in all directions. Massive pillars of fire poured from the sky onto the training ground, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Black smoke continuously billowed thickly. Elder Andre's pillars of fire were so destructive that smoke and dust flew beyond the city, and debris fluttered everywhere. Caton raised both hands, creating a magic circle to protect the children from Andre's widely spreading flames. When Jian was hit by the surprise attack, his face darkened with rage, and he cursed inwardly. Even if Andre is a world top 10 powerhouse, how could he launch such a despicable surprise attack? Jinwoo grimaced worriedly, and called out loudly to Jian. The other academy students were no less worried about Jian than Jinwoo. Some crying students started to tear up. Hurtkick, excited, his eyes wide, smiled broadly. He also raised both hands to protect himself from Elder Andre's attack. He thought to himself, "I've already tasted Lord Andre's attack." Andre was floating in the sky at this moment, and with an angry face he created strange magical traces in both hands while power continuously surged around him, making his hair flutter in the wind. Even after launching a surprise attack, Andre showed no shame. His eyes flashed and he smirked triumphantly, pouting his lips mockingly. "Truly foolish. If you want to fight me, you'd better concentrate." However, the very next moment, Andre was startled and widened his eyes. Inside the arena, lightning bolts with immense destructive power burst forth. They pushed back Andre's fiery red energy, powerfully surging towards the sky. Andre's face darkened, and he froze as if unable to believe his eyes. Jian's blue energy streams burst forth, completely disintegrating Andre's power. They were like lightning continuously pouring downwards. Jian appeared like a god. He grimaced and smiled joyfully, leaping into the air. Lightning orbs continuously flashed from his hands. Jian unleashed even more power. Now the entire sky was tinged blue, as if Elsa had visited the human world. Andre was floating in the sky at this moment with fiery red energy behind him, and now Jian and his blue power also joined forces, surging towards the Elder. Jian showed no sign of worry. On the contrary, he was extremely confident. His eyes flashed and his mouth remained wide open. Andre, seeing Jian still alive after that attack, had a blank face as if unable to believe his eyes. A moment later, Jian closed in on Andre's fiery red energy stream. Two contrasting energy streams continuously circled the two in midair, creating a massive composite energy in the sky. The attack was so powerful that the gigantic energy mass caused an earth-shattering explosion, which Caton barely managed to block. Hurtkick also had to raise both hands alone to block the destructive power of that technique, protecting his teammates. The bored professors had to cover their faces with their arms, blinded by the energy mass, and even a piece of Caton's wing flew off. Even though he had only blocked the first attack, his face turned ashen, and he struggled. Jian grimaced and sweat profusely. He cursed, "Damn it," thinking inwardly, the attack is too strong, making it hard to maintain the spatial barrier. But suddenly he glanced to one side and Garrus's darkened hand appeared, helping him maintain the barrier. He also helped Jian and Garrus. Caton, seeing this, couldn't hide his surprise and shouted, "Ha!" He was flustered, turned slightly to look behind him, and saw all the board professors and instructors united, helping him maintain the spatial barrier. Caton's protective circle was blown backward by the destructive power of the attack. The surroundings were now entirely red, and a powerful spatial barrier appeared alone in one area. But after the air returned to its normal color, the protective circle returned to its original position without any damage. Now only the people hiding inside Kaiten's barrier remained on the ground, and it was unknown where Andre and Jian had gone. With Andre and Jian gone, he was flustered, cold sweat trickling down, and asked himself, the people outside the barrier have vanished without a trace. Does such terrifying power truly exist in this world? And Hurtkick was still there with two bloodstains side by side behind him. The criminal, seeing this, thought, unbelievable. He glanced at the bloodstain on his right. The other three of them had disappeared. After that, Hurtkick turned his eyes to look at Jian, and his face turned pale with fear as he asked himself, is Jian really that strong? Jian and Andre were now covered in dirt, one could not tell since when. The two once again stood in their respective spots, staring intently at each other. Andre's bloody arm trembled as he raised it. He struggled to clench his fist, his eyes flashing as he glared at Jian, then opened his mouth and muttered, Break, I never imagined your power would reach this level. Jian was still brimming with confidence as if it could pierce the sky. He slightly lowered his head but still smiled calmly. World Top 10, huh? It seems to be just an empty title. Elder Andre again narrowed his eyes, calculating something inwardly. As expected, this is really not an easy fight. Although he had clearly declared war, Andre eventually grimaced and contemplated retreating. I cannot fight this battle with all my strength. After that he turned around and with a regretful expression muttered to Jian, I also want to continue this fight, but I think we'll have to stop here today. Jian, hearing this, couldn't close his mouth and shouted, What? Andre still coolly raised his eyes and with a darkened face said vaguely, I believe you'll understand what I'm saying. Jian, now angry, grimaced and glared at Andre, grinding his teeth but saying nothing. Jian stood with his legs spread, fists clenched, staring intently at Andre across from him, and dust billowed around. The instructors were so shocked they seemed dazed, all widened their eyes, faces darkened, and inwardly wondered. Break seems to have the upper hand, so is Andre a world top 10 requesting a truce? Inhi and Sunha grimaced, flustered, and thought inwardly, what in the world is happening? But Jian unleashed blue lightning from his palms. He had no intention of a truce. Instead, he retorted to Andre, Do you think you understand me? Andre's face suddenly turned ashen, his eyes wide and flashing. He sealed his lips tightly, unable to say anything. Jian, angry, grimaced and raised one hand. Countless lightning powers continuously flashed from his palm. Jian stood in one corner, continuously summoning blue energy orbs behind his back. He raised one hand and fired that lightning mass forward. Andre, his eyes wide, strenuously blocked Jian's attack, and even Hurtkick, who was to one side, was caught in the attack. Jian's lightning-like power wrapped around his two arms, and Hurtkick's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth in fear. The massive energy unleashed by Jian was so powerful that both Andre and Hurtkick were sucked into it, and no people were visible anymore, only two blurry black shadows. Kaiten's face then turned pale with fear. He grimaced and sweat profusely, gritting his teeth and cursing, This foolish bastard! That power directly struck Kaiten's protective barrier, shattering the surrounding gravel and scattering it everywhere. But fortunately the circle was sturdy enough. After Jian's mad attack, the arena was naturally beyond shattered and tragic. He still stood in one spot as if piercing the sky, and opposite him was the fiery red area where Andre was. Jian's face darkened with anger, his eyes flashed like bullets. He was still holding up his hand. Jian grimaced like a monkey's butt, grinding his teeth and cursing, I told you I want to fight you, so cut the pointless talk. The instructors and Garrus, hearing this, all broke out in a cold sweat and fear, and all shared the same thought, he's crazy. Andre wants to stop, how can he continue? Andre stood in one corner of the arena with his legs spread, raising both hands in a defensive stance. Smoke billowed thickly around him. He narrowed his eyes. Andre's eyes flashed, and he pretended to be calm as he retorted, Do you think I'm speaking nonsense? Hurtkick was now covered in blood, his entire body wounded. The criminal grimaced, gritted his teeth, and with one hand holding his injured arm thought to himself, This Break guy is truly crazy. The three of them, Jian, Andre and Hurtkick, still stood facing each other, each in a corner saying nothing. Andre, with a serious face, began feigning danger and muttering pointless words. Break, do you really want to fight to the end? I know you can't easily defeat me, and you won't easily defeat me either. But Jian was not afraid at all and remained silent with a blank face. The old man frowned in annoyance and muttered, My offer is still valid, so think about it carefully. Jian confidently replied with no emotion, Understood, and let me also inform you that my intentions remain unchanged. I will challenge all of the frame organization's top 10. Andre then turned his back, gave a slight glance and a nod. He disappeared as quickly as a squirrel, and Hurtkick, still with a face full of rage, gnashing his teeth, glared at Jian. But then both of them vanished swiftly from in front of Jian. Jian stood helplessly, unable to do anything, merely frowning and sighing. But suddenly he was startled and turned his head to look up at something. Jinwoo and his three friends were staring intently at him with expressions that were 3 parts surprise and 7 parts awe without saying a word. Jian, not understanding anything, tilted his head with a blank face, glanced at them and asked, What's wrong? For some reason, Jian was now surrounded by academy students and instructors. Jinwoo stood facing Jian and praised him happily. I'm really proud. Jian merely sighed helplessly upon hearing those words. All the academy students who had been observing the match until now thought in disbelief, doubting their eyes. He fought a world top 10 and looks completely fine, so Jinwoo's master is this person? No wonder Jinwoo is strong. Jian wasn't interested in Jinwoo's praise and just sighed helplessly, asking, Whatever, how are you? Jinwoo smiled brightly like a flower and replied to Jian with a warm smile, I'm fine. Kaiten stood outside listening to their conversation with a blank face, but Kaiten soon frowned, glared at Jinwoo and spoke at length, startling Jinwoo and making his face turn pale. Fine, all your ribs are broken. If he had stomped a little harder your heart would have burst. We need to treat you as quickly as possible. Upon hearing that, Jian immediately frowned in anger and glared at Jinwoo, scaring him. Suddenly Garrus appeared from somewhere, walked towards Jian with his hands clasped behind his back and thanked him. Jian glanced at him slightly surprised. Thank you very much. After that, for some reason, Garrus asked with a solemn face, can we talk for a moment? Jian remained silent, staring intently at him but did not reply. But eventually Jian turned his back and left. He carried Jinwoo like a sack with one hand and replied, now's not a good time, let's talk later. Garrus was surprised and froze when he was rejected, but he still watched calmly as Jian, holding Jinwoo, left, flustered and sweating with his hands clasped behind his back. Garrus watched the top 10 leave with Jian and Kaiten, thinking to himself, when rumors circulated that the top 10 avoided a confrontation with Jian, most people thought it was groundless speculation. Even I thought so. I knew Jian was strong, but I didn't think he was strong enough for the top 10 to avoid him. He had sweat profusely down his cheeks, but after seeing him today I realized those rumors were true. One of the elderly professors among those remaining raised a hand and ordered, transfer the injured to the hospital. Disick still couldn't hide his surprised expression, frowning and widening his eyes, muttering to himself, Jinwoo is Jian's student. In a brightly lit room, light seeped out from the window. Jian slightly closed his eyes, then slowly opened them. Jinwoo lay on the bed, eyes closed, letting out a sigh of relief. Kaiten stood by the bed, sighing as he watched him helplessly. Jian stood like a father with a solemn face and his arms crossed. He looked at Jinwoo, curled the corners of his mouth and praised him. Well done. Upon hearing that, Kaiten was slightly surprised and glanced back, but he immediately glared at Jian again and began to curse him. Shut up, I don't want to hear that. Kaiten glared at Jian but still gnashed his teeth with a furious face, glanced back and cursed to himself. What does he know about healing to dare praise me for doing well? Jian merely sighed helplessly with a blank face, seeing Kaiten's hostile attitude. Kaiten then examined Jinwoo's body. He thought to himself, why am I volunteering to take care of this kid? He then closed his eyes and sighed inwardly, looking at Jinwoo's puppy-like face as he meekly received treatment for his injuries. So annoying. Kaiten suddenly frowned and glared at Jinwoo. He again stroked his chin with one hand and pondered some nonsense. That's right, maybe I felt sorry for this kid for having such a crazy master. Kaiten again lifted his face like a madman but still frowned and looked down at Jinwoo like a small bug, thinking triumphantly to himself. If it weren't for me he would have surely died. After that he chuckled to himself. Kaiten stood next to Jian, covering his mouth, his face turning black, his eyes narrowed and his body trembling as he muttered proudly to himself, of course if it weren't for a genius like me how could he have survived? Jian, not understanding what crazy thing Kaiten was doing, merely stared intently at him with a blank face. Kaiten chuckled, then suddenly noticed Jian looking at him with an evaluative expression. He regained his professional demeanor in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Jian narrowed his eyes with a solemn face and asked Kaiten, are you okay? Kaiten changed his attitude as quickly as flipping a pancake. He frowned, glared at Jian and began to nag him. If you use that much energy your body will be in chaos. You're not a thoughtless person. Why were you so reckless? Jian fell into deep thought for a few seconds upon hearing Kaiten's words. He crossed his arms, bowed his head and closed his eyes, looking down at Jinwoo's face as he calmly received treatment for his injuries. After that he suddenly replied to Kaiten, surprising him. Because there were many eyes watching us, Jian confidently raised his face, glanced at Kaiten and added a cool remark with a satisfied smile. I just wanted to let everyone know that if they lay a hand on Ju, they will die. Kaiten just froze upon hearing that, unable to say anything as he stared intently at Jian. But he tilted his head back, frowned and shook his head. Kaiten sighed, clucking his tongue in helplessness. Truly crazy. Jian had a blank face, not understanding what Kaiten was saying. Kaiten then sighed, his voice suddenly echoed. Although, Kaiten gave a gentle smile. Baekwalkwang added briefly, going that crazy isn't a bad idea. Jian was very pleased to hear the compliment from the side. He sat on the edge of the bed, resting his chin on his hand, closing his eyes and sighing with a satisfied smile. Jinwoo was still asleep in the bed, unconscious and unaware of anything. The sky began to darken. The tall apartment buildings all lit up simultaneously. Jian had now returned to his cat form. He sat blankly, but blue energy continuously emanated from his body. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking, but he merely had a blank face. Suddenly, Jian raised one hand and moved it slightly as if testing his power. Recalling the moment he charged into the air to attack Andre, Jian frowned and thought to himself, I was too reckless. Jinwoo's voice came from behind him, startling Jian slightly, and he turned his head to look at him. Jian had to ask again, seeing Jinwoo's pale and sickly face with deep dark circles under his eyes. Are you awake? How do you feel? Jinwoo, still very weak, lay on the bed and struggled to reply, I feel much better. His body was still heavy, but Jian sighed helplessly and reminded him, get more rest. Jinwoo slightly closed his eyes, wearing a gloomy expression. He again struggled to narrow his eyes, lifted his head and called Jian. Jian then replied coldly, yes? Jinwoo, lying on the bed, looked at Jian's blank face and continued to mutter, I wanted to save as many people as possible. I thought if I drew the opponent's attention they would leave others alone. I just couldn't stand by and watch. Jian merely nodded calmly and emotionlessly upon hearing that, replying briefly, understood. Jinwoo, flustered and sweating profusely from the side, asked, surprised by Jian's nonchalance. Aren't you going to scold me? Once again I put myself in danger and made you use your power to save me, didn't I? Jian, not understanding anything, widened his eyes and stared intently at Jinwoo, asking back, why should I scold you? Jinwoo still lay meekly on the bed, full of worries, listening to Jian's reply. If not, how would I have gotten a chance to fight a top 10? But Jian's next words surprised Jinwoo slightly, making his eyes widen. As I told you, I felt lonely in this world for a long time. A gloomy and lonely expression briefly crossed Jian's face. He frowned and continued to lament. No one helps me, no one. Jinwoo raised his eyebrows and pitied Jian. Jian frowned again. I always had to bear the responsibility for everything alone. In the middle of speaking, he suddenly stopped and had a blank face, saying nothing. Jian faced Jinwoo. In front of Jinwoo's widened and agape expression, Jian continuously poured out words. But you're not like that. Do whatever you want. Jinwoo froze, unable to say anything, merely listening to Jian's words. Jian had a confident expression and narrowed his eyes and smiled at Jinwoo. Because you have me. Jinwoo's eyes widened in surprise at this moment, and a slight glimmer of light flickered in his pupils. Kaiten's box, which Jian was inside, began to crack and tear. Jian, fat like a pig, lay in the cardboard box. He dared his eyes arrogantly like a frog and looked at Jinwoo. Moreover, he curled the corners of his mouth mockingly. How lucky you should consider yourself that the great Jian is supporting you. Jinwoo then lay on the bed, his mouth agape with joy and his face flushed with embarrassment. On the floor nearby, the fat cat Jian was narrowing his eyes contentedly and chuckling to himself. In the middle of the bed, the white cat Kaiten was trembling and continuously growling, inside a magnificent white building that looked elegant and luxurious. Garrus's voice echoed. I officially want to thank you. Jian sat on a chair, crossed one leg, frowned, folded his arms and replied coldly, No need, I didn't do it to help you. Contrary to his nonchalant attitude, Garrus sat politely with his hands on his knees, sweating with worry. Nevertheless, thanks to you, many academy students survived. Garrus sat seriously facing Jian, leaning back in his chair with his arms crossed. He rambled on, muttering, If you hadn't appeared, the Frame organization would have destroyed this school and countless academy students would have been killed. Jian indifferently tilted his head to one side. He sighed and lamented inwardly. I really hate hearing these formal words, but from his mouth he replied, Whatever. Garrus, 3 parts flustered and 7 parts unfamiliar, widened his eyes and stared intently at Jian's indifferent face, asking inwardly, Is this the Jian I knew? Thoughts about Jian's majestic and cold demeanor flashed in Garrus's mind. Although I didn't have much contact with him before, my impression was that he was a powder keg with sharp eyes and a fiery temper. He was one of the most belligerent awakened, always ready for battle. That's the Jian I knew. As soon as Garrus thought that far, he was completely dumbfounded. Sweat poured down profusely. Garrus again stared intently at Jian's rude face and thought, The way he saved the student yesterday and his behavior now are completely different. Jian suddenly changed the subject. He still asked Garrus as if he were the master, By the way, how exactly did you get trapped in that barrier? If you had used your full power, what could Andre's subordinates have done? Garrus was suddenly startled. He rolled his eyes, cleared his throat and then hesitated, replying, I left my weapon at home, you see. Upon hearing that, Jian immediately frowned, clicked his tongue and scolded him. What? Why are you so naive? Jian, not ashamed of scolding someone, watched with a blank face and crossed arms as Garrus flustered and cowered. But then he suddenly lifted his head slightly and muttered to Jian, I didn't know you taught students. In fact, I didn't even know you had students. Jian still had a displeased expression, sighed and replied coldly and formally, Yes, I teach students. Even I don't know how to explain it. Garrus raised a hand and continued to mutter, From now on, this academy will pay special attention to Jinwoo. He is not only your student, but also our benefactor. Oh, and of course, I will personally take care of him. But Jian haughtily frowned, glared at Garrus, sighed and firmly refused, surprising Garrus. No need, don't do anything unnecessary. Garrus was flustered and sweating profusely. He hastily spoke as if rapping, Why is it unnecessary? If he hadn't stepped forward then, many academy students would have died. How can you call that unnecessary? It may be nothing to you, but it will benefit that child. Are you really going to refuse? Jian tilted his head to one side mockingly and stared intently at Garrus, but did not reply. Suddenly he smiled slightly to himself. Jian lightly rested his chin on one hand and sighed. Jian, with a confident face, dismissed everything with a triumphant smile at Garrus. I don't need anything and neither does my student. Garrus was completely defeated at this point. He frowned and glared at him with wide eyes. Jian had already darted out the door. He opened the door, turned his back and left, leaving Garrus alone in the room. Jian didn't forget his final words to the old man, Leave everything as it is, but then he sighed inwardly, thinking, so boring. Garrus, left in the room, watched Jian leave with a blank face. It was still the same building, but now it had transformed into the academy area with numerous stairs and gigantic windows. Jinwoo, Ji-Yuin, Kong Sok and Subin, the 4 of them were all looking in one direction, all with surprised expressions. Subin immediately called out loudly to Jinwoo. Jinwoo? The young man walked in embarrassed, rubbing his head with his hand and asked, Is everyone okay? Disuk, seeing a healthy, clean and uninjured Jinwoo, couldn't hide his surprise, mouth agape, and exclaimed, Wow, Kaiten really showed his greatness again. Your condition was much worse than ours. But now he looked completely fine. Jinwoo became even more embarrassed. He looked down, blushing, and kept scratching his head, mumbling an apology. I'm sorry I was the only one treated by Kaiten. When Jinwoo said that, everyone stared blankly at him. Subin muttered to herself, chiding him, "What nonsense are you talking about again? You almost died. How could ordinary healers treat you? They would only do their best if they were family or if you paid a lot of money." Not stopping there, Subin casually encouraged Jinwoo. "Besides, Kaiten doesn't treat others well either. You should consider yourself lucky he helped you." Hearing that, Jinwoo stood blankly for about 2 seconds, pondering his friend's words. Suddenly, Jinwoo said something no one expected, leaving everyone stunned. "I also want to apologize to all of you." He once again wore a gloomy expression. Jinwoo still felt sorry for his close friends. "If I hadn't participated, all of you would have." Jinwoo recalled the moment the Frame Organization's criminal raised his hand to attack and he himself was kneeling, slumped in despair and shock. Jinwoo continuously hugged himself with one hand, blaming himself for his irresponsibility. Disuk suddenly grimaced unpleasantly and glared at Jinwoo, annoyed for no reason. He shouted loudly, and Jinwoo, lost in thought, flinched in surprise. "Ju, how long are you going to keep spouting such meaningless nonsense?" Ju stared intently at Jinwoo, then continued, explaining angrily, "My decision to fight has nothing to do with you. The injuries I sustained are a result of my own choices." In front of Jinwoo's flustered, sweating face, Disuk suddenly turned around and left. He was still furious, clenching his hands tightly, and threw a final remark, "So don't stand there blaming yourself, damn it, it's really annoying." The door slammed shut, startling everyone in the room. Jinwoo was worried and flustered, not knowing what he had done wrong. Subin's voice echoed in his ears, startling Jinwoo, and he turned to look at Disuk. Subin sat on the bed, arms crossed, and looked at him with a warm smile, explaining, "To be honest, we actually really enjoyed that situation." Subin patiently and gently made Jinwoo understand, "We trusted each other and fought together without hesitation, and I was really happy." Hearing that, Jinwoo couldn't believe his ears. His eyes widened, his mouth dropped open, and he froze. Ji-Yoon, who was sitting next to her, finally spoke up, agreeing with Subin. "I agree too." Meanwhile, Kong-sok had been lying on the bed listening to everything but still hadn't said a word. Subin sighed again but still had a gentle smile. "So when I heard what you just said, I felt a bit uncomfortable too." Subin finished explaining and added a final remark. Disuk must have felt the same way. Jinwoo now realized he had been rude and lowered his eyebrows in sadness, blushing, and remained silent in embarrassment. After a moment, Jinwoo opened the door and left, but didn't forget to tell Subin and Ji-Yoon, "I'm going after him." Subin sighed helplessly but still looked at Jinwoo with a smile, and Ji-Yoon sat blankly next to her. At that moment he was only thinking about Jajangmyeon. As the sky was still painted with pink and golden hues, Disuk stood alone, leaning against a large pillar, hands in his pants pockets. He still couldn't control his anger, grimacing and thinking to himself, "He's really too much, he's always like that." After a moment, Jinwoo appeared behind Disuk, and he suddenly called Disuk, who turned around in surprise to look at Jinwoo. Jinwoo, again in his old habit, blushed, scratched his head, and said the familiar words, "I'm sorry." Hearing that, Disuk endured and glanced at Jinwoo, asking, "What are you apologizing for again?" Jinwoo lowered his eyebrows with a gloomy face and explained, "Because I didn't consider your feelings, Hung." Disuk this time stood blankly for a few seconds, merely staring intently at Jinwoo without saying a word. Seeing that he was no longer being scolded, Jinwoo again launched into a long explanation. "If the situation were reversed, I would have done the same. I would fight any enemy with you without hesitation, Hung." Jinwoo looked kindly at Disuk and smiled amicably. "We're friends after all." Disuk was now completely appeased but still wore a slightly stern and sulky expression, glancing at the ground without looking at Jinwoo. Disuk again turned to Jinwoo like a fish in water, teasing and finding fault. "Who said I would step forward if I were you? I know my strength based on each enemy's type." Jinwoo, being refuted like a coward, flustered and conceded, "Ah, that's right." Jinwoo still scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled, and Disuk coldly put his hands in his pants pockets and sighed. Suddenly the voices of other academy students echoed. It was Selyu. Another academy student heard that and asked again, "Really?" At the noise from the crowd, the two were suddenly startled and simultaneously turned their heads to check the situation. As if from nowhere, a swarm of ants-like academy students approached Jinwoo all at once. One of them called him Ju. Seeing unfamiliar students suddenly approaching Jinwoo, Disuk immediately pushed him behind him, even shielding him with one hand. Disuk grimaced and asked warily, "What's going on? What do you want?" Jinwoo, flustered like a coward, could only hide behind his friend. The unfamiliar academy student swept his hair back and suddenly approached, thanking Jinwoo, who said, "Thank you," completely bewildered and not understanding anything. Seeing Jinwoo's difficulty in understanding, the person again lowered his eyebrows and began to explain at length. "I heard you were being treated, so I came. I am one of Frame's targets. Fortunately, you distracted them, and I was able to escape unharmed." Jinwoo was startled and almost fell over, unable to believe his ears, and immediately asked, bewildered, "Why?" The crowd behind him also spoke up, interjecting. And Jinwoo turned around in surprise again. "Us too," all those academy students said in unison, staring intently at Jinwoo. "It's because of you that we can stand here now. Not only us but many others who are being treated are also deeply grateful for your actions." Jinwoo, 3 parts embarrassed and 7 parts moved, stared at them with wide eyes and stood blankly for a few seconds. Then the crowd again spoke in unison. Thank you very much. Jinwoo bowed his head. He was so moved that his face turned red and he thought to himself, I'm glad what I did wasn't in vain. After this group finished, another group spoke to Jinwoo, startling both Jinwoo and Disuk, who turned around. Us too. A handsome white-haired academy student again led a group and thanked Jinwoo and Kaiten. Thanks to you and your master, we were able to survive. Even if the professors hadn't been trapped, if someone ranked in the world's top 10 had stepped forward, it would have been difficult for us to survive. Jinwoo again widened his eyes, his mouth dropped open, and he froze, unable to say a word. The handsome white-haired academy student wore a solemn expression and extended a hand to shake Jinwoo's. Thank you. Jinwoo widened his eyes and stood blankly for a few seconds, staring intently at the white-haired academy student. The two shook hands under the dazzling sunset, surrounded by countless academy students as if they were lifelong friends meeting again after decades, and Jinwoo's face was full of joy. Ju, Subin, Ji-Yun, and Kong Sok, the four of them all stared intently in one direction. Suwon was also injured, wrapped in bandages all over his body, and he grimaced, glaring at the four of them. Subin propped her chin on one hand and glanced at Suwon, saying, Villain Suwon, I completely forgot about him. Disuk was equally persistent. He crossed his arms and agreed with Subin, scoffing, Oh, he's still alive? Suwon trembled furiously in his wheelchair from being teased by the group. Subin still didn't shut up and continued to say things that made Suwon flinch. Kaiden said he moved Suwon to a safe place when we escaped, just in case, Disuk again asked inquisitively with a blank expression. Really? Then the two gathered in one spot and openly whispered for Suwon to hear. Subin again started talking, making sure Suwon could hear. If it were a movie, the villain would already be dead. Disuk glanced at Suwon but still replied to Subin, Who knows, maybe he's a great villain and doesn't die easily. Suwon's face turned pale with anger from being teased, but he couldn't do anything. Jinwoo observed from outside, flustered and sweating. Subin smiled wickedly and leaned her face closer to Disuk, asking, You completely forgot about him too, didn't you? Disuk still wore an innocent expression and continued the act with Subin. Of course I completely forgot he even existed. He. Hearing that, Subin widened her eyes in surprise and asked again as if she couldn't believe her ears, What, you really forgot? Disuk was startled. You too, Suwon had been silently enduring until now. His eyes widened and he trembled with anger, but he didn't curse a single word. Enough teasing already? Disuk and Subin both opened their mouths wide and stuck out their tongues, laughing joyfully. Kong Sok only sighed from behind. Suwon in his wheelchair still trembled with anger, and Jinwoo innocently, flustered from outside as if he were the one at fault. Suddenly, Kong Sok turned to Suwon and spoke first. Suwon, you're sharing a room with us? Suwon sighed helplessly and replied, I have no choice. All the other rooms are full. Hearing that, Disuk and Subin again rushed out, laughing gleefully and dancing as if to tease Suwon and take out their frustration. Seeing the villain fuming with anger, his face darkening, grimacing and glaring at the two friends, Jinwoo immediately approached worriedly. He checked Suwon's complexion and at the same time raised his hand to stop Subin and Disuk. Enough, stop it. Suddenly, Suwon narrowed his eyes. His body was covered in wounds and there was a large gash on his chest. Suwon lay on the hospital bed, his eyes wide, thinking to himself, There must have been a big fight. What's going on? Was the arena attacked? Kaiden's voice echoed, startling him slightly, and he glanced to the side to check the situation. No wonder he looks familiar. When Suwon turned his face sideways, he saw Kaiten. Kaiten, with one hand in his pocket, casually asked, Are you one of the kids who came here with Ju? Seeing Kaiten's face, Suwon's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost, and he was too shocked to say anything, wondering inwardly, Why is he here? Is this related to the commotion earlier? However, Kaiten didn't wait for Suwon to reply and stared intently at Suwon, muttering to himself, Really annoying, but leaving you here might be dangerous. If anything happens, Ju will be uncomfortable. Kaiten grimaced and sighed. Phew, I guess I'll have to take you somewhere safe. That Ju kid always causes me trouble. Hearing that, Suwon was startled again, his eyes wide and mouth agape, unable to say a word. Then Kaiten coldly grabbed Suwon by the scruff of his neck, sighed helplessly and dragged him away as if he were a corpse. Kong Sok casually looked at Suwon and explained to him, The entire arena was completely destroyed by Jian and a world top 10 from Frame. The more he heard, the angrier Suwon became, gripping the wheelchair handles tightly. He darkened his face, grimaced, gritted his teeth and wondered inwardly in defiance, So I'm alive thanks to him. Suwon glanced at Jinwoo in front of him, who was flustered and lowering his eyebrows, then grimaced again, narrowing his eyes and continuing to wonder inwardly, But why? Suddenly, Disuk, appearing from nowhere, leaned his face close to Suwon, grimaced unpleasantly, pouted his lips and criticized, Look at that guy's eyes, even his eye color is ugly. Subin also took the opportunity to lean in close to Suwon, staring intently at him and agreeing with Disuk. Anyone who didn't know would think he was from Frame. This scene feels really familiar. Disuk and Subin stuck out their tongues in front of Suwon, dancing and laughing gleefully, and Suwon trembled furiously in his wheelchair. He growled as if ready to bite the two of them. In-hee and Seong-ha suddenly opened the door and entered. As soon as In-hee entered, she asked, Were you all here? Ju obediently looked at him and hastily bowed his head in greeting. Teacher In-hee. In-hee and Seong-ha entered the room and smiled brightly, asking, How have you been? Subin, like a parrot, quickly, happily, and with a pout, replied, We're much better. Seong-ha stood opposite the many academy students and casually announced, "We've decided that all of you will return after you've recovered." Hearing that, everyone opened their mouths in confusion and asked again. Why? Jinwoo stood blankly flustered. He worriedly asked, "Isn't returning so early sooner than expected?" He lowered her head slightly and with a solemn expression tried to make the children understand, explaining, "That's right, our original plan was to stay here for at least 2 more months, but after recent events the people in charge here have decided to temporarily close the academy." Subin was still calm and not very worried. She asked curiously, "If they close, will all the academy students go home?" "Yes," he casually replied. "That's right, everyone will go back." However, Seong-ha, who was standing next to her, turned pale. He grimaced and complained, "There's no guarantee that Frame won't attack again. They even mobilized a world top 10 just now. Everything would resume once the defensive facilities were installed." While Seong-ha was speaking, images of some Frame members came to mind. Hearing that, everyone stared at the 2 teachers in surprise, and Subin exclaimed in surprise, "Oh!" After scaring them, the 2 teachers returned to their gentle expressions. Everyone smiled amicably. He crossed her arms, sighed helplessly and advised, "Anyway, it's better to focus on your recovery." The academy students all replied obediently like puppies. Yes. As night covered the entire city, the academy still shone brightly in one corner. Jian and Disuk were walking on the road right next to the academy. As the 2 walked together, Jian muttered to himself nonstop, "I can't believe Ju is Jian's student. As far as we know, Jian doesn't have any family or organization. It's really hard to believe he teaches students." Disuk still remained silent, lowering his head in thought. Jian again grimaced and complained. That also explained why Ji-Yun was so strong. Honestly, recalling the scene where he fought the Frame organization members, it seemed no one among this academy's top 10 could contend with him. I also believed he had truly learned Jian's fighting style. Even the characteristics of their abilities were similar. As Disuk heard Jin muttering, the image of Ji-Yun fighting the Frame organization members flashed in his mind. Nevertheless, Disuk coldly said, "Shut up. Be quiet." Suddenly, Jin again cried out in surprise. "Huh?" He saw the bloodstains remaining on the ground. It seemed the cleaning crew hadn't completely removed the traces of the Frame organization members. Jin naturally followed the bloodstains. Jin left Disuk behind and entered a dark path at the outer corner of the academy. Jin didn't know what he saw, but his eyes widened. Seeing Andrea slumped in the grass covered in wounds, Jin asked hesitantly, as if he couldn't believe his eyes, "Ma'am, are you still alive?" As Andrea suddenly lifted her head and trembled, asking for help, Jin was startled and grimaced, asking. With Andrea barely raising one hand to ask for help, Jin coldly rebuked, "You tried to kill us and you still dare ask for help?" However, realizing something was wrong, Jin paused and thought, "Wait, why is that ma'am asking Disuk for help? That makes no sense." Even at that moment, Andrea was staring intently at Jin. With a thump, a lot of blood splattered everywhere. Jin suddenly froze and immediately after, his face darkened. He glanced behind him. Turning around, he saw Disuk covering Jin's mouth with one hand, pressing close to him, and with the other hand stabbing Jin in the middle of his abdomen, causing blood to start flowing from Jin's mouth. He glanced behind him and asked hesitantly, as if he couldn't believe his eyes, "Disuk, you too?" He continued to ask, looking at Disuk's grimacing face. "You were a traitor." As Disuk withdrew his hand, Jin fell backward in pain, gritting his teeth and crying out, "Arg!" Blood splattered forward from the wound. Andrea was startled, but her face was filled with evident joy. Jin knelt beside Disuk's foot and blood was profusely spilled everywhere. Disuk still stood frozen like a stone, his arm covered in blood. He grimaced, sighed and asked, "What are you going to do now?" Andrea frowned, barely lifted her head to look at Disuk and muttered, "Now is not the time for such questions." Hearing that, Disuk grimaced in annoyance and glared at Andrea, inwardly resenting, "That ma'am deliberately made me betray myself, otherwise I could have hidden my identity longer." After that, the old traitor turned back to Jin, who was struggling on the floor, and asked, "Why didn't you kill him in one blow?" Disuk replied nonchalantly, "Using too much force would attract attention." At this, Jin's face darkened with anger and he lifted his head, gritted his teeth and burst out furiously, asking, "Disuk, why are you?" Before he could finish, Jin was seized by Disuk's white hand clamping around his neck. Disuk pushed Jin away and Jin gritted his teeth in pain, crying out, "Arg!" There was no trace of regret on Disuk's face. He grimaced and replied curtly, "I just happened to get a chance and seized it." Jin couldn't believe his ears, his eyebrows furrowed from the strong chokehold on his neck, and he asked tremblingly, "What?" Disuk, after that, he extended 2 fingers forward, grasping Jin's neck with one hand and piercing his chest with the other, and with a thump, blood splattered everywhere in the air. Jin's eyes widened in horror and his face was devoid of emotion. After stabbing him, Disuk muttered nonchalantly, "Sorry, I wanted to kill you to stop your suffering, but that would cause chaos." Suddenly a voice echoed from behind, startling Disuk, and he widened his eyes. "Disuk!" He grimaced and glanced behind him. Ji-Yun's face, wide-eyed with 3 parts shock and 7 parts bewilderment, came directly into Disuk's sight. Seeing Ji-Yun, Andrea froze, thinking, "Damn it!" Disuk was startled, his face darkened, and grimacing he looked at Ji-Yun, inwardly cursing, "Damn it, why did this guy have to find out? If he runs, how will I chase him?" The seemingly innocent Ji-Yun slowly approached. He still looked blank, knowing nothing, and asked a question that made Disuk freeze. What happened? Why is Jin hurt? Ji-Yun, worried and understanding nothing, grimaced and continued to assess the situation. The cunning Disuk grimaced, glanced behind him and looked at Ji-Yun, muttering to himself. So this guy still doesn't know what I've done? Disuk's act for Ji-Yun began. He put on a painful and pitiful face, furrowed his brows and turned around to lie. The professor attacked Jin. Andrea was suddenly startled to hear that. Jin was startled, worried, and grimaced, asking what, but then he realized Andrea's presence. Ah, that person is here too. Andrea still didn't know what Disuk was planning. She frowned and stared intently at him, inwardly asking, Disuk, what exactly are you plotting? Disuk glanced at Andrea, but his mouth was still speaking to the bewildered and unknowing Ji-Yun. Quickly go help Jin, I'll stop that professor. Andrea, slumped on the ground, still didn't understand Disuk's plan. She sweated and gritted her teeth, inwardly asking, what on earth are you doing? Disuk lost patience and annoyed, turned around and shouted loudly at Ji-Yun. Hurry up, Ji-Yun urged, was startled, collected himself, and quickly stepped forward, replying, all right. Disuk still held Jin tightly, and with a serious expression he watched Ji-Yun rush towards him from behind. His eyes flashed, Disuk's pupils sparkled, and he still harbored evil thoughts. Come closer, I'll use this chance to kill you too. Ji-Yun approached to help Jin, and grimaced worriedly, asking, are you okay? Jin furrowed his brows, looked at Ji-Yun, and trembled all over. Andrea from behind had already barely stood up, leaning against a wall. Jin, trembling, looked at Ji-Yun and barely mustered his last strength to warn run. Behind Ji-Yun, Disuk's face had already darkened, his eyes gleamed, and he was preparing to unleash a fatal blow on Ji-Yun, just like the one he had used to stab Jin. He grimaced and swung his hand downwards. Disuk's attack connected with Ji-Yun's back with a thwack. Andrea, seeing the scene from afar, couldn't hide her joy. Her eyes flashed, and she smiled widely, thinking inwardly, good. But Disuk froze, his face turned ashen, and he couldn't believe his eyes. Before him, Ji-Yun and Jin were no longer visible. Only Disuk stood with his legs spread, his blood-stained arm extended forward. Both Disuk and Andrea were startled and froze. Immediately after, Disuk turned around, grimaced, and without further acting, asked honestly, how were you able to react so quickly? He continued to mutter, looking at Ji-Yun, who was holding Jin in the corner ahead. It's as if you knew I was going to attack beforehand. The seemingly innocent Ji-Yun was in fact very calm. He stared intently at Disuk with a serious face and replied curtly, from the beginning, I didn't believe what you said. I only pretended to fall for it to save Jin. Jin suddenly stood blank for a few seconds, unable to believe his ears. He furrowed his eyebrows, looked at Ji-Yun, and inwardly asked, to save me? Ji-Yun looked down at Jin again, then smiled gently and furthermore softly reassured him. Just hold on a little longer. I'll take you to the treatment room soon. Disuk's face turned ashen with worry, and sweat streamed down his cheeks as he looked at Ji-Yun, thinking inwardly, damn it, if Ji-Yun escapes I won't be able to chase him. Can I even chase him? Anyway, Jin will slow him down. No, even if I chase him, it's not over yet. But suddenly a blood-stained hand gripped Ji-Yun's forearm tightly, startling Ji-Yun, who understood nothing. Jin grimaced, his eyes flashed, and he gritted his teeth, saying, don't worry, I don't want to be a burden. We shouldn't let them escape. Ji-Yun was flustered to hear that. He looked at Jin hesitantly, asking. Jin became even more resolute with each question. He gripped Ji-Yun's shoulder tightly and shouted angrily, Academy staff died because of these traitors. Although no students were sacrificed, all the security guards working at the academy were killed. It's because of these traitors. Both Andrea and Disuk grimaced and gritted their teeth upon hearing Jin's rebuke, but they couldn't refute a single word. Jin's face darkened, his eyebrows shot up in anger, his facial muscles twitched, and blood streamed from his nose, but he still gritted his teeth and insisted, we cannot let them escape. Ji-Yun, 3 parts flustered and 7 parts hesitant, still stared intently at him with wide eyes but didn't know what to do, grimacing and gritting his teeth, looking at Ji-Yun and Jin in front of him. He thought inwardly, could it be that this guy wants to fight me instead of escaping? If so, but before he could finish his thought, Disuk was startled and froze, his pupils dilating. His face turned utterly pale. Ji-Yun tightly pressed his lips and his face was devoid of emotion. He leaned Jin against a nearby wall and gently said, wait here for a moment. Jin was startled, his eyes widened and his pupils flashed. Ji-Yun approached Disuk confidently and nonchalantly, but didn't forget to inform Jin, it won't take long. Disuk grimaced in anger, gritted his teeth and inwardly muttered, Ji-Yun, you're not in your right mind, are you? I can't believe you're giving up a chance to escape. His face was still brimming with confidence. His eyes glowed with burning fighting spirit. Ji-Yun and Disuk stood facing each other, and the traitor still sneered and taunted with a darkened face. You're Jian's student, surely you're proud. Having learned Jian's energy control methods, you must look down on others. Nevertheless, Ji-Yun remained nonchalantly silent. The traitor stood in a corner of the arena, continuously muttering troublesome words. But not only you, I too have learned from the strongest awakened. Ji-Yun, understanding nothing, asked back. Disuk's eyes glowed with red energy. Red power, just like Andre's, surged from both his hands. Disuk wore an arrogant, triumphant smile. Ji-Yoon couldn't believe his eyes. He grimaced, widened his eyes and froze for 5 seconds. Disuk grimaced and smiled sideways. He proudly introduced himself. I too was recognized for my talent by a world top 10 and taught by Lord Snyder. In return I joined the Frame organization. Both Ji-Yoon and Jin were startled, their eyes wide, thinking inwardly. Disuk also learned from a world top 10. After that he dipped his head low, touching the ground. The next moment Disuk approached Ji-Yoon as if triumphantly flying. His entire body was covered in red energy. His eyes flashed as he glared at Ji-Yoon. Then he shouted like a megaphone, "I'll show you what I've learned from them." Ji-Yoon, caught off guard and slightly flustered, gritted his teeth, grimaced, and retreated to avoid the attack. Disuk gleefully launched an attack that brushed past Ji-Yoon's face. But fortunately, thanks to the protagonist's aura, he was able to retreat and dodge. He had only lightly flicked his hand, but the force flew far, destroying a corner of the academy, and Ji-Yoon still retreated, dodging his attacks. The wall Jin was leaning against also cracked and shattered into pieces from Daisuk's powerful attack. He clutched his head with one hand, dodged to one side, and was clearly in pain. Jin glanced fearfully at the broken fence Disuk had destroyed, and sweat continued to stream down like a river. Disuk was already brimming with confidence after one attack. He grimaced and smiled sideways, continuing to boast, "Anything that touches my energy will shatter into pieces." As soon as he finished boasting, he again swung both hands, launching 2 attacks at Ji-Yoon. People were not visible. Only a corner of the academy shattering into pieces and gravel scattering everywhere could be seen. Ji-Yoon still dodged the techniques like a squirrel, and Disuk, ecstatic at his advantage, went wild. He continuously launched one attack after another, and after that, Disuk swung both hands, blowing up a corner of the academy, and flames blazed fiercely before his eyes. Suddenly, from within the black smoke, Ji-Yoon's face darkened, and he swung one hand, rushing at Disuk, catching him off guard and making him grit his teeth in surprise. Ji-Yoon approached, raised his fist, and knelt down, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to him. Disuk was hit by the attack and flew back at least 3,000 meters, his face as pale as a dead man's, but after a moment Disuk grimaced, gritted his teeth, and cried out wildly. Hard, he fell backward, but barely managed to stop himself with his feet. After that fatal blow, Disuk clutched one side of his abdomen in pain. He still couldn't believe his eyes, and grimaced, thinking inwardly, "What is this? His technique as I know it shouldn't be this fast and powerful." While he was still thinking, a shadow suddenly flashed like lightning past Daisuk's side. He was startled, widened his eyes, looked back at Disuk, and quickly gritted his teeth and launched an attack. But Ji-Yoon quickly crouched and dodged. Disuk, seeing his attacks continuously hitting only the ground and not Ji-Yoon, launched several more attacks. Ji-Yoon, seeing an opening, was startled. His eyes flashed, and he again raised his fist. Disuk gritted his teeth, and looking at Ji-Yoon's darkened face, his determined expression, and his powerful fist, he thought inwardly, "This isn't a battle, there's no time, and it's not about learning from others. This is a life-threatening fight for survival." As soon as Disuk finished his thought, Ji-Yoon crossed his legs and landed another punch on him. It struck his face directly, and Disuk cried out in pain, "Ah!" Immediately after, his face turned pale without a drop of blood. Both his eyes rolled back, his mouth hung open, and his entire body fell backward. Ji-Yoon punched Disuk, sending him flying far away, and his clothes were tattered like a beggar's. Blue and green lightning continuously flashed from Ji-Yoon's other hand. But still unsatisfied, Ji-Yoon's eyes flashed. He gathered strength in one hand, then delivered a full power blow to the center of Daisuk's abdomen, dyeing the entire surroundings with green blood, and Daisuk's body curled up like a shrimp from that lightning punch. His eyes rolled back. His backside kept wiggling, his eyebrows twitched continuously, and Disuk flew far away. As a result, dust flew everywhere, and no trace of the villain could be found. Jinwoo, after delivering the final blow, stood with his legs spread, panting, his face grimacing, sweat pouring down, and lightning continuously crackling around his body. Andrea and Disuk were both startled and frozen, both frowning. After being completely defeated, Daisuk's face turned ashen, and he knelt with both hands on the ground. In his mind, he still couldn't believe what had just happened to him. "What? Everything I tried feels meaningless." The arena now had several more huge cracks, and the academy building next to it was now a pile of stones stacked like mountains. Jinwoo and Disuk were still in their respective corners, shrouded in dust. Andrea, standing behind Jinwoo, couldn't believe her eyes, thinking it was impossible that even Disuk, with Snyder's power, had been defeated by Jinwoo. Then, too quickly and dangerously, she frowned and suddenly rushed to attack Jinwoo, muttering to herself, "Now is not the time for such thoughts. While he's off guard, I need to take him out and find a chance to escape." But suddenly a strange hand tightly gripped Andrea's sleeve and her body froze. Andrea, not understanding what was happening, widened her eyes and froze for a few seconds. Caton appeared next to her from nowhere, and he frowned angrily, then cleared his throat and asked, "What are you doing?" Andrea's face darkened when she was suddenly grabbed. She stared intently at Caton's white, soft hand, her eyes wide. The next moment, Andrea shook off Caton's hand and leapt back several miles to escape. He glared and asked, unable to believe her eyes. When Caton was mentioned to Andrea, Jinwoo, curious, opened his mouth wide and looked back. Caton said nothing, only frowning unpleasantly. He seemed to dislike Andrea, rubbing her traces from his body with 2 fingers. Andrea stood in one corner, her head bowed, still stammering, "Why are you helping Ju?" Caton, not understanding what was happening, his face darkened, roughly retorted, "What did you say?" She still frowned, continuing to wonder, "Isn't your relationship with Jian not good? Then why are you helping Jian's student?" Caton's face turned ashen with anger. His eyebrows twitched and his pupils contracted as he stared intently at Andrea. Caton pouted his lips and asked with a murderous voice, "Help, who am I helping?" Andrea still spoke incoherently, one eye closed, her eyes wide. Caton frowned and glared at the old villain, his eyes flashing. After that, Caton's face darkened and purple energy emanated from his entire body, his eyes shining brightly like car headlights. His voice still growled as he replied to Andrea, "That kid is my patient." Andrea's face turned pale. She was startled and froze, unable to say anything. As Caton's dark power tried to wrap around Andrea's ankle, she retreated in fear. Caton merely frowned unpleasantly, but his mouth still made trivial excuses. "If he gets hurt, it's just more trouble for me." Numerous dark powers emanated from around his body at this moment. Andrea stood facing Caton, continuously trembling. She muttered to herself, "Do you think that makes sense?" Caton's dark power created a bottomless black hole beneath the ground. Andrea continuously glanced down in fear, gritting her teeth and staring intently at the terrifying hole. Her face continuously trembling. Cornered, she gritted her teeth and muttered to herself, "I can't die like this." As soon as she finished thinking, Andrea raised both hands, her eyes wide, and fired power at Caton, trying to block the attack. But Caton was not afraid at all. He merely frowned and his eyes flashed slightly. Andrea's power flew forward, dyeing the entire sky bright red. Jinwoo and Disuk both widened their mouths in surprise at the sight. Everyone froze and sweated, covering their faces with their hands. Immediately after, Andrea turned around, gritted her teeth, and flew off, shouting, "Now's my chance." But for some reason she hadn't even run a step before Andrea stopped, as if her body had frozen. Andrea's face suddenly turned purple. Her face darkened and she glanced slightly downwards. Beneath her feet it was all muddy. A swamp of darkness wrapped around Andrea's ankles, preventing her from running any further. The swamp of darkness began to exert force, wrapping around her thighs. Andrea, startled, widened her eyes and could not resist. The terrified old woman's face darkened and she trembled, shouting, "Oh no!" Caton stood coolly in one corner, and behind his back 2 wings had sprouted from some unknown time. Small streams of power intertwined like a gigantic spiderweb. Caton merely watched Andrea, still desperately trying to escape, with a nonchalant expression. She screamed, "Ah!" but the swamp of darkness had already wrapped around her waist. Andrea merely raised one hand, trying to get out. The old woman's eyes were wide, her eyebrows furrowed, and she still shouted madly, "No!" Caton, calmly and emotionlessly, seeing the old woman almost at death's door, merely reminded her nonchalantly, "Remember, I hate trouble." As the swamp wrapped around half of her face, Andrea cried tears of fear, speaking incoherently. Immediately after, the strange swamp had already wrapped around her entire body, with only one hand not completely submerged. Disuk, sitting outside watching, was now pale with fear. He was just watching, but sweat poured down like rain. Jin was likewise flustered. Everyone's faces were as blank as cow dung, and this kid was also pale with fear, unable to say a word. Jinwoo, flustered, stared intently at Caton and the purple magic circle gradually disappearing on the ground. After successfully dealing with Andrea, Caton's face turned ashen and he frowned and turned around to scold Jinwoo, making Jinwoo tremble and sweat profusely. "What, did you fight again? Are you trying to cause me trouble again?" Disuk, sitting outside, watched Caton scolding Jinwoo like a machine gun in bewilderment, and Jinwoo merely hung his head in fear, accepting everything, unable to refute a single word. Suddenly Disuk turned around in surprise, frowned, and announced that Disuk was gone. Jinwoo also looked back at the pile of stones next to him in surprise and exclaimed, "Oh my God!" Caton still calmly asked with a blank face, not worrying about anything, "Are you talking about the guy who ran away just now?" Hearing that, Jinwoo turned around, frowned unpleasantly, and blamed Caton. "Why didn't you stop him, Hung?" Caton frowned again and glared at Jinwoo. He shamelessly stared intently at Jinwoo and asked innocently, "Why should I?" Jinwoo was flustered and froze, sweat pouring down his face. Sweat continued to trickle down. Disuk, with an expressionless face, crossed his arms and sighed, asking with a blank face, "Why should I?" Caton merely had a helpless blank face and thought inwardly, "It just occurred to me, where did Disuk go?" Jinwoo scratched his head next to him and approached, asking, "Are you okay?" Caton also stared intently at Disuk and he stammered in bewilderment, After that, Jinwoo helped Disuk up and put his arm around his neck, saying, "Let's go to the treatment room." The 3 people behind them stared intently at the 2 leaving, supporting each other. It covered the entire city, and below, the tall apartment buildings were still brightly lit. Jian held a plastic rod in one hand, frowned, and glanced at Jinwoo, asking, "Disuk was a traitor?" Jin, flustered, furrowed his eyebrows and poured out countless words. "I was surprised too. He even tried to kill Jinwoo." Jian, still casually doing pull-ups on a clothes hanger, replied nonchalantly, "HMPH, it's natural for such traitors to do such things. Why are you surprised?" Caton sat next to Jinwoo, sighed with a blank face and opened his mouth, agreeing with Jian. "Exactly." But Jinwoo still didn't understand, and he raised his head to look at Jian, innocently asking, "He was very close with Disuk though." Caton glared at Jinwoo helplessly, and Jian sighed. "That's a given." After that, his face darkened and he continued to teach Jinwoo, "They can betray organizations, friends, and even family." Jinwoo, like an angel, lowered his eyebrows and with a sad face raised his head to Jian, asking, "Is that common?" Jian glanced down at Jinwoo and merely sighed helplessly. After that, he jumped down with a thud. Jian narrowed his eyes and continued to explain to Jinwoo. But Jinwoo still didn't understand anything. "That's reality, kid, especially when it comes to power. That's why your friends said they were strange." Jinwoo was slightly startled, raised his head to look at Jian, but immediately after hesitated, lowered his head and replied gloomily, "I see." Suddenly, Caton opened his mouth and began to complain. Now that I think about it, that guy Disuk used Snyder's technique. Jinwoo also heard that and startled widened his eyes and looked back asking, what did you say? Jinwoo also raised his head, furrowed his eyebrows and added to the story for Jian. That's right, he said he learned from a world top 10 awakened. Jian was slightly doubtful but still calmly muttered, HMPH Snyder also had a student. Did he take another disciple? But Jian then no longer paid attention to him and changed the subject. He frowned and asked, then how was the arena? Jinwoo was slightly startled and froze, and the scene of Disuk laughing triumphantly and attacking Jinwoo's face flashed in his mind. Recalling that scene, Jinwoo was lost in thought, rubbing his chin and unconsciously replied, I think it was easier to defeat him than before. Jian, not understanding, asked with a blank face, easier? That kid used the power of a world top 10. The scene of Disuk gritting his teeth and swinging his arm trying to attack Jinwoo but Jinwoo dodging came to mind. Seeing that, Jinwoo continued to explain in detail to Jian, that's right, he just seemed a bit awkward when he attacked. Jinwoo still frowned, looked down at the ground and rubbed his chin with one hand, continuously muttering, I don't think his energy control was very natural. Hearing that, Jian, like a madman, continuously asked questions, really, why is that? As Jinwoo was continuously questioned, he was flustered and worried, frowning, sweat dripping down his face and desperately tried to think. But immediately after, Jinwoo poured out countless words like a machine gun. Perhaps it's because Disuk only recently learned how to use power from a world top 10. He's been training his own techniques for a long time, so now if he suddenly uses a different method he won't be used to it. Hearing Jinwoo's answer, Jian frowned with satisfaction. He smiled with satisfaction and replied, that's right. After that, Jian began to teach Jinwoo the theory of power. As I said, no matter how strong an ability is, the outcome of a battle depends on the user's skill. That kid hastily used a newly learned ability, so the result was obvious. As he explained, illustrations also appeared. After finishing his lecture to Jinwoo, Jian frowned and reminded him with an evil smile, don't make such mistakes. Jinwoo seemed to realize something. He clenched his fist with a serious face and replied firmly, yes, but the confident Jinwoo suddenly stopped as if something had occurred to him. That he smiled widely at Kaiten and said, thank you, Kaiten Hung. Kaiten, not understanding what was happening when someone thanked him, asked with a blank face, what now? Jinwoo's words froze Kaiten for 5 seconds. You helped us earlier, Hung. Kaiten's face darkened and he frowned, turning around to stare intently at Jinwoo. He pointed at himself with his finger and asked with a murderous voice, help a kid, why should I? Seeing Kaiten's attitude, Jinwoo, not understanding what was happening at all, froze and couldn't say a word. Disuk from behind had a blank face as if it was all too familiar. Kaiten frowned unpleasantly, gritted his teeth and glared at Jinwoo saying, don't misunderstand you, I didn't help you, it'll just be more trouble for me if you get hurt, understand? Jinwoo flinched in fear. He wrapped his arms around his body and crouched, replying, yes. Jinwoo and Disuk were both helpless against Kaiten's terrifying and fierce personality. Kaiten then turned around and left helplessly, but didn't forget to let out a long sigh to the two master and disciple. Phew. Jin still wrapped his arms around his body, and Jian maintained his unchanged nonchalant attitude. Kaiten was already comfortably lying on a red mattress. Jinwoo and Jian, 30 helpless and 70 flustered, asked each other, staring intently at Kaiten, who was comfortably lying on a pillow placed inside a red cardboard box. Is that guy laughing? Who made that? Kaiten again wore an evil and triumphant smile, glanced at Jinwoo and thought to himself with delight. That's right, I just did it because I didn't want Hung to be troubled. Ju, I didn't help Ju, Hokiki. Kaiten closed his eyes and happily fell asleep, and night covered the sky. But strangely, this sky was still tinged pink above the sharp-roofed castles below. Disuk in ragged clothes held his chest with one hand and slowly dragged himself in. He frowned angrily and muttered to himself, it's all Jinwoo's fault. Suddenly, a voice entered his ears and Disuk was slightly startled, widened his eyes and looked back. Disuk, Jin. Why are you here? Disuk stood on the ground and looked up at the foolish person standing on a floating rock in the sky, replying, teacher. Roy frowned unpleasantly and retorted contemptuously, your teacher? Do you think that just because you learned from your teacher you're his student? Disuk frowned in annoyance and looked like a monkey's butt. He could only stare intently at Roy without saying a word. Suddenly, he opened his mouth again and spoke to Disuk first. By the way, I just heard a very interesting story. Roy raised his face and with an evil and unreadable smile pouted his lips and asked, Zen's disciple is at your academy? Disuk heard that and still calmly furrowed his brow, his face darkening as he tightly sealed his lips and said nothing. Outside the academy hallway, friends stood together, chatting. Disuk leaned against the railing with his arms crossed and asked Jingu, I heard Disuk was the one who sold out the academy, right, and he almost died? Jingu hung his head and responded softly and glumly, yes. Arthur, with his back turned, carelessly rested his hand on the railing and replied to their words. The academy was thrown into chaos because of that news. Subin at this moment still showed a displeased expression and grumbled, really talented people seem to have a lot of mental problems. Only Disuk, looking perplexed, turned to Arthur. Not only me, but didn't you also think Disuk would betray us? Arthur received the question but said nothing, lost in thought. Then he eventually frowned and replied without a trace of doubt. Arthur's face turned ashen, and he lamented with disappointment and a touch of pity. Honestly, I was very shocked when I learned of Daisuk's betrayal. Other top rankers weren't much different from me. Everyone was shocked. Daisuk's face flashed in Arthur's mind. He continued to speak with great momentum. Everyone knew that Disuk was one of the Academy's top 10 figures and held a very important position, now and in the future. The same applied to the R family. They could never have imagined he would betray them. Kong Sok, who had been leaning against the railing and listening to the entire conversation, finally spoke up and asked, "If Disuk is closely associated with the Frame organization, is the Green family involved too?" Arthur still frowned deeply but answered everyone's question. The Green family said they weren't. Even the Green family was surprised by Disuk's betrayal. "I'll investigate to confirm if their words are true." Arthur stopped speaking midway, but Kong Sok immediately understood his intention. He helplessly hung his head and sighed deeply, completing Arthur's sentence. "You mean the Academy plans to suspend its activities in the awakened world for a while?" After that, everyone frowned and stared in one direction. Arthur, exhausted and helpless, squeezed his eyes shut, frowned, and tore at his hair as he replied, "Yes. Due to this incident, the organization's trust in the Academy has been severely damaged, and they no longer wish to entrust the future of their organizations to the Academy for education." As soon as he said that, an image of the Academy being split apart came to mind. Arthur, with his arms crossed on the railing again, continuously muttered, "If I go back now, I'll definitely be subjected to family scrutiny. My family is very uneasy, fearing I might be involved with the Frame organization." But soon an innocent Jingu stared intently at Arthur and reassured him, "Arthur, you have nothing to do with them, do you?" Arthur heard that, widened his eyes in surprise, and asked again, "How?" He said nothing, glanced slightly to the side, hesitated, and then replied, "Well, yes. That day, as Arthur lay in the bathtub playing with a rubber ball emotionlessly, a family subordinate suddenly appeared from somewhere, stood by the bathtub and announced, 'The head of the family has instructed you to return immediately.'" Arthur took the ball in his hand and still calmly replied, "Understood. I told you I'd be back soon, didn't I?" But soon the man delivered shocking news. "No, sir. He has ordered you to return right now." Arthur sprang up in surprise, turned his head, looked back, and asked, "What? Why?" The family subordinate suddenly pulled out his phone, held it out in front of Arthur, and said bluntly, "The head of the family will speak to you directly." Arthur, bewildered, stared blankly, unable to understand what was happening. After a moment he put on a bathrobe and got out of the tub. Arthur sat on the edge of the tub adjusting his clothes and was on the phone with someone. "What's going on? Why do I have to go back suddenly?" On the other end of the line there was a commotion with no answer. "I'll say it again. You must return tomorrow." Arthur asked no further questions and replied helplessly, "I just have to go back, right?" On the other end the person added, "There will be many questions when you return, understand?" Arthur frowned and replied in confusion as if he couldn't believe his ears, "How can that be?" Arthur's face was flushed with anger, but he still feigned calmness and asked the person on the other end, "Is the family doubting me? Just because Disuk betrayed the family, are they afraid I'll betray them too?" On the other end the person replied, "It's just a procedure." Arthur heard that and clenched his fists in indignation but couldn't say anything. Not stopping there, the person on the other end of the line continued to speak, "If you are truly loyal to the family, just be prepared to answer well." Those words were like salt in Arthur's wounds and his face darkened. He muttered inwardly, "Does no one in the family trust me?" Arthur stood blankly, arms crossed on the railing, recalling that day his eyebrows were constantly furrowed. Jingu, seeing Arthur's strange demeanor, asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Arthur was startled and stared intently at Jingu, then immediately regained his calm expression. Arthur smiled tiredly, sighed lightly, and replied, "Of course I'm fine." He suddenly turned around and gave Jingu and his group a gentle smile. "Anyway, nothing bad will happen to you all." Everyone stared intently at Arthur with wide eyes, but only Jingu, understanding nothing, asked blankly, "What do you mean?" Arthur raised his head, smiled brightly, and spoke at length like a machine gun. Actually, the Awakened World Association was going to punish the Korean Awakened for hiding their power. But now does the Awakened World Association have the leisure to care about such things? Everyone still frowned and stared intently at Arthur. He continued to explain with great momentum, "Besides, you all fought the Frame organization and helped us. So there won't be any suspicion between you and the Frame organization." Only Jingu muttered blankly, "Ah." Arthur suddenly reminded Jingu and his group, "All right, anyway, you all be careful too." The children, not understanding his intention, asked, "Why?" But instead of answering their question, Arthur glanced slightly at Jingu and smiled nonchalantly. "Now I have to return to my family." Jingu, seeing Arthur returning so early, was startled, widened his eyes, and wondered, "Are you being called back already?" Arthur turned to leave, but didn't forget to answer, "Yes, I no longer need to be here." Everyone watched Arthur's retreating back, and Jingu continued to mutter blankly, "Oh." Arthur smiled brightly and waved to his friends behind him. He didn't forget to say goodbye. "I'm leaving." Everyone who saw Arthur's demeanor was dumbfounded and speechless. Disuk even sighed deeply, bored. Arthur, though short, walked alone down the wide, empty academy hallway with his hands in his pants pockets. An inexplicable loneliness emanated from Arthur's solitary back. Arthur chuckled to himself as he walked, mocking his fate. He laughed out loud and lamented inwardly, "This is ridiculous. Even my family doubts me, but that foolish Jew. I don't know if he's truly innocent or just stupid." Suddenly a loud, megaphone-like voice came from behind, startling Arthur, and he widened his eyes, looking back. "Wait, Jingu, who knows from where, rushed breathlessly to Arthur. He suddenly held out a small notebook and pen in front of Arthur. Jingu's face was flushed and sweating profusely, but he still muttered, "Can you give me your contact information? I'll call you if I have time." Arthur heard that and froze in surprise. Arthur, bewildered, stood blankly in front of a flustered Jingu holding out a notebook and pen, thinking inwardly, "Phones are forbidden at the academy." But after a moment, Arthur smiled gently, sighed lightly, and replied coldly, "Yes, I understand." After speaking, he took the pen, wrote his contact information in the notebook, and gave it to Jingu. The child was overjoyed to receive his friend's contact information. Night had fallen, and again it was a brightly lit high-rise building. He sat cross-legged, hands clasped on his thighs, eyes tightly closed. Blue and powerful energy emanated from his entire body. Cadden sat beside him, continuously watching and reminding him, "Concentrate. If you concentrate, you'll be able to skillfully control your energy and increase your power. And recall recent battles to hone your senses." Jingu, having to train his energy while silently listening to Cadden's words, was slightly flustered and sweated. After that, Cadden again frowned, annoyed, and began to nag Jingu. "Jingu, you're getting stronger and stronger, but it's still not enough. It's now publicly known that you're my disciple, and I've also run into several problems because of the frame organization, so you might face more serious situations soon." Cadden became increasingly agitated. Looking at Jingu sweating profusely beside him under the pressure of his master, he frowned angrily and shouted, "So from now on you must train more insanely than before, understand?" Caden watched the scene, helpless and speechless. Caden poked his head out of the cardboard box. His face darkened and he was terrified, staring intently at Cadden, who was raging in front, cursing inwardly. He's already acting like a madman himself. Now he's trying to make his disciple as crazy as him. As night deepened, Royce, with his cloak billowing, floated in the air, gazing at the brightly lit academy in front. He stood on the rooftop looking at the academy and asked Disuk behind him, "Is this the place?" The man immediately replied quickly, "Yes." Disuk slightly lowered his head, frowned, and asked hesitantly with a hint of doubt, "But why exactly did you come here?" The two stood on the rooftop foolishly chatting with each other. Royce, remembering what Andre had said about Cadden, asked Disuk behind him, "Cadden?" Royce turned around, frowned, smiled wickedly, and continued to explain at length. "How could I stay still after hearing that news? I can't believe Cadden took a disciple. He never taught anyone before." Hearing that, Disuk was startled, frowned deeply, widened his eyes, and froze for a few seconds. He thought inwardly, as if he couldn't believe his ears, surely he didn't come to see Jingu? The very next moment, Royce jumped into the air, startling Disuk. He extended one finger, creating a red magic line. Disuk was startled, his eyes wide, and his eyebrows had been furrowed since the beginning. Royce's eyes gleamed as he smiled wickedly and cunningly. His finger created a magic cross. Royce said bluntly, "First I should send a greeting." After that, he flew in the air with his hands behind his back, and a stream of power suddenly appeared above his head. Wicked and dark magical energy emanated from Royce's entire body, and his pupils flashed. Disuk, seeing that, was startled, frowned, and widened his eyes. After that, Royce launched dark crosses forward from the sky. His power charged straight towards the academy, and the immense power dyed one part of the sky completely red. Royce was still calmly floating in the air, observing. Disuk frowned with worry and a hint of fear. He sweated profusely and gritted his teeth but dared not say anything. The entire academy suddenly turned a deep red and numerous areas began to crack due to Royce's attack. His magic cross shattered the front of the academy, and gravel scattered everywhere again. Numerous red magical lightning bolts poured down from the sky onto the academy, causing an earth-shattering explosion. At this moment, the entire sky also turned blood red. The moon shone red in the night sky. Royce, after giving the academy a small gift, narrowed his eyes contentedly and smiled triumphantly. An earth-shattering earthquake occurred, and Jingu, Jian, and Kaiten, who were sitting inside the house, suddenly widened their eyes in surprise as the ground shook. Jingu, terrified, stuck his head out the window and stared with his mouth agape at the situation. He frowned deeply, his face darkening as if he sensed something ominous. He was startled and thought inwardly, "This feeling, it's Snyder's power." The area of the academy that Royce had destroyed was now just piles of stones. Disuk's face turned ashen, his eyes wide, and he sweated profusely. Disuk secretly turned his eyes to glance at Royce and thought inwardly, "Is this guy crazy, attacking this place alone?" Royce still stood coolly on the rooftop like a stone, one hand on his side, looking down. Garrus frowned unpleasantly and glared at him. "Royce?" The man still confidently curled his lips and smiled contentedly. The other instructors of the academy also all raised their heads simultaneously and stared intently at him. Hearing Garrus's introduction, everyone questioned inwardly, "Royce, is he Snyder's disciple?" Garrus still frowned unpleasantly and asked in a scoffing tone, "I don't know what you're thinking. You're attacking us again just days after your failed attack?" Royce continued to stand on the rooftop, not coming down, and replied, "It seems you've misunderstood. I'm not interested in the frame organization attacking this place." Garrus heard that and didn't understand what he was talking about. After that, Royce crossed his arms and sighed helplessly, explaining to Garrus to make him understand. "Attacking this place was neither my master's intention nor mine." Royce's face darkened, and he narrowed his eyes, smiling provocatively, and continued to mutter, "The actions of the frame organization do not mean that everyone within it agrees, do they? The other instructors heard that and all frowned deeply, cursing inwardly with anger. What a ridiculous excuse. Disuk still stood behind, holding one hand up, staring intently at Royce, acting unreasonably like a crab. He frowned and looked at Royce in bewilderment but said nothing, thinking inwardly, Royce's ability is truly powerful. However, it still couldn't compare to the academy headmaster. But the reason this guy spoke so confidently was because he was Snyder's student, and Snyder was one of the world's top 10 awakened. Disuk clenched his lips tightly and again fell into vain thought. The existence of a world's top 10 awakened was like a king of the world from power to authority, and because he was a disciple of one of the world's top 10 strongest, he feared no one. Yes, I must also become a disciple of one of the world's top 10 strongest. He frowned, his lips pressed tight, and in the darkness his red eyes burned, solidifying his resolve for battle, by any means necessary. Under the night moonlight, Royce stood boastfully on the rooftop proclaiming, I used my power to confidently summon you all. He frowned, then sighed with boredom and began to criticize. What's a mere building? The spatial barrier of the security system doesn't extend this far, so I can't return it to its original state. Garrus was exasperated but calmly asked for the reason. Royce still stood tall as if piercing the sky. His cape fluttered handsomely in the wind. I just came to say hello after hearing about him. All the instructors below couldn't believe their ears and exclaimed, What did you say? Suddenly an unexpected voice came from behind Royce, startling him, and he widened his eyes and froze. Why do you want to say hello to me? Garrus and the other professors all turned ashen, their eyes wide as if they had seen a ghost, not understanding what they had just witnessed. Royce slightly turned his head and his red eyes shone brightly like car headlights. A joyful smile unconsciously formed on his lips. Not only that, he muttered to himself, he's really here. Royce completely turned his body and greeted Cadden, who was standing opposite him with his arms crossed against a pillar with delight. Brother, long time no see. Then he politely bowed 90 degrees. Hello, Brother Cadden. Cadden still glared at Royce below him with a cold and emotionless expression. After the greeting, Royce again muttered, My master also asked me to convey his regards to you, brother. Jian replied indifferently as if not very interested. Convey his regards? Then how about we have a round? But as soon as Royce met Cadden, he became shy and embarrassed like a newly adult girl. He scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. As you know, brother, I'm not in a position to do that. Jian showed an overtly contemptuous expression. He frowned, turned to the side and sighed helplessly. Royce suddenly flicked his tongue and licked his lips. His expression was overtly insidious. He slightly lowered his head and murmured languidly, Besides coming to greet Brother Cadden, I also heard that you took on a disciple. So I came to see what your disciple is like. Jian frowned in anger and glared at Royce, pouting his lips as he asked, Why are you interested in my disciple? Royce still replied calmly and showed no fear at all. Of course I'm interested in Brother Cadden's disciple. Besides, he frowned and continued with an eerie smile. Andre also said that Brother Cadden's disciple has great potential and interesting abilities. Cadden maintained a cold demeanor. He crossed his arms and fell into deep thought, staring intently at Roy and Disuk without saying a word. Disuk widened his eyes after hearing their conversation and questioned inwardly, even a world top 10 is interested in Sue. His face turned ashen with annoyance and veins bulged on his face. Disuk pouted his lips and cursed inwardly. What's so special about that guy? Aside from being Cadden's disciple, he's no better than me. Royce again narrowed his eyes and gave a devilish, clown-like smile, tilting his head to look at Cadden. He didn't close his mouth for a single moment, continuously rambling on. Isn't it better to meet officially than to secretly say hello? I mean to meet your disciple in front of you, Brother Cadden. Cadden fell into deeper thought the more he listened, but the very next moment he compromised with him. Cadden put his hands on his hips, turned sideways and sighed helplessly. Follow me. Royce's eyes shone brightly like car headlights. He smiled broadly, overjoyed as if he had found gold. Cadden led Royce ahead. The two left without caring at all that Disuk was still standing blankly under the rooftop, but Disuk then frowned, gritted his teeth and followed them. And Disuk also left, leaving Garrus and the academy instructors to clean up the ruins Royce had caused. As the three left, the academy immediately became peaceful, but one area was already completely destroyed by that guy, with only piles of stones remaining. Thick dust flew. The two then jumped down to an empty lot near the academy. Royce stomped his foot heavily on the ground. He was startled, slightly raised his head and stared blankly. Jian stood beside him with his hands in his pockets, and Jingu stood face to face with Royce, bewildered, not understanding what was happening at all. Jingu wore a serious expression, his fighting spirit burning, and his eyes flashed, and Cadden's introduction was heard from the side. This child is my disciple. Under the bright streetlights, the three stood in a triangular formation. Royce didn't take his eyes off Jingu's face and said nothing. He stared blankly at Jingu with his mouth open, but then fell into deep thought, slightly smiling as he observed him. He questioned inwardly, This kid is Cadden Brake's disciple? During those cold, snowy days, Jian frowned unpleasantly and turned his head to rudely chase him away. Go, I don't take disciples, Royce continued to think inwardly. Snyder, a world top 10, recognized my talent. He again stared intently at Jingu, assessing inwardly. This child is just a kid, isn't he? Jingu had been constantly stared at, so he was flustered and profusely sweating. Royce suddenly startled Jingu and introduced himself. My name is Royce, Snyder's disciple. Jingu widened his eyes and thought inwardly. Snyder, then he's a disciple of one of the world's top 10 awakened. Jingu looked up at Roy's confident, cold and emotionless demeanor. Jingu, flustered and slightly worried, stammered as he introduced himself. "I am Jingu." Royce listened, then again narrowed his eyes and muttered, repeating, "Jingu, Jingu Sway." Royce changed his attitude and smiled broadly at Jingu, informing him, "I came to meet you." Jingu still asked blankly and bewilderedly, "Me?" As Jingu continued to hang his head, Royce bent down to look at his face and continued, "That's right, to meet Cat and Break's disciple." Jingu was still flustered and sweating with his head down, but his eyes glanced at Roy. Suddenly he moved his face closer and with a mysterious smile finally revealed his true reason. "And I want to compete with Caden's disciple." Jingu was startled, widened his eyes and froze for 5 seconds. Roy's ghost-like face was still closely pressed to Jingu like a ghost. The white cat Caden, just listening from outside, frowned unpleasantly and glared at Roy. Even Jian frowned in annoyance and stepped forward directly for Jingu. "Royce, that's enough." Jingu still stared intently at Royce with a blank, worried and drooping expression, and Royce calmly smiled at Caden and brazenly retorted, "Is there a problem? My master Snyder also recognized Brother Caden's power, so what's wrong with my disciple and Brother Caden's disciple competing?" Jian still stood with his arms crossed and calmly asked him back, "Jingu has just become my disciple. You want to compete with such an opponent?" But no one could beat Royce in brazenness. He still raised his voice and retorted, "So what's the problem? Your disciple also had his abilities recognized by one of the world's top 10. After finishing his muttering, he turned his gaze to the side and curled the corners of his lips, thinking something. The very next moment, Roy narrowed his eyes and gave a triumphant, mocking smile. How ironic. Caden is ready to fight and doesn't care who the opponent is, but he's stopping his own disciple from fighting. He continuously rambled on, making Jingu worried, his face ashen and his eyes wide. "Moreover, I'm not launching a surprise attack, but formally requesting a challenge. Is your name Jingu?" Royce stopped and thought for a long time. Even Jian looked up at him, curious about his thoughts. Royce relaxed his facial muscles and asked contemptuously, "How long are you going to hide behind your master?" Jingu was too shocked to believe his own ears, and his eyes were now round like marbles. Royce continuously spouted cheap, provocative words. "Jian is a person recognized by a world top 10. I really can't believe his disciple would avoid a fight when challenged. If it were me, I'd be so ashamed." Jian listened and frowned in annoyance, glaring at Roy. The last question Royce threw at Jingu shamed him, and he lowered his head deeply, frowned and couldn't refute. "Don't you know you're disgracing Brother Caden?" But Jian already knew the guy's intentions. He sighed helplessly and comforted Jingu. "Don't mind what that guy says, he's just provoking you." But at that moment Jingu frowned and thought inwardly, "I know he's an opponent I can't defeat." His hands were clenched tightly, he didn't know since when, and his mind was still filled with excessive thoughts. He called himself a disciple of one of the world's top 10 strongest, so he's probably as strong as Brother Julian Patrick. Royce's provocative words were really effective. Jingu thought inwardly, "But I'm Brother Jian's disciple. If I avoid the fight, as he said, I'll be disgracing Brother Jian." As soon as he finished that thought, Jingu frowned and raised his head, his fighting spirit burning, ready to fight Roy. But suddenly an unfamiliar voice was heard, startling Jingu, Jian and Royce all at once. "Before you fight Jian's disciple, you'll have to fight me first." Amion appeared behind Royce like a ghost from nowhere, startling him and making his eyes wide. His face was filled with murderous intent and his eyes burned as he stared intently at him. Royce slightly turned his head and seeing Amion narrowed his eyes and frowned, muttering to himself, "Disuk Amion?" Jingu and Royce both looked back and unexpectedly stared intently at Disuk, who was standing frozen like a stone on the bridge. Jingu was startled, his eyebrows raised and his body froze, and Royce merely frowned in annoyance and asked, "Why are you here?" Disuk said nothing, merely standing on the bridge with his hands clenched tightly and a serious expression. Seeing that, Roy widened his eyes and sighed with boredom, then began to chase him away. "Anyway, I don't care why you're here. Now go play somewhere else. I want to fight Jian's disciple and this has nothing to do with you." But then he turned to the side, narrowed his eyes and gave a provocative smile, scoffing. "Or, do you think you're Caden's disciple?" Disuk listened and turned ashen with annoyance, grinding his teeth. He quickly regained his composure. Disuk frowned handsomely and replied briefly, "No, I just owe Caden's disciple." Jingu still listened to the two arguing blankly with wide eyes, and Caden merely sighed blankly from the side after that. This time Disuk frowned in annoyance and scoffed at him. "Roy, weren't you the one who was rejected by Caden?" He frowned in annoyance when he heard that question. Veins bulged on Royce's face. He gritted his teeth and growled, "What did you say?" Disuk sighed helplessly, recalling Royce's bitter past. "I know you tried to become Caden's disciple before you were accepted by Snyder." Royce froze and couldn't refute a single word. He just frowned and glared at him. Jingu was so surprised that he widened his eyes and questioned inwardly, "So that person tried to become Brother Caden's disciple?" After that he was flustered and sweating as he turned his head to stare intently at Caden. And the thought, "and was rejected by Brother Caden," flashed in his mind. Caden still stood with his arms crossed, listening intently to the two arguing with an icy, emotionless expression. He frowned in annoyance and complained inwardly, "This is so annoying." Roy slightly lowered his head but still glared at him with his red, shining eyes, replying. He was so ashamed that his face turned ashen with annoyance, and he burned with power, frowning and grinding his teeth as he asked, "Disuk, do you want to die?" Disuk calmly glanced at Royce but said nothing. After a moment he also burned with power, frowned, and threw one last sarcastic remark, expressing his revenge. "I've heard you say that countless times." Royce's eyes flashed like car headlights with two glowing plus signs. After that he spread his arms and fired numerous powers into the air. startling Jingu, Jian, and Kaiten all at once. Royce caused an earth-shattering explosion, and that immense destructive power dyed the entire sky red. Jingu was flustered and covered his face with one hand but still watched the situation outside. Kaiten also frowned and closed one eye, slightly tilting his head to avoid the dust, but Jian was already standing in front of Jingu, creating a magic circle to protect him, and still stood with his arms crossed, sighing blankly. The attacks of the two battle maniacs continuously hit that circle. Dust flew thickly. Disuk was floating in the air, he didn't know since when, and Royce was still burning with power on the ground. Disuk was so angry that his lips were dry and he glared at Royce. On the other hand, that guy frowned in annoyance, grinding his teeth, and glared at Disuk, his eyes still shining with two unknown plus signs. After that, Royce spread his arms and fired numerous red plus signs forward, and Disuk turned a few circles in the air like a circus performer, smoothly dodging those damn plus signs like butter. He frowned in annoyance and looked at Royce, then brought one arm in front of his chest. Disuk spun his foot in the air, creating a crescent-shaped technique that flew straight towards Royce on the ground. Seeing that, Royce frowned, gritted his teeth, and veins bulged on his face. Disuk's technique continuously flew towards Royce, and Royce merely jumped backward, dodging the attack. Royce swung both arms behind his back, hitting them together, and two familiar plus signs again appeared in his eyes. The very next moment he extended his hands forward, firing even more red plus signs forward. Roy's technique dyed the entire sky red, and the attack continuously hit the magic circle Jian had created. Jian still coldly watched the two's desperate struggle, and Jingu, flustered and sweating profusely, approached him. Jingu, bewildered and sweating, spoke rapidly like bullets. "Brother Kaiten, please stop them, it's all my fault." Jian, still aloof and emotionless, replied with his arms crossed. This is a choice he made himself. Jingu widened his eyes in disbelief and stared intently at Jian but couldn't say a word. He continued to carefully observe the two's tense battle. As Jingu continued to lose focus, Jian reminded him with a chiding tone, "Stop with the useless thoughts and focus on watching." Hearing that, Jingu completely misunderstood his intention and asked curiously, "Huh?" Royce and Disuk were still fighting in the air, purple and red powers clashing. Jian's voice echoed, bringing Jingu back to his senses. "You can learn a lot by watching strong people fight. You might even learn something from their battle." Hearing that, Jingu began to observe the two's battle. Nevertheless, he was still slightly doubtful, wondering to himself if he could really learn something just by observing their fight. Kaiten also frowned as he intently watched Disuk and Royce's life and death battle. Disuk attacked Royce, and as soon as he crossed his arms, revealing a slight gap in his defense, Royce immediately raised an arm to block Disuk's fist, but Disuk still remained calm and didn't hesitate at all. Disuk, his face darkened, struck Royce, and purple power burst forth from his entire body. Royce blocked Disuk's attack but still had a blank expression and said nothing. After that, he stretched both arms behind his back and red power burst forth from his hands. Royce, his face turning ashen, glared at Disuk, raised his chin slightly and smiled mockingly. "Disuk, you're truly insane. I can't believe you're fighting like that." Royce's eyes flashed as he attacked. Disuk still muttered, "Daring to resist me." Nevertheless, Disuk also moved quickly. He widened his eyes and leaned back, dodging Royce's dangerous technique. Royce flew forward, causing another world-shattering explosion. Disuk leaped sideways like a squirrel, successfully evading that madman. His face turned ashen, and he slightly glanced back to assess Royce's explosion. Royce's face darkened, but his eyes shone brightly like car headlights. He spread his legs in the air and shot numerous beams of power at Disuk. Those magical beams continuously struck the ground, shattering it into pieces. Disuk still struggled to dodge all those power beams by jumping backward. Nevertheless, one of the power beams grazed Disuk, leaving a tear on his face, and he gritted his teeth, annoyed by the attack. His clothes were also torn to shreds because of it, and blood splattered everywhere. Royce stood in front, watching his magical beams attack Disuk, bending him over completely and making him raise both arms to cover his face. He triumphantly flashed his eyes and smiled broadly with joy. He pouted his lips mockingly. "You're no different from a stray dog wandering the streets. A dog constantly rummaging for food in a pile of garbage." Jian still frowned, intently observing the two's boring battle without blinking. 3 magical beams simultaneously attacked him again, bending him over and making him block with difficulty. But when the decisive blow was struck, Disuk vanished without a trace. Seeing that, Royce suddenly frowned and widened his eyes, freezing for a few seconds. The technique was gone. Royce still stared intently at the empty space with a blank expression, not even a human shadow visible. Jingu also suddenly widened his eyes. He was flustered, thinking he disappeared. But suddenly, Jingu's face darkened, and he sweated profusely, thinking again, "No." Disuk suddenly appeared behind Royce's back, catching him off guard and making him freeze. Royce quickly glanced back, and numerous shadows of Disuk appeared in the sky. They simultaneously raised their hands and poured down on Royce. He turned pale with fear, as if he was about to piss his pants, and widened his eyes. Royce continued to grit his teeth. He stood below, emitting another huge stream of red energy. Hundreds of Disuk shadows continued to pour down, and another world-shattering explosion occurred, illuminating the entire empty space. The explosion had immense destructive power, spreading throughout the city, and smoke and dust filled the air again. Jingu stood outside and had to raise his hand to cover his face from the smoke and dust. He frowned and glanced forward to assess the situation. As there was no longer even a human shadow on the ground in front, Jingu wondered to himself, "What happened?" Drops of blood fell to the ground, and Disuk, his clothes torn to shreds and bleeding all over, stood in front with an unpleasant expression, staring intently. Royce, standing opposite, had a tear on his face and blood flowing down his cheek but still glared at Disuk with a cool expression. He was surprised and quickly raised a finger to lightly touch the wound on his cheek. After that he stared intently at the red drop of blood on his fingertip, lost in thought without saying a word. The very next moment Royce's face darkened and burned with rage. He glared at Disuk and growled, "How dare this damn bastard!" Suddenly, huge white wings appeared in the sky and a loud shout echoed, startling the two. "Stop!" Yellow pupils and white fur appeared. Garrus, riding a magical phoenix, appeared like a ghost in the middle of the battle, dazzling Jingu and making him raise his hand to cover his vision in bewilderment. The old man fluttered in the sky on the phoenix and the bird flapped its wings. The ground below was shattered and smoke and dust filled the air. Garrus's face darkened in anger and he began to chide loudly. "How dare you cause a disturbance and disrupt order at the academy?" Seeing that, Royce's face turned ashen, and he glanced back but didn't understand, wondering to himself, "A phoenix? I didn't see it next to him earlier." After that, he turned to the greatest culprit and blamed him. "Royce, even if you are a disciple of a world top 10, you shouldn't cross the line." He lowered his head and fell into thought, saying nothing. Suddenly, Royce turned around, smiled bitterly and began to complain. "I've already come all this way but I can't fight the person I want. Besides, I've used a little bit of power." He looked at Jingu with a gentle and kind face. "See you later, our conversation will continue later." Jingu was slightly startled when he spoke to him. He was surprised, widened his eyes and froze for 5 seconds. Royce then changed his attitude and glared at Disuk with an unpleasant frown. He scoffed. "Disuk, you were lucky." Nevertheless, he said nothing and merely stared intently at Royce. As soon as he finished speaking, he ran off, leaving Disuk behind with Jian and Kaiten like an abandoned child. Kat and Kaiten and Garrus all watched him with cold, emotionless expressions. After that, Jin came rushing up, worried about Disuk. "Brother, are you okay?" Disuk had an unpleasant and bewildered expression. He pretended to be fine, but inwardly tears were flowing like a sea. He replied, "I'm fine." He began to heal his wounds by emitting blue energy. Seeing that, Jingu was surprised and widened his eyes, wondering to himself, "His wounds are healing by themselves?" In the wide empty ground, only Disuk and Jian now stood silently facing each other. Kaden suddenly frowned and asked Disuk first, "Where were you hiding all this time? Why did you suddenly appear now?" Disuk lowered his head and looked at the ground, but still replied to Jian, "Kaden only recently arrived." After accepting Disuk's previous answer, Kaden asked another uncomfortable question. "Okay, then why did you choose Jingu?" Jian continued to stare intently at Disuk and he turned his face to look at the empty space. "It's because I owe Jingu something." Kaden still didn't close his mouth and asked again, "Haven't you already repaid that debt?" Suddenly Disuk froze for a few seconds and said nothing. Disuk recalled that day, the day he met Yoding again. As soon as she saw Disuk, she asked, "Long time no see, how have you been?" She asked so kindly, but Disuk raised his chin and replied bluntly, "Much better than when I was there." Hearing that, Yoding slightly frowned and stared pitifully at Disuk. Yoding examined him from his face to the numerous sutured scars on his forearm. She suddenly spoke to Disuk and he was slightly startled, looking back at the scars. Disuk turned his face to look to one side. He looked down at the ground but still replied coldly to Yoding, "You don't need to feel guilty. I was able to live thanks to you." Hearing that, Yoding became even more pitiful, her eyebrows heavy, her eyes full of sadness as she stared intently at Disuk. Disuk recalled that memory and his face turned ashen, and he frowned unpleasantly, muttering to himself, "I still owe a little bit." Kay now stopped asking and merely frowned, staring intently at Disuk. He looked at Disuk's sad, emaciated face and furrowed eyes. The shadows of the two fell on the ground. Jian changed the subject and asked, "Then why did you fight so desperately?" Disuk received the question but still remained silent and didn't reply. Jian, with his arms crossed and a serious face, gave Disuk a long lecture. "You could have clearly used the advantage of your power and overwhelmed him. So why did you choose to fight that way? To show Jingu?" Disuk slightly looked up and his pupils flashed. He stared directly into Jian's unwavering eyes, then turned his face to look elsewhere and replied hesitantly, "No." Jian, helpless, sighed deeply and bowed his head as if giving up. "All right." As Jian stopped asking, Disuk seized the opportunity, turned around and left. He didn't forget his final words to Jian, "If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving." Jian's voice echoed again from behind, but this time it was so clear that Disuk was startled and widened his eyes. "Putting aside everything else, focus on what you're most confident in." Disuk's pupils expanded to their maximum and his eyes flashed. After that he slightly glanced back. Jian still maintained the same posture and expression. He stood there and gave Disuk a few pieces of advice. "This can also apply to others, but your current fighting style is extremely bad. It might sound extreme, but you have to change it. Only then can you further develop your abilities later." Disuk turned around and hearing Jian's words was surprised and froze for 5 seconds. But as soon as Jian finished his lecturing, he quickly put both hands in his pants pockets, turned around and left without hesitation. Disuk still looked at Jian's retreating back. His voice echoed in his mind, "Create a special move based on mobility and assassination capabilities." Jingu and Kaiten were sitting side by side on a nearby staircase. The two were lost in thought, saying nothing. Jingu recalled the scene where numerous shadows of Disuk poured down from the sky trying to pierce Royce's eyes. Jingu unconsciously rested his chin on his hand and thought, that technique created many illusions that moved quickly to attack the enemy. Jian stared intently at Jingu, but he was still rubbing his chin, lost in thought. "No, that technique isn't simple. It requires more than just moving quickly." "Should I adjust my speed?" "No, that technique requires more than that." Kaden again closed his eyes and looked at Jingu with a blank expression, beginning to evaluate him. That guy must have felt something from the previous battle. That man was as handsome as Jian, but his fighting style was too insane and reckless. Suddenly a strange sound came from behind, startling both Jingu and the man who was lost in thought, and they both turned to look back. Looking back, Garrus was standing handsomely next to them with his hands clasped behind his back. Jin was surprised to see a large white phoenix appear like a ghost next to him, and his mouth dropped open. He said nothing, merely frowned, thinking to himself, I can't believe this is happening again. I wonder when the World Awakened Academy will return to normal. It's only been a few days since the incident happened. Suddenly he was startled and glanced to the side, exclaiming, Huh? Garrus saw Jingu staring intently at his phoenix with wide gaping eyes shining with sparkle. He kept asking him, his gaze fixed on the phoenix. What is this? Is it the principal's pet? Is it similar to Zen's pet? The XXL phoenix glanced contemptuously at Jingu below. Garrus replied coldly and emotionlessly. That's right. He looked up at the giant bird and introduced it to Jingu. Its name is Phoenix. It's the most powerful beast of the Royan family. Jingu was surprised and couldn't close his mouth. The phoenix, seeing him, was slightly surprised and paid attention to him. Jingu still praised endlessly. Well, what a cool name. Then the phoenix, one couldn't tell when it appeared, lowered its head and pressed close to Jingu's face. It stood next to Jingu, bunched up like a ball of cotton, swaying back and forth. After that it swung one wing behind its back. Jingu still widened his eyes and didn't understand what it was trying to do. The phoenix suddenly pressed Jingu close to itself, startling him. The phoenix returned to its aloof state. It embraced Jingu's back, letting him hug and stroke it as he wished. He rejoiced as if he had found gold, tightly hugging the phoenix's white fur. He took a deep breath. Garrus stood outside thinking, Jingu possesses both close quarters combat abilities and mental control abilities. Suddenly he slightly glanced back and glared at someone. Garrus glanced at Kaden the cat behind him. Seeing that, he immediately frowned unpleasantly and asked, What? But Garrus of course didn't understand. He frowned and fell into thought. How sad. Jian's voice echoed from behind, startling Garrus, and he turned to look back. Did you come to solve the problem with that thing? Kaden, his face frowning and blank, slowly approached him with both hands in his pants pockets. As he approached the phoenix, Jingu and the phoenix's affectionate atmosphere became apparent. Garrus, standing nearby, also panicked and broke out in a cold sweat. Jian again frowned and asked unpleasantly, Why in the world did you bring him here? If he had been here earlier, the incident that day wouldn't have happened. Garrus, looking worried and slightly guilty, averted his eyes from Jian. He was dripping with sweat and his face was scrunched up like a monkey's backside as he painfully grumbled, Where in the academy is there a place large enough to accommodate him? Besides, we don't have the money to feed him. Jingu and the phoenix clung to each other as if they were in a different world. Kaden, who was in front, just replied with a blank face after hearing Garrus's reason. Is that your reason? Darkness covered the sky, and the red moonlight brightly illuminated one side of the castle. A gigantic mysterious shadow was cast below. As Royce set foot on the ground there was a thud, and he frowned, gritted his teeth and looked annoyed. Royce turned his eyes to one side, angry, with veins bulging on his face. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. If it weren't for that damn bastard, I could have known the skill of Caden's student. After that he stared intently forward. His mind was filled with regret. If it weren't for him, I could have known the skill of Caden's student. In Royce's head, Jingu's determined face and countless incomprehensible questions and thoughts arose. No matter how much he thought, he couldn't understand. How could Jian, who always refused to take students, accept such a young kid as a student? What was so special about that guy anyway? Footsteps sounded from behind and Royce stopped his thoughts and turned around. Disuk appeared from somewhere, leisurely approaching him. Royce was startled by Disuk's appearance and asked, Where did you go? Why were you hiding here? Disuk frowned painfully and replied, flustered and sweating, I thought I'd be in your way there, Roy. But Royce no longer paid attention to Disuk and frowned, asking, You've fought Jian's student before, haven't you? Disuk, feeling guilty, lowered his head and looked at the ground and hesitated and replied, Yes. That madman continued to bombard him with questions as if interrogating him. He narrowed his eyes and asked again, How is that guy? Disuk's face turned ashen and veins bulged on his face from indignation, but he still had to answer calmly. Among awakened of the same age, there's no one who can beat him right now. Royce's face darkened upon hearing that. He flashed his eyes and said sarcastically, Then you also lost to that guy, didn't you? Disuk felt indignant but replied honestly, Yes. Royce narrowed his eyes and muttered contemptuously, Even though you're not officially Master Snyder's disciple, you still received his teachings. Disuk just clenched his fists, lowered his head and listened to that guy insulting him. And yet you lost to Jian's student? Are you trying to disgrace your master? Disuk still lowered his head, his face darkened with shame, looking at the ground, and replied cautiously, I'm sorry. Royce turned his back and left but didn't forget to reprimand Disuk one more time. A guy who's in the Academy's top 10 and even received teachings from Master Snyder, how pathetic. Disuk lowered his head in shame, looking at the ground. He gritted his teeth in indignation, and veins bulged on his face. The blue sky, white clouds, and yellow sunlight illuminated the World Awakened Academy. The instructors stood on one side and the students stood on the opposite side, in the middle. Garrus clasped his hands together and sincerely thanked Inhe. We owe all of you a great deal. I don't know when the opportunity will arise, but please don't hesitate to ask if you need any help. Inhe also smiled brightly and happily replied, Thank you. Subin suddenly frowned in annoyance and asked Jingu, I heard Master Snyder's student came to see you yesterday. Jingu replied, feeling guilty, Yeah. Subin again frowned and continued. Yesterday the academy was in chaos, the professors kept protecting us. Disuk heard that, rolled his eyes, frowned, glanced to the side and muttered, so that guy was making all that noise here. Kong Sok didn't seem to care much. Ji-Yun was simply lost in thought about Jajangmyeon. Suddenly Suwon also shook his head. He turned his head and glanced at Jingu's face. Jingu saw that and stammered, aha. Suwon's face was flushed with indignation, and veins bulged. He kept glaring at Jingu, thinking indignantly, even world top 10 students are interested in Ju. Suddenly, Garrus's foot appeared in front of Jingu, startling him. He clasped both hands behind his back and said to Jingu, Jian is invisible. But at that moment, the fat cat Jian and the white cat Kaiten were looking at the old man with contempt from right beside him. Jingu hurriedly stammered, he had some business so he left early. Garrus then thanked Jingu again sincerely. Anyway, no matter what, we owe you and Jian a great deal. Jingu, despite being thanked, was somehow sweating profusely with worry. No, it's fine. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, glanced to the side and said something again. Furthermore, seeing Garrus looking at him, both Jian and Kaiten were startled and had blank faces. He again stared intently at Jingu, then his face darkened and he muttered with a strange smile. If you want a high-quality female cat, just tell me. I'll find one for you. Jian heard that and his face turned blue with anger. He bared his teeth and growled, even scratching the academy floor. Kaiten, sitting beside him, covered his mouth and laughed triumphantly, while Jingu's face was pale with fear as he secretly glanced at Jian at dusk in an apartment unit. Ji-Young sat alone at a large table in a vast empty room. Throughout her work she absent-mindedly thought, the children will be back today. Suddenly the phone rang, startling her, and she looked at the phone. Ji-Young picked up the phone, held it close to her ear and replied, this is Yu Ji-Young. Hello. On the other end of the line the reply was, hello Ms. Yu Ji-Young, it's me. It was Julian Patrick. In the Manhwa headquarters building, the minister praised In-hee for successfully completing the mission of escorting the children safely. You've worked hard. In-hee humbly replied, it's no trouble, it's my duty. His hands behind his back were clenched slightly, looking a bit apologetic. Thanks to Kaden and Kaiten we were able to get through this incident well. We couldn't protect the children who were in danger, he said in a mournful voice. If it weren't for them, probably no one would have returned safely. Suddenly, the space fell silent. Ji-Young, seeing him blaming himself, sought words of comfort. Who could have imagined that professors who had devoted themselves to the academy for so long would betray it? Many people at the academy also didn't expect such a thing to happen. Her facial expression remained unchanged. I sincerely thank you for bringing the children back safely. In-hee remained silent, his face still somber. Ji-Young asked again, where are the children now? In-hee's expression brightened slightly upon hearing that. They left us behind as soon as they arrived in Korea. Ji-Young also let out a sigh of relief. Elsewhere, Dylan was talking to Ji-Yun. I was really surprised to hear that news. Ji-Yun, as usual, just ate Jajangmyeon without a word. The two remained silent like that. Dylan, accustomed to Ji-Yun's personality, simply stated what he wanted to say. I heard that even a world top 10 appeared back then. Still, it's a relief that you safely returned to Korea, he continued. Because of this incident, Jian's reputation has also risen further. Now he can be said to be on par with a world top 10. I don't know what impact that news will have on the children later. He frowned. I don't know if it will be good news or bad news for him. Ji-Yun remained silent from beginning to end. It was impossible to tell if he didn't want to speak or had nothing to say. Dylan then stood up and said, visiting hours are over now. He walked a few steps and stopped. He again admonished Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun, you could die. The power of this awakened world is so strong that you could inadvertently get caught up in it. If Jian and Kaiten hadn't been there, probably no one at the academy would have survived, he admonished. This is a very dangerous thing. I trust you understand this. His eyes sharpened. Still, you want to be by your friend's side, don't you? Only then did he reply, yes, even though it was just that. Dylan was slightly pleased, and he left, leaving only one word behind. Do as you wish. At Jingu's house, Jingu happily told his friends who had come over, I'll make some delicious food for the cats, just wait a moment. Subin sighed in boredom. Brother Jian and Brother Kaiten just left without saying a word. She rubbed her head on the pillow and grumbled. How could those two abandon me? She said with an indignant expression. Jian and Kaiten in their cat forms were speechless upon hearing that. Disuk, who was looking at his phone, heard her words and said teasingly, they left without saying anything because you're as ugly as a demon. Subin heard that and angrily threw a pillow at Disuk's face, shouting, shut up. Disuk also got angry. Did you just throw something at me? Don't you know the truth is always cruel? Why would they care about a demon like you? She retorted. You bastard, weren't those two just blind? The two started fighting again as they did every day. You never rested for a moment, and Jian and Kaiten could only watch. The two were pulling each other's hair and fighting noisily. They didn't even look at that crazy woman though. Jingu and Ji-Yun were also very used to this situation. Jingu's house was peaceful as usual today, but at this moment a guest arrived. Ji-Young was startled to see the fighting scene. She was also speechless because of her younger brother. Jingu approached and greeted, Sister, welcome. Why did you buy so much? Ji-Young replied somewhat unnaturally. Oh, I just bought what Disuk ordered. Jingu didn't understand and asked, yeah, you could have just sent it, sister. Disuk immediately snatched the bag containing the items and showed it to Jingu, saying, these are things that can't be sent, so I asked your sister to bring them. Disuk and his group then happily shared the items. Ji-Young called Jingu over and asked, do you have time? Jingu, slightly startled, replied. Yes, Ji-young said. Can I talk to you for a moment, sister? Jingu also understood her intention and asked, would it be more comfortable to talk outside? After that, the two went outside together. Only then did Ji-young speak. Recently I received a call from Julian Patrick, Jingu asked back. Julian, you mean the grandson of that world top 10 awakened? Ji-young replied. That's right, he called and said. Many awakened are overly interested in the fact that Ji-yeon has a student. Her next words slightly startled Jingu. Especially the students of the world's top 10 awakened, Ji-yeon continued. Ji-yeon is a very special person, so many people are curious about who Ji-yeon's student is. You and Ji-yoon might get caught up in this, and even face problems because of it. She suddenly brought up an old story. Sister heard that you met Master Snyder's student before you returned to Korea. Jingu replied yes. Ji-young pondered for a moment and said, you need to be more careful in the future, but don't worry too much. Now that you're back in Korea, the Manhwa organization will protect you. Jingu couldn't help but look at Ji-young when she said that, and a thinking light flickered in his eyes. He replied, thank you for always worrying about me. Ji-young naturally replied, no need to thank me. This is the Manhwa organization's duty. Jingu was slightly disappointed. I can't keep making everyone worry about me and protect me. I need to get stronger quickly, so that Brother Ji-yeon and the others don't have to worry about me anymore. Ji-young was startled and looked at him. Ji-young moved closer to Jingu. You're strong enough as it is, your growth rate is also fast, so there's no need to rush. Jingu was slightly surprised that Ji-young was encouraging and acknowledging him, but seeing Ji-young speak so seriously, it wasn't just comfort but genuine acknowledgement. He blushed and coughed a few times. Thank you, he coughed again. Oh right, what have you been doing while we were away, sister? Ji-young replied. Me, oh, I just kept doing my usual work, exercising and processing documents. Jingu heard that and said, you seem busy, sister, haha. He said, I wanted to call you many times but mobile phones were forbidden at the Awakened World Academy. Ji-young replied, now that you're back in Korea, Jingu can call me whenever you want. Ji-young's words again surprised Jingu, making him look at her. She was simply looking at him with amusement, and at this moment her usual cold expression had completely vanished. Jingu also couldn't understand the joy in his heart. At that moment Disuk and the others were playing in the living room. Subin saw Disuk engrossed in his phone and asked, hey, what are you doing, playing a game? Jingu didn't even look at her and replied, I'm texting, so please shut up. Subin got angry and said, hey, stop being so fake. Do you think you're some celebrity? Who would you be texting? Disuk didn't reply to her and just muttered while looking at his phone. Does he like me? Suddenly Subin snatched Daisuk's phone. Let's see who you're texting. She was shocked when she saw the phone screen. She shoved the phone in Daisuk's face and said, you were texting Leah? Jingu and Ji-yoon, who were sitting, perked up their ears in surprise. Disuk tried to act cool, swept his hair back and said, that's right, she suddenly came to me before returning to Korea and asked for my number. Boom, suddenly there was a sound of thunder from the sky. This news was truly shocking to Jingu and his group, and Jian and Kaiten were also surprised. It was raining around Jingu at this moment. However, it seemed another guest had arrived. The person who came was a man dressed in hanbok. He was Onik from the Korean Awakened Association. That night it was pouring rain, and though late, Jingu's house exuded a heavy, eerie atmosphere. The homeowner was then fast asleep next to the two handsome men, Disuk and Ji-yoon. The three men were enjoying a beautiful slumber, but Subin was sleeping disgustingly, with drool flowing like a river. Suddenly everyone woke up from their dreams to a piercing sound from outside the door and widened their eyes in surprise. Subin, come out now. Before everyone could collect themselves, Jingu hastily got up and went to open the door. All the way he complained lazily, who's visiting at this late hour? When the door opened, a middle-aged man in a hat stood before Jingu. Subin hadn't recognized him yet, but being too sleepy she rubbed her eyes and looked outside curiously. Jin stared at the bothersome guest in front of him with wide eyes and carefully asked, who are you? Yes, Subin, you're finally awake. She seemed to have recognized who the man was. She exclaimed in surprise. Jingu turned around suspiciously upon hearing Subin say that, teacher. At this moment Disuk, Ji-yoon and a few cats inside the house also looked outside curiously. Disuk seemed quite worried. That man looks scary, kids. His eyes are like sharp blades, plus the long scar running across his eye to his cheek makes him look even more dangerous. And to visit someone's house late at night, this old man is really too much, he said solemnly, his patriarchal voice suitable for caring for a child. His hawk-like eyes were fixed on Subin. I don't like this look. I heard you just returned from the World Awakened Academy, and as soon as you returned you're running around everywhere? Subin stammered, her expression anxious and flustered. Run away quickly, kids, it exploded. The old man suddenly roared in rage, looking as if he would tear the young girl apart. Besides, after returning to Korea, why aren't you going home and sleeping at a strange man's house? Subin was speechless, everyone. She said nothing, her face blank. If no one defended her, she would completely freeze. The old man's shouting startled the two cats inside the house, who flinched and ran away. Subin's eyes were blank. She was in a difficult situation at that moment. Eventually she bowed her head and obediently replied, yes. Subin looked back at Jingu, who understood nothing, and carefully said, sorry, see you later, and she followed the man outside. Even though it was pouring rain, Jingu watched her retreating figure for a long time before suddenly realizing something. He hastily grabbed an umbrella and shouted, Subin, take an umbrella. But Subin didn't look back. She quietly followed the very finicky-looking man, who was walking with his hands clasped behind his back in the rain. Jingu still watched the two's retreating figures. Subin, drenched in rain, seemed resigned. Her eyes were full of sadness, but also many thoughts. With an umbrella in hand, he watched Subin disappear from sight, but he said nothing. He couldn't say anything at that moment. The rain continued relentlessly, showing no sign of stopping. Jingu's house lights were still bright. After seeing his friend, who was dragged home by her parents, he returned inside the house. Disuk was sprawled on the sofa. His face looked like it begged to be slapped. He said sarcastically, "Wow, this time that kid is really screwed." Jingu sat on a chair with a worried expression. He carefully asked Disuk, "Did something happen to her?" Disuk sighed and calmly replied, "The chairman of the Federation Association is very strict and scary, so the atmosphere in that kid's house is always tense." Jingu was slightly surprised to hear that. He exclaimed, "Really? It didn't feel that way when I first met Subin." Disuk seemed to have been surprised 7 times already, so he reacted indifferently now. "That's only recently. Subin wasn't like this before." Disuk's eyes grew more serious. He continued, "You could say that kid has changed a lot more than before. Oh, how should I explain it? She doesn't act differently from how she usually is when she's with us." The image of a feminine Subin with her long hair neatly tied up came to Disuk's mind at his words. Her personality was unchanged. In the past she was very fierce and wouldn't talk to anyone but me. Hearing this, both Jingu and Ji-Eun were speechless. They seemed unable to believe that their best friend had such a villainous past. Disuk continued, lost in thought, "Her recent changes have also surprised me. I heard the chairman of the Federation Association stepped down, but it seems he's back now." Back at Subin's mansion, the sky was still raining persistently. Subin was kneeling on the floor at this moment. She had her head bowed and a hint of guilt was visible on her face. In front of Subin stood the man who had taken his daughter from a strange man's house earlier, and his face was very strict and slightly scary. His sharp eyes were still intense. He carefully asked, "Did something happen to you?" Subin looked quite flustered. She bowed her head and hesitated. Like Asian parents, when a child goes astray, it's because of their friends. He began to suspect Jingu's group. "You've become like this because of those kids, haven't you?" Subin exclaimed involuntarily upon hearing that. "What did you say?" Subin's grandfather sighed and continued to stare intently at her. He went on, "Since when have you made me repeat myself? You've become so mature because you're hanging out with those kids, haven't you?" Subin probably didn't want her only friends to get a bad reputation, so she denied it very earnestly. "No, it has nothing to do with those kids." Her grandfather said nothing, but his face seemed to redden with anger that his granddaughter was disobeying a patriarchal man like him. After defending her friend, Subin again bowed her head, her expression awkward. Subin's grandfather's face grew even more solemn, with a hint of anger. He said, "From now on, keep your distance from those children." Subin was very angry to hear that. She shouted, trying to retort, but before she could speak, the old man covered her mouth. He frowned and shouted, "Quiet." Seeing that, his granddaughter was scared to death. She stared blankly at her grandfather and couldn't say anything. Her grandfather added strictly, "You are different from them. You are someone who will later become the head of the Korean Awakened Federation Association. You don't have time to play with them. You can't live an ordinary life." She seemed about to argue again. Subin tensed the veins in her neck and tried to say something. But what? Her grandfather could completely silence his granddaughter with just a scythe-like gaze. Realizing she couldn't overturn the situation, Subin sadly bowed her head. Her grandfather's words still echoed in her ears. "Do you want to end up like your parents too?" There were only 2 people in the room, but it was very cold. Her grandfather, perhaps out of breath, let go of his beloved granddaughter. He carefully said, "Go back to school now." Subin was still immersed in sadness, and all sorts of thoughts were swirling in her mind. A new day had begun and the sky had returned to a clear blue. Jingu worriedly held his phone and stared intently at the screen but said nothing. Suddenly he spoke to Ji-Eun, who was sitting next to him. "It's almost a week and Subin still hasn't checked or replied to my messages." Jin complained restlessly, but Disuk was still calmly sprawled on the sofa kissing a cat. "Did something happen?" Disuk wasn't completely indifferent. He just wasn't as talkative as Jingu. He was probably the one who understood her best here. Disuk's eyes grew more serious. At school, Disuk was wearing a very flashy red jacket. He had one hand in his pocket and leaned one shoulder against the wall as if trying to flirt with a woman. But no, that woman was Subin. He said, "What are you doing?" Subin had her head bowed and said nothing. If Disuk had been interested in her incessant chatter, she would have at least called those other kids to let them know not to worry. Subin was truly as silent as an ox. She didn't say a word and her face still looked as sad as that night. Disuk, like a mentally challenged person, spoke into thin air, watching Subin walk past him. His eyes grew more and more impatient with that arrogant young woman. Disuk angrily grabbed her shoulder and shouted, "Are the monkeys taking all the spots in the mountains so you're forcing yourself in here? Hey you, how dare you ignore this kid? Are you going back to being the stupid kid you were before just because you met your grandfather again?" Subin was still like that, like a mute, not daring to look back, whether Disuk gnashed his teeth in anger or not. Suddenly an old man's voice was heard, startling both Disuk and Subin slightly. It was Subin's patriarchal grandfather again. His face still looked murderous. This old man seemed unbeatable by Disuk and Subin combined, so they couldn't help but flinch. He spoke first. "Well, if it isn't Disuk of the Sangwa group." Disuk also quickly greeted him. "Hello, Chairman." The grandfather's face grew more unpredictable and his eyes still stared intently at Disuk. He said, "Quite good, you seem to have trained hard." Disuk stood with a stiff face listening to him ramble on. "I heard about your abilities recently. I didn't have much time to look into it in detail, but what I heard was completely accurate. The old man stood there continuously praising Disuk. The future of Sangwa looks bright. Disuk could only thank him and do nothing else. You flatter me, Chairman. I'm a little embarrassed. He only pretended to be energetic for a few seconds, but the finicky old man returned to a very strict expression. I'm sorry, but from now on would you mind not coming to see Subin? Disuk was completely shocked. His eyes widened, staring at the two in front of the old man. What did you say? Old man Onik continued in front of the two. Although Sangwa and the Federation have a relationship, that relationship is not so close. Disuk carefully looked back at Subin, but still had a what is this expression. Subin knew everything from the start, so she quietly said nothing. Returning to the present, Disuk was still sprawled on the sofa holding an orange cat. He slightly glanced at Jingu, who was asking for Subin's house to visit her. Disuk, you know where Subin lives, don't you? Jingu still restlessly asked. Shouldn't we visit her house? Disuk had already met Subin's grandfather through the previous conversation, so he was no longer interested. He turned his back to the chair and said, hugging the chubby orange cat tightly, I'm done. If you want to go alone. After speaking, Disuk also fell into thought for a moment. At school, a giant tornado like Elsa's magic was swirling in the room. Subin was training and she was gritting her teeth, trying hard to cast that transcendent technique. In one corner of the room, her grandfather continuously chided. He seemed to be personally teaching Subin. What are you doing? You've lost control again. You can't defeat the enemy just by expanding the range. The scarred-faced old man shouted. He's really strict. Students who meet teachers like this will have no choice but to run away to the mountains with the monkeys. To defeat the enemy, you have to concentrate your energy and pressure the opponent. Subin still continuously tried, her teeth almost breaking. The old man still nagged in her ear. Do you know what concentrating power is for? It's to control energy well. Only by controlling it well can you exploit the opponent's weaknesses. The arduous training continued like that. No one thought that there would be a girl continuously training with a finicky old man inside that huge building. On the training ground, Jingu was looking up at a distant place. At that moment, many thoughts flashed across Jingu's face. What would he do? Suddenly, a voice was heard, and Jingu turned around curiously. What are you doing here? Jingu recognized the person. Subin. Subin looked at the young boy indifferently and said nothing, lost in thought. She was like a robot. Jingu hastily turned around and approached Subin. As he approached, he restlessly asked, Why didn't you answer my calls or messages? Did something happen? Subin tried to avoid him, and her eyes were still blank. Jin was also slightly shocked by her sudden change. Subin replied vaguely as if she didn't want to face her friend in front of her. Nothing happened. But why are you suddenly here? Jin also quickly replied. Because I couldn't reach you. I was worried, so I came to check. Subin was momentarily saddened to hear that. She still said nothing, lost in thought. So Subin quietly left, leaving Jingu's worried gaze behind. She paused for a moment, then turned around and said a few words to reassure Jingu. But who could be reassured by that attitude? Everything was fine. Subin continued, Don't come looking for me anymore. Jin was dumbfounded to hear that, his face blank. Subin just left. She didn't care how much Jin shouted from behind. Subin watched her friend's retreating figure, and Jingu was confused. All sorts of thoughts were tangled in his head. Did something happen to her? That expression is completely different from usual. Jin suddenly remembered what Disuk had said that morning. Subin wasn't like this before. In the past she was very fierce and also cold, so she wouldn't talk to anyone. In front of Jingu there was now only a firmly closed door. Subin had left and he was still standing there, lost in thought. Suddenly 2 men appeared behind Jingu. Subin's grandfather and Sona were there. The grandfather spoke first. Jingu. Upon hearing that, Jingu immediately bowed 90 degrees. Hello. Yes, hello. Mr. Ha quietly asked Jingu, Did you come to see Subin? Jingu scratched his head, embarrassed, but admitted, Yes. The grandfather, who was standing beside him, suddenly spoke, his gaze still unreadable. You are Jian's disciple, aren't you? Jingu quickly confirmed, hearing his master's name. Yes, that's right. Damn, did I just recognize this old man? Jingu bowed to Subin's grandfather again. Oh, hello, I'm Jingu, Subin's friend. The grandfather still looked sternly at the boy. Friend? Jingu for some reason became very confident and firm. He looked directly at the grandfather and replied, Yes, a friend. Both the grandfather and Sona fell into deep thought as if contemplating something, and no one could tell what they were thinking. The grandfather took the opportunity to twist Jingu's words. Oh dear, don't use the word friend so lightly. Jingu heard that and asked, Ha, his eyes momentarily darkening. Jingu bowed his head and quietly replied to the grandfather, I don't always use it that way. When Jingu retorted, the grandfather also shouted, HMPH. Jingu's eyes were still confident and firm. He continued, I know very well what friendship means in the awakened world. The grandfather asked again skeptically. You know what that means? He took a step forward and said, Damn, what's the point? Just scaring the kids in the end, he challenged. Then can you risk your life for a friend? And can you trust that friend with your life? Most importantly, are you sure that friend won't betray you and take everything you have? Jingu still maintained a firm expression. No matter what the grandfather does, his granddaughter and I will remain friends. The grandfather said calmly, I can. The grandfather's eyes wavered for a moment, but he said nothing. Suddenly his face darkened and he continued, How dangerous. Then you know nothing. You need to know your place. There are many awakened who will stop at nothing to learn Jian's energy control methods. Hearing that, Jingu flinched slightly, and his face hardened. The grandfather, still with a dangerous expression, continued, "And if they get a chance to seize Jian's power, they can betray not only their family but all their friends too." Jingu heard that and broke out in a cold sweat, worried. But it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. The grandfather had not finished speaking. "Of course you could be among those people. I don't know what kind of friend my granddaughter considers you now, but soon my granddaughter will change too." Jingu stood as if he had been struck, his face pale. After scaring the boy, the grandfather sighed and left, leaving behind only a completely bewildered child. Mr. Sona also looked back at the child but followed the grandfather. Still at that school, Subin's grandfather was walking with Mr. Sona following behind him. Suddenly, Mr. Sona spoke. "Chairman of the Federation, I apologize for saying this, but both Subin and Jingu have gone through life and death situations multiple times." The grandfather paused for a moment, and Mr. Sona also paused with him. Then the grandfather continued to walk and speak. "I read that report, but the person who killed Subin's parents was also someone who had been through life and death situations with them." Hearing that, Mr. Sona had nothing more to say. There was nothing more to say. The soft evening light enveloped the houses, making the scenery appear peaceful. At Jingu's house, Jian and Kaiten were lounging on the sofa. Kaiten, the addicted cat, quietly opened his mouth. "Tisk, why doesn't that kid come to play these days?" Jian was truly fat, like a pig with pointed ears. He also quickly followed up, "I've told you many times, but you're the strange one." Jingu replied with an annoyed expression, holding the two cats in his arms. "I know that in the awakened world, it's very difficult to make friends, but there are still people who are friends." Jingu suddenly looked at the two thin and fat cats and said, "You two are friends too." Hearing that, the two cats were as if struck by lightning out of a clear sky. Suddenly they pounced on Jingu. The boy was startled to hear the two cats shouting, "What? Who said we're friends? What are you talking about?" Without hesitation, Jian and Kaiten madly dug their claws into Jingu's clothes and cursed at him. "Are you crazy? What do you know? What do you want now?" And so they cursed at each other, unable to understand what was happening. Back at school, Subin was still diligently training in the training room. Her gaze at that moment was sharp enough to cut anyone who dared to touch her. While training hard, a phone notification came, and she glanced at it to check. On the phone there was a picture of her three friends, Jingu, Ji-Yuin and Kong Sok, happily eating ramen. Subin stared at the phone for a moment, then quietly flipped it over without saying a word. Perhaps she was avoiding the sight of her friends whom she truly loved. Subin madly continued to punch the sandbag and the phone was tossed aside. The sunset cast its light over Subin's mansion. Dressed in training clothes, she was gazing at the sunset. Suddenly, Subin glanced at the phone lying on the ground right next to her. It was a picture Ji-Yuin had taken when he went to buy fast food with his friends. Perhaps he had sent it to Subin to alleviate her loneliness without them. Subin suddenly ran forward like a madwoman, her heart undoubtedly confused. The pictures her friends had sent kept coming to mind. Subin kept running, as if she had never run before and she didn't know how far she would run. Suddenly, Subin unleashed a technique that created a gigantic cold tornado. Subin gritted her teeth and put all her strength into it. But for some unknown reason, images of her and her friends reappeared, and those were all the memories she had, and she cherished them dearly. That's my guess. Subin's eyes were filled with murderous intent. She waved her hand, creating a powerful blue flash. With one wave of her hand, Subin unleashed the tornado she had just created. Perhaps it was the storm that had been in Subin's heart for a long time. Subin stood there motionless. The grandfather appeared again. "How troublesome," his voice echoed. "Is she thinking useless thoughts again?" The grandfather muttered, standing behind Subin. "That crazy old man, you still can't control your power." Subin quietly opened her mouth. Her earnest gaze was completely different from how she had been just a moment ago. Subin pleaded with her grandfather, "Can I go see my friends?" The grandfather's gaze was still emotionless. He said, "Are you still thinking such thoughts?" Subin wore an annoyed expression, but she couldn't say anything. The scarred grandfather sighed, annoyed. He continued to speak at length as if brainwashing his beloved granddaughter. "All right, let's talk about the children you consider friends. Still, nothing will change, because you are the one who will inherit the position of chairman of the Federation Association in the future." Subin's grandfather clasped his hands behind his back and continued, "The child is just listening. The Korean Federation Association represents awakened organizations and awakened nationwide, so it is always controlled by powerful organizations. We are like bullet shields. If something goes wrong with the association, we are the ones who will be blamed," the strict old man continued to explain, "and those who need our organization are either not affiliated with any organization or weak organizations that are not strong enough. The responsibility of our Federation Association is to protect such people." Subin stood there blankly, her head bowed, saying nothing. The grandfather's knife-like gaze was unwavering, and only Subin was suppressing her anger inwardly. And he continued, "Subin, I'm old." What he was about to say next was truly shocking to Subin. "When I retire, from then on, you will have to compete with other organizations and famous awakened who are stronger than you. At your age, you are only slightly superior to your peers. But compared to people at a higher level than you are nothing." Subin stood there quietly listening as her grandfather continued. "And if you don't have enough power, that balance will break. Then your family and the association members will be affected. Surely you don't intend to neglect the Federation Association members?" Subin finally opened her mouth to reply. Her eyes shone as if she had just been bullied. "Then you should keep your position as chairman longer, grandfather. Until I grow stronger. Hearing that, the grandfather said nothing and looked at his granddaughter annoyed. He suddenly said quietly, I wish I could. Twilight slowly fell. In a room at the school, Subin's grandfather was talking to another grandfather, his face always frowning like a husband meeting his wife. He opened his mouth. What brings you all the way here? You're not someone who just wanders around without purpose. The grandfather sitting opposite Subin's grandfather smiled and said, It's nothing, I just happened to drop by. Mr. Sona sat cross-legged opposite the scarred grandfather, his face very gentle. He continued, I heard you stopped your secret training outside, and so the two grandfathers talked to each other. Ho-ho, grandfather is still the same as before. Suddenly, Mr. Sona became serious. He forced himself to ask what was the result. Hearing that, the scarred grandfather paused for a moment, his face filled with annoyance. He replied, annoyed. Can't you tell by looking? Do I have to say it? It's nothing. I failed. I thought I would succeed this time if I put all my strength into it, but my efforts were in vain. Mr. Sona pondered for a moment, his gaze momentarily fixed on the scarred grandfather. Then how much time do you think we have left? The scarred grandfather replied with a mix of annoyance and anger, approximately 3 years. Mr. Sona suddenly became worried, his eyebrows furrowed slightly and he opened his mouth. 3 years? It seems you're making the greatest sacrifice. The scarred grandfather's eyes turned sinister. In fact, they were always sinister. He said nothing and kept his gaze fixed on Mr. Sona. He continued, What I'm doing is not a sacrifice. If I can get revenge for my child, this old Bati has no regrets. As soon as Mr. Sona heard that, he retorted, but he also had to think about his granddaughter. He pondered for a moment, probably also feeling pain for Subin. The grandfather's thin, wrinkled hand clenched slightly. The grandfather said, That's right, that's what I regret now. But even if Subin finds out now, I can't do anything. This grandfather has placed a heavy burden on his granddaughter's shoulders. Mr. Sona had nothing more to say and merely looked regretfully at the grandfather in front of him. The conversation between the two grandfathers seemed to end briefly before the sun had even set. Mr. Sona, holding black clothes in his hand, slowly turned back. Suddenly he noticed Subin. She was leaning against the wall, holding her phone in one hand, intently looking at it. Her face was not very good. Subin must have been feeling frustrated inwardly. Mr. Sona watched the girl for a moment, then suddenly called out to Subin. The girl was startled and looked up, quickly greeting him. Oh, principal. The principal approached the girl and kindly asked, How are you? Are you doing well these days? Subin quickly replied, Oh yes, I'm doing well, but why did you come? Is there something related to the Federation Association? Mr. Sona smiled kindly like a national grandfather. He closed his eyes and playfully replied to her, Oh, I just came to see an old friend of mine. Subin for some reason looked so surprised, her eyes widened and she asked the principal again, What, you mean the person grandfather talked about is the principal? You two are best friends? Mr. Sona smiled through his white beard still kindly. He quietly replied, You could say that. As soon as Subin heard that, she seemed to be preparing to write something for the grandfather. Her face at that moment was also quite shocked. Perhaps it was because the grandfather had been instilling in her for too long that friendship was a futile thing. Seeing Subin's strange expression, Mr. Sona quickly asked, What's wrong? Subin quickly explained, but still couldn't hide her flustered expression. Yes, I know you two know each other, but using the word friend seems a bit inappropriate. Because grandfather always said he had no friends, so I thought grandfather had no friends. Hearing that, Mr. Sona was stunned and froze. What is this? Was I betrayed? Subin was still flustered but said nothing. Suddenly, Mr. Sona laughed madly as if he had drunk poison and Subin was startled. Ha ha ha, that's another side of that grandfather. And many things have happened. And he turned around, his face very excited but at the same time mysterious. Do you have time now? It's a long story, so it might be more comfortable to talk somewhere else. Subin's face at that moment was blank and she understood nothing. I see, Subin, you must have a lot to worry about too. The principal and Subin sat facing each other in a nearby cafe. Subin still looked sad. She bowed her head and began to talk to the principal. My grandfather has always been very strict, but he seems to be even stricter these days. I don't know if it's because of his age or if he's thinking a lot about retiring early. I understand that fact, so I'm trying to get stronger. Subin gripped the cup on the table tightly, a very awkward expression on her face. She continued, Even if my grandfather retires, I need to prepare everything so he doesn't have to worry about anything because of me. The principal was deeply engrossed in Subin's story. He remained silent for a long time, listening to Subin pour out the thoughts that had tormented her for so long. I just can't understand why my grandfather wants to retire. Subin was deeply shocked by the principal's words. Your grandfather doesn't have much time left. Her face turned pale as if she dared not comprehend what she had just heard. She unconsciously asked again, What? The elderly principal, Song, deep in thought, continued to explain. He can only live for 3 more years at most. He looks healthy on the outside, but inside he's probably a mess. Subin's terrified face was reflected in the cup she held. Perhaps it was so sudden that her body stiffened. Yes, Principal Song continued. As Subin probably knows, there was a time when young awakened leaders of organizations fell into a trap and were all killed. Unfortunately, the ones who set that trap were close colleagues right by our side. The gruesome battle of that time came alive in his story. They betrayed friends and comrades, fighting them to the death, simply to negotiate with great powers and learn energy control methods from them. At that time, Mr. Ju gathered the escaped awakened and counterattacked, and many people were sacrificed. Mr. Ju survived the attack by those treacherous awakened though. The principal's eyes suddenly darkened. He continued, shocking Subin completely. but the wounds from that time were so severe that they're gnawing away at your grandfather's lifespan. Subin's face was completely pale, devoid of any blood. She asked in a trembling voice, "Then is that why my grandfather disappeared for a while to do secret training?" The principal quickly confirmed. "Yes, your grandfather tried various methods to save the situation, but they all failed, and he could only wait for death." The last twilight struggled to shine one last time before night fell. Principal Song's eyes were filled with sorrow. He continued, "Your grandfather lost his comrades and his body was full of wounds," he added sadly. "And your grandfather's greatest loss was your parent, Subin. Your grandfather regrets it. He thinks if your parents had been stronger, such a tragic thing wouldn't have happened." Subin's face at this moment showed immense shock, and she couldn't immediately accept that harsh reality. The principal's words were not yet finished. "No, if grandfather had been stronger, wouldn't everyone have survived?" The space suddenly fell silent. That terrible silence weighed heavily on the space where the two sat. Subin was probably too shocked to say anything. Principal Song continued. "On the surface, Subin seems to be the president of the Federation Association trying to pressure his granddaughter, but from the perspective of someone facing imminent death, that grandfather can be understood as worrying about his granddaughter. Because he doesn't know what will happen to his granddaughter without this grandfather." Subin still had wide eyes, her mind completely blank. At Jingu's house they were preparing dinner. Ji-Yun and Jingu each held food in one hand, but truly good people always encounter problems. Or they might meet Jingu if not for problems. Just kidding. Jingu was taking many photos to send to Subin. Disuk had an annoyed expression, saying, "This arrogant little brat, what, are you sending photos to Subin again?" Jin happily looked at his phone and replied casually, "Yeah, just wanted to let him know what we're doing." Disuk recalled the moment he grabbed Subin's arm at school, and he had a rather dejected and angry expression. He was overtly annoyed but still said, "Oh, alright, let's all take a picture then." And so a photo of the three of them was born. Suddenly everyone looked in one direction. Jingu shouted excitedly, "Subin!" Subin at this moment was panting as if being chased by a ghost, gritting her teeth and looked quite angry about something. She suddenly went wild and shouted at the three of them, who froze for a few seconds. "What are you guys doing? Why do you keep sending me pictures?" Jin, not understanding what was happening, casually asked back. "Why?" Subin was really angry. She opened her mouth wide and shouted, "Why do you guys keep sending me those pictures? If I don't look at them and don't reply, shouldn't you guys know to stop sending them?" The three fools looked blankly, unable to understand. Jingu explained in a trembling voice, "I'm sorry, I didn't know it would make you so angry." Subin froze as Disuk suddenly spoke. "If you're so lazy, you don't even have to look at those pictures." He was probably quite angry at Subin from their previous encounter. So today he let it all out. Disuk growled like a hungry tiger. "If it's annoying and you don't want to see it, you can just block us. What's the need for such an exaggerated reaction?" Jingu stood there feeling the atmosphere growing tense and tried to stop Disuk in a low voice. "Disuk, Disuk," Disuk shouted at Jingu in front of Subin's frozen gaze. "Why are you stopping me? Did I say anything wrong?" Subin instantly thought, "Block them." The memories of the four of them again flooded her mind. Subin gritted her teeth and growled, "Do you think I want to block you guys? I want to go meet you too." Subin's words seemed to surprise everyone, and they all looked at her with wide eyes. Subin shouted all the thoughts she had held in her heart for a long time, but she dared not look up at her friends. "I really want to be with you guys." Daisuk's eyes suddenly became serious. He grabbed her collar and pulled her close. Literally face to face with Subin, he also gritted his teeth and growled at her, "You can come whenever you want. What's wrong with us being close? You can tell your grandfather just like you're doing now." I can't." Disuk was slightly surprised by what Subin had just said. She bit her lip tightly as if trying to suppress something that was about to burst out. Unconsciously, 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. Her previous strong and sharp demeanor was now so pathetic. Subin sobbed and said in a trembling voice, my grandfather is going to die soon." Jian and Kaiten, also startled by those words, froze like cats in a corner. Ji-Yun and Jingu couldn't help but be surprised by those words either. Jin silently watched Disuk embrace the pitiful girl without batting an eyelid. Subin cried even louder, as if she had poured out everything in her heart. Subin, in Daisuk's arms, was like a pitiful baby. The dark night covered the humble house. Playful kittens peeked their heads out to eavesdrop. Kaiten was so angry that his eyebrows touched, and seeing such scenes was really embarrassing. The yellow cat Jian sighed. Everyone has their own story. Hearing his words, Kaiten's expression gradually calmed down. It was kittens lying on the floor, talking to each other like a small family. Scene change. Apartment buildings standing tall against the blue sky. An old man with a long scar across his eye frowned. "All right, little one, you said you wanted to meet me." Opposite him, Jingu was preparing to answer bravely. He replied clearly, "Yes." The chairman of the Federation Association threatened him in a solemn voice. "I don't know what happened, but why did you come to meet me without an appointment? If you weren't Kaiden's student, you wouldn't even have had the chance to meet me." Jin was startled. "I'm sorry." This timid boy bowed and trembled, his voice shaking. "I didn't intend to trouble you, grandfather." The old man glared at him with sharp eyes. He sighed. "Do you really not know the meaning of being Kaiden's student?" Then he raised his head to look at him and asked, "All right, but why did you seek me out?" He firmly met the old man's gaze. "I'd like you to let me meet Subin." The old man glared at him. Jingu showed no fear at all, meeting the old man's eyes directly. The two stared at each other for a while, and suddenly Jingu froze at a question the old man asked. "Are you two dating?" He stammered in embarrassment. "No, absolutely not." The old man asked suspiciously. Really, is what you're saying true? Jingu quickly made a gesture of refusal. This crazy old man tried to find a gap to interrogate the pitiful Jingu. But why are you so serious? Do you dislike my granddaughter Subin? Is being Jian's student not enough? He was flustered. No, our relationship isn't like that, we're just friends. The old man's face was deeply furrowed. I don't understand why you two need to do this when you're not even dating. Unfortunately, I won't allow this. Jingu was startled. What? The old man's voice was as cold as ice. Subin is in a different position from you. That child needs to get stronger. She doesn't have time to play with you, even in front of such a cold old man. Jingu did not flinch at all. He spoke honestly. Subin is already very strong. She's a member of the 4th strongest and was even recognized at the World Awakened Academy, the old man snorted. Strong among little brats but not strong among awakened. His expression changed. Jingu seemed to accept those words. The old man glared at Jingu. You might judge that way because you're young, but do you think enemies will show you mercy? Realistically speaking, Subin is not yet capable of facing the top 100. He was tearful at his firm words. Subin is just thinking about when her grandfather will leave her alone. The old man was startled when the words he said to himself touched his heart. The old man shouted at him angrily. Little brat, how do you know that? He flinched. Subin told me. The old man muttered. This kid already knew. Before that, Subin had tearfully embraced Jingu. Yes, he explained everything. Yes, he ran to my house yesterday and cried a lot, saying that grandfather would die soon. The old man's eyes were filled with sorrow. I see, that child cried. He recalled the moment Subin turned her head and his voice calmed down. It was as if he knew now was better than later. Jin seized the opportunity to play a psychological game. If you're so worried about Subin grandfather, do you want Subin to live alone without friends when you're gone? The old man was startled by those words. How can you agree with that? I know that the chairman of the Federation Association worries a lot about Subin and thinks it will be very difficult for her to live alone later. And I also know that you think Subin's current abilities are still insufficient, Jin said seriously. But as you said, grandfather, can Subin endure living alone in this cold and cruel awakened world? The old man angrily slammed the table. Then you think Subin will be all right if I let you two meet? Are you trying to persuade me with a child's logic? He shouted in rage. You and Subin are different. Jian's student can live freely, and is strong enough not to fear or be affected by anything in the awakened world. On the other hand, Subin, as the future chairman of the Federation Association, has the responsibility to protect others and fight for them. His anger burned even more fiercely, and he must always protect the members of the organization and the Federation Association from threatening forces. So you tell me, if I let you meet, he shouted furiously, do you think those problems will be solved? Jingu remained calm even in front of the old man who was breaking the table in anger. He quickly said, it may not solve them, but when he faces difficulties we will still gladly help him. His eyes were murderous, sharp enough to pierce his opponent. Jingu had strong confidence that he could persuade him. Whenever Subin is uneasy alone we will be by his side, so he's not alone. That persuasion seemed to sway the old man's heart. We will help Subin. Jingu was unwavering and firm. Chairman, do you know that Subin doesn't want to be alone? His eyes were like sharp blades, and Jingu's eyes earnestly sought agreement. Suddenly a knock on the door broke the atmosphere. Principal Ha entered. Chairman, it's time. The fat chairman chased Jingu out. Go? He was startled. Yes, the old man said solemnly. If you're done talking you may leave now. He hastily replied yes. Jin politely bowed his head. Goodbye. Principal Ha asked him worriedly. Chairman, are you all right? The chairman of the Federation Association remained silent, lost in deep thought, but a sharp glint still flickered in his eyes. He thought to himself, Subin doesn't want to be alone? Scene changed. The chairman had already arrived at his office. He angrily glared at the unpleasant Dylan in front of him. Why are there so many people coming to see me without an appointment today? And why have you come to see me? He sighed. Then let's check the chairman's condition. The chairman's voice was solemn. My recovery ability is still far off, and didn't you not want to treat me from the beginning? Dylan said arrogantly. That's what I said, but now I've changed my mind. Is that enough? I'm just trying to see if I can improve the chairman's health even a little. I used to have medical knowledge, so isn't that why you wanted me to examine you? The chairman bowed his head deeply and gently. Why did you change your mind? Dylan crossed his legs and said in an irritated voice. That's just how I am. His eyes were devoid of any emotion. If my student hadn't pleaded with me, you wouldn't even have had a chance. That kid came to see me early this morning. Oh dear, Ji-Yun pleaded. Professor, I beg you. At that time, Dylan was still curled up in bed. He pleaded with the professor, his eyes sparkling, and the professor shivered. Professor. The chairman was surprised. His student, does he mean Ji-Yun? The professor said powerlessly. My granddaughter's friend, that is. The chairman was slightly surprised. Friend, you changed your mind because your student is my granddaughter's friend? The professor frowned. Who knows? Anyway, I need to check your condition. Drops of sweat ran down the chairman's cheek and he felt uneasy. The professor continued, it's an old injury so treatment is difficult, so don't expect too much. The beautiful sky eventually yields to the mysterious night as dusk falls. Jingu slumped dejectedly in a chair holding a striped cat. The cat, Kaiten, ran around carrying a pile of feces and cursed. Oh, why do these guys poop so much? The skinny long-haired man found Jingu brooding alone in a corner. Jingu, what are you doing instead of cleaning? Why are you making me do this? Jingu had lost his motivation and didn't even think to reply. Kaiten frowned and pouted as if insulted. As soon as Jingu heard the news, he rushed to Ji-Yun's house and asked, "Will the professor treat Subin?" Ji-Yun sadly nodded. "Yes, the diagnosis shows that treatment is very difficult." The three fell silent for a while. The cat Kaiten was furious watching this scene. The scenery gradually became enveloped in the mysterious night. Jingu was lost in deep thought alone. He recalled the moment Subin sobbed in his arms. "Treatment is that difficult?" Jingu's face darkened, and the cat Kaiten yawned with its mouth wide open. The cat Kaiten turned around, looked at Jingu and made a bored expression. Jingu looked at his brother and pouted. He was startled by the cat Kaiten's question. "Kid, do you have something to say?" Before he could collect himself, Jingu hastily got up and ran off to another spot. It's nothing." The cat Kaiten frowned and watched Jingu's retreating back. Just then, Kaiten opened the door and came in. He grumbled as he entered, carrying a bag of feces. "Should I reduce the cat's food? How much are they pooping?" Jian's voice came from inside the room, startling him. "That task seems very difficult for Kaiten too." Jingu's voice dropped. "Yes." Jian was saddened. "He can't cure all illnesses," his voice slowly continued. "Of course, his healing ability is truly outstanding, but it's not without limits." Jingu stood blankly, frozen, staring intently at his brother. Jian sighed. "Just let it be. It might hurt his pride, so don't ask for more, kid." He pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to Jingu. Jingu squinted and looked at the paper. Indeed, even Kaiten couldn't cure Subin's illness. Two were talking about Kaiten, unaware that Kaiten was eavesdropping behind them. Indeed, even Kaiten couldn't cure Subin's illness. The striped cat listened carefully. "Yes, that's right." Jingu suddenly looked back in surprise. He flung the door open and ran out. But there was no one there except a bag of feces and a thermos of hot water. Innocent Jingu stood blankly outside the door, and the striped cat happily licked the thermos. The scene changed. The Federation Association building stood tall before them. The chairman painstakingly got out of bed. He cautiously asked, "Who came to see me?" The tall, neat President Kaiten stood upright before him. The chairman was puzzled. "Kaiten." Dylan hastily pushed President Song aside and rushed forward. He said in an arrogant voice, "Move aside, perfect timing. Lie down quickly." The chairman froze. "Is he going to examine my body now?" he said irritably. "Why?" Kaiten, true to his fickle nature, glanced elsewhere and was about to talk about what just happened. "Cat, no. You don't need to know." Dylan approached him and handed him President Song's health status chart. "This is the person's current condition." Kaiten glanced at the chart with sharp eyes. Dylan dropped his arrogant attitude in front of Kaiten and became respectful. "My healing ability was insufficient, so I attempted treatment through cell culture. The condition is more stable than before, but still not enough." He solemnly asked, "What are the results?" His eyes were indifferent. "Body pain has decreased and lifespan has increased from 3 to 6 years." Kaiten looked at him for a moment and asked, "Are you Ji-Yun's master?" He replied respectfully, "Yes, I am." He bit his nails while looking at the chart. "Quite good." Dylan was surprised and frozen by his words. "You also helped a lot in correcting Jingu's mistake last time." The old chairman frowned and kept asking Kaiten, "Wait, why do you suddenly want to treat me?" "I know very well that you never treat anyone unless there's a special deal," Kaiten said, engrossed in himself. "Then who do you think can treat you?" But in fact, this guy just didn't want to do housework. He only wanted to avoid cleaning cat litter. The chairman was stunned. Suddenly, President Song whispered in his ear. The chairman was startled. "Jingu?" He spoke so loudly that Kaiten, standing nearby, heard it. "That person is Jingu's personal doctor?" Kaiten was furious. He gritted his teeth and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not Jingu's personal doctor. To be precise, Jingu is my patient." The two old men flinched at his shout. Jian abruptly entered the room and asked, "When does it start?" The chairman froze. "Kaiten, are you serious? I need to know who will protect me during treatment." The chairman stood blankly, sweating profusely. "Did Jingu bring Jian and Kaiten here at that time?" He rolled his eyes and looked around. He saw the two doctors discussing. "These areas are beyond my ability." Jian and Dylan spoke in low voices. "I've already treated this side, so it will be much easier." The chairman was silent. He was like a lonely block of cement on a hospital bed. He was puzzled. "Did everyone come here because those kids are Subin's friends?" President Song sighed boredly at the sight. Jian approached Kaiten and asked how long the treatment would take. He replied softly, "I don't know. It might take a few days." The Federation Association building stood massively against a backdrop of gray clouds. Inside the treatment room, Kaiten's hands flashed. A brilliant golden light emanated. He focused all his mind and heart on treating President Song. Tense light burst from his illusory wings and enveloped him. Jian, Songha, and Songhe, the three of them, waited for the results outside the treatment room. Silence enveloped everyone. Professor Dylan poked his head out to check the situation. Subin nervously bowed her head, and a suffocating silence hung in the air. Time flowed like water. Night receded. Morning light shone. The sky was painted pink by twilight and then, according to its law, plunged into darkness again after the treatment. The chairman's hospital room door opened. Kaiten walked into the waiting room feeling a pain in his back, and he glanced at the people standing there. Everyone looked at Kaiten with expectant eyes. Subin urgently asked, "Kaiten, how's my grandfather?" He lifted his chin and looked at her with an arrogant expression. Kaiten looked at Subin for a moment with half-closed eyes. This arrogant expression sent shivers down Subin's spine. Finally his voice was heard. "All that's left is to tell him to rest. Even he can do that much." Everyone was so happy they couldn't believe their eyes. The kids cheered with joy and jumped around like in a zoo. Professor Dylan looked suspicious in the corner. "How did he treat that?" Subin bowed her head repeatedly in deep gratitude. "Thank you so much, Kaiten. Thank you so much." Kaiten turned to Jingu. Jingu, now snap out of it and clean up the cat poop. Jingu closed his eyes and smiled. Yes. Kaiten stared intently at Jingu. A few days later, the gloomy atmosphere of the company was lifted. Jian teased Kaiten. If something comes up later, I'll have to ask you for help too, Kaiten said irritably. What nonsense are you talking about? Jian turned and left, giving him a look of trust. Suddenly, a dazzling light shone in Kaiten's eyes. He covered his eyes with his hand. At this moment, Kaiten was like a male god with the protagonist's aura. He squinted. This place is really troublesome. Jian stared intently at him with a suspicious expression. The two friends walked together, chatting happily. Dazzling sunlight streamed through the window of President Song's room. He bowed his head for a while and said nothing. President Song, he abruptly asked from behind him. How are you? The chairman was silent. 8 years of suffering. He raised his hand and froze for a moment, unable to believe his eyes. I no longer feel that pain. President Song He sighed in relief upon hearing that. The chairman could now move freely, no longer bothered by pain. He was overjoyed. When the professor treated me, the pain lessened slightly, but it didn't completely disappear. President Song He interrupted. Kaiten said that he treated you, and you can live longer than you think. The chairman was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. So my pain didn't disappear on its own, it was completely cured? President Song He slumped his shoulders and said softly, You know that fact better than I do. The chairman looked at his legs moving in front of him with suspicion. Is this a dream? President Song He said quietly. He also said that if the professor hadn't treated you first, everything would have been more difficult. The chairman paused and turned to President Song He. Anxiety was clearly visible on his face. Mr. Songhua politely bowed his head. Congratulations, Chairman of the Federation Association. The chairman froze. He sighed softly. Subin is already indebted to her friends. President Song He and Mr. Songhua just stood there silently watching him. The chairman confided, Professor, Ji-Yun's master, the person who treated you, is truly amazing. He's not the best healer, but I've contacted many capable healers, and after being treated by them, my wounds only worsened. His honest story continued relentlessly. And Kaiten, he's an excellent healer whom even the world's top 10 awakened want to contact. He agonized. His hand forcefully struck his newly recovered leg. But all those people treated my friend's grandfather. President Song He and Mr. Songhua felt heartache. His sigh was like endless torment. He closed his eyes. I didn't even consider those children as Subin's friends, and now I owe them. Silence hung heavily. The chairman bowed his head and kept blaming himself. The scene changed. Jingu's humble house was quiet. The striped cat lay blankly on the chair, and the white-furred Kaiten chuckled as if he had harvested something. Jingu and his two friends were meticulously playing with the cat. Suddenly, the three were startled and looked back. Subin, full of personality, rushed into the three's room. She smiled brightly. Hi guys, Sis is back, Jin shouted with joy. Subin, the four were as joyful as a festival the moment they met. They ran around shaking their bags wildly. Subin excitedly threw a bag of cat food to Jingu. He caught the food bag and ran around with Ji-Yun and the cats, and Jingu was disappointed that he couldn't catch it. Jingu and Subin watched them like parents of hundreds of children. She thought for a moment, then became shy. Everyone froze when her voice was heard. Thank you guys. Her smiling eyes twinkled on her rosy cheeks. Subin was deeply grateful for her grandfather's recovery. Thank you so much guys, Jingu smiled gently. What did we do? Kaiten and Ji-Yun's master were the ones who treated your grandfather. Subin fondly recalled thanking Dylan. I thank Grandpa Dylan. Ji-Yun was puzzled. Grandpa? Subin mischievously looked around. But where did Kaiten go? Jin was startled. Why? He looked at the grumbling cat. Kaiten scratching his ear. After the chairman's treatment ended. He just disappeared somewhere. Disappointment crossed Subin's face. Oh, I couldn't even say goodbye. Jingu was flustered. You can do it next time. She glanced at the cats. What about you two? Jian and Kaiten, the two cats, were like two old men evaluating young Subin. She hesitated. During this time I realized something. Jingu was puzzled. What? She bowed her head and stammered. Subin, excessively confident, unaware that Kaiten was sitting beside her evaluating her, said, I think Kaiten likes me. Jinwu said, What? And looked bewildered. Subin muttered, I told you I was overconfident, didn't I? I never thought Kaiten would treat my grandfather. He must have treated my grandfather because he has feelings for me, it must be. Jian and Kaiten froze in place, and Jinwu was blank for 5 seconds. Disuk, who was eating snacks, interjected. He agreed with Subin's foolish thought. He definitely has feelings for you. Subin cheered as if she had found a treasure. Right, isn't it? Disuk instantly overturned the snacks, and intense emotions gripped him, making him want to hit Subin's face. Subin, enraged, rushed at Disuk and fought him, seemingly with wounded pride. Shut up, you damn bastard, you lousy punk. Disuk was no less. You lousy punk, your face makes anyone want to hit you. The two fought fiercely from morning to evening. The noisy children fell into a deep sleep. Subin was drooling, and the 3 children couldn't close their mouths as if having nightmares. Kaiten grimaced. This house became noisy again just like before. The peaceful time was over. Jian remained nonchalant. He was used to such things. Kaiten let out a sigh of relief and jumped off the sofa. He walked slowly. I'm tired. I'm going into the storage room to focus on recovery. Jian turned around and stared intently at Jinwu. The sleeping young Jinwu looked adorable with his cute lips. Jian smiled slightly and left the room. The first rays of dawn began to shine on Jinwu's house. It was still a quiet morning for everything. Blue flashes floated in the air. It turned out that Jian, Kaiten, and Jinwu had transformed into cats and were training. Fierce blue flames enveloped the 3. Jinwu was so excited that he was sweating profusely. It wasn't enough yet. He squeezed his eyes shut. Past nightmares resurfaced. The moment Jinwoo was subjected to scrutiny because of his ability and trampled by thugs, but fortunately Jian appeared in time and saved Jinwoo. Recalling this, he blamed himself for being incompetent and useless. I couldn't do anything at that time. I relied entirely on Brother Caton. He squeezed his eyes shut and sweat poured down like a river. Whatever situation comes, I must overcome it myself. As soon as he finished speaking, blue lightning swirled into his back like a cosmic black hole. I must become stronger, I must become stronger. Blue beams of light fiercely poured down on his head. Suddenly a scream that jolted Jinwoo's mind was heard. Jinwoo, wake up now. He opened his eyes wide and woke up in terror as blue smoke gradually disappeared into the faint dust. He panted. Then he stared intently up at the two cats, Jian and Caton. Caton lamented. If we keep leaving him like this, it might be dangerous. Jinwoo asked blankly. Ha? Jian fell into thought. I didn't say anything because I thought it wasn't the right time, but now it seems like it's time to tell you. Jinwoo was blank. Jian sternly warned. It's good to get stronger, but if you can't control it, it becomes very dangerous. You're losing your patience right now. Power that you can't control will instead become the power that can kill you. Jinwoo was too shocked to react at all. Jian solemnly said, You almost destroyed your own body just now, do you know that? Scene changed. The Federation Association apartment building stood tall like a giant block of cement. Julian stammered, I'm sorry for coming without an appointment. Jiang gently asked, It's all right. What can I do for you? Julian hesitated. My younger brother wants to meet Jian's student. Yu Jiang nodded shyly. A magnificent company building appeared against the blue sky. Jinwoo came to meet Jiang. He greeted her quietly. I'm CEO Jinwoo. Jiang stared at him coldly. Julian hastily tried to ease the awkward atmosphere. This is Yu Jiang Patrick. Thank you for making time. Jiang, having heard about Jinwoo, came to meet him herself. Jinwoo's eyes widened in surprise. Jiang bowed her head and said nothing. Julian subtly suggested to Jiang, How about we talk somewhere else and let the two children talk comfortably? Yu Jiang looked at Jinwoo and gave him a signal, and Jinwoo seemed to understand and nodded happily. Yu Jiang said with a slightly uneasy voice, If you need anything, just say so. Julian tried to approach Yu Jiang threateningly. Ah, Madam Chairman, this way. Jinwoo stood there, sensing danger for his brother. He suddenly looked back. He saw Jiang sitting arrogantly on a chair with her legs crossed and arms folded. Jinwoo was speechless and froze for 3 seconds. The two stared at each other in silence like that. Jiang glanced at Jinwoo like a general. Jinwoo raised his head, full of vigilance. Jinwoo thought, Why isn't she saying anything? Then he spoke first. Jinwoo lowered his head to avoid Jiang's gaze. I heard you know I'm Brother Jian's student and want to meet me, is that right? Jiang frowned in annoyance. Or do you want to challenge me? Jiang looked at Jinwoo with sharp eyes. Jinwoo was no easy opponent and raised his eyes to look back at Jiang. Jiang was startled, both of them. Jinwoo, flustered, asked again. Ha, Jiang calmly said. I was just curious about what kind of child you are, because I heard that Brother Julian was hit by Jian's student. Jiang frowned and said disapprovingly, It wasn't enough for me to come meet you personally, and I had no intention of fighting you at all. It's troublesome. Jinwoo was blank like a newborn chick. Then what's the reason? Jiang said angrily. Brother Julian dragged me here by force. He asked if it would be good to have a light exchange with Jian's student. Of course, our grandfather also supported this. Jinwoo just stared with wide eyes. Then why did Brother Julian come here? Jiang looked down at Jinwoo with a mysterious expression. You know Chairman Yu Jiang, right? The top figure in this country. Jinwoo replied in surprise. Yes. Jiang shifted her gaze cunningly. I was surprised too. She's really pretty. I always wondered what kind of woman could make my brother so foolish. Jiang's words made Jinwoo uneasy. But now I understand why my brother is interested in her. Jinwoo was uneasy. Brother Julian and Chairman Yu Jiang, you mean? Jiang chuckled slightly, as if she was getting caught up in something that had nothing to do with her. Yes, I was just an excuse. Jinwoo pondered whether he should embarrass his brother. He explained the true reason. My brother came here because he wanted to meet Chairman Yu Jiang. Hearing that, Jinwoo recalled the moment earlier. Julian and Yu Jiang exchanged glances as if they were the only ones in the room. He lowered his head and fell into thought. The two stared intently at each other. Jiang, seeing Jinwoo say nothing, threatened him loudly. Hey, did you hear what I said earlier? Jinwoo was startled. Yes. He was blank, not knowing where to put his face. I'm sorry, what did you just say? Jiang gave him a bullet-like stare. Then he turned his back on the boy and sighed. I thought you were a scary and fearful person, but you're not. I was even very nervous when I heard you were Jian's student. Even the top 10 are wary of Jian, yet you. Jinwoo was blank as if he had lost his mind. Jiang hastily stood up. I'll go now. This way Brother Julian won't say anything either. He walked away, scratching his head and posing as he looked back. Let's talk again if we get a chance later. Suddenly Jiang stopped walking and went no further. He thought for a moment. Then Jiang scratched his head and chided himself. Damn it, that kid is too kind. I feel guilty leaving like this. Jinwoo hesitated behind him. Jiang turned around and warned, You watch out for my brother. Hearing that, Jinwoo's body stiffened and his face darkened. A moment later, Chairman Yu Jiang opened the door and entered. She looked at Jinwoo in the room from outside. Jinwoo sat there, lost in thought, a hint of sadness in his eyes. Yu Jiang entered the room and called out loudly, Jinwoo. She was worried about him. They both left. Are you okay? Jinwoo hastily replied, Yes, I'm fine. There was no emotion on Jinwoo's face and Yu Jiang looked at him with surprised eyes. Jinwoo quickly ran at full speed. Since it's over, I'll also leave right away. Yu Jiang noticed all his strange gestures and began to suspect him. Scene change. The afternoon sun, a blazing sunset, cast its light over every alley. Jinwoo returned home from the company. He lay on his bed and thought about what had just happened. His eyes were blank. Julian's image kept coming to his mind. Brother Julian is the nephew of a world top 10, handsome, rich, and adult, and even has a world ranking. On the other hand, I can only rely on Brother Caden. Jinwoo sighed sadly and deeply. He buried his face in his pillow and thrashed around on the bed alone like a trapped fish. Jinwoo gritted his teeth. I want to get stronger faster. The house door suddenly opened. Sobbing, he stopped crying at the sound of the door. He was surprised and hastily ran up the stairs towards the door. Jinwoo opened the door and shouted loudly. Sister Jiyoung. The beautiful Jiyoung heard Jinwoo's call and looked back. She gently asked, shall we take a short walk, big sister and you? Jinwoo was still recovering from what had just happened, but Jiyoung had already led him out to walk the streets. She carefully asked, did Jiyoung Patrick say anything bad to you? Jinwoo, flustered, hid his true emotions. No, Jiyoung continued to ask carefully. Then can you tell your big sister what happened? Jinwoo only knew how to lower his head and couldn't say anything. Suddenly, Jinwoo sat on the stairs and his voice dropped low. If Brother Jiyoung's words are true, he probably didn't intend to meet me. Jiyoung didn't immediately understand. He then continued. Actually, his sparkling eyes turned to her. I think Brother Jen came to meet you, Sister Jiyoung, she asked softly, not very surprised. Me? Jinwoo was flustered to hear that. For some reason my mind was complicated, she asked. Complicated? Jinwoo stammered. Brother Julian is handsome, an adult, rich, and even has a world ranking. Jiyoung listened, paused for a moment, and then spoke. I understand. Jinwoo continued to lower his head and was embarrassed. I'm sorry, I worried foolishly for nothing. Jiyoung finally sat next to Jinwoo. She said softly, now that your big sister has heard that story, I can understand why you think that way. Jinwoo unconsciously looked at her. Jiyoung looked back, smiled, and shone like a female lead in a school drama. She gently said, your big sister also feels good every time I see you. Jinwoo's face turned as red as a tomato at these words. He opened his eyes wide and stared at her silently. Jiyoung continued to smile and stare intently at him, and Jinwoo lowered his head in embarrassment. Scene change. In a dreamlike purple sky, pink clouds danced. Twilight embraced a place full of industrial ruins and dust. Inside a room, many doctors and professors were busy working. Young's back was flustered amidst piles of documents. From behind, Professor Kang's voice was heard. A cool man with black glasses appeared from nowhere with two subordinates, startling Jinwoo's mother. Can you come with us? She turned around and glared at these three with vigilant eyes. Jinwoo was holding a phone. He noticed something strange. It's really strange. The yellow cat Kaiten looked at him and asked, what's wrong? Jinwoo sat on the stairs with a flustered expression. My mother isn't answering the phone. The last call was from Jian. Jinwoo was engulfed in an ominous premonition. My mother usually calls every month, but it's been 3 days now and there's no call. The white cat Kaiten calmly said. She's probably busy. What's so strange about that? Jinwoo was restless. But during the year I've been living away from home, my mother has never broken a promise to me. Jian calmly advised him. Then call her again. Have you ever called your mother before? Jinwoo tightly clutched his phone and confided. My mother is busy with work, so she can't answer calls. So she told me that if I called, she would call me back in the evening. He anxiously kept looking at the message he had sent his mother. But I called yesterday and she still hasn't called back. Jian and Kaiten looked at Jinwoo with half-closed eyes and Jian comforted him. Wait a little longer. She'll probably call tonight. Jinwoo obediently replied yes. Should I wait? He stared intently at something. Then he meticulously fed the cats. After that, Jinwoo went back to school, but he was still uneasy and kept holding his phone. A moment later, Jinwoo returned home and threw his phone on the desk. The phone rang. Beep. Please remain calm after leaving a message. Jinwoo hastily ran to the desk. He flusteredly picked up the phone. Mom, what happened? Why didn't you call? I'm so worried about you. The two cats sat staring at him blankly. As soon as he finished speaking, a notification appeared on his phone. Lazy message successfully saved. Jian said, go find her. Jinwoo asked blankly again. Huh? Calm down if you're worried. Go find her. As you said, she always called you on the same day, but this time the call suddenly didn't come. And even when you called, she didn't call you back. Hayden frowned and stood beside him, agreeing he's right. Jinwoo stared blankly at the text messages on his phone, then quickly got up and said, yes, I think that's the best way. Night fell and silence descended upon the humble house. The three of them, Jinwoo's group, were each doing different things. Ji-Yun was diligently feeding the cats on Jinwoo's behalf. Eat slowly, Subin suddenly asked worriedly. When will Jinwoo come back? Disuk sat blankly as if nothing had happened. He'll call when he's back. The three fell into silence. I'm bored to death. Scene change. The plane carrying Jinwoo took off for his hometown. He was restless and fidgety, constantly looking out the window with worry. To his surprise, in the luggage compartment where passengers' bags were stored, the yellow cat Jian was gritting his teeth in anger. Jian had been placed in the luggage compartment due to being overweight. The plane flew across the sky and finally landed in an antiquated, brownish, humble city. Jinwoo's mother's apartment appeared before them. Jian frowned. Is this the place? Jinwoo politely replied, yes, I visited once after Mom came here for work. He calmly raised his hand and pressed the doorbell. Jinwoo nervously kept pressing the doorbell, but there was no answer from inside the room. The air grew heavier and heavier. Jinwoo, restless, shouted, what should I do? Mom doesn't seem to be in the room. Jian had a wise expression. Then just open the door and go in. He looked directly at Jinwoo, unwavering. Hold me. Jinwoo did his best to hold Jian. Yes, Jian cleverly scratched the lock a few times with his claws. Finally, when he opened the door, Jinwoo's mouth dropped open. Kaiten also extended his claws, looking as if he was amazing. The three quickly entered the room, but no one was there, and the room was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. The kitchen was also empty. A few pieces of cloth lay scattered on the sofa, and only one box was visible in a corner of the room. Jinwoo was surprised. He wondered if this was how his mother's place always looked. Jinwoo looked at the room and felt sorry for his mother. This place is too empty and cold. Kaiten wiped the dust off a chair with his paw. It seemed no one lived there. Are you sure this is the place? Jinwoo answered with certainty. Yes, this is the place. The two cats meticulously inspected. Kaiten said suspiciously, it seems like no one has lived here for a long time. No, I don't think anyone ever lived here. Jinwoo was puzzled. What's going on? Every time Mom sent me things, the address she sent them to was always this one. Kaiten had the expression of a detective making deductions. Then it can only be Kaiten. As soon as he finished speaking, Jinwoo was startled and fell backward. She was using this address to hide something. Memories of his mother taking Jinwoo into the past flashed through his mind. At that time he was just a child. His mother held him tightly in her arms. She was very sorry. Jinwoo, Mom will find a way for you to become a normal person. Young Jinwoo obediently replied. Yes, his mother smiled sadly. Then our Jinwoo will have friends and can enjoy pure joy like other children. The child also chuckled unconsciously. She was delighted. My son, Mom thinks she's finally found a way to understand your body. Jinwoo was surprised. Really? But her face soon darkened and her voice lowered. But to find out more, she said something that disappointed young Jinwoo. You'll have to live alone without Mom for a while. Will that be okay? Young Jinwoo knew they had to part ways, but he obeyed her words. Yes, soon after, she took Jinwoo to find a new home. On the way, she said, many people are struggling at the place Mom works. Her words inadvertently tore at young Jinwoo's heart. Mom doesn't think she can turn a blind eye to them. Jinwoo, her pained expression was like rubbing salt in a child's wound. Jinwoo, will you be okay if you stay alone a bit longer? The young boy's eyes sparkled as he looked up at his mother. He quickly held his mother's hand tightly. He should have cried, parting from his mother like other children, but Jinwoo was strangely calm. The child smiled and said, I'll be fine, Mom. Don't worry and do your work. His mother looked at him with uneasy eyes. Suddenly, Jian's voice brought Jinwoo back to reality. Jinwoo, what's wrong? Do you know where your mother works? He politely replied. Mom said she works at a pharmaceutical company called Owen. She was working there to find a way to treat me. The two cats looked at each other. Then the two went ahead. Then let's go find that place. Scene change. The pharmaceutical company was built deep in a desolate desert. The door to the lab where Jinwoo's mother worked slowly opened. The bald man with glasses frowned, interrogating Jinwoo's mother. Professor Kong, don't waste any more time. Why did you take those experimental samples and who worked with you? Yoding sat still like a statue, saying nothing. She bowed her head and muttered, I don't know why I was dragged here or why they keep asking the same questions. She clutched her head and said tiredly, I didn't take any experimental samples. All samples were processed from the beginning. How could I have taken them? The bald man looked at her with disgust. Yudong's voice trembled. Today we found the samples used in the experiment you were in charge of. As you said, they were documented as processed several months ago. The bald man meticulously examined. They're still alive. She frowned and looked at him. I don't understand what you're saying. The samples are alive, the bald man interrupted. Professor Kong, I think you're misunderstanding something, he seriously threatened. We've collected all the evidence and all the experimental samples we caught this morning said you saved them and helped them escape. They were hit where it hurt. Yoding couldn't defend herself. She quietly bowed her head, hiding the turmoil in her heart. The bald man said firmly, So it would be best for you to confess honestly while I'm being polite. She shot him a vigilant look. In the interrogation room, the guard and Professor Kong sat facing each other. He sighed helplessly. This is really troublesome. Because of how you keep information secret and prevent leaks when being tortured, we can't get your statement. Professor Kong still bowed her head, holding her hands tightly, not answering him. He slightly curled the corners of his lips, showing a triumphant expression. But you'll have to break this silence in a few days, because a psychic will be coming here soon. Her face didn't look good upon hearing his words. He stood up, placed one hand on the table and continued, You know what that means, right? That psychic will manipulate and extract all the information in your head. Of course, they'll have to break through your information barrier, which will cause you a lot of pain. You might even lose your memories. Professor Kong remained silent, seemingly unaffected by his words. Seeing the woman still not opening her mouth, he seemed annoyed and as if remembering something continued, should I tell you this interesting story? The sample you tried so hard to save, which we caught a few days ago, we tortured him a little, and he spilled everything he knew. He said you released him and he only followed your instructions. He said you planned everything. He even told us in detail how you approached and released him. He spoke with a mocking smile, revealing his white teeth and a contemptuous expression. Professor Kong ignored him and still chose silence. Isn't it funny? He laughed and walked out. In the small room, Professor Kong sat motionless. Perhaps this is how it has to be. She clasped her hands tightly and thought inwardly, Jinwoo will worry but he'll be fine without me. She smiled slightly. Suddenly she bit her lip tightly and her whole body trembled. No, Jinwoo didn't need me from the beginning. She held Jinwoo's hand and said quietly, Mom doesn't think Mom can turn a blind eye to them. The child held his mother's hand tightly and replied with a bright face, I'll be fine, Mom, go do your work. Remembering her son's words, she sobbed and her whole body trembled. From that day on, Min truly gave up her role as a mother. In the large group, Jinwoo was asking at the reception desk. There's no one here named Kang Yudong, the receptionist said. Jinwoo asked blankly again, huh? Then can you tell me where she is? He quickly followed up and asked. The receptionist reluctantly replied, that name isn't on our list of executives or employees. The guard walking down the hallway with his subordinates turned back when he heard a commotion at the reception desk. Jinwoo was still trying to explain, that can't be, she definitely works here. Excuse me, a voice was heard and Jinwoo and the receptionist turned in surprise. The guard approached him and continued, I happen to overhear, are you looking for Professor Kong? Jinwoo was slightly startled but still replied, yes, he asked coldly. What is your relationship with her? Jinwoo immediately replied, she's my mother. The guard quietly looked at the young man in front of him. He thought that Kang Yudong's group record showed no family. After a few minutes of thought he smiled brightly. Then you must be her son. Then come with me, I'll take you to your mother. Upon hearing his words, Jinwoo was overjoyed and asked again, really? But this young lady said Mom doesn't work here. He works in the research department, so information security procedures are strict, he replied. Jinwoo seemed to understand. Ah, I see. He went ahead and then turned back, telling him to come this way. He glanced at Jinwoo, secretly smiled and thought, Professor Kong, you've hidden your son very well. This mission is truly interesting. Haha. They left and the receptionist stood blankly, still not understanding what had just happened. Elsewhere, Jian and Kaiten sat side by side on a skyscraper rooftop. The two were looking down at the entire city when suddenly, Kaiten said, hey, don't you think it's strange, the way she hides her residence and contacts Jinwoo? If she has nothing to hide, she wouldn't need to do that. Jian replied, recalling Professor Kang's appearance. Kaiten sighed, I hope my intuition is wrong. I don't want to see Jinwoo get into trouble again. Seeing Jian staring at him, he was puzzled. He quickly explained, I mean, it's really troublesome for me, really troublesome, okay? Jian replied, I didn't say anything. He was angered by Jian's reply. On Jinwoo's side, they were sitting in the car. Inside the car, he asked the guard, my mom doesn't work in that building, does she? He turned his face back and smiled slyly. Yes, Professor Kong works in a research facility. Jinwoo replied happily. Ah yes. The car headed towards the suburbs. At dusk the car arrived at a desolate, uninhabited place. Inside the car, Jinwoo boredly looked out the window. He hugged his bag tightly. He quietly asked the man next to him, Sir, are you sure we're going to where my mom works? He didn't even look at him and replied coldly, Of course. How much further do we have to go? You've said almost there several times already, sir. He kept asking, not noticing the man's displeasure. The guard sighed and glanced at him as if losing patience. He turned back and angrily ordered the man sitting below, Shut him up, he's annoying. Jinwoo was startled to hear his words. Upon hearing his command, the man next to Jinwoo picked up a syringe and rushed at him. Jinwoo reacted quickly, tilting his head to the side and luckily dodging the needle. He glared at them and asked coldly, What exactly are you doing? The guard still didn't look at him and replied roughly, If you just sit still, it'll only hurt once and you'll fall asleep. Jinwoo's eyes widened in surprise and the man next to him punched him again. Jinwoo hugged his bag with one hand and blocked his punch with the other. Upon touching the man's hand, he was surprised and thought inwardly, What is this strength? This isn't the strength of an ordinary person. Seeing Jinwoo block his subordinate's punch, the guard glanced at him and thought, This kid blocked the punch easily. When his punch was blocked by Jinwoo, he changed his hand and punched again, but Jinwoo dodged and he shattered the car window next to Jinwoo. The car shook with the punches, making movement somewhat difficult. Seeing the broken glass fragments next to him, Jinwoo glanced at him with an angry expression and before he could react, he punched him hard in the abdomen. The guard froze at Jinwoo's strength. He thought, He's an awakened. Jinwoo punched him hard, sending the man flying out of the car. The car tilted to one side because of that, and the man was sent flying far away, landing flat on the ground, unable to move. The car immediately came to a stop. The car door burst open and the guard hurriedly got out. He gritted his teeth and angrily shouted, Are you an awakened? The boy coldly stared at him and stepped out of the car. Jinwoo clenched his fist tightly and glared at the guard with sharp eyes. The remaining subordinate quickly got out and stood behind the guard. He squinted at Jinwoo and thought to himself, He's absolutely insane. How could Professor Kong hide such a formidable sample from the organization's eyes? Jinwoo stood there, staring at him with resentful eyes. Deal with him, but don't let your guard down. The guard commanded the remaining subordinate. As soon as he received the order, he pulled out a gun from under his clothes and fired a shot at Jinwoo. The boy was startled, dodged to the side and thought, A gun? Before he could think further, the man continued to fire. Thanks to Jinwoo's quick reflexes, the bullets missed his body and lodged in the ground. He was slightly flustered at being targeted by a gun. I forgot I could dodge bullets, he thought to himself. Jinwoo dodged the bullets, clenched his fist and quickly rushed towards the man with the gun. The man ducked, avoiding the boy's punch, but continued to fire. The boy ran up and punched the gun out of his hand, startling him. Having lost his gun, he jumped and tried to hit Jinwoo, but luckily the boy quickly dodged. After dodging to the side, he thought to himself, Judging by this person's speed and strength, he's an awakened too. As soon as he finished thinking, Jinwoo kicked him hard in the abdomen. Kick sent him flying towards the guard. Seeing his subordinate flying towards him, the guard raised his hand and used his power to push him away. Gravel and dust scattered everywhere. The subordinate, having been hit by both of them, lay motionless on the ground. After dealing with the subordinate, the guard and Jinwoo stood facing each other, and the guard spoke first. Not bad, kid. The boy was uninterested in his compliment and suspiciously asked back, "Hey, do you really know my mom?" He frowned. "What did you say?" Jinwoo patiently asked again, "Do you really know my mom? And for what reason did you bring me all the way out here?" He sneered and put his hands in his pants pockets. "Haha, you awakened always put me in a bad mood. You clearly face danger but pretend to be nonchalant." Jinwoo glared at him with a solemn face. The guard approached the boy with a murderous expression. Seeing that Jinwoo had already taken a defensive stance, he smiled wickedly. "You always act as you please, you damn bastards. Do you think that if you have power, you can do whatever you want in the world? I guarantee you don't even consider ordinary people as human." Jinwoo still stared at him intently, thinking, why is he saying that? Is he not an awakened? Moreover, having that much power and speed at your age shows that you acquired terrifying skills early on. You must think you can easily get anything you want and feel that this world is very small. His hands were clenched, emitting blue power. "Don't worry, I'll let you live because you're useful for research," he said with a triumphant expression. But Jinwoo stared intently at him, still in a battle-ready stance. "It's going to hurt a little." As soon as he finished speaking, the guard slapped Jinwoo with his palm, but the boy tilted his head to the side and dodged. He continued to strike the ground, and the boy had to jump to the side to avoid it. He kept hitting Jinwoo, and the boy just kept dodging. He showed a pleased expression, seeing that the boy wasn't retaliating against his attacks. The guard stopped and shouted at Jinwoo, "Can you only dodge?" Hearing his provocative words, the boy's face darkened and his hands clenched into fists. He rushed forward and punched the guard in the face, but he blocked it. His glasses broke and flew into the air. After the attack, the boy returned to his original position. The guard was still standing there, rubbing his cheek. His eyes were bloodshot and his cheek was swollen. He asked, "Jinwoo, where is your organization? Who trained you?" The boy silently stared at him, still in a battle-ready stance. "Of course you won't tell me. I'll just have to capture you and make you spill it." As soon as he finished speaking, he searched for something in his clothes. He pulled out a crumpled chip. He held it and attached it to his neck, and immediately, as the chip activated, he shouted and muscles swelled on his right arm, becoming twice as large as his other arm. Jinwoo was startled at the sight and stared at him. His face also changed. His whole body trembled, and his body transformed, tearing the clothes he was wearing. The surprised Jinwoo stared at his transformed body and thought, what did he just attach to his neck? Suddenly, his power fiercely increased and the boy widened his eyes and continued to stare at him. His body had grown several times larger, and his blue eyes and right arm hung down towards the ground. Jinwoo still maintained his original stance, staring at him without saying a word. He smiled eerily, saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. "Do I look horrible right now? Don't I?" As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped in front of Jinwoo. He thrust his face close to the boy's and opened his mouth. "You don't know how many awakened like you I've hunted in this state." Before Jinwoo could reply, he punched the boy, but the boy quickly dodged. He again bared his teeth and smiled, clenching his fist and immediately punching the boy's surprised face. He slammed his fist into the ground, scattering dust and gravel everywhere. The punch was so powerful that Jinwoo had to jump far away. The boy looked up and saw him leaping into the sky, about to punch him. Seeing his blue arm approaching, he felt a slight confusion. He punched hard, and the entire surroundings were affected. Smoke and sand scattered everywhere. Jinwoo jumped next to the car to avoid it. He stood there, clenching his fists and staring blankly at the guard. The two stood there, facing and staring at each other. As everything settled, he sneered and opened his mouth. "I admit you're faster than other kids. That makes me even more curious about what kind of organization or awakened family trained you. It must be a speed-specialized organization." As he spoke, he took steps towards Jinwoo. The boy again took a battle-ready stance and stared intently at him. "But that doesn't matter when I'm in this state. You want to see your mom, don't you?" Hearing him mention his mom, the boy slightly bit his lip. He smiled wickedly and shouted, "I'll take you to her and let your family reunite. How do you think your mom will feel when she recognizes her son?" The boy still stared at him, muttering with sharp eyes, "I'm really looking forward to your mom and son's reunion." As soon as he finished speaking, he again punched Jinwoo. The boy stood blankly, merely tilting his head to the side. His fist veered towards the car behind the boy. The boy punched him in the face in retaliation. Jinwoo continuously punched him in the face, and he had no time to react. He muttered blankly, "WH what?" The boy continued to punch him in the abdomen, but he just kept taking hits without being able to retaliate. "I can't see his movements." The boy glanced and punched him hard in the abdomen. The punch sent him flying far away, thrown into the sky. Jinwoo again took a battle-ready stance and stared at the guard. He lay flat on the ground, unable to move, having been hit by the boy. "How did I get hit?" "Ah," he coughed lightly. "How did she create such a monster?" He widened his eyes and looked up at the sky. Jinwoo slowly walked and coldly opened his mouth. "Where's my mom?" Jinwoo asked the guard. "Where's my mom?" The boy looked at him lying motionless on the ground. He opened his eyes, blood on the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, what? This kid is really strong, but he's still just an innocent kid. There's no way this is a coincidence. Why is he looking for Professor Kong now in that case? Thinking this far, he opened his mouth to answer. "Jinwoo, I'll guide you. Anyway, my original intention was to take you to her." The boy coldly replied, "No need, just tell me where my mom is." He continued, "Even if I tell you, you won't find her. Her current location is top secret, and you can't find it through ordinary means. Even if I guide you, you won't be able to find that place on your own." Jinwoo fell into deep thought. His words were right. Even if he lied, Jinwoo had no way of knowing, and he wouldn't be able to find his mom anyway. The only way was to follow him. He had tried to find her by following the addresses his mom gave him, but he couldn't find her. So even if this was a trap, he had no other choice. His eyes looked far away. Guide me. Jinwoo coldly looked down at the guard. He sneered slightly. Good. On this side, in the underground interrogation room, an awakened lay flat on a table, beaten. Layla sighed and coldly stared at him. There was nothing new other than what he had previously confessed. Perhaps he had been confined there for too long, so there was no more information. An assistant entered and asked, "Ms. Layla, can we use this sample for experiments again?" She leaned on the table and replied, "No, he won't wake up anymore." Ah, he looked surprised and was about to take him away. Suddenly Layla continued, "But we can still utilize his body for experiments before he dies. He'll be a valuable sample." The assistant sighed. Before he could finish speaking, she continued, "Next is Professor Kang's turn." "She helped this man escape," he replied. "Yes," she gave a triumphant smile. "Good, let's go," she commanded him and left the room. In another room, Professor Kong hugged her body and sat quietly with her head bowed. She thought to herself, "I'm prepared for death, but I don't want to lose my memories of Jinwoo." She was startled by the sound of the door opening and looked up. A young woman stood before her. She spoke first, greeting her. "Hello, Professor Kong, I'm Layla." She was startled, widened her eyes, and stared at her, thinking, "She's a psychic awakened." She approached her and continued to speak. "People call me a psychic awakened, but I prefer to be called a psychological doctor. That's because I love exploring every corner of a patient's mind." She tightly grabbed Professor Kang's neck. She stared blankly into her eyes. "Now shall we see what's in your mind?" Her eyes emitted a faint blue light. She noticed her unease, placed her hand on her face and comforted her. "There's no need to be afraid." She smiled slightly. "I don't start with high intensity from the beginning. Everyone has different limits they can withstand, and I love exploring those limits. Very slowly, I like to see when a patient's expression reaches its final limit. Anyway, we're all scientists, so you understand what I'm saying, right?" She smiled and brought her face closer to Professor Kang's. Her eyes turned white. Layla gently wiped away the tears flowing from her eyes. Outside, several guards were patrolling the base. Jinwoo and the guard watched them from a distance. The boy asked, "Is that the place?" He replied, "Yes." The two hid behind a rock on the hill and continued to observe. The guard glanced at Jinwoo and explained, "It doesn't look like a research facility, but that's exactly where it is. If she's not there, you can kill me." The boy stared intently at the base and didn't reply. Jinwoo thought to himself, "Is that where Mom works? What did Mom do there?" He showed a triumphant expression. "If you go in there, you're finished, you crazy bitch. But that woman's ability is something else not to mention." He smiled as he thought. Not noticing Jinwoo's hand on his head, he turned his head and saw the boy's cold face and shouted, "What are you trying to do?" The boy's hand emitted powerful energy, directly penetrating his brain, and he screamed in pain. The two guards were still chatting happily, unaware of what was happening. The guard lay there, smoke rising from his head. Jinwoo sighed in relief and thought, "Phew, I was a little worried, but it works just like Brother Jian said." He recalled what Jian had said. "Kid, you can shake the opponent's brain like this. With just a little power, you can knock him out." Returning to reality, he stared intently at the base with thoughtful eyes. Several guards were still patrolling in front of the base gate when suddenly one of them exclaimed in surprise, "Who's that kid?" Jinwoo proudly walked towards them. One of them approached and raised his hand to stop the boy, warning, "Stop, I don't know how you found this place, but this is a restricted area. Go back quickly." Jinwoo awkwardly smiled and shyly replied, I'm here to meet someone who works here." The guards frowned, showing unpleasant expressions. "What did you say? Her name is Kang Yudong," the boy replied. Hearing Professor Kang's name, their faces changed, and one of them pulled out a gun, aimed it at Jinwoo, and shouted, "Don't move, report immediately. There's a kid here looking for Professor Kang," another commanded. The two guards stared intently at the boy in front of them, terrified. Seeing the situation, Jinwoo was convinced. They know Mom, so Mom really is here. The interrogation room door was as hard as stone. Inside the room, Professor Kang clenched her hands tightly, her whole body trembling. Layla's purple power enveloped her body, and she bit her lip tightly in pain, tears streaming down her face. Layla placed her hand on the chair where she was sitting. You're really persistent. You've already endured up to the 4th stage." Even as she trembled, Layla squatted down, placed her hand on her thigh, and continued to speak with a smile. "By this point, you should have lost consciousness and started telling us everything." Professor Kang only grunted, trying not to open her mouth. Layla again used her power, looked directly into her eyes, and asked, "Professor Kang, what are you hiding?" She still kept her lips tightly sealed, refusing to speak. "No matter what you're hiding, you'll eventually tell me and end up going mad and dying," Layla threatened. "There must be a huge secret, which is why you're hiding it so persistently, right? Am I right? Stop resisting. Wouldn't it be more comfortable if you just told me?" Her eyes glowed eerily, and a wicked smile spread across her lips. Professor Kang bit her lip until it bled and sweated profusely, but only one thought filled her mind. "Jingu, I cannot let them know about Jingu." Bang, a loud noise startled both of them. Released from Layla's power, Professor Kang's eyes widened. Gasp, gasp, the man who had just opened the door clenched his fist and couldn't say a word. Layla, in a fit of rage, turned her face towards the door and shouted, "Who dares?" The assistant hastily explained, "Excuse me, but there's an urgent matter." Layla asked impatiently, "What is it?" The assistant carefully replied, "A child has come looking for Professor Kang." Her face suddenly changed, and she asked in surprise, "What did you say?" Professor Kang sat up startled. Professor Kang thought worriedly, "A child came looking for me?" She stood up in confusion, and while still lost in thought, Layla's hand grabbed her head tightly from behind. Thump, she slammed her head hard onto the table, and she couldn't resist. She could only whimper. Layla brought her face close to her ear and asked, "You know that child, don't you? The child who came looking for you." Despite Layla's question, she still kept her lips sealed, not uttering a single word. Realizing she couldn't get any information, Layla glanced at her with a glare. She sighed, pushed her aside, and stood up to go check the situation. She ordered the assistant to keep a close watch on her, and the assistant quickly replied, "Yes." Professor Kong sat quietly, covering her mouth with her hand, deep in thought. She sat there, trembling all over. "What should I do?" Her face was pale as she quietly thought, "What if it really is Jingu?" Jingu sat quietly in another room under the watchful eyes of 2 guards. He coldly muttered to himself, "What kind of place is this? What is Mom doing here?" Suddenly, Layla opened the door wide with a joyful expression, startling all 3 of them. "Let's see. Oh my, this child is so cute. Did you come looking for Professor Kong?" she asked Jingu in an excited voice. He replied softly, "Yes." She dragged a chair and sat opposite him. Layla sat with her arms crossed, exuding purple power from her entire body. Jingu looked at the woman in front of him and thought inwardly, "This woman is using her psychic powers on me. Is she an awakened too?" She quietly asked Jingu, "Can you tell Auntie about your relationship with Professor Kong?" Jingu didn't answer immediately, thinking she considered him an ordinary person and was trying to control her power. "Professor Kong is my family," he replied. "Family?" Layla asked skeptically. Her face turned serious and she muttered to herself, "As far as I know, Professor Kong has no family. Did the investigation team not gather enough information about her?" "Auntie, can I meet Professor Kong?" Jingu continued to ask. Layla didn't answer and stared intently at him. Now that she looked closely, this child bore a slight resemblance to Professor Kong. If they're family, it would be really interesting to let these 2 meet, she sneered, thinking inwardly, she's already in a desperate situation, how much more desperate would she be if she met her family now? "All right," Layla replied to him. Professor Kong was startled to see her son enter. "Mom?" Jingu called out. Layla chuckled quietly from behind. Her face was stiff and her entire body still trembled. "Jingu, how did you get here?" She stumbled as she tried to stand up. Seeing this, Jingu rushed forward, supporting her and shouting, "Mom?" Layla watched the scene unfold before her, thinking gleefully, "So they're mother and son?" Her expression confirms it was real. Professor Kong trembled all over, thinking inwardly, how did Jingu get here? But she asked Jingu, "How did you find this place?" He replied obediently, "Because you didn't answer the phone." She looked at Jingu, tears flowing, and with blood-stained lips managed to utter a few words. "Jingu, you shouldn't have come here." He asked back in confusion, "What do you mean, Mom, and why are you like this?" Layla laughed maniacally, watching the mother and son reunite. She even shed tears, wiping them away with her hand, and asked her, "Professor Kong, so this child was the reason you could resist my power?" She didn't answer Layla and only stared at Jingu. Layla continued to speak in a mocking tone. "Now what should we do?" She tried so desperately to keep her son's existence a secret, but this child came here on his own. Hearing that, Professor Kong felt like she was going mad. She screamed at Layla, "I'll tell you everything, just please let Jingu go." Jingu, supporting her, quietly called out, "Mom?" She looked at Jingu with trembling eyes, her face stained with tears. "Jingu, I'm sorry, it's all because of me." Jingu looked at his mother in surprise. Layla continued to chuckle. "I'll have to decline your offer, because your son might provide even more useful information than you. Besides, you should consider yourself lucky. Isn't it wonderful that you got to see your son again before you became a memory-less sample?" Professor Kong still stood trembling, unaware of her son's change. Jingu's face darkened, and he asked Layla in a serious voice, "Are you the one who did this to my mother?" She replied triumphantly, "Yes, so what? I was going to experiment on her until she no longer reacted." Before you even finished speaking, Jingu rushed forward and started punching her. Layla crossed her arms over her head to protect herself, but her glasses flew off. He used his immense strength to send her flying against the back wall. She had no time to react to the unexpected attack. She shouted in a fit of rage, "What is this damn brat?" Jingu stood ready for battle, emitting blue power. Professor Kong quietly called out to him, and he replied coldly, "Mom, just stay there, I'll take you out of here." Layla frowned, glared at him and asked, Are you an awakened?" He didn't answer and punched her hard, but she luckily dodged. The back wall shattered from the punch. She quickly dodged sideways, thinking inwardly, "This brat, why is he so fast?" Layla extended her hand and her purple power flew towards Jingu. Her power was blocked by Jingu. She was extremely angry. Her eyes turned purple. "You bastard, how dare you!" Before she could finish speaking, Jingu rushed forward and punched her in the face. This punch sent her flying even further. Layla gritted her teeth and asked Jingu, What exactly are you?" Jingu just stood there coldly, not answering. She suddenly screamed, "I will no longer consider you a child, and I will use my full power." Her body began to transform amidst a thick purple smoke. Her eyes changed and 2 fangs grew. She leapt into the air and flew towards Jingu. He didn't care about her current appearance, clenched his fists and leapt up towards her. Jingu moved too fast, startling her. She gritted her teeth and glared at him. Able to think only 2 words, "too fast," he continued to hit Layla, but she blocked with her hands over her chest. She screamed and her sleeves ripped. Her power suddenly increased greatly, pushing Jingu back slightly. She shattered the wall, creating an escape route. She quickly fled, but Jingu's speed was no less. He chased closely behind her and punched. He punched her hard in the abdomen. Her eyes went blank. Layla only grunted and was sent flying far away. She lay motionless amidst the shattered debris. After defeating Layla, he gasped for breath. Professor Kong rushed forward and asked her son worriedly, "Jingu, are you all right?" He replied obediently, "Yes, Mom." How are you? She smiled gently and replied, Mom is fine. Jingu stared intently at his mother, thinking inwardly, let's go now, Mom, let's go now. As if being controlled, his hands clenched, his eyes widened, and he turned his head forward. Layla slowly approached Jingu, thinking, I've never had such a hard time fighting a child. She stared intently at Jingu, wondering, where did this kid come from? He's so young and yet so strong, and the organization has no information about him at all. Seeing this, Professor Kong shouted, Jingu, snap out of it. She turned her head and smiled wickedly. It's no use, old woman, I've already pulled that child into my illusion world. Her face hardened and she thought in dismay. She controlled Jingu's mind? Layla continued to laugh maniacally. Thanks to you, I've got a new research subject. With such a powerful sample, our group will achieve many research results. This should even get me a raise. Professor Kong stopped, tears welling up in her eyes. Layla, annoyed, raised her hand to hit her. Shut up, you're chattering too much. What? She glared at him, and saw Jingu punch Layla. Her face contorted in pain. He seemed to have poured all his strength into this punch. The ground cracked from the force, and smoke and shattered wall fragments flew everywhere. Layla lay motionless on the ground, her eyes rolled back, and her entire body was covered in wounds. He remained in that stance, gasping for breath. That was close, Jingu thought inwardly. He recalled his conversation with Jian. He remembered Jian saying, psychometric ability users always try to invade the opponent's mind. Of course, they can also engage in close combat, but their most powerful technique is still mental control. I'll teach you this trick. You won't use it often, but it'll be very useful if you encounter a psychometric awakened. When he asked, what is it? Jian chuckled slyly. Just pretend to be controlled by them, and when the opponent shows an opening, deliver the decisive blow. This method is perfect for an innocent child like you. He laughed gleefully, and Kaiten, who was next to him, also burst out laughing, looking at Layla lying on the ground. Jingu thought inwardly, if Brother Jian hadn't taught me this method, I would have lost. Professor Kong rushed forward, shouting his name loudly. Jingu, her eyes were filled with tears and her voice trembled. Are you all right? His eyes softened at his mother's worried gaze. He replied in a gentle voice, I'm fine, Mom, I'll take you out of here. She asked back, okay. A loud noise was heard and two guards rushed in. They froze at the sight before them and pulled out their guns, firing repeatedly at the two. Seeing this, Professor Kong widened her eyes in dismay and quickly ran in front of Jingu, hugging him tightly. The three guards saw the scene and frowned, their faces pale. Jingu and his mother still stood there, and he clenched his fist and extended his hand towards them. He spread his palm, and to their dismay, the bullets fell to the ground. The three still didn't give up. They rushed forward, continuously firing, and Jingu also quickly rushed towards them. The bullets were crumpled by his power, and he quickly dealt with them one by one. Professor Kong watched them lie motionless on the ground in dismay. Jingu turned his head and extended his hand to his mother, urging her, let's go, Mom, quickly. She was still dazed and replied, okay. Jingu placed his hand on his mother's shoulder and the two quickly escaped from their base. As dawn broke, a loud noise was heard from the base. Find them immediately, request backup from headquarters, the guard ordered his subordinates. He glanced at Layla, who was sitting blankly next to him, and thought inwardly, I can't believe she lost, she shouted in a fit of rage. Don't look elsewhere, I'll pluck out your eyes right now. Tell headquarters we need to capture them alive. If I can kill them myself, I'll pledge my loyalty to the organization, he replied in a trembling voice. Yes, she gritted her teeth. You bastards, I'll show you the depths of pain. Suddenly, a light descended from the sky and fell before everyone's eyes, startling them. Who's there? They shouted, seeing a faintly appearing human silhouette. When they clearly saw the person, their eyes widened in extreme surprise. Kaden stood there, glancing at the two, and they shouted loudly, It's Brother Jian. Why are you here? He said coldly. What were you trying to do to my disciple? The two froze and said in unison, What? Impossible, that brat. Jian's face was devoid of any emotion, and he raised his hand, using his power to kill them. The two were paralyzed by his attack, and their faces continued to change. Only their screams were heard, and their bodies turned to ash and gradually disappeared. Yoting lay in bed, still unconscious. Jingu sat by the bedside, looking at his unconscious mother. Worry was clearly etched on his face. Kaiten stood not far away, looking at the mother and son on the bed. Just then Jian entered. Kaiten looked at Jian and said, We were talking, where did you suddenly go? Jian glanced up at him. Jian calmly replied, I went for a walk. Jian approached Jingu. Has your mother still not woken up? Jingu turned his face. No. Jian glanced at Kaiten again. Are you sure there are no more injuries on her body? Kaiten agreed with the question. Yes, I did my best to treat her within my abilities, but there's nothing I can do about brain damage and mental trauma. However, there are no serious issues. She'll wake up soon. Jingu looked at his mother with a bitter expression. After a moment he said, Even now I can't believe Mom worked in a place like that, and I don't know why she was tortured by them. At his words, both their faces became serious. Jian probed, Are you sure the person you fought with was an awakened? Jingu recalled the scene. Yes, but what I find puzzling is that the people who took me spoke to each other like ordinary people. He hesitated for a moment but continued. However, they suddenly became strong after attaching something to their necks. Kaiten frowned with a suspicious expression. What? Jingu said softly. They were trying to awaken themselves by injecting drugs into their nervous systems. As everyone looked towards the sound, Yoting was already awake. Her face looked exhausted but still had a gentle expression. Jingu asked worriedly, Mom, are you okay? She also said softly, Yes, Mom is okay. Kaiten silently looked at Yoting. Receiving his gaze, she lowered her eyes and said, Thank you for treating me. Kaiten looked down from above and probed about her workplace. Professor, was that a place researching how to create artificial awakened? Yoding replied with a worried expression. Yes. Jingu looked at his mother with a surprised expression. He then said, slightly flustered, I heard that's illegal, and what's more, the subjects are people. Yoding bowed her head and slightly frowned. You're right. Why did Mom work in a place like that? Mom told me she worked at a pharmaceutical company. Yoding said with a bitter expression. Jian and Kaiten stared intently at Yoding. Then both of them sighed at the same time, and Jingu, seeing their gaze, was startled. He looked at her in surprise. Wait, was it because of me? Yoding replied seriously. Not necessarily. Jingu looked at her as if he couldn't understand. What do you mean, Mom? If it wasn't because of me, why would you have to work in a place like that? Yoding sighed. When I first saw your abnormal power, Mom only looked for ways to comfort you. She spoke as if recalling a scene from the past. But later, when I couldn't explain your speed at all, Mom began to wonder what effect that speed would have on your body. There were moments when Jingu flinched, startled by the words around him. What does this mean? It's serious. He fled in despair. What if others see? Will they take me away? Yoding recalled those scenes and wore a sad expression. So Mom went to a pharmaceutical company, and I made a contract with them, and worked to find a way to treat you. But finding information about your power was very difficult. Then, while working, an organization approached Mom. They said they were researching methods to awaken human potential and asked Mom to participate. Kaiten frowned. That place was actually an artificial awakened experiment facility. As he questioned her, she reluctantly replied, yes. Her eyes held pain and she continued, at first I had no idea of their true purpose. I just thought they were researching how to awaken human potential. She clenched her fists. Mom even believed that by working there I could find answers about your speed. Only after achieving some success and getting promoted did I learn the true purpose of that research. Jian frowned. Human experimentation? At his words, Jingu's eyes widened and Yoding confirmed, yes, that experimental facility was using people as test subjects to collect vast amounts of data. Yoding recalled how surprised she was when she saw them. People were trapped inside glass capsules there. She stared directly at those giant pedestals, her whole body stiff, unable to say a word. A voice was heard. Congratulations on your promotion, Professor Kong. A tall man stood beside her. His face made her unable to look, but he still praised. You have been chosen. Here we will create humanity's future together. Yudong's face was so surprised she couldn't close her mouth. At that moment her gaze fell upon a man covered in fish scales. She continued. At that time Mom had no idea where the research facility I worked at was, but I knew for sure that this wasn't the only one. Of course, Mom could have left that place herself. Her face frowned, but after careful thought Mom decided she had to save the people being experimented on there. Jingu interrupted her at this point. So Mom stayed there to save the test subjects. Yoding also confirmed her son's words. Yes. The entire room fell silent. At this moment Kaiten said, Professor, you probably got caught quickly while trying to help someone escape. Yoding immediately replied, Mom faked accidents or said they died during experiments to get them out. At her words both of them fell silent. As the two fell silent she continued, actually Mom couldn't do this alone. Some colleagues also shared Mom's thoughts and they helped protect the escaped people. Jian and Kaiten silently looked at Yoding. Still feeling their gaze, she said, all of us have been doing this for the past few years and we were only recently discovered. Jingu advised his mother, let's go home, Mom, now that you've been discovered, you can't go back there anyway. Yoding smiled, but her eyes were very sad. Mom can't do that. Jingu heard her answer and asked as if he couldn't understand. What? Why? She told him seriously. If they find out Mom betrayed them, they'll try everything to catch Mom. Now that they know about your existence too, we can't go home anymore. At her words his eyes widened and he couldn't say a word. Suddenly a voice was heard. Oh, don't worry about that place. At his words everyone looked at him in bewilderment. He continued seriously, because I just burned down the entire city. At his words both Yoding and her son's faces widened in surprise. Huh? Only Kaiten calmly looked at Jian. Seeing their reaction, Jian turned his face. You can just think that I blew everything up, he continued, slightly flustered. Then no one will know about Jingu's existence. Everyone still looked at him with suspicious eyes. At this moment in an office a man sat in the middle of the room listening to a report. He leaned back and heard the report that the EZ-9 experimental facility had been destroyed by an awakened. The person who finished the report paused for a moment. The man was startled. What? Who did it? He frowned and looked. Judging by the traces of power at the scene, it is presumed that Jian did it, the man asked with a suspicious expression. Jian? The person immediately replied firmly. Yes, there are traces of a massive electric current destroying the entire facility. All investigators concluded it was Jian Break's power. The man remained silently. On the other side, the person continued to report, a researcher betrayed us. She moved all living experimental samples to another location. Therefore, in this incident, only our side suffered damage. Only then did the man speak. Do not send any more people to investigate there. You might be discovered. On the other side, the man immediately replied, yes, all our personnel withdrew after the investigation was complete. He leaned back in his chair, radiating killing intent from his entire body, and his eyes coldly commanded, immediately cease all activities in that area. On the other side, the immediate reply was, understood. In an apartment building, Jian and Kaiten stood side by side on the balcony talking. Kaiten said with a suspicious expression, hey, are you sure it's okay that you blew that place up alone? At least you should know who your enemies will be later, shouldn't you? Jian calmly said, why do you care so much? Shouldn't we have investigated Professor Kang's workplace to find out what kind of place it was? At his words, Jian suddenly flinched. The two looked inside where Jingu and his mother were. Jian said. Kaiten looked at him with suspicious eyes. If we had taken that much time to investigate, they would have had time to move the data they obtained from Jingu too. The best choice was to destroy that place, Jian said with a serious expression. Kaiten, who was beside him, was surprised and he wore a tense expression. Kaiten also said seriously, that makes sense, it's quite possible. Suddenly, both of them turned around and looked inside. A man had suddenly appeared in the room. At this moment, Jingu's mother was asleep and only Jingu was awake, sitting on the bed. Jingu was surprised. Brother Disuk, what are you doing here? The man who had just appeared in the room looked at her, resting on the bed. How is Professor Kong doing? Jingu turned his face to look at Yoding, resting on the bed. Brother Kaiten treated Mom. Mom said she's okay too. Disuk had not taken his eyes off Yoding since he appeared. Now that you're here, you know what Professor Kong does, right? Jingu looked at her, then said to Disuk, Mom told me everything, but how do you know, Mom? Jian entered from the balcony and said, now that I think about Disuk, it was related to when you escaped from the lab, wasn't it? Disuk confirmed, yes, Professor Kong was the one who helped me escape from the lab. At his words, everyone looked slightly surprised. Jingu said with a surprised expression, Brother Disuk is one of the test subjects Mom freed. Disuk silently looked at Jingu. Disuk said, yes, I owe Professor Kong a debt of gratitude. Recently, when the professor visited my home, I found out you were her son. Jingu was also slightly surprised at Disuk's words. Disuk slowly continued, after that, I stopped observing Professor Kong. Just a short while ago this incident happened. Jingu looked at his mother. Mom said she was suspected and caught while trying to free experimental samples. I wonder why I couldn't help Mom then. Disuk recalled those inhumane experiments, the kind where they thought, wow, such big scars can heal, next time I'll have to create even bigger wounds. Good idea, I should try other kinds of wounds too. How beautiful would it be with many new scars? Test them all. Let's put more pressure on these test subjects and see what happens. Yes, good idea. Disuk crouched in a corner filled with fear. In a room, Disuk was impaled, covered in spikes all over his body, and his eyes gradually blurred. Meanwhile, outside the glass window, researchers were recording and discussing something. Disuk looked up. A woman was approaching him. As the woman came closer, she was Yoding. She bent down and looked at Disuk with gentle eyes. She touched half of his transformed face with her hand. Jian commented, she wasn't hurt anywhere. She was just subjected to mental control, so she'll need more treatment from Kaiten. Jingu stood up and asked, can I ask you what kind of person Mom is to me? Jingu said, his expression awkward. What I mean is, Disuk didn't understand what Jingu was trying to say. Jingu said with a thoughtful expression, at first I thought Mom was just an ordinary employee. I never imagined Mom would participate in artificial awakened experiments. My feelings are very confused right now. Disuk silently looked at Yoding resting on the bed. Everyone looked at Disuk as if wanting an answer. After a moment, Disuk said, Professor Kong helped me escape from the experiments, but she was also someone who was doing that work, experiments that even I can't forget. Jingu remained silently. So Professor Kong, Disuk continued to answer the questions Jingu wanted to know. Disuk looked at Jingu and he thought that even if he wanted to die he couldn't. They saw him as nothing more than a test subject. There only Professor Kong treated me as a living human. To people like us she was the only one who brought salvation. Jingu couldn't believe Disuk's words. As light seeped into the room through the balcony illuminating the dark room, Yoding suddenly sprang up as if waking from a nightmare. She kept gasping for breath as if she had seen something terrifying. She turned towards the balcony and the morning sun shone through the window onto the bed where she lay. Jingu entered. Mom, did you sleep well? Yoding turned around, seeing her son peeking his head through the doorway. Yoding said with a relaxed expression, as if she had cast off all the worries in her heart, it's been a long time since I slept this long. Jingu approached and sat leaning on her shoulder. Mom, after I found out I was an awakened, she wore a surprised expression. I found what I wanted to do. Oh really? After I found out there was nothing wrong with your body, I decided to live peacefully without any fear. Besides that plan, I've also made good results and fun memories with many friends. He looked at his son speaking, and pride seemed to show on her face. As you know, Mom, there are also ranks in the awakened world. They are ranked according to competitiveness and each individual's authority. To be precise, it's for those in the world rankings. Those in the top 100 can have a great influence on words and actions. Jingu said excitedly to his mother, really? And so your son wants to become stronger? Jingu said with a confident expression. Why are you suddenly saying that, son? His mother asked, looking surprised by his words. Yes, I don't really know why. My master Jian is someone acknowledged by the world's top 10 awakened. He's truly an amazing person. So I also want to become as strong as my master Jian, Jingu said with a determined expression. The child who used to be afraid to go outside has grown up like this now. She recalled the time when Jingu was young and feared going out. I didn't do anything for him, yet my son has grown so much. Mom, what do you want to do? Jingu suddenly asked his mother. Did Am I on visit while I was asleep? Yoding looked surprised. He said they were the ones who tormented him in the lab. She trembled with fear. Mom knows, she said with regret. Mom is no different from the people who tormented him. He said people like him met Mom like a savior. Jingu's words startled her. I know Mom wants to help those who are hurt like him. From now on, Mom, do what you want. Tears flowed from her eyes as if she was about to burst into tears. I know about all the sacrifices Mom made for me. But now you don't have to worry about me anymore. Do what you want, Mom. As Jingu returned home, the cats ran out to greet him. He said happily, I'm back. The cats jumped on Jingu and played with him. Jian and Kaiten slowly approached with disdainful expressions. Suddenly a cat bumped into Jian as he was walking. Jingu started cleaning the house. Kaiten cleaned up the cat poop. Jian revealed his sharp claws and smiled sinisterly. Actually, he was feeding the cats. After finishing the house chores, Jingu lay on the floor smiling happily. It feels really good to be home. Jian and Kaiten watched him in silence. Jian said to Jingu, Kid, are you really okay? Jingu turned and smiled. Yes, Jingu looked at them, laughing joyfully. On the contrary, I'm so happy, because Mom has found what she wants to do. Mom suffered a lot because of me. In some ways all of this happened because of me. Mom ended up working there because of me. He recalled Yudong's words. It was a place where people who shared his mother's thoughts gathered. Jingu heard that and was curious. Such a place exists, Mom, of course. Besides the place Mom worked, there are other places experimenting with artificial awakened. In those labs there were also people like Mom who saved experimental victims. They succeeded in treating the escaped ones. Jingu heard that and nodded obediently. I understand, she looked at him and said. Mom wants to take care of people who need Mom's help. Suddenly Jingu hugged his mother. She smiled slightly and patted her son's back. Mom, everything will be fine. At this moment he sprang up and said happily, Mom is in a safer place than before and I'm happy to see Mom doing what she wants. Jian looked at Jingu with suspicious eyes and said, You mean you're happy about such things too? Disuk suddenly shouted, What? Why are the lights on? Subin was also curious. Then that damn Jew is back too. Hearing that voice, the two cats and one person turned to look at Jingu. When the door opened, three friends, Ju, Jiyuin and Subin, stood there. The three could not contain their joy as soon as they met Jingu, and Ju happily ruffled his hair. After everyone sat down, Subin spoke first. You should have told us when you came back. Jingu smiled and said at length, I just got back. Hearing that, Subin asked, Then did you meet your mom? Jingu also smiled and replied yes. Subin again said happily, That's good. Jingu smiled at them. Thank you for taking care of the cats when I wasn't here. Subin smiled teasingly. Why thank us, it's something we naturally had to do. While talking to Jingu, Ju offered some sausages to Jian and Kaiten. Subin turned her head and looked at him. Oh, but did you hear the news? Jingu was curious. What news? They seemed to have heard that the newcomers of the Frame organization had decided to duel with the students of the World Awakened Academy. Hearing that, Jingu was startled. What? Why is that? Subin replied softly. Do you remember the incident where we were ambushed at the World Awakened Academy? He nodded and replied, Yes. Both sides don't have a good relationship and they've made a decision. He clasped his hands together and said, The winner will be decided among the newcomers. While the two and Jingu were talking, Jian and Kaiten were eating the food Disuk offered. All three wore somber expressions. If the two organizations fight, it will only lead to greater losses for both sides. As you know, the Frame organization also has ties with the world's top 10 Awakened, and so does the World Awakened organization. If the world's top 10 Awakened cooperate with the Frame organization, we don't know when a war will break out. And if the world's top 10 Awakened get involved, the conflict will become a global catastrophe. Jingu and Jiyuin looked at Subin. The Academy was also preparing its students. I speculate that the Academy's top 10 Awakened will participate in this fight. At this moment, Ju opened his mouth. I asked Leah. He said that everything was still undecided, and he couldn't contact anyone at the Academy, so he had no more information. After a while, everyone left Jingu's house. Jingu was lying on the sofa thinking about something, and the cats were lying around Jingu. Jingu turned his head. Brother Jian, what do you think after hearing what my friend said? That kid's thoughts are quite reasonable too, Jian said, squeezing himself into the box where Kaiten was lying. Jingu stood up. But wasn't it the Frame organization that caused that incident? If you want the other side to take responsibility for their actions, you first have to become strong. Do you know that fact? But isn't the World Awakened organization very strong? Jian was lost in thought, and Jingu kept staring at Jian. The World Awakened organization is formed by many awakened organizations coming together. So that organization is stronger than individual organizations like Frame. But the World Organization will not use all its power to fight Frame. Why? Jingu asked. Because the organization could suffer serious damage. Then who would bear the consequences? Isn't that what they naturally have to do? They're connected, so we fight together. Kaiten opened his mouth. On the contrary, it's the opposite. If one organization falls, the remaining organizations will wait and take everything. What? Jingu looked surprised. You might know too. Jian began to speak seriously. Jian continued. Only when a person has power can they have the authority to put pressure on others. It's no different from the world of non-awakened, but in the awakened world, this is very common. Jingu was worried. Then are they making the newcomers fight to minimize losses? Jian glanced at Jingu. This is like a game of Go where the newcomers are pawns to limit the core force losses of both sides. That's right, it depends not only on the winner but also on the contract signed before the match. It's complicated, Jingu muttered. Jian continued, Of course, but there's a much simpler way. We just have to become the strongest. Jian bared his teeth and smiled with a dangerous expression. Jingu was quite surprised that Jian would say that. Then stop being depressed now and let's start training. Yes, Jingu replied as if ready. Early in the morning he loaded Jian and Kaiten onto tires and pulled them, and the three of them cast magic together. Jingu happily went out to play with his three friends, each of them held a grilled sausage. The next morning he went out again and punched at empty space. After the training, all three collapsed, exhausted. Yes, I'm sorry. Jingu arrived at the academy. Everyone was happy to see Jingu come. Jingu approached and greeted everyone. He nodded slightly. Why did you call us? Ji-Yun asked curiously. Everyone heard the news about the fight between the academy and the organization, right? Subin immediately asked, what's the result? He opened her mouth. As expected, they sent their top people to challenge, but they all lost. Hearing this, all four looked surprised. He continued to speak. Some of the top 10 were so severely injured that they can no longer be awakened. Everyone couldn't believe what they had just heard. Jingu was still in shock and said with a trembling voice, Sister just said that some people were severely injured and it's difficult for them to recover. Leah also lost one eye, so aren't the others really serious? He looked at his attitude and calmly explained, Jingu, this is not a training duel. This is a fight representing the interests of both sides. Do you think you're going to joke around with fighting? He said firmly. That's right, Leah was really luckier than the others. He said that Arthur lost one arm and Laura was even killed. Just imagining Arthur sitting holding his severed arm and Laura collapsing, unable to breathe, would make people cautious. As soon as Jingu heard this, his eyes widened and fear was clearly visible in his eyes. The other three were equally surprised and anxious. He warned, even as newcomers, if you can't kill your opponent, you must be prepared to die. Jingu just let out a deep sigh. The sunlight brightly illuminated the entire office, but it couldn't penetrate the suffocating atmosphere. Subin rested her chin on her hand and thought, then finally spoke. But it's surprising that the Academy's top 10 lost. Ji-Young replied to her. Dick's betrayal seems to have played a decisive role in Frame's victory. Jingu's group was surprised again and again. Perhaps they were so worried about others that they forgot there were villains like Dick outside too. Subin was startled and stammered, Dick, what on earth did he do? Ji-Young replied. Information about the Academy's top 10 must have all fallen into Frame's hands. Subin was terrified and said, he leaked it. Ji-Young replied to her with fierce eyes. That's right, all their skills were countered by Frame's newcomers. The sight of the monstrous newcomers standing proudly in the arena would be forever etched in her mind, she speculated. It would have been impossible without detailed information about each member of the Academy's top 10. Dick was once a member of the top 10. He would have known each member's strengths and weaknesses well. And of course, this information would have gone to Ju. Ju, unable to control his anger, cursed. Damn it, that bastard really betrayed us. He didn't forget to add fuel to the fire, reminding them who severed Arthur's arm. Only one person's image came to his mind. He paused for a moment, then continued, it was Dick. All four heard that and fell into thought again. Ji-Yun, who was usually emotionless, now showed an angry expression. Disuk trembled with rage, stood up abruptly, gritted his teeth and said, damn it, that bastard made fools of us all. He said that, unable to control his anger, slammed the door and left. Silence fell in the room, and no one spoke. He, letting out a tired sigh, calmly broke the awkward atmosphere. Anyway, this incident won't affect us, so there's no need to worry. Because Frame even apologized to us for involving you in the fight last time. Subin couldn't believe her ears. Frame apologized to us, he confirmed firmly. That's right, you weren't Frame's target. And above all, because of Jian and Kaiden's presence, they had to be careful. Jian and Kaiden's status immediately became much more powerful than before. He continued, Frame was already clashing with the World Awakened Federation Association, so they wouldn't foolishly make enemies with both of them. The group understood the situation, and their attitude gradually softened. All three said, elsewhere at Jingu's house. It was already sunset at this time. Jian, hearing the bad news, immediately asked again, the World Academy's top 10 lost? Kaiten scratched the sofa, listening. Jingu replied with a somber voice, yes. He had witnessed the incident firsthand, so Jian couldn't help but praise them. At that age, those kids did quite well too. Since they defeated everyone, Frame must have trained really hard. Kaiten, sitting next to him, irritably covered his mouth. What's there to praise? The battle spirit of both sides is completely different. These Frame guys train even children like that. As soon as Jian thought of the people from the Frame organization, his face darkened with anger and his voice turned cold. That's right. Jingu, not understanding what they were saying, immediately asked again, what do you mean? Jian hardened his expression and replied, as I said, Frame stops at nothing to strengthen the organization's power, so they train children like adults. Their training methods are like torturing the body. Kaiten exposed their sins. They also use many harsh methods, so many children died during the training process. Jingu froze in a daze. He twisted and turned. The fat dumb cat frowned. The World Awakened Federation must have really gotten a taste of defeat this time. The losses must have been immense. Kaiten agreed. Even the rookies died. Jian's face was serious at the unexpected turn of events. People died even though it was just a match between rookies. Kaiten, sitting next to him, pondered. It's natural. Even if they're rookies, this fight represents the interests of both sides. Jingu, still dazed, bowed his head and said with a sad face, Arthur lost an arm. As soon as he finished speaking, the two cats looked at him, and Jian said in a startled voice, Arthur, the one who was always so friendly? Jingu replied in a sad voice, yes. The two cats completely froze. They were speechless. Jian broke the awkward silence and turned his face. I have to go feed the cats, I haven't even had dinner yet. Kaiten also followed, stammering. I have to go clean the cat litter, it's probably full of poop by now. Jingu sat there, deep sadness reflected in his eyes. He recalled all the moments he had shared with Arthur. That day, Arthur still had the luxury of joking around. I know you didn't do it on purpose, but I'm still grateful. Since you defeated Dick, I'll remember your face. After speaking, Arthur hopped away. Jingu was bewildered. Arthur used to put his arm around his shoulder like a close friend. How could he forget that reliable back? Arthur's eyes had been wide with fear before. He recalled the moment he awkwardly held out his phone to Arthur to get his number. Arthur smiled cunningly, but still wrote down his contact information on a piece of paper for Jingu. Jingu sat blankly and picked up his phone, dialing Arthur's number. A moment of hesitation flashed in his eyes, but he pressed the call button anyway. The phone rang for a long time and he waited patiently. The other party still didn't answer, and he thought sadly, he's not answering. Is he unable to answer right now? Suddenly, the ringing stopped and the other party's voice was heard. Jingu? As soon as he heard the familiar voice, he said urgently. Arthur. Arthur replied with a scolding tone, why did you call me? You said you'd contact me, then disappeared and only called today. He hesitated. Ah well, Arthur noticed his strangeness and lowered his voice. You know, Jingu's heart was heavy and he barely managed to reply, yeah. Arthur on the other end was still optimistic. Tisk, news travels fast. He gently asked, is your arm okay? Arthur was lying in a hospital bed. Although he had lost an arm, there was no sadness on his face, and he playfully replied to Jingu, I lost an arm, but I'm fine. At least I didn't die. After saying this much, Arthur suddenly frowned and continued angrily, I'm just angry that I lost to that damn Dick. Jingu was quite surprised by his mental state, but couldn't say anything. Arthur sighed when the other party fell silent. He sat in a cold and lonely hospital room, pitifully lonely. He said loudly, what, did you just call to ask me that? Jingu, startled by his shouting, hastily replied, no, I'm sorry. I called after hearing the news about what happened to you, but I don't know how to comfort you right now. Arthur froze at his words and was dazed for a moment. He recalled how his family had despised him, how his father had scolded him. You foolish idiot, do you know what you just did? You not only tarnished the family's honor but also caused immense losses. Arthur suffered another pain even before the pain of losing his arm subsided. The feeling of being criticized by his family members, he had to endure the suffering alone there, like a stranger. Jingu tore at his hair when Arthur fell silent. He opened his mouth. I heard you were severely injured and even lost an arm. That's why I called. Arthur calmed down and replied with a laugh. It's fine, that's enough. Jingu, slightly confused, asked, Arthur meticulously asked about everyone else. How are you guys? Is everyone okay? He slowly replied, we're all fine. Arthur immediately burst into a bright smile upon hearing the satisfying answer. He said with overflowing joy, I don't know, but I really want to meet those damn guys, ha ha ha. Jingu was somewhat relieved when his voice became cheerful. He felt at ease. You can visit us when you recover. His voice was clearly heard, only his voice echoed in the house. Okay, Jingu said gently. Everyone will be happy to see you again. Arthur's voice echoed in the house. Happy my ass, they'll definitely tease me. I'm a loser. Jingu couldn't help it. At this moment at Jang's group, she was surprised by an unexpected guest and replied, Chairman, are you saying you want to invite Frame's Rookie S? An authoritative voice confirmed, yes, I want to invite the Rookie S. I want to invite Sangwa's representative to our Frame. Night had fallen, and the company's headquarters were lit up. Jang still hesitated because of the morning's proposal. She stood by the window looking out at the office balcony. He also stood behind her with a serious expression. She spoke to her. Chairman, are you going to tell Jingu? Yu Jiang replied calmly, I intend to. He was worried to hear this, as he had recently learned that kid would definitely not refuse this offer. She still had her back to him, and remained silent. She turned her face halfway towards him and said in a cold, almost terrifying voice, I agree with my brother, even so we have no right to interfere with Jingu's decision. He could only remain silent and comply after hearing that. The next day, Jingu's house. Kaiten was arrogantly lying on a pillow and in front of him, high-intensity training was underway. Jian sat next to him, loudly telling Jingu to focus and maintain accuracy. He was highly concentrated, his eyes fixed on the target. The fat dumb cat crawled onto the sandbag, and continuously shouted with his mouth wide open, faster! Jingu, as if encouraged, threw a powerful punch that almost burst the sandbag. Jian, seeing him weaken, raised his eyebrows and urged him with all his might, what are you doing? Why has your speed decreased? He sweated profusely, but gritted his teeth and continued training. The two, that is, one trainer and one student, tried their best until the end. Jingu was so zealous that blue lightning with immense destructive power burst from his fists. Kaiten watched all this, thinking that they were training harder than before. His eyes were sharp and still fixed on the two. He subtly sneered, watching Kaiten do his best to help Jingu. This scene is truly amusing. Since the sandbag couldn't withstand Jingu's strength, Kaiten was holding it with his own power to keep it from breaking. He sighed, thinking that he had applied it every day since he discovered it. On this side, Jian continuously advised Jingu, Jingu, you're losing power. Calm down. Jingu kept punching the sandbag at this time. His face was immersed as if in a real battle. Jian still encouraged him. Do you really think you can defeat the approaching enemies even if you keep losing power like this? Keep focusing until the end, he emphasized. Hit harder. Jingu had already heard him, and his eyes were firmly fixed straight ahead. His hands glowed with destructive blue light as he swung his fist high. He firmly punched the sandbag straight, looking like someone who spared no expense. The sandbag with the powerful blow fell backward due to inertia. The fat dumb cat now seemed to be sitting on a seesaw. He took a ready stance. The destructive power of the punch just now still showed no sign of fading. White smoke billowed, startling even the dumb cat who looked back. He hugged the sandbag tightly and quietly watched his disciple's achievement. Caton also watched from outside, his mouth agape, shouting. Jingu, exhausted from unleashing his ultimate move, was sweating profusely and panting. Ha ha! Jian, having just come down, didn't forget to praise him for doing very well. As soon as he heard the praise, he collapsed onto the floor, utterly exhausted. Jian looked back at the tattered sandbag and sighed. From now on, I'll have to reinforce this sandbag even more. He offered a few words of praise, cheering him up. The power you're using is now much more stable and freely controllable. He raised his face blankly and looked at him. Jian continued, I felt a slight improvement in your awakened ability. The technique Master Han taught you is also better than before. Jingu jumped up and replied to him. Yes, the more I use the technique the principal taught me, the more I realize how useful it is in close combat. He recalled moments during combat, realizing a few things and confiding them to him. I can attack effectively, but with very little energy consumption, and my movements against enemies are also more efficient. Most importantly, the physical after effects from the attacks I deliver have also significantly decreased. Thanks to this, I can deliver more powerful attacks without worrying too much about after effects after combat. Jian also nodded, analyzing the technique Master Han taught him. The technique you learned doesn't require accumulating a lot of energy within the body, but it allows you to better enhance the effectiveness of your attacks in close combat combined with other movements. This is truly a useful technique. He advised Jingu to train that technique more. He looked at him with determined eyes and replied with energetic gestures. Yes. After speaking, he went into meditation to recover his strength. Caton, also curious, came closer and secretly watched. Jian frowned and said in an irritated voice, That Master Han. He looked at him with worried eyes. I thought he would teach Jingu fighting techniques, but who would have thought he would teach that kid a technique to strengthen his abilities? Caton didn't notice and came closer, whispering in his ear. That's right, I didn't notice at all either. If energy control is at this level, isn't every close combat at the desired level? He was still focused on recovering his strength, and on this side the two old men continued to whisper. Caton whispered, Could it be that Master Han secretly taught Jingu? Jian doubted, saying that since he hadn't fought in a while he didn't know much. But I'm quite sure that this energy control technique isn't taught in the awakened world. He probably developed the technique himself. Master Han is truly an amazing person. Jian wondered why he taught Jingu such a technique. Jingu sat with his back turned, unaware of anything. The two cats continued to chatter. Caton whispered, What on earth is that old man thinking? Jian couldn't help it. Who knows? At this moment a visitor arrived at Jingu's house. Jingu was surprised to see the person in front of him. Sister, why did you suddenly come to our house? The person who visited his house was Zhang. She said, Do you have time now? I have something to talk about. Jingu smiled and replied, Yes, I do. It was already evening outside. Yu Jiang began to speak. I sent a message, but you didn't seem to read it, so I came in person. He scratched his head and awkwardly smiled. I've been busy with training lately, so I forgot to check my messages, she said in a gentle tone. I know you seem to have trained really hard. Jingu smiled shyly. Yes, I still have many shortcomings. I started too late, so I need to work harder. He was flustered and immediately asked the main point. Do you have something to tell me? Yu Jiang paused as if avoiding the question and gazed into the distance. He stood blankly watching her. She finally delivered the bad news. The Frame organization contacted me. They said they want to meet you. He stood blankly. Yes, there must be a reason why they're doing that. He was curious. Why does the Frame organization want to meet me? Yu Jiang replied calmly. They said they have something to say to you, Jian's student. There had been a big conflict between them, she continued. Partially because of the recent unexpected incident. They also don't want to repeat it. Jingu stood there, not knowing what to say. Zhang looked directly at him and spoke frankly. I hope you reject this offer. He widened his eyes, and she continued to explain. The Frame organization officially sent you an invitation, and that place is dangerous, she warned. Even if you are Jian's student, I cannot guarantee that nothing will happen to you. Jingu bowed his head and hesitation flashed in his eyes. He asked Zhang again, Is that what I need to do now? She looked as if he was complying and quickly said, Then tell them you'll reject this offer. Before she could finish speaking, he replied with a single word that startled the other party. But I can't. Jingu sighed and continued, Their invitation isn't just aimed at me. Many unfortunate things have happened to them recently as well. He hesitated. He could only know their intentions by looking into the other party's eyes. The reason the Frame organization invited me is because I am Jian's student. Jian and Yu Jiang widened their eyes and looked at him. They couldn't believe this kid's reaction. He told her what Jian always emphasized. Brother Jian repeated many times that because I am his student I might face dangers and unexpected situations. And every time he said that, I always replied that I was ready to take responsibility for it. And I always feel proud to be Brother Jian's student. He looked at Zhang, his eyes firm, his voice resolute. No matter what dangers I have to face, I cannot deny that fact. I will take responsibility and accept whatever comes. Because I am Brother Jian's disciple. Zhang was surprised, perhaps admiring how well Jian had taught the boy. A faint smile appeared on her lips. She said, I'm sorry, I was too thoughtless and only considered one perspective. Jingu quickly waved his hand. No, it's all right. Jian, who was looking out from next door, stared intently at the two, his face frowning as if surprised by Jingu's dangerous decision. Kaiten, who was next to him, also sighed and whispered to him, he's absolutely right. Since he became your disciple, you have to take responsibility for those who come looking for him. You should be glad he's not running away but rather facing it head-on. The fat cat Jian heard that, replied briefly and left. Whatever? Kaiten asked, following him. Where are you going? Jian didn't answer. Despite Kaiten shouting from downstairs, he went straight upstairs. Hey, I'm asking where you're going. He ignored everyone. He just shouted loudly, Shut up, Kaiten. Kaiten, who was downstairs, suppressed immense anger. Scene change elsewhere. Two gigantic towers stood tall, looking like two mountains piercing the sky. Two men were walking on a snow-covered path. Roy, guiding the way, said, I just heard some very interesting news. Dick didn't know what was going on. Roy turned his head and announced the shocking news that the Frame organization had invited Jian's disciple. Dick was agitated upon hearing that. He stood blankly, his mind confused. Jingu is coming here. Dick recalled the moment Jingu punched him. As Jingu hit Dick with all his might, Dick screamed in pain with that punch. Dick immediately fainted, his face contorted in agony. Thinking of that moment, Dick couldn't control his anger. He frowned, he clenched his fists. If the Frame organization invites him, will Jingu really come here? Roy glanced at Dick's fist and said he will come. Dick was silent. He asked in bewilderment, why? But for him, this place is no different from enemy territory. Then why should he come here? And above all, this is no different from us considering Jian an enemy, Roy replied coldly. You still don't understand the weight of the title Jian's disciple. The disciple of someone acknowledged by the world's top 10 awakened. He sneered slightly. If he's truly Jian's disciple, he won't refuse our invitation. Roy continued to walk and speak. Dick watched him in silence. Scene change at Jingu's house. Subin shouted in anger. Jingu, are you really going to the Frame organization? Disuk and Ji-Yuan stared intently at Jingu from behind, and Jingu broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, after all, the Frame organization officially sent an invitation. Subin exploded in anger, saying it was nonsense. Even if we don't care about their bad reputation, Brother Jian has already killed their artificial awakened several times. He even fought with their top 10. To be precise, the failure of that organization's plans was all due to Brother Jian. It wouldn't be strange if they attacked you or Brother Jian now. And yet you're accepting their invitation and going there? Jingu scratched his head and forced a laugh. Ha ha! At this moment, Disuk opened his mouth in annoyance. Are you crazy? What on earth are you thinking? Disuk, who was talking nonsensically, suddenly stopped. As if he had realized something, he opened his eyes wide in surprise. Jingu silently looked at him, not refuting anything. Disuk paused for a moment, and Jingu still looked at the three of them. And Disuk slumped into a chair and sighed. I'm coming with you too. Jingu shouted, What? At this moment, Daisuk's eyes seemed to sparkle. Seeing that, Ji-Yuan also chimed in. I'm coming with you too. Subin crossed her arms with a cold expression. How can we send you there alone? Jingu was blank for a moment, then smiled gently. Thanks guys, but this time I have to go alone. Subin shouted worriedly. Hey, Ji-Yuan, who was standing behind, also had a bad expression. Jingu said firmly, The Frame organization invited only one person, and that's me, he added. Not as awakened Jingu, but as Jian's disciple. Everyone fell silent and no one spoke. Subin lay on the floor, tearing at her hair. Ah, this is such a headache. Everyone froze at the sight. Disuk and Ji-Yuan looked at her and judged. She's really a sight. Only Jingu was flustered. Evening was approaching and twilight fell everywhere upstairs. Twilight streamed into the room through the window. Jian slowly approached Jingu. If you go there, you'll have to handle everything yourself. Jingu said nothing, but his face was filled with determination. Jian sat down. And of course we'll go with you in our cat forms, but let me tell you in advance, if anything happens to you, I don't know if we can help you. Because if we intervene, the situation will only get worse for everyone involved. Jingu asked in bewilderment, What do you mean? Jian feared the three of them would be attacked. If we appear, they will definitely look for an opportunity to eliminate all of us at once. But if we appear in cat form, it will be harder for them to attack in another way, when we're not right by your side, that is. Jingu nodded. Jian said seriously, and we're not in the best condition right now either. Jingu was curious. You too, Brother Jian, Jian replied. I've told you before. He explained that Kaiten puts an immense strain on his body when he heals someone. Lately he's been healing a bit too much. An image of Kaiten in cat form, engulfed in flames, came to Jian's mind. Jingu replied. I understand, Jian stated his thoughts. I think he reached his limit trying to heal the old chairman of the Federation Association. Images of the past came to his mind, Kaiten using his abilities. Upon hearing that, Jingu felt guilty towards Kaiten, and sadness showed on his face. Jian sighed helplessly. He didn't intend to tell you. He was afraid you'd misunderstand. But he's not what he seems on the outside now. You've done too much for him to just keep complaining. He suddenly called Jingu's name with a serious face. Jingu. Startled by the suddenness, Jingu exclaimed, Yes. Jian raised his head and looked at Jingu. Are you really okay? Jingu was silent for a moment, then opened his mouth. I'm fine, brother, don't worry. Jian said nothing and stared intently at him. Jingu, as if Jian didn't believe him, immediately smiled brightly and spread his arms expressing his joy. I mean it, hee hee. Jian sighed helplessly. he said irritably. I didn't say that, just go see Yu Jiyoung. I heard she's going to have a practice match with you in a few days. Jingu grabbed his head, shouted what, and quickly ran off. Jian glanced at him lightly. Scene change at Jang's company. Jang was already waiting for Jingu while waiting for him. She tied her hair. Her long black hair was tied high. At this moment Jingu hurried in. He quickly said, Sister, I'm sorry. Hearing his voice, she turned towards him. Her face was devoid of any emotion and she said in a cold yet gentle voice, It's all right, you're not late yet. Jingu stood opposite her, panting and constantly wiping sweat. He said without hesitation, Thank you for agreeing to the practice match. Let's start right away. She was surprised for a moment, her eyes wide, then narrowed them. All right, she immediately admonished seriously. Remember this. To improve your combat ability during our practice match. If you take my advice, you will consider me an enemy and give it your all. Currently, he was taking a stance, and his face was filled with determination. Jang still stood there without moving, and Jingu was already ready to fight. She looked at Jingu and said, All right, you always remember everything. Yu Jiyoung said loudly, Let's begin. Jingu immediately became highly concentrated and his eyes were filled with enthusiasm. He rushed at Jang, continuously throwing punches, but she blocked all his attacks with one hand. She quickly blocked Jingu's attacks with her hand, quietly assessing his abilities. Jingu still lacks power, but his speed and counter-attacking ability are excellent. Yu Jiyoung and Jang attacked and defended each other, and the fight seemed to intensify. Despite having to block Jingu's continuous counter-attacks, Jang could still meticulously assess him. Though not by much, his power and abilities have improved far more than when we last met. Though not by much, even this much will be able to inflict more pain on an opponent. Jingu attacked Jang with all his might. She lightly dodged, always glancing at him and assessing. It's unclear if he trained with Jian, but his close combat ability is truly astonishing. Suddenly, Jingu awakened. He rushed at Jang, then suddenly disappeared, startling her. Numerous clones of Jingu appeared in the air. They surrounded her from all sides. Even she, who had just been blocking attacks with one hand, opened her eyes wide in surprise. Simultaneously, Jingu's clones attacked Jang, but she created a shield to block them. Finally, the clones disappeared, and only the real Jingu remained. He scratched his head and forced a laugh. Haha, as expected of you, sister. I knew that technique wouldn't have any effect on you. Yu Jiyoung was silent for a moment, then opened her mouth. Jingu, your speed improvement is truly unparalleled. I don't think I can block your attacks anymore. Jingu scratched his head in embarrassment. Yu Jiyoung created a current of air. It was powerful and sudden, and Jingu didn't understand what was happening. Wait a minute. She chuckled slightly. Now I'll start attacking too. Jingu was thrown far away, barely stopping himself with his limbs on the ground. Jingu panted and looked up. Jang, with a sharp and intense demeanor, she said that this was enough for today. Jingu collapsed onto the floor and shouted. He lamented, I thought I had gotten stronger than before, but in the end I'm no different from how I used to be. Jang looked at Jingu and approached him. You've truly changed from before, Jingu. In the past when we had practice matches I only had to defend, but now you've made me attack. Jingu was blank. Really? He tilted his head, slightly embarrassed. I just feel like it's wrong for you to keep helping me. I need to get stronger so I can help you later. Jingu stammered. Yu Jiyoung was slightly surprised. She was silent for a moment. Jang slumped down next to Jingu. She comforted him. You've improved too quickly. Don't think too much. I was quite surprised that your close combat ability has also improved more than before. Jingu turned around brightly and asked, What do you mean? Jang turned around and said, Yes, it seems to me that you're gradually adapting to close combat to optimize your fighting style. Jingu didn't understand well. Optimizing my fighting style? She asked. Don't you know? Jang began to explain. The impact force of a 1 kilogram ball hitting a wall at 10 kilometers h and, she continued, the impact force of a 1 kilogram ball hitting a wall at 20 kilometers h is twice as strong. She looked at Jingu and said, Since impact force is almost proportional to an object's speed, speed not only helps with offense but also greatly aids in defense. Jingu brightly raised his finger. You mean, sister, that if we get faster, it'll also be easier to dodge enemy attacks? Jang clasped her hands. She replied, That's right. That's why I feel your close combat ability is becoming more and more optimized. Jingu looked at Jang with sparkling eyes. Jang said, This can be considered your own special technique. Besides your own special technique, you also use Jian's techniques and have learned his energy control methods. Jang praised him. That's why your development speed is very fast, especially that technique you used when the practice match had just begun. Jingu said innocently. Actually, I just picked up that technique from an acquaintance. He doesn't completely focus on speed, but his strength is speed attacks. Yu Jiyoung fell into thought. In my opinion, it's still too early to use that technique. Jingu asked again. Too early, she replied. Yes, I don't deny that confusing the opponent isn't a bad method, but instead the damage from your attacks will be dispersed, Jang continued. Your attack depends on the speed you use when engaging your opponent. Yu Jiyoung winked and concluded, That attack depends on the force and speed you exert on the enemy. The most important principle here is what I just told you. He shouted. Jingu imagined. If you split yourself into several shadows like the main body, your speed will decrease. Then even if you inflict damage with that attack, the damage you deal will also decrease. He excitedly told Jang. She replied, That's right, it does. Jingu's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at Jang with a bewildered expression and naively asked, Wow, how do you know such things? Jiyoung was surprised. What? Jingu continued to question her. Sister, you're not that much older than me, but you've already become the nation's strongest, so Brother Kaden and Brother Kaiten weren't wrong at all to call you a genius, Jingu said. They said they'd never seen anyone as talented as you, sister. Jiyoung froze upon hearing that. She clenched her fist tightly. Seeing her reaction, Jingu gave her a thumbs up. Jang, embarrassed, stood up. Let's go back now, I'll walk with you. Jingu replied, I was going to go back alone. Jiyoung's face turned red. It's too late now. He quickly turned away. Jingu scratched his head with a bewildered expression. As night fell, Jingu and Jang walked home along the same path. Jang asked Jingu, aren't you worried? He replied with a slightly hesitant expression. I am worried, but before that I asked Brother Jian what to do when I'm worried. He smiled brightly. Do you know what Brother Jian said, sister? Jang was silent, looking flustered. Jingu chuckled. If you're that worried, you need to train much more than you're worrying. Because what you're worried about is that you feel your skills are lacking. Jingu recalled the moment Jian glared at him and shouted, if you're that worried, go train. Worrying means your skills are still insufficient. How can you have skills and still be afraid? And the only reason you're worried is because your mind is being affected by it. If you have time for idle thoughts, use that time to train. Jingu raised his head and looked forward. At first I just thought Brother Jian was answering as usual, but thinking about it again, what Brother Jian said was entirely right. Having too many thoughts is useless for me. Jiyoung was silent. Jingu looked at her. By the way, sister, when you took charge of operating the Manhwa organization, were you even a little worried? Jang was silent again. She thought for a moment and then said firmly, honestly at that time I just wanted to run away. Jingu turned back, startled. Jiyoung looked up. But I didn't have that option. The only thing I could do then was to do what I had to do and take responsibility for it. Jingu stared blankly at her. The two walked in silence to Jingu's house. Jang said, we've arrived. Jingu only then noticed, oh, we're already here. He let out a tired sigh. I thought it would take a long time to get home, but it's strange. The way home today feels much shorter than I expected. I'm a little sad to have arrived already. Jiyoung stared blankly at him, saying nothing. She turned away, embarrassed. Sister, then? Jiyoung's face turned beet red. See you tomorrow? Jingu skipped behind her, waving his hand in greeting. Of course, see you tomorrow. She walked away, embarrassed. The cats lay in a long line. Suddenly, they all woke up with a start. Kaiten, angry, shot up and shouted at Jingu, can't you be quieter? The kids were sleeping. He scratched his head. I'm sorry. Jian looked at him and said, you did well today. Go to sleep. You need to get enough rest. And don't forget your energy control training while you sleep. Jingu looked at him energetically. Understood. Jian and Kaiten looked at him indifferently. Jian thought, unable to understand, what is that kid so excited about? In a desolate region there was a jagged snowy mountain, and red light mixed with snow covered Umrong. He ran through the blizzard, landed on the ground and stopped by planting his feet. The blizzard and red light scattered and he rested with his hands on his knees. Roy smiled. I heard Jian's disciple has decided to come here. Umrong suddenly froze, then sharply turned to look at Roy standing above him. Umrong stared intently at him. Is it true you're sweating? Roy grinned eerily. Yes, Jian's disciple will be here in 10 days. Jang floated in the air, her hands sweeping downwards, creating a force of blue and white light. Her face remained sharp and expressionless. Lightning-fast beams of light flew towards Jingu, attacking him. Jingu counterattacked. He instantly sprang from the ground like a speed freak. Jingu dodged all attacks. He quickly charged at Jang. Jingu's eyes were full of fighting spirit. He clenched his fists, ready to counterattack his sister. Seeing this, Jang remained completely unfazed. Her eyes were still sharp, showing no trace of fear. A tremendous collision occurred, and the spot where the two siblings met shone brightly due to their techniques. Jang seemed to imply that she had created his playful actions. She extended her hand and blocked Jingu's punch in one go. Jingu was confused at this moment. He tried to calculate a tactic, thinking he needed to be faster to attack efficiently. But to move faster, I'd have to use more energy, and then I'd get exhausted too quickly. What should I do? Before Jingu could finish his thoughts, his sister Jang had already unleashed a new technique. A visible energy source began to condense in her approaching hand. Jingu was startled to see it, his eyes wide as if he'd seen his girlfriend going to a motel with another man. Not surprisingly, he was thrown thousands of miles away by Jang's technique. He dug his 2 feet firmly into the ground to stop the immense momentum. At this moment, Jang looked like a god, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. Jingu merely panted, cautiously watching this powerful sister. He hesitated slightly, thinking to himself, I asked Brother Kaden about this problem before. Jingu recalled the moment Kaden sat on the floor scratching his foot, and Jingu asked again, you mean how to move faster? Jingu sat next to Kaden, propped himself up with his hand and replied, yes. Kaden slumped down and replied, it's simple. You can move faster if you use more energy. Jingu put both hands on his neck and awkwardly admitted, honestly, I'm dissatisfied with how slowly I'm improving. He mumbled, I want to move faster, but I don't want to consume more energy. Kaden wore an expression as if he could see through the world at a glance. Kaden said softly, of course there's a way. Jingu was startled to hear that. Really? Kaden sighed and quietly confirmed, yes, but you have to find it yourself. Jingu looked at Kaden with sparkling eyes as if he had found a treasure. Suddenly he scratched his head with a blank expression. He looked quite confused. Kaden saw that and smiled. Remember, in a fight, being fast doesn't always mean you win. And you're the only one who can understand what I just said. Jingu looked blank at this point. He thought to himself, increasing speed alone isn't enough to win. Returning to the current tense fight, Jang's attacks kept coming, but Jingu still stood there blankly lost in thought. I've thought about that problem many times, but I still can't find a way. Brother Kaden wouldn't lie. Beams of light from Jang's technique almost reached where Jingu stood. Suddenly, he paused for a beat, his eyes looking incredibly surprised by something. What is he staring at so blankly? Grandfather? Jingu stood like a statue in front of Jang's continuously flying sharp beams of light. As if realizing something, a slight suspicion appeared in Jang's eyes. She wondered inwardly how he dropped his guard. The beams of light were now only a few millimeters from Jingu's white skin, and the situation was extremely critical. Jingu also glanced at them, but as the VIP package activated, Jingu easily dodged those sharp beams of light without expending any energy. He quickly dodged all attacks as if he had gained elasticity, narrowing the range of his movements to avoid the opponent's attacks. Jingu charged in and clenched his fist. Power was condensing around that fist. He punched at Jang. It's unclear if it hit, but it already looked cool. Suddenly, Jingu paused, and a look of bewilderment was clearly visible in his eyes. Jang was the same, and for some reason the two siblings stared blankly at each other. As the smoke cleared, Jingu's arm was still extended forward from his earlier punch. Jang had suffered no damage. She still stood there as if to say, I am the strongest. Jingu panted and thought to himself, now I understand, achieving a perfect harmony of offense and defense using minimal movement. Through speed training my body has already adapted, and now I can do all of this. It turned out that Sister Jang had blocked his earlier critical blow with one hand. Her face was still cold, and there was no longer any trace of the earlier bewilderment. Jang's eyes softened slightly, and she praised him softly, You're truly amazing. Jingu looked blank as if there had been a network issue during the fight. Jingu couldn't hide his joy and skipped around like a child who had won a race. After that, Jingu spent days in arduous training. At home he trained with a giant sandbag, and it seemed as if every punch was filled with overflowing energy. Both Jian and Kaiten were by his side during his intense training. Jingu also trained diligently at the arena. His abilities seemed to have improved greatly while training with Sister Jang. Even when the fat dumb cat Kaiten transformed into human form to teach him new techniques, Jingu was highly focused and determined. Not only that, Jingu also meditated with Jian, training to gather energy. Back in his small house, the ignorant cats purred in ecstasy as Jingu petted them, truly like a cat butler. Jingu sat among the cats, petting each one and speaking as if they understood everything. You all need to eat well and behave at home. The cats suddenly all raised their heads and looked at Jingu. It seemed Jingu would be away from home for a while. He carefully said, I'll be back soon. Jingu carefully grasped the doorknob and slowly opened the door. He excitedly looked up. How you didn't need to come all the way here. I'll text you when I arrive. His three friends, Ju, Ji-Yun and Subin, stood there. They seemed to have come to see Jingu off. Subin frowned slightly and nagged, Don't let your guard down, even if Frame has no ill feelings towards you. They probably didn't invite you just to play around. Jingu replied cheerfully, not caring. Of course not, Disuk also said with an annoyed tone. Hey, even the World Academy's top 10 are constantly talking about you going to Frame, Subin added. They're probably very confused right now. They don't know whether to congratulate you or curse you. Jingu still asked again with a blank expression, Do you think so? Jingu and Disuk's eyes met. One was bright and the other was filled with killing intent. Disuk spoke firmly, perhaps the coolest line in this episode. His face was cold. Crush them. Jingu seemed to understand his words. Understood. Seeing Jingu dawdling in, he opened the car window from the driver's seat and poked her head out to urge Jingu to get in the car quickly. Hey Jingu, let's go, you'll be late. Jingu didn't delay any longer, quickly replied and got into the car. He wouldn't want the driver to get angry and refused to take him any further. Subin, Disuk and Ji-Yun, the three friends, silently watched Jingu drive away. Suddenly, Jingu paused for a beat and wore a blank expression, wondering what on earth he was thinking. He looked back at his friends, including Subin. Jingu's eyes were shining, but at the same time they were firm. He said softly, I'll be back soon. His friends were relieved to see that, and only Subin smiled at him. Her eyes showed complete trust in Jingu. The two cats next to her also had cold faces, but they too looked at Jingu with trust. After exchanging such bewildered looks and awkward smiles, the car driven by and he finally departed. Jingu's three friends did not go inside the house, still inhaling the car's exhaust. Jingu also looked back as if still lingering and waved his hand in greeting. His face was very confident and handsome. Jian still glanced at him and evaluated him as usual. The car left the small town under the warm morning sun in an instant. They arrived at the airport. In-hee's car was parked not far from the plane's wing. In-hee said to Jingu with a solemn expression, I can only see you off this far. She said, Take care of yourself. Jingu's eyes were still shining as if they held all the stars in the sky. He looked at In-hee and said softly, Yes brother, please don't worry too much. Muse had also been standing there for a long time. He bowed, startling Jingu. Muse placed a hand on his chest and politely said, It is an honor to meet Kaden Nim's disciple. Half of his face was covered by a mask, and only the symbol on his left forehead shone beneath his long hair which covered his eyes. Muse solemnly said, I have been assigned to escort Jin Nim. Please call me Alpha. Jingu also politely bowed his head in greeting. Ah yes, it's a pleasure to meet you. In-hee, standing behind Jingu, had an expression as if she had met her natural enemy at Muse's appearance. It looked ready to pounce and tear him apart at any moment. After a moment Muse spoke softly. His eyes were unfathomable. I want to ask, he had already recognized Jian and Kaiten. Why was Jian so plump? The two cats' expressions weren't very good either. Muse asked Jingu again, will those cats also come with you, Master Jingu? At this point, Muse's gaze was very overt. Jingu still answered innocently, yes they will. Muse said no more after hearing that. Understood. At this moment, Jian and Kaiten all looked at the strange man with very displeased expressions. It was a very unpleasant expression. Before long the plane took off in business class. Jingu sat opposite Muse very excited. He looked around with a curious expression. Wow, this is my first time on a plane like this. Jian and Kaiten sat next to him, but they looked as if they were fed up with the world. Muse kindly asked Jingu, Master, do you need anything? Jingu scratched his head, embarrassed upon hearing that. He smiled awkwardly and quietly said, ah no, and you don't need to use such formal language. Muse quickly replied to Jingu in a dry tone like a programmed NPC. I apologize, but I cannot. Master Jingu is Master Jian's student, so it is appropriate for me to use honorifics. Jingu was dumbfounded by those words. What is this all about? Jian sat next to him, seeming quite satisfied with Muse's attitude. He thought to himself, this guy's right. In the desolate, ice-covered snowy region, a fierce wind continuously raged from the sky. Going outside in this weather would freeze one's heart. The plane finally landed. The plane door and gangway were ready. Jingu cautiously stepped off the plane. Before he could even see them, voices were heard. Jingu was startled by the fervent welcome of unfamiliar men from a distance. It turned out there wasn't just one but several. People wearing the same masks as Muse stood in a line before Jingu. They all bowed 90 degrees, seriously welcoming him. Jingu was surprised by the sight and in fact was greatly shocked. He just unconsciously opened his mouth and, in front of Jingu stood 6 men and women like a gang welcoming their boss Jingu out of prison. Muse, who was standing behind Jingu, spoke quietly. Master made the right decision. At this moment it would be a lie to say Muse's face wasn't scary. Because of the mask his eyes looked very sinister. He continued, welcome to our frame organization. Jingu said nothing, turning back with a wary look. A lot of snow had fallen, and everyone got off the plane. Jingu carried a large bag and walked towards a white car. Jian and Kaiten followed him. Muse followed closely behind. Jingu seemed uncomfortable and turned his head to look at him. He opened his mouth. You don't need to feel too pressured. He quickly walked alongside Jingu. Although we cannot give Master a grand welcoming ceremony, as Master Jian's student you should at least receive our welcome. Jingu replied, it seems a bit much. Muse gave him a meaningful glance. The children here consider such a welcome an honor. Jingu looked at him with fear in his eyes. He spoke, Master, you've probably heard about the duel with the top 10 of the World Awakened Academy, haven't you? Jingu replied. Yes, he continued. The children here are the ones who defeated those top 10. Jingu was surprised and asked, these people? Jingu glanced behind him. The white car sped away across the night sky. The people remaining there watched them with curious eyes. The green-haired man glanced at the car. The black-haired girl spoke, how strong is he? The white-haired man replied, I don't know. He doesn't seem that strong. The blue-haired man expressed disappointment. I thought Jian Nim's student would be very strong, but he looks innocent and harmless. The black-haired man had a cold expression. I don't know, there must be a reason why Jian Nim took him as a student. In summary, all 6 masked individuals were among the world's top 10 awakened. Muse led Jingu to a room and introduced it. This is where Master will be staying. Jingu looked around. There was a bed and a desk. He said perfunctorily, understood, thank you. Jian and Kaiten looked around. It's spacious enough. He urged Jingu, while Master is here you are free to move around this hotel. Also if you need anything just contact me. I will provide what you want as quickly as possible. Jingu asked curiously, I have one question. Muse looked at him seriously. Jingu asked, what am I supposed to do while staying here? Muse smiled meaningfully and Jingu's eyes seemed to press him for an answer. He smiled broadly and said, it's simple. Just enjoy your time here with us. Jingu hesitated, about to speak but stopped. Muse continued, I don't know what Master Jingu has heard from Master Jian, but our organization has always wanted to cooperate with Master Jian. However, due to recent unfortunate events, everything has been stagnant. Jian heard his words and showed a look of disdain. He bowed and placed his hand on his chest, showing respect. But our frame organization has never changed its intention to cooperate with Master Jian. That is what we want to convey to Master Jingu. Because you are Master Jian's direct disciple. Jingu was quite surprised. Muse bid farewell. Please make yourself comfortable now. I will guide you to another place shortly. Jingu replied, understood. The large wooden door closed and Jingu stood there dazed. Jian scratched his face with his claws. Jingu bowed his head to look at him. Immediately Jian climbed onto the sofa and put distance between them, and Kaiten did the same. Jingu sensed the fierce life force flowing through his body, perceiving every corner of the room. Long winding lightning bolts searched the entire room. Muse walked down the stairs alone, marveling inwardly. Unexpectedly, that guy is Kaiten's student. He suddenly recalled the past. Kaiten floated in the air, continuously unleashing massive lightning bolts. Muse gritted his teeth and looked up at him. An alarm sounded. All eavesdropping devices and cameras have been destroyed. Muse stopped in his tracks and sighed. Damn it, didn't I tell them not to install such things in that room? Someone replied, I apologize, but we were ordered from above to install all of them by any means necessary. Muse continued down the stairs and said, there's nothing more we can do now. From now on only Kaiten should be in that room, and nothing else. Someone replied, understood. Kaiten was sprawled out on a chair. How does it feel to be inside the frame organization? Jingu sighed, placing his hand on his chest. I feel a little uneasy being here, he asked Jian. Have you ever been here, brother? Jian looked up. No, I've only been in front of the frame organization's entrance once. This is my first time coming this deep. Jingu smiled awkwardly. Jingu asked Kaiten. How about you? Kaiten hung. Kaiten looked at him. Ha, he continued. Me too, it's my first time. You've been invited several times, but there was no benefit to your hung, because there was nothing your hung needed here, but now it seems very important to the kid a foreigner visited here. Jingu was blank. Understood, Kaiten began to speculate. All things considered, I sense the energy of the person leading Mr. Jingu. It's very familiar, Jian agreed. I think so too, but we can't be sure since we're still in cat form. Just then, someone shouted loudly from outside the room. Get out of the way! Jingu looked out with curiosity. Their conversation also stopped briefly. Jingu was startled and everyone had unreadable expressions. Jingu hurriedly ran to the door. As soon as the door opened, Jingu's expression changed and a striped cat appeared with a dark face. Jian immediately became alert. That's the guy who attacked the Awakened Academy, Jingu quickly replied. I don't know him. He squinted, assessing Jingu. You don't know him? As soon as he finished speaking, the striped cat punched next to Jingu's head. He threatened Jingu. Do you think it makes sense for Jian's student not to know where his master is? Jingu looked at him with a firm expression. Jian also gritted his teeth. He was already too angry. The striped cat glared at Jingu and thought, looking back, you came here alone, aren't you afraid? Ah, come to think of it, you weren't afraid even before. Jingu still stood at the door blocking him, and the two stared at each other. Muse slowly approached. Stop right there. He asked the striped cat. What brings you here? He retorted. It's my turn to ask that question, Muse calmly replied. I am the one responsible for looking after Jingu while he stays here. The striped cat sneered. Kaiten is truly amazing, but this kid is his student. Why is the student of a world top 10 targeting this kid? Jingu understood the situation. Is this person the student of a world top 10? Muse smiled broadly and replied, that's right. To guide Master Jian's student, someone of equal standing is needed. This is also my master's command. The striped cat looked sad. Then he turned and left. Muse bowed his head respectfully and said, I apologize. To think something like this happened to Master while I was away for a moment. Jingu waved his hand. Oh no, it's alright, Alpha Hung. Are you also the student of a world top 10? Muse took off his mask. Yes, I am. A handsome face was revealed. He introduced himself. My name is Muse. My master is also one of the world's top 10. Schiffer B. Kaiten whispered to Jian. No wonder he seemed familiar. Jian cursed. He's that damn guy's student, Muse suggested. I apologize for the sudden request. However, my master wishes to meet Master Jingu. He continued. I mean, she wants to meet you right now. Jingu looked at him with surprised eyes. Schiffer bit her lip and scanned Jingu up and down. Jingu was startled and looked at her. Is this person one of the world's top 10? He felt a slight discomfort from her scrutinizing gaze. Schiffer looked at him with curious eyes. So the kid is Jian's student. Jingu bowed and greeted her. It's an honor to meet you. My name is Seo Jinwoo. She fell silent again. Jingu felt uncomfortable. Schiffer sighed and evaluated. Nothing special. I thought Jian's student would be like Jian, picking fights everywhere. At her sarcastic remark, Jian's face was filled with anger and Muse covered his mouth, smiling slightly. She glanced and seemed to recognize the two cats. Schiffer asked, what are these cats? Kaiten was startled. Jian was blank. Jingu quickly explained, ah, you saw them. My ability to communicate with animals is still very lacking. Her words came out probing. Ha, Jian's student can communicate with animals? Jingu tensed at Schiffer's words. A massive energy was released. Schiffer and Jingu seemed detached from the real world. Her gloomy voice resonated. Kid, your master's close combat ability is excellent enough for us to acknowledge. Jingu was trembling now. Kid must fully follow Jian's teachings, she emphasized. But the ability to communicate with animals, I don't like the kid's arrogant attitude. Jingu stood blankly, his eyes wide, his face drenched in cold sweat. Jingu thought he wouldn't even be able to breathe under this pressure. This energy was beyond his endurance. Another voice was heard. Jingu suddenly snapped out of it, stood there and gasped for breath. Muse looked at him. Schiffer spoke. It's truly disappointing that the kid was affected when I released pressure. If I had known the kid was this weak, I would have opposed inviting him here. A hint of sadness flickered in Jingu's eyes. Jian and Kaiten growled. Suddenly Muse and Schiffer turned to look at the two. Schiffer's eyes held a contemplative expression. Jian whispered, surely she didn't recognize us, did she? Who knows, she made this assessment. One is fat and one is skinny as a skeleton. Surely the fat cat didn't steal all the other cat's food, did he? Jian was very displeased by those words. He returned to the main point. The kid accepted the invitation because he's Jian's student, right? Jingu replied. Yes, Schiffer continued. That Kaiten always refused students, but now he's accepting one. I wonder what that guy saw in the kid to do such a crazy thing, and to accept a student after such a long time. Jingu was silent, bowing his head slightly. Her eyes were sharp. But I think I had too high expectations. Kaiten had been displeased earlier, but now he was even more so. Schiffer lowered her voice. Kid, you should have refused this invitation. Jingu was startled. He asked, why? She replied seriously. You are not strong enough to accept this invitation. No, to be more precise, you are not strong enough to bear the name of Jian's student. Jingu froze. She turned around and waved her hand. You may go now. Jingu bowed to say goodbye. Muse did the same as he left. Schiffer called out to him. Muse, she said, it seems you'll have to put in a lot of effort this time. Muse did not answer immediately. He bowed again and respectfully replied, yes. Left alone in the room, Schiffer thought, I still don't understand why Jian accepted such a weak kid as his disciple. This was after he had refused everyone else's requests. Jian and Kaiten stared ahead. The two followed Jingu. Jingu thought, now I understand how much influence Brother Jian has. The Frame organization is treating me as a special guest simply because I am Brother Jian's disciple. He recalled Shifri's words. Kid, you're not strong enough to accept this invitation. No, to be more precise, you're not strong enough to bear the name of Jian's disciple. Jingu's footsteps had already reached his destination. He poked his head in. Many people focused their gaze on him. He began to speak. I am Jingu. We hope there will be an exchange between both sides today. Would that be all right? Jingu stammered. Today is a bit. The people standing behind Glenn looked at Jingu with displeased gazes. They waited for his answer. Muse approached and spoke. What is going on? Jingu just refused, didn't he? Everyone quickly scattered to the sides and bowed their heads. We apologize. Glenn passed by. Muse smiled and said, please understand the children seem a bit impatient because the chance to duel with Jian's disciple is rare. Jingu let it go. Then can I return to my room and rest now? Muse replied, of course. I apologize for not being able to serve you better. The people from earlier looked up as they left. The white-haired man complained, I didn't expect to be rejected like this. The blue-haired man agreed, does that guy think he's on vacation? Glenn warned. Watch your mouth. He said nothing, along with the people standing behind him. The space fell silent and murderous intent emanated enough to suffocate the opponent. Night had fallen and snow was falling outside. Jian and Kaiten fell asleep. Suddenly, Kaiten woke up with a start. He was blank for a moment. HMPH, where did that kid Jingu go? He looked out the window. A familiar figure stood outside. Jingu stood outside wearing a coat, lost in thought, looking down. Kaiten came out and asked, why are you standing outside at this hour? Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? Jingu quickly changed the subject. Did I wake you, brother Kaiten? Kaiten mumbled. Well, not exactly. He jumped onto the railing. Kaiten quietly observed Jingu. It seems he has something to say but can't. Reading Jingu's mind was Kaiten's specialty. He covered his mouth trying not to laugh. No need to think too much. He continued, the Jian I know was always alone. He was the type who didn't care about anyone, even if the whole world became his enemy. Kaiten thought Jian was obsessed with fighting. He didn't even accept disciples because he said he had no time to train. Jingu now understood. He gripped the railing tightly. Yes, that's why I feel sorry, Jingu said. Kaiten's voice was then heard with the falling snow at night. Compared to other powerful awakened disciples, I have too many shortcomings. Brother Jian said it was fine and I understood it rationally, but now I'm not sure if I'm qualified to be Brother Jian's disciple. Jingu spoke in a voice barely audible to the two of them. The more time I spend here, the more insignificant I feel. Kaiten spoke frankly. Actually, many strong and experienced people wanted to be Jian's disciple, and Jian refused all of them. Not only that, Jingu sighed. He pondered. He chose you as his disciple. Jingu only now realized this fact. Kaiten said to him, countless people sacrificed everything to be taught by Jian, trying to prove themselves in any way, yet he chose you as his disciple, so you shouldn't be swayed by what others say. Jingu froze for a moment and his cheeks reddened. He bit his lip and his eyes moistened. Yes, then he slapped his own face hard with both hands, startling Kaiten. Jingu shouted as if he had found the truth of life. Now I understand. He clenched his hands, filled with determination. Jingu spread his arms and said happily, hee, let's go to sleep now. Kaiten followed him, sighing. Hee, from now on I have to worry about that kid's mental state too. That kid will have to work harder to overcome that. The snow was still falling, but it was strangely peaceful. The next morning people were buzzing in the lobby. Did you hear? Jian's disciple is here. I heard too. What kind of person is he? They say he looks kind. He must be quite strong too, right? 2 or 3 groups conversed noisily. I heard his skill is on par with the World Awakened Academy's top 10. HMPH, how can that be? The Glen group said nothing. A shout was heard from afar. Hello everyone. The students looked towards the sound in surprise. Jingu in a new uniform entered the room. It was a spacious room with dozens of people. Jingu bowed slightly. I apologize for being a bit tired yesterday. People wearing white masks with red symbols looked at him with tense expressions. A red-haired man with a few strands of white hair said in a low voice, no, it's our fault for not properly checking your health condition. A small stir arose in the crowd. The white mask turned in unison towards Jingu. One wondered, is that Jian's disciple? Another whispered, he looks too kind. Jingu smiled. If it's all right, may I request an exchange with everyone here? The people wearing red patterned masks looked at each other, and the red-haired man raised an eyebrow. Mr. Jingu, do you know what exchange means here, are you? Saying it, Jingu tilted his head. Oh, wasn't it a fight? They looked at him in surprise. In a dark hallway, Disuk, facing people in black robes, said, as I already told you, Jingu will not fight you. Warm yellow light fell on the faint blue hair. The blue-haired man frowned and said, but didn't he come here to have an exchange with us? A soft fur collar covered his neck. Disuk sneered. Fighting them would only be disadvantageous to Jian's disciple. If he loses, he'll lose a lot. Even if he wins, there's nothing to gain. Disuk frowned with sharp eyes. If the situation changes, would you dare to fight? The masked people's faces were shrouded in darkness. They looked at Disuk. Disuk turned and walked away into the shadows illuminated by the streetlights. If you want to fight Jingu, you'll have to make the situation more complicated. And even if he fights you, it would only be in a personal capacity. 6 people stood side by side. Their masks concealed their expressions. The red-haired man solemnly said, Mr. Jingu, do you mean to fight us? Jingu nodded. Yes. The spacious room with dozens of people fell silent. He stood facing the masked individuals. The red-haired man looked at Jingu and thought inwardly, is he not joking? The red-haired man was flustered. Are you sure? Jingu tilted his head. HMPH, is there a problem? The 6 masked people looked at him without saying a word. Muse approached. All right, I will be your judge, he smiled charmingly. Royce doubted, that kid is fighting our rookies? One person nodded to him. Yes, my lord. Disuk frowned. Royce sneered. What a joke. I don't know if that kid is stupid or naive. Deep red boots tapped lightly on the floor. He turned and walked away. Royce smiled eerily. I have nothing to do now, so shall I go watch? Disuk frowned. Jingu, that guy doesn't have a single redeeming quality. In the spacious arena, 3 people stood in the center. One person in the crowd whispered, did he say he was on par with the World Awakened Academy's top 10? 3 white masked people stood side by side. One narrowed his eyes. Definitely. Another worried, can we win? They looked at the black-haired man standing in the arena. Didn't we already fight and defeat the Awakened Academy's top 10? The green-haired man tilted his head. Too bad, he only chose low-ranked ones. The blue-haired man next to him looked at the arena. It seems we'll have to wait for another day. He doesn't seem to be trying to avoid a duel with us, so there's still a chance. The white-haired man and the black-haired man stood side by side. The white-haired man asked the black-haired man, according to Daisuk's information, his skill is on par with the Awakened Academy's top 10. So are we at an advantage? The black-haired man looked at the person next to him. We'll have to check to know. The red-haired man fell into deep thought. Jingu and his opponent bowed to each other. The black-haired opponent introduced himself. I am number 38. Jingu was surprised. Muse noticed Jingu's confusion. Muse looked at Jingu and explained, the rookies here don't use names, they are called by the numbers assigned to them. Jingu nodded. Oh, he looked at number 38, who awkwardly scratched his face. Number 38 looked at Jingu. I should praise that person somehow before the match begins, he recalled the past. Disuk, standing near the room door, said, Jingu's main technique is speed. He looked at number 38. Fighting him won't be easy, but his strength isn't that great, so with some preparation it'll be easier. Number 38 listened quietly. If you fight him, Daisuk's face was filled with murderous intent. You definitely have to kill him. Number 38 stared at him with wide eyes. Then we will support you and your organization, Disuk frowned. Be careful of Jingu's speed. It's a speed even the Awakened Academy's top 10 can't keep up with. He clenched his fist and slammed it on the table. Number 38 clenched his fist. This is my chance. Disuk was a disciple of top 10 Snyder. He looked at Jingu. Red energy emanated from number 38's body. His influence isn't great now, but with time. As a top 10 disciple, his influence will grow very quickly, he evaluated seriously. He also defeated one of the Awakened Academy's top 10, didn't he? Red energy fiercely emanated from number 38's body. The match began. He gritted his teeth. If I defeat Jian's disciple, my status will definitely rise tremendously. Number 38 looked up. Jingu was already in front of him. Jingu swung his hand and hit number 38's abdomen, and his eyes were filled with horror. Since when did he get so fast? When Jingu hit number 38, blue light flashed. He was sent flying far away. Everyone watched the battle intently, surprised. Royce and Disuk were also surprised. The two watched number 38's body fly past them and crash into the wall. The wall shattered and smoke filled the air. Everyone froze, and the crowd was surprised. That speed just now? The masked people looked at each other, and one's eyes widened. What just happened? I didn't even see him move. Jingu stood with his back to them. Number 38 lay on the ground. Royce and Disuk were silent. Royce sighed. It ended too easily. Too bad, I didn't even get to see the end. Disuk frowned. You fool, I warned you to be careful of his speed. Jingu stood in the center of the arena, looking at the people wearing red patterned masks. Their eyes were wide, staring at him. Jingu said firmly. Next, the masked people were surprised, and Muse was flustered. He wants to keep fighting? Royce smiled meaningfully, and Disuk frowned. Jingu stood in the center of the arena, looking straight ahead. The masked people's eyes widened, and one was surprised. He's going to keep challenging? Another was flustered. Really? Instead of choosing another time, Jingu stood calmly in the center of the arena. Muse looked at him. So you plan to keep fighting? Jingu nodded. Yes. The masked people stood side by side, staring at him. Damn it, a green-haired man stepped out of the line and said, I'll go. He looked at his opponent seriously. The green-haired man approached him. He bowed. My code is number 45. Please show mercy. Jingu politely nodded. Please show mercy too. He took a battle-ready stance. Number 45 recalled Jingu's punch when he fought number 38. He truly has astonishing speed. He concentrated energy between his hands and yellow light flashed. But if I do this, yellow light flashed and metal drills appeared around number 45. He stood among the metal drills. Number 45 looked at Jingu with triumphant eyes. Among the people wearing masks with red symbols, the white-haired man praised. Not a bad idea, the blue-haired man calmly said. Right, according to Daisuk's analysis, we only need to be careful of high-speed attacks in close combat. If we use thorns, he won't be able to approach. For a fast person, it's hard to keep up, so defending to limit attacks is the best. Muse raised an eyebrow. A basic counterattack method. It's basic, but it will make it difficult for Jingu to approach number 45. He looked at the arena without any change in expression. Now let's see what he's going to do. Jinwu still stood in the center of the arena in a ready stance. Roy looked at him with interest, his face completely dark. He gritted his teeth and said, No, that's still not enough. In the arena, number 45 smiled triumphantly. This way it will be difficult for him to approach me, and then I can control the tempo of the match. Muse raised his hand and the match began. Blue and white light flashed in the center of the arena. Muse's eyes widened in surprise. Jinwoo charged towards number 45 with incredible speed and immediately launched an attack. Number 45 took the attack with a painful expression. He was sent flying towards Jinwoo. Blue light flashed. Roy and Disuk were surprised at this sight. Oh, number 45 hit the wall, which shattered into pieces, and fragments and dust flew everywhere. Jinwoo stood in the center of the arena. The red masked people's eyes widened. Muse looked at Jinwoo. Just now he had accelerated much faster than in the previous match. The masked people froze and the black-haired man was flustered. Everyone, did you see that? That speed. The white-haired man was startled. What the hell was that? The blue-haired man fainted. He just completely broke through number 45's defense. Jinwoo stood in the center of the arena, panting. Hup ha! Suddenly a loud voice was heard. Use everything you've got to stop him, Disuk said with a grim expression. If you foolishly waste energy trying only to counterattack, you will never be able to block Jinwoo's attacks. Damn it. The masked people were silent and Disuk glared at them. Even after hearing my warning, those guys are still underestimating Jinwoo's speed. Jew. Roy looked at him with a teasing expression. The white-haired masked man was worried. Is this possible? Isn't his skill at the level of the World Awakened Academy's top 10? Jinwoo turned to look at the masked people. Next, they silently stared at him. Muse solemnly said, "Will you continue to fight?" Jinwoo looked straight ahead. "I want to continue." Muse fell into deep thought. The difference in ability between Jinwoo and the rookies isn't that great. He looked at him, panting. The speed he just displayed was indeed impressive, but it must have consumed a lot of energy. The fact that he's currently using energy control to prevent energy leakage is proof. Red Boots approached. "I'll take the next one." The white-haired man stepped forward. "I am number 13. Nice to meet you." Jinwoo also nodded. "You too." Number 13 was silent. "Use everything to stop him. Then he won't be able to approach? If I do that, will he really not be able to approach me?" He laughed maniacally, concentrating energy in his palm. "If I..." Number 13 attacked first before Jinwoo could move and dark purple energy flew towards Jinwoo. Muse frowned. Attacking before the match even begins. Jinwoo stood still, watching the purple energy approach. He concentrated energy in his legs. Jinwoo's eyes widened and he was highly concentrated. Dark purple energy exploded and blue lightning flashed. He clenched his fist and charged, and blue energy tore through the purple energy barrier. Jinwoo charged right in front of him. Blue light flashed. He threw a punch and he was sent flying backward. Number 13 hit the wall hard, making a loud noise. Everyone was surprised by the sight before them. Number 13 lay on the cracked floor and blue lightning spread around him. Jinwoo panted. Muse was surprised. He broke through the attack with speed. Disuk frowned. Jinwoo. Royce clapped his hands with an excited expression. Wow, his speed is truly impressive. Attacking the enemy with overwhelming speed is an extremely simple yet effective method of attack. He frowned. When it comes to blocking that guy's attacks, these guys still lack the power. The masked people were silent. Royce laughed. Those guys will need a technique with destructive power comparable to Jinwoo's speed technique. Jinwoo panted and sweat dripped from his forehead. Jinwoo had just fought several matches in a row, so he tried to catch his breath a few times to regain his strength. Everyone was still waiting for the next match. Muse thought to himself. Royce is right. Jinwoo charges straight at his opponent and attacks with incredible speed. This method is truly simple. Muse observed the rookies. But our rookies can't even resist this simple attack. He recalled the movements from earlier, especially the technique used in the final stage of the movement, where both speed and power were perfect. How could he use such a complex technique at that level? Moreover, he seems to use different techniques depending on the opponent. Fear appeared on Muse's face. This is theoretically perfectly possible. Jian and Kaiten glared from the side. Kaiten whispered, "What's going on? Is it over?" Jian replied. "I don't think so," Jian explained. "The weather here is so nice I fell asleep." Kaiten also agreed. "This cat Bati falls asleep too easily." Disuk thought angrily. 3 people lost and they didn't even lift a finger. Disuk was still confident. "But we still have 3 people left, there's no way we'll lose." Before he could finish his thought, Royce continued. "It's best to stop here." Kaiten was still panting and couldn't answer. Royce continued. "I don't think there's any need to continue. This kind of fight benefits neither Jinwoo nor our rookies." Disuk frowned at those words. Muse thought similarly. The rookies are being quickly subdued by Jinwoo's speed without being able to do anything. If this continues, they won't learn anything and will only lose morale. Disuk thought angrily. "Damn it, I can't miss such a good opportunity." He still fumed and said, 3 people lost and they couldn't do anything. Useless guys." He exuded killing intent. "Just for now." Jinwoo opened his mouth. "Brother Disuk." His eyes looked straight at Disuk. "It's your turn next." He was startled. "What did you say?" The frame rookies were also surprised, and Royce watched with interest. He recalled before coming here. Arthur called him and told him many stories. You probably heard too. The reason we lost was because of Disuk. That damned guy gave all our weaknesses to the frame rookies. But we had no information about the opponent at all, so we were at a disadvantage from the start. I warn you, you really have to be careful if you fight him. I really don't want to say this. Jinwoo fell into deep thought at those words. That damned guy has gotten really strong. The last time I fought him he couldn't control the power Snyder taught him, right? Arthur's face hardened. Not anymore. Disuk has gotten really strong. He was wary. And Arthur's warning kept ringing in his ears. I can only tell you to be really careful. As the flashback ended, Jinwoo clenched his fist. The person he wanted to defeat today was Disuk, Royce praised. Good idea. Our guest is Jian's disciple after all. We should prepare an opponent worthy of him right now. Disuk is the only suitable opponent. Disuk calculated inwardly. He couldn't believe it. He just fought 3 people and still wants to challenge me. Even in an exhausted state, he really wants to fight me? He thought that as he looked at the panting Jinwoo. Suddenly he remembered something. Wait, why am I hesitating? This is an opportunity for me. An opportunity for me to finish him off personally. Thinking that, he smiled sinisterly. Right, Disuk agreed. The two immediately faced each other. Suddenly Muse announced that today's match would stop here. He restrained. Jinwoo Nim has already fought 3 matches. This intensity is too much. Disuk was displeased and cursed inwardly. Damn it, that guy just needs to shut his mouth. Next to him, Kaiten scratched a metal bar with his claws, gritting his teeth in anger. He cursed maniacally. He fought 3 matches and still wants to fight Snyder's disciple? This guy is as crazy as his master. Jian listened from the side, speechless. Muse said to Jinwoo, Jinwoo Nim, don't rush, please rest first. Jinwoo was panting but still stubbornly said, I'm fine. These words surprised Muse and Disuk sneered. Unexpectedly, Royce also agreed with Muse. He said, No, I think you should rest and fight another day. His eyes sparkled with interest. Jinwoo, I like your spirit. Royce's face turned serious. But the opponent you're trying to challenge is Snyder's disciple. Do you really want to fight him in this state? Both were surprised as he continued. I won't allow that. Rest and fight another day. Muse couldn't understand but breathed a sigh of relief and he turned to Disuk. Disuk, what are you still doing? Didn't you hear me? Disuk turned away angrily and left. Jinwoo also stopped being stubborn, and he quietly watched Disuk's retreating figure. By this time, Royce and Disuk had already walked far away. Only then did Royce open his mouth. Accepting an opponent in an exhausted state, Royce glanced at him and said, Compared to Jinwoo, your actions are truly shameful and pathetic. Disuk lowered his head and defied Royce's words. Elsewhere, Schiffer asked indifferently, What? Jian's disciple defeated 3 of my rookies in a row, Muse replied. Yes, he completely overwhelmed them, Schiffer continued to ask. Interesting. I thought the difference in skill between Jian's disciple and our rookies wasn't that great. So what do you mean by completely overwhelmed? Muse replied. Yes, there isn't much difference in technical aspects. He recalled the match from earlier. But the match results were completely different from what was initially expected. He even recklessly challenged Disuk Nim. But we decided to postpone it to another day. Schiffer rarely smiled with a naive expression. But he's Jian's disciple after all. Scene change. On Jinwoo's side, he cautiously lowered his head. Jinwoo, listening to Muse's praise, was being severely reprimanded. Imagine what would have happened if you had fought that guy. Do you really think these practice matches are friendly? They call it an exchange, but no one would care even if you died. He squirmed all over. You want to fight Snyder's disciple without considering these factors even after fighting 3 matches and being exhausted. Kaiten went berserk. Are you crazy? You know how cunning that damn Disuk is. He shrank back and couldn't refute. And yet you want to fight him in that state. How are you going to fight when you're panting? Jinwoo? He didn't even have time to touch his face while being reprimanded, and he just said weakly, I'm sorry. Then Kaiten threw another word. What are you sorry for? What do I have to be sorry for? I wasn't hurt and this has nothing to do with me. Kaiten trembled with anger throughout the reprimand. He continued to babble, still not appeased. Your reckless fighting style is exactly like Jian's. What's wrong with fighting normally? Look what happened to Jian because he fought recklessly. Look, he didn't realize. Jian, listening from the side, was speechless. Jinwoo kept his head bowed from beginning to end. Snyder's disciple Disuk was furious and fuming at a rock. He cursed inwardly. I could have killed Jinwoo so easily. Why did he interrupt me? Disuk gritted his teeth, punching the wall. He recalled what Royce had said. Jinwoo, I like your spirit. Disuk felt increasingly unpleasant the more he thought about it. He's really interested in Jinwoo. What's so interesting about that guy? As he was engrossed in thoughts about Jinwoo, a voice was heard. You seem quite angry. Disuk couldn't help but turn his head. What are you doing here? The red-masked man asked with curiosity. You must have heard what happened today, right? He asked an incomprehensible question. You'll be having a rematch with him soon too, right? Disuk looked at him as if he couldn't understand. What's this guy's intention in coming here? The red-masked man continued. Don't you think it's funny that Jian's disciple is acting so proudly here at Frame? Disuk still harbored resentment and didn't answer, and he taunted him a few more times. As Jian's disciple, he came here alone, so he must have prepared very thoroughly. If he had come with Jian, it would have been much easier for us to deal with him. But since he's alone, we can't just kill him carelessly. The red-masked man said meaningfully. But this will be a better opportunity for you. Disuk couldn't understand. What do you mean? What exactly do you want to say? The red-masked man frowned. Brother Disuk, you even betrayed your family and friends to become Snyder's disciple. Disuk frowned. What's he doing pretending to be innocent now? He asked the red-masked man. What do you want? The red-masked man approached again. It's simple, he whispered into Disuk's ear. You can kill Jinwoo as you please. You're Snyder's disciple, aren't you? Think about it. Jinwoo challenged you first. So isn't this a golden opportunity for you to deal with him? Disuk had originally intended to do that, but he still didn't understand why the red-masked man was telling him this. Oh, of course I'll help you, to make it easier for you to kill him. Disuk looked at him deep in thought. Scene change. In another room at Frame. Kaiten was frowning intensely at this moment. He couldn't figure out what had happened. He grumbled. Both master and disciple are equally crazy. These words left both Jinwoo and Jian speechless. Jian turned to look at Jinwoo at this moment. He said, Why are you so stubborn? Jinwoo didn't answer immediately. Jian looked at him and continued. Before he couldn't control his power, but now he's here and has been directly trained by one of the world's top 10. You don't necessarily have to fight him when you're not in top condition. Jingu replied. I just thought Dick wouldn't avoid a fight if he saw me exhausted, Jian said, surprised. What did you say? Jingu continued. I don't know what Dick was thinking when he betrayed his family and everyone at the World Awakened Academy. I don't really want to know. His hands clenched tightly. But when I heard that Dick broke Arthur's arm, Jingu mused. I wanted to punch him once. Jian stared blankly at him and said, that's one way of thinking, I suppose. Jingu looked at him, startled, and Jian smiled faintly, showing his front teeth. If you had a plan from the start, choosing to fight isn't a bad idea, and speaking of which, he probably already knows your fighting style well. How about we hear a few things about him? Jian chuckled slyly. Hearing Jian's words, Jingu agreed. Yes, Kaiten shivered. It's so cold, Jian continued to explain. Snyder, one of the world's top 10 awakened, uses cutting and slashing as his combat style, Jingu asked. So he's similar to Dick and Sister Jang? They use the power of wind for cutting and slashing, Jian replied. They also use that power to create illusions or do other things. He frowned and analyzed. But Snyder focuses solely on using his power to tear opponents to shreds. That guy Dick will definitely attack in a similar way. Since you mentioned last time that Dick used his power to cut targets, his current combat style won't be much different. Jingu listened and pondered quietly. Jian continued, you'll really need to prepare thoroughly for this match. Jingu replied, I know, I've been preparing since I decided to come here. Jian immediately refuted his thought. Wrong, what you're preparing for now far surpasses what you prepared for back then. Jingu couldn't argue. Jian analyzed again. He lost to you twice, but instead of giving up, that damned guy endured the humiliation and kept training. Now he's also a disciple of one of the world's top 10 awakened. He solemnly warned, if he loses again now, his credibility will hit rock bottom, and someone like Snyder won't let him off the hook. Jian emphasized, this match won't be easy. Jingu also took it seriously. I'll remember that, brother. Outside, the blizzard was still raging. Jingu asked another question. Brother Jian. He looked at him strangely. He asked curiously. How did you train when you faced fear, brother? You said you almost died several times, Jian said casually. I've never felt fear, Jingu asked back, slightly surprised. Why? Jian said nonchalantly. I mean, what is there to be afraid of? He put on Jian's characteristic mad expression. I just have to charge in. He. When I meet an opponent, I just charge in and kick their ass and it's over. Jian's face was filled with excitement. Just thinking about it gets me hyped. This silenced Jingu. On the other side, Schiffer sat with her hand on her chin. She seemed slightly expectant. I didn't expect them to fight tomorrow. When I first met that kid, I thought he was completely different from Jian, but it turns out I was wrong, she exclaimed. He surprises me as soon as he arrives here, Muse added. The disciple also suggested postponing the match for a few days, but Jingu Nim said he could fight tomorrow. Schiffer nodded naturally. Of course, that kid is Jian's disciple after all. Muse said nothing after hearing that. At this time, in the arena lobby from last time, Frame's rookies were also buzzing. Who do you think will win? A green-haired man replied, of course it's Dick Nim. Another asked again, but don't you remember yesterday's events? The green-haired man replied, I know, we didn't even see him move. Dick Nim won't easily lose in terms of speed. The two who had lost to Dick yesterday happened to overhear those words. He said to the other, everyone who hasn't faced that speed directly will think so. Today's match won't be easy for Dick Nim. The green-haired man from earlier continued, I heard that if Dick Nim goes all out he can keep up with that speed. I don't know how long he can maintain that combat intensity, but he absolutely has to win. A red-haired man listened and pondered deeply. Jingu at this moment heard none of their murmuring. He was currently catching his breath, preparing for battle. At this moment a voice was heard. Jingu Nim, it's time. Jingu slowly opened his eyes upon hearing that. Muse approached respectfully and asked, are you ready for the match? Jingu was full of energy at this moment, and after getting up and replying respectfully, the two headed towards the arena lobby together. Muse continued to observe him at this time, thinking inwardly, truly amazing, he's still young, but even in enemy territory he's full of confidence and fights with all his might without hesitation. He couldn't help but admire him. He is indeed Jian's disciple, he's truly special. Suddenly someone blocked the two at this moment, and Muse opened his mouth to ask, Rocket Nim, what's the matter? He said nonchalantly. I have something to say to Jian's disciple. Muse stepped forward in front of Jingu. Jingu Nim is about to fight, you can talk after the match ends. Jingu looked at Rocket as if he were nothing. Rocket clicked his tongue, then suddenly rushed at Jingu with incredible speed. Muse barely reacted at this moment, but Rocket's hand was already tightly gripping Jingu's face. Muse urgently shouted, Rocket Nim, please don't. Treating a guest like that will harm Frame's reputation. If the elders find out, they won't let it slide. Rocket ignored Muse's words and calmly said to Jingu, Jian is an exception, but you're that damned guy. You messed up my mission back then, and I was ignored by everyone. I hate that mindset of yours, thinking you can do whatever you want just because Jian has your back. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He said, displeased, I also hate your expression. You're making the face of someone who doesn't know their place. Jingu resisted. He grabbed Rocket's arm and tried to break free, but hadn't succeeded yet. Muse warned again, Rocket Nim, stop. If you continue, I won't stand by. Rocket then took his hand off Jingu's face and left resolutely without a word. Muse glanced at Rocket leaving. At this moment, Rocket left as if nothing had happened, but he was delighted inwardly. It's done. I injected power into his stomach through his mouth. He chuckled slyly. With that much power, that kid won't notice. He's fine now, but if he uses too much power, my energy will explode. It will incapacitate him. Jingu on his side was completely unaware of the conspiracy awaiting him. In the tense atmosphere, Royce's cold voice resonated. "Are you confident you can win this match?" Without a moment's hesitation, Dick stepped forward. He crossed his arms, curled his lips slightly, and said firmly, "Yes." Royce smiled faintly, and a mocking sneer was in his eyes. "You lost twice already." Hearing his words, Dick's heart wavered, and a slight unease flickered in his eyes, but he immediately clenched his fists, revealing a burning fighting spirit, and his eyes were more resolute than ever. He faced those contemptuous words as if this were his final battle. "I only lost because my technique was unrefined. The first time I couldn't publicly use the technique Master Snyder taught me, and the second time was my first time using the Master's technique in a real fight," as Dick explained. Royce again sneered and smiled slyly, continuing his criticism. "You have too many excuses for losing." Royce walked on, then looked back and spoke as if warning him, "Be careful. Jian's disciple is not an easy opponent. His abilities are no less than yours." Dick's eyes were filled with schemes. Having said this much, he unconsciously recalled Jingu's first battle and said bitterly with sharp eyes, "When we failed to eliminate the World Awakened Academy's potential students, everyone said it was because of Jian. People also warned that if Jian's disciple could stand against me for so long, he possessed not only the techniques Jian taught him but also strong willpower and practical combat skills," he continued to analyze. "Moreover, he's an extremely audacious fellow. That very audacity is what qualified him to be Jian's disciple. You can tell by how loudly he acts in the middle of enemy territory." As he said that, Dick fell silent, not refuting a single word. There was no wavering in his eyes, only a faint thought flickering in his crimson gaze. The air remained heavy and suffocatingly silent. Royce narrowed his eyes slightly, and with a sharp gaze spoke as if trying to pierce through Dick. "Dick, you have to win. Because you are the disciple of the great Snyder." Dick still said nothing, and an endlessly long silence ensued. Dick's silence made Royce even more uncomfortable. He pursed his lips and sneered, slowly opening his mouth. "All of the world's top 10 awakened acknowledge Jian's abilities, but in truth, Jian has never been in the top 10. If you lose to the disciple of such a person, we will never tolerate it." Royce tilted his head and with a sharp gaze uttered words that pierced Dick's pride. "Do you understand?" At that moment, numerous emotions surged within him, but Dick showed no change in expression. He bowed his head, lowered his voice, and replied with a hint of coldness in his eyes, "I will remember." In a corner of the room, Rocket had already told Dick, "I've placed my power inside that kid's body. If he uses too much power, my power will explode inside him. Of course, the explosion will be undetectable." He approached Dick, cleared his throat, and said, "But the moment my power activates, Jingu won't be able to go all out." He raised his voice. "I've made an exception this time, so you'll be able to win, right?" Dick only smiled faintly. This time, while alone, Dick's eyes were wide open, revealing his madness with a sharp gaze. His will was, "Jingu, this time I will definitely kill you." Scene change to the spacious arena. As the two walked in proudly, thousands of spectators cheered enthusiastically. "They're here." The lively atmosphere of the arena woke Kaiten, who had been sleeping by the doorway, and soon woke Jian too. "Wake up. Jingu's here." When both of them woke up, Kaiten was delighted as if he had achieved something. "Fortunately, we arrived on time. We woke up early and managed to get a short nap." Muse and Jingu entered the arena with confident and composed demeanors. As soon as they stepped into the center of the arena, Jingu opened his mouth. "Shall we start now?" Seeing his confident demeanor, countless warriors froze in surprise, their eyes wide with disbelief. Royce and Dick also couldn't hide their unexpected emotions at this moment. Royce, on the contrary, laughed heartily and said, "This kid is really interesting." The warriors were currently discussing among themselves, and Dong Su, upon hearing that, spoke with displeasure. "Compared to his insane power, he acts incredibly innocent." Someone else lamented, watching Jingu's actions. "No matter how comfortable I get, I wouldn't be able to act like that." Still another frowned and asked, "How can someone who came alone act like that?" Jian heard that and could say nothing. Dick also took a step into the arena. His hands clenched tightly. He looked at Royce with a resolute gaze and said, "I'll be back soon." As Jingu prepared to walk into the arena, Muse continued to encourage him, "I'm rooting for you. I don't think I have anything more to say, but I wish Jingu Nim good luck." Hearing that, Jingu turned his head and replied softly, "Thank you." In the desolate center of the arena, only two people stood facing each other. Only the faint sound of the wind echoed as if foreshadowing the fateful confrontation to come. Dick, with a face full of surprise, extreme tension, and anger, opened his mouth. "Jingu, I really didn't expect you to challenge me. I truly understand you, but I didn't think you were this kind of person. Especially your expression right now." Despite Dick's accusations and gloomy words, Jingu maintained a calm face, showing no emotion and giving no reply. Dick stood facing him, piercing him with his gaze, and the surrounding air was filled with coldness. His eyes swept over his opponent like blades, and with a voice full of contempt he spoke clearly, word by word, "Are you angry on their behalf because I betrayed them?" Jingu slightly gritted his teeth, and his eyes were as resolute as a flame about to ignite. Instead of replying with words, he coldly and decisively cut through that arrogance like a sharp blade. "Are you going to fight? I don't want to talk at length with someone like you." At this, Dick's eyes widened and he was speechless, only pursing his lips. Royce merely sighed and sneered, watching the blazing confrontation. On the other side, Kaiten whispered gleefully to Jian, "Did you hear that? That kid is becoming more and more like you, brother. Even his way of provoking opponents before a fight." Hearing that, Jian merely thought quietly and intently, looking towards where Jingu stood. Dick's loud laughter echoed faintly, and simultaneously a fierce battle for life and death began. Dick pierced Jingu with bloodshot eyes, his hatred and fury reaching a peak. The fight began with Dick unleashing a powerful attack. His foot stomped down on the arena with immense force and a red light flashed. Fortunately, Jingu managed to dodge in time. He widened his eyes in confusion, and the arena floor beneath his feet began to crack into two pieces, shaking violently. Red light enveloped Dick's body, and seeing Jingu not attacking for a long time, he looked down, extended both hands, and wore an extremely provocative expression. "Come on, Jingu," as he provoked him. Jingu swiftly used his speed, and his eyes, sharp as blades, focused on his opponent. Dick dodged Jingu's attack, but the two stood very close, and their gazes, like flames of fury, seemed ready to incinerate everything. The two unleashed their respective powers, rushing at each other like moths to a flame, with blue and red lights intermingling. At one moment, Jingu let his guard down and didn't see Dick's triumphant face as he cast something with two fingers. By the time he realized it, Dick had already struck his arm with it, and Jingu, utterly flustered, widened his eyes simultaneously. Jingu was sent flying by Dick's powerful blow. Jingu was startled to see something approaching his face. The fight continued, and this time Dick used his blades to send winding red strings flying at Jingu. Below, Jian and Kaiten were also observing Dick's powerful attack. So was Royce. He seemed to be thinking something as he watched the red lights. As the red lights advanced towards the other warriors, they froze and feared. Muse seemed to be contemplating something. Just as the warriors were about to close their eyes to receive the burning red lights attack, Muse cast his power, creating a sturdy circle to protect the warriors there above the arena. Dick and Jingu continued to fight. This time, Jingu launched a powerful attack, forcing Dick back. But a few seconds later, he was again thrown by Dick's unknown magical power, with no time to defend. At this very moment, Dick seemed to have the upper hand. Red lights pierced through Jingu's dazzling light and rushed towards him. Thousands of warriors standing within Muse's shield continued to observe and were startled by a terrifying sight. They seemed to be discussing noisily at the sight. One shouted, "What is this? I can't see their movements at all." Another said, "Me neither." The two continued to rush at each other with fierce momentum, white and red lights intermingling. Thinking of Dick's burning rage and hateful eyes, Jingu fell into deep thought. Just as Brother Jian said, his power had become much stronger than when he last fought him. Both his movements and his use of power had become much more skillful and potent. With that thought, Jingu, with resolute eyes and a powerful fist, advanced towards Dick at immense speed. The punch seemed to burst forth with the greatest force. But as soon as he approached Dick, he used a fireball to block his powerful fist. Dick looked down at Jingu with apparent contempt and said, "Did you forget that my speed is also a specialty?" Jingu was sent flying far away. At the same time, Dick declared with an arrogant tone, "With that speed alone, you can't do anything to me." Dick again spoke to Jingu with eyes burning with hatred and an arrogant demeanor. "If you want to break through my defense, you have no choice but to use your maximum speed." Upon hearing Dick's words, Jingu seemed to understand. Dick was right. Continuing to fight at this speed would not only be ineffective but also quickly deplete his stamina. On the other hand, if I hesitate, Dick would exploit the opening to launch close-range attacks. Dick seemed to be anticipating something. Seeing him about to unleash his power, a secret delight flashed in Dick's eyes. "Yes, use that technique." Jingu began to clench both hands with resolute eyes. Seeing Jingu unleash his power, Royce and Muse each had their own thoughts. Jingu leapt into the air, clenching both hands powerfully, and simultaneously a blue light enveloped his body. He advanced towards Dick at high speed. As Jingu's power exploded and was cast, Dick also widened his eyes and gritted his teeth, beginning to cast his own power. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Bring it on!" Dick's solid stance, his two tightly clenched hands summoning power, and the appearance of a red light enveloping his body. The two were now in the most explosive phase of their power. It seemed as if it would engulf everything around them. The two were attacking each other using their most powerful techniques. Ju, seeing Dick's power gradually increase, fell into deep thought and assessed, "I can see Dick's power amplifying." Jingu was uncomfortable using this power, but he approached Dick with the fastest possible speed and said with resolute eyes, "I'll break it with my speed." With the will and determination to win, Jingu threw a powerful punch at Dick, sending him flying far away. But immediately after, a sound was heard, and Jingu, appearing seriously injured, was suspended in the air with red light continuously striking him. The blue light gradually faded. Jingu collapsed onto the cold floor. That explosive punch astonished both Jian and Kaiten, leaving them open-mouthed, and they questioned. However, that lightning-fast explosive punch caused what Rocket had injected into Jingu to detonate within his body, sending him flying far away. Jingu could no longer resist and collapsed onto the cracked floor. Dick, seeing this, sneered contemptuously but soon burst into a satisfied laugh. He seemed extremely satisfied that he had defeated an opponent who had bested him twice with his own power. Jingu's face and body were covered in bloody wounds and he could no longer move. With thousands of warriors watching, Dick clenched his fist and with a triumphant smile seemed to declare to the whole world, "I won." The audience roared in excitement at the sight, further amplifying Dick's satisfaction. While the warriors below the arena began to discuss noisily, and one asserted, as expected, Dick Nim won. However, contrary to the noisy discussions and cheers around them, Kaiten, suspicious and angry, said to Jian, "I don't know why, but Jingu definitely slowed down. Not when Dick unleashed his power, but when that damn guy counter-attacked." Upon hearing Kaiten's analysis, Jian couldn't say anything and merely observed quietly. Kaiten was not the only one doubting Dick's victory. Muse was too. He looked at the opposite side of Royce, deep in thought. Something is strange. Jingu's speed suddenly became too fast. In a corner of the arena stands, Rocket secretly observed the match and smiled contentedly, seeing that what he had injected into Jingu was having its full effect. As Jingu could no longer stand, Dick seemed to be the victor, but just as he was cheering, a sudden sound made him look. That sound was Jingu twisting his wounded, blood-soaked body, struggling to stand up one step at a time. What happened? Having just woken up, he immediately suspected something was wrong with his body and suddenly felt an intense abdominal pain. Red light continuously pierced through the blue light enveloping Jingu and attacked. Once again he was hit by the light and sent flying backward, shouting, "Ah!" Dick, on the other hand, sneered and continued to cast those lights. Jingu on this side was painfully resisting. Seeing Jingu slowly rise, Dick swiftly landed a blow on him, sending him bleeding and flying far away, unable to stand again. Muse and the warriors could say nothing at the brutal sight. Some froze and worried, groaning, "It's over. All his limbs are seriously injured." Jingu was now being painfully dragged upwards by something, gritting his teeth in agony. It turned out Dick had approached him, lifted Jingu with one hand and made him look up at him. He said arrogantly, "Well, Jingu, how do you feel?" he continued in an arrogant tone. "You never dreamed everything would turn out this way, did you?" Jingu, having his hair grabbed by Dick and painfully grimacing without even screaming, seemed to say nothing in response to his meaningful words. Dick, having beaten him once, immediately said this. "From the first time we met, I didn't like you. You always acted arrogant and indifferent, relying on the fact that you were Jian's disciple. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been branded a traitor. Our plans were meticulously prepared, so we could have easily achieved our goals." With each word, he pulled Jingu's hair even tighter, causing him pain. Dick stood motionless for a while. His eyes were a mix of anger and resentment, but the moment you appeared, everything was ruined. Jingu, upon hearing his words, broke his daze and interrupted him. "Wrong. Those things weren't caused by me. They happened simply because you are a traitor." Jingu looked at him with sharp eyes. Dick looked at Jingu with suspicious eyes, then smiled cunningly again. Dick seemed not to understand his words, and not wanting him to continue speaking, used violence to stop him. He continued to unleash powerful attacks on Jingu's injured body, growling a warning. "Do you still not understand the situation you're in? You dare to defy me even now?" Dick hurled insults while hitting him. "The name Jian's disciple won't help you either." Everyone was silent, and no one intervened. Dick's cruel and insane actions made the warriors frown. Caton and Royce merely watched, unable to say anything. Muse, greatly worried about Jingu, thought, "Now continuing the fight is meaningless. Why isn't Jingu surrendering?" But while Muse was thinking, Jingu's latent power suddenly made Dick pause for a moment. Jingu now struggled to use his power with his body covered in wounds, and with one hand he lifted Dick, making him scream in pain. He seemed unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Ah! That explosive blow made Dick even more frenzied. Dick, having let his guard down, began fighting Jingu again, hitting him and shouting, "Die!" Once again, Jingu was hit by Dick's power and collapsed. Dick was now consumed by extreme anger and fury, gritting his teeth and clenching both hands tightly. He cast his power for a decisive moment. Killing intent surged, and Dick's voice turned cold even as he walked slowly, step by step. His red eyes were hot enough to burn everything, and he declared, "I won't waste any more time. It's time for you to die." Jingu had not yet fallen, and continued to struggle to his feet, but he no longer had the strength to hit Dick. Dick, seeing him lightly strike himself, looked down at him and sneered contemptuously. "What, you don't even have the strength to clench your fist and hit?" Upon hearing his words, he still stood firm and replied, "It's not over yet." Jingu recalled his conversation with Song Ji in his subconscious. "You always have a habit of maintaining distance from your opponent before attacking." Jingu was startled to hear that his words were accurate and gently replied, "Yes, I need distance to accelerate and ensure enough time to increase the power of my techniques. Is there another way?" Song Ji demonstrated to Jingu with both hands. "There is. With your innate speed, you can deliver powerful attacks at close range, even without enough distance to accelerate." "A distance of about 5 to 10 centimeters is enough?" Jingu asked again, dumbfounded with his mouth open. "I can unleash techniques at short range?" He burst into laughter at his reaction and slowly replied, "Of course." He continued to inform Jingu about his innate power, gazing at him with gentle eyes and a smile, and seemed to clench both hands tightly as if to encourage him to believe in it. "I believe your power won't be limited by being too close. Unleash a punch with all the power you possess at the distance I just mentioned," Song Ji continued. "Use rotational force from all your muscles and unleash all your awakened power at the moment of attack." Once again, his solemn eyes affirmed, "If you do it correctly, you'll be surprised by the power of that attack yourself." That conversation was part of awakening Jingu's power. Now to counter Dick, he used that punch at close range. Jingu now clenched his fist, pouring all his power into it. He punched Dick in the abdomen, leaving him no time to react. When Dick understood what was happening, a sinister look flashed in his eyes and he cast his power. But a few seconds later, he was hit by Jingu again and sent flying far away. The two now continued to rush at each other, emitting burning light. This time, Muse and Royce, extremely surprised, widened their eyes at the explosive power of Jingu's latent strength in the arena. Suddenly, there was a light impact with a blue flash. Thousands of warriors in the arena didn't understand what was happening. The lights transformed into thick smoke and dust and disappeared. Amidst the debris, Jingu stood firm, clenching both hands with resolute will. Seeing Jingu stand firm in the arena and cast his power, he shouted, What? Dick seemed to have no more strength to resist. Now his 2 hands were covered in wounds, behind him lay ruined debris, and he looked utterly exhausted. Due to Jingu's explosive speed punch, Dick now seemed to have lost all his power. He asked himself, what happened? That technique wasn't the one he usually uses. Before Dick could get an answer, Royce, standing in the middle of the arena, declared, Stop here. Everyone below looked up at the arena, startled, unable to fathom what he was thinking. He looked at Jingu, who was lying on the ground. Jingu, lift your face and listen to Royce. Royce smiled and declared, You won this match. Upon hearing that, Muse breathed a sigh of relief and smiled slightly. On the other hand, those who had bet on him cheered, celebrating the victory. Jian and Kaiten arrogantly looked up at the sky. With the cheers of thousands of spectators, the fight ended. But in one corner there was a noisy discussion. It was truly unexpected that he could come up with a new technique in such a situation. I thought the fight was over. Above the arena, Dick was still struggling to his feet under the gaze of the warriors. He now had a body covered in wounds and a face gritting its teeth in anger. He seemed to be refusing to accept the match's outcome. Below, they whispered, worried about him. He hasn't given up yet. In one corner, Rocket clenched his fist in anger, looking as if he was about to explode something. He now glared angrily with sharp eyes, cursing as he thought about helping Dick. This idiot, did he actually lose to that guy? Above the arena, with his staggering body and clutching his wounds, Dick glared at Jingu, filled with hatred. I can't lose like this. He declared loudly to Royce, I can still fight. Royce merely glanced at him with a disdainful expression, arms crossed, saying nothing. When Dick seemed like he couldn't stand any longer, Royce opened his mouth and said, I assure you, though you can stand right now, your body has sustained serious damage. You can't fight anymore. Dick, in a frenzy, angrily lashed out at Royce's face, clenching his teeth and shouting, Isn't that guy not in top condition either, just like me? The entire audience went silent as if eavesdropping on their conversation. He couldn't accept Dick losing to Ju again. He kept repeating to himself, I can do it too, that damn guy is fighting like that too. No, Dick tried hard to clench his fist to do something like Ju. There's no way I can't do what that guy can, as Royce was so certain. Dick gritted his teeth and grew even angrier. Seeing his stubbornness, Royce patted his shoulder in encouragement, surprising Dick. Dick, there's no reason to push yourself that hard, he just said blankly. Wait, just as Dick was about to explain. Royce's scream was heard, startling him and Jingu and making them freeze. That voice continued to expose everything. When Jingu used his technique, his speed suddenly decreased. I bet you did something to him. As if his heart had been pierced, Dick was afraid and couldn't answer. Seeing Dick's reaction, Royce raised his voice, knowing that someone had done something sinister behind this. How dare Snyder's disciple do such a despicable act in a match? Dick took half a step back, his shoulders trembling slightly, and stood frozen. He couldn't believe someone had found out. He frowned and retorted, but I didn't do it. Seeing them arguing in the middle of the audience, Muse asked the person next to him, curious, what are they saying? Royce didn't give Dick any more chance to speak and continued to reprimand him in a cold voice, looking straight at him. But you allowed that to happen to him. That reprimand stung Dick's heart like 1,000 needles, far more painful than 1,000 external wounds. He just bowed his head and remained silent. Couldn't say anything. Royce poured oil on the fire in a mocking tone, pouting his lips and hypocritically saying, Honestly, using tricks in a match isn't despicable at all. And immediately, as if prepared in advance, he bowed his head, covering half his face with shadow, and continued, This time it's to deal a fatal blow to Dick's last hope. But this match is completely different. He called Dick's name and forced him to accept the truth. Dick Glenn, you have to admit that Jingu is much stronger than you. Royce approached and with cold eyes scanned Dick's bowed face, speaking in a dignified voice. Snyder's disciple dared to do something mean to Jian's disciple before the match. Dick seemed afraid and didn't try to raise his head to resist. Both you and I rely on Master Snyder's reputation. He patted Dick's shoulder before leaving. He left proudly as if he didn't want to hear anything more from Dick, and Dick stood blankly clutching his shoulder. He even warned, You should be glad that it wasn't dealt with directly today. Dick stood staggering in place, clenching his hands in extreme pain. A long dark corridor, faint yellow light cast on the towering ancient pillars. The space was silent. Royce's eyes seemed to have just seen something. As soon as Royce stepped out the door, he met the person he least wanted to see, and that person seemed to have been waiting for Royce, lost in thought. Seeing Royce, that person feigned dignity, pretending to be interested in Royce's current feelings, and offered his signature disdainful smile. You don't look too happy. Without saying anything to his concerned question, Royce cut straight to the chase. Was it you? He feigned a gentle sigh, pretending not to know what Royce was talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Royce was too used to his cunning behavior, so he calmly warned him in advance. I don't have time to care about what you've done, but once you've touched our honor, we won't let you get what you want. Hearing Royce threaten him, Earth Caden quickly frowned, and threatened him with eyes as sharp as blades. Roy, just because Snyder trusts and supports you, do you dare to threaten me? Royce burst into laughter upon hearing him say that. In the end, Royce left, leaving behind a challenging remark. I'm just giving you advice. Wouldn't that benefit you too? If Master Snyder heard what you just said. Royce quickly left while Caden was lost in thought. He was talkative and cunning, but after deeply contemplating Royce's words, he was now unusually silent. Jingu's victory was decided. Schiffer was biting her nails, lost in thought. Jian's disciple defeated Dick, Muse quickly replied. Yes, master, and I was even more surprised to see Jingu fight. He recounted the match, explaining to Schiffer, he skillfully uses his power. Simply put, he trained and cast that technique. That technique helps him unleash his power at twice the awakened energy. Muse still recalled, disbelieving. It's truly hard to explain. I never thought there would be someone so strong or an equal opponent at his age. Schiffer rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. She opened her mouth and Muse's eyes widened, disbelieving. Hearing you, I'm sure he's truly Jian's disciple. In terms of fighting, Jian is excellent in every aspect. When the name Jian was acknowledged and began to defeat countless world's top 50 awakened, even we, including the world's top 10, paid him no attention, she continued. We thought he had no reason to deserve our attention. However, those of us who saw him fight completely changed our minds. He can be called a master in the field of close combat. She continued to speak, lost in thought, and Muse froze. But he is completely different from other awakened, unlike those who fight their entire lives. Jian's specialty is not only having a sense in fighting, she continued to praise, recalling Keitan's surreal image, thinking, just as you said about Jingu, Jian can display his power with overwhelming force. But he has never used techniques beyond his abilities. I mean, that's completely impossible, Muse was startled, wondering inwardly. Then how could he do that in a fight? Schiffer connected several events and answered, there's only one reason. He found a way to perfectly master close combat by developing his techniques and awakened power. To do that, he must have spent a long time understanding it and developing it to a level beyond the world's top 10. Muse was shocked by the answer, dumbfounded and speechless. Schiffer's words continued. He's a guy obsessed with fighting. Scene change. A knock on Jingu's recovery room door was heard. The doctor opened the door and told Jian and Keitan that they could enter. As soon as Keitan entered the hospital room, he asked Jingu, does it hurt a lot? Contrary to their worries, Jingu innocently replied, I can still bear it. Hearing his stubborn disciple's words, Jian merely sighed helplessly. Then Keitan frowned again and said, don't misunderstand, I can't heal you now. And even if I could, the Frame organization would suspect you for recovering too quickly. Jingu just forced it's okay and smiled at them, saying, I didn't expect much. As he said this much, Jian recalled that something strange had suddenly happened during the match and asked, by the way, what happened to your body? When he used his technique, Jian saw something strange, but he didn't know who could transfer such power. Jingu recalled meeting Rocket, one of the World Awakened Academy's attack team, when he left the lounge. He only thought Rocket was threatening him, but he never imagined he would transfer that power into his body. He felt nothing at first. Keitan sighed bitterly and said, if you use a lot of power, that guy's power will activate. I've heard of such methods, but they are very difficult to detect. Jingu replied blankly. Yes, Jian gritted his teeth. He couldn't believe that damned guy who had been forgiven that day would do such a thing. The more he spoke, the angrier he got, so he said, that's why I always said if you're going to deal with a group, deal with them cleanly. And looking at Jingu, he advised, don't be too angry about what happened today. Jian's advice echoed in the room. Just consider it a lesson. Even if it's not the Frame organization, there are many such people outside. Jingu replied with a gentle smile, understood. Finally, Keitan offered words of praise. This kid did very well. This surprised him, but upon hearing Keitan's praise, he clenched his fists and laughed out loud. He couldn't hide his joy at being recognized by someone he cared for. Scene change. In the snowy mountain region, Snyder stood tall. He turned his head and his eyes gleamed coldly with anger. Dick lost to Keitan's disciple? He bowed his head, seemingly regretful. Royce merely knelt, unable to raise his head, and replied, yes. Dick recalled being hit directly in the abdomen by Ju, falling without time to react. He grimaced with pain and resentment. He opened his eyes, startled, and found himself lying in a hospital room, sweating profusely, his entire body wrapped in bandages. He furiously pulled out the IV needle, and blood splattered everywhere. He couldn't accept having been defeated so miserably. He sprang up, not caring about the blood gushing from his arm, gritted his teeth and clenched both hands. His entire body, especially his upper body, was tightly wrapped in bandages, and he kept trembling, thinking inwardly, I can't believe I lost to that damn guy again. He recalled how terrifying Ju's eyes had been at that moment. The entire situation worsened because Royce and Snyder would not let this go easily. What should I do now? A voice was heard from outside. You still seem perfectly fine. He looked at the door to see Rocket leaning against it, arms crossed. He glanced at the door and with sharp eyes asked sarcastically, what did I do for you to come all the way here to find me? Rocket approached his bed, sighed and replied, you've caused all this mess and your attitude is as if I'm the one who caused it. He was angry and almost said something, but stopped. Being reprimanded like that, he glanced at Rocket unpleasantly and bowed his head again. Rocket still maintained his initial arrogant attitude, approached the bed and warned, showing a defiant attitude towards me won't do you any good. Even if I eliminate you, I don't think Royce or anyone else would be disappointed in you or encourage you or do such things. Rocket continued to mock. Besides, Master Snyder doesn't seem to care much about his disciple either. I don't think it will be different this time. Your losing to Jian's disciple has only made everything more complicated, hasn't it? He added. What do you think Master Snyder will do to you? He said, observing Dick's reaction. That's the question you fear most, isn't it, when you lose? As Rocket saw through his mind, Dick sweat profusely and grimaced but couldn't refute anything. Seeing his reaction, Rocket, knowing he had achieved his goal, smiled contentedly and continued. I'll tell Master Snyder that you were injured while training with me. That will be your reason for not being in top condition when you fought Seru. Dick was startled and froze. Rocket asked again, how about it? Not bad, right? Dick, unable to discern the other party's intention, raised his head and asked, then why are you helping me? Rocket honestly admitted, I already told you, because we all have the same goal, Saru's life. Dick's eyes widened and he looked at Rocket with hostile eyes. He began to think about Rocket's proposal. He's truly strong. Even the disciples of the world's top 10 awakened fear attacking him. Cooperating with him isn't a bad idea. Rocket, knowing Dick was wavering, turned his head and continued. And what do you know? Master Snyder went to visit Caden's disciple himself. Those words made Dick even more hostile towards Ju. He bowed his head, his face darkened, and he clenched his fists. Not me, but Saru Ju. Snyder glared at Jingu with a face full of old scars. Jingu had bandages on his face. He crossed his arms and cut straight to the chase. I just finished training and I heard some interesting news. Next to Jingu sat Kaiten and Jian in cat form, and they too looked at him with unwelcome eyes. His eyes were as sharp as blades. He continued. I heard Dick lost even after playing dirty. Jingu remained silent with his head bowed. He praised. It seems Jian taught his disciple well. He acknowledged Jingu's teaching, not Jingu's ability, but even so, still too weak. Jingu, wrapped in bandages all over his body, sweat profusely and couldn't refute anything. The two cats were also angry and wanted to hit him, but they held back. He looked around the room searching for something, then turned to Roy and asked, all right then, where is Jian now? Royce immediately replied, Jingu came alone, master. Snyder, hearing that he wasn't there, muttered, is that so? In disappointment. He bowed his head and sighed, turning his back to Royce. I thought he would be here. So I came all this way for nothing. He clenched his hands tightly to suppress his anger, and the two cats bristled their tails in irritation. Snyder clenched his fist and looked towards the door. The door was slightly ajar, and Snyder's two disciples also glanced at the door with wary expressions. They had sensed someone approaching. As the door opened, Schiffer entered majestically, followed by Muse. Everyone looked out the door in unison. Ju, Jian, and Kaiten also looked in that direction. Snyder glanced at her and asked, Schiffer, what brings you here? Schiffer ignored him and retorted, that's my question. You came here directly after finishing your secret training. Snyder answered without hiding, I only came here because I thought he would be nearby. I assume you also have something in mind regarding Jian's disciple. Schiffer crossed her arms and looked in another direction, asking, do you think it's appropriate for you to say that, given your disciple is a loser? Snyder hastily defended. Dick was just taught for fun. Besides, he's only been teaching that kid for barely a year and it hasn't been that long, so you can't compare him to these two kids here. Schiffer also acknowledged Jian's abilities and said, Jian is truly skilled at hiding his disciples. It only recently came to light, and before he was discovered he nurtured and trained that child extensively. That child dealt a significant blow to Dick. Up until this point, Jingu had been quietly listening to their conversation, but he quickly interrupted. I've only been Jian Heng's disciple for about a year. Not only Snyder and Schiffer but also Muse and Royce turned their heads to look at Jingu in surprise. Schiffer was the first to react, retorting, a year? Jingu's eyes sparkled as he honestly replied, yes. Muse's and Royce's faces darkened with disbelief. Snyder, still unconvinced, glared at Jingu and warned, kid, that's not a funny joke. Do you think that makes sense? How can you have only been Jian's disciple for a year? Jingu didn't say much, simply replying, I'm just stating the facts. But he had other thoughts in mind. Why wouldn't it make sense? As each person harbored different thoughts, the atmosphere became strangely quiet. Snyder thought to himself, if that guy's words are true, it's perfectly rational that the news of Jian's successor only recently appeared. And it also coincides with the period when Jian stopped appearing. Snyder stared intently at Jingu, his face clearly showing deep contemplation. But to think it's only been a year, Jingu, undeterred, looked back at Snyder. Snyder still couldn't accept this fact, and seeing Jingu look at him with a bewildered expression, he sighed, denied it with nonsense, and left. Jingu watched him go, and at that moment his eyes met Royce's. After Snyder and his group left, Schiffer also approached Jingu's bedside. Schiffer stood by the bed looking down at him, and their eyes met. Schiffer frowned and said, kid, I think I underestimated you. Jingu's eyes widened at these words, and he asked, ha? The two cats looked equally dumbfounded as Jingu. After saying what she had to say, Schiffer felt there was nothing more to involve herself with Jingu and turned to leave. The two walked out the door in a line, down the hallway, not saying a word. As Schiffer walked, she thought to herself, according to Muse's report, that guy has perfectly mastered Kaiden's abilities. Not only that, but he was also able to fight in the most basic way. He successfully absorbed Jian's abilities in just 1 year. Schiffer recalled Jian's image and exclaimed, Kaiden Break, you truly have an extraordinary disciple. After everyone had left, Jingu sat on the bed, scratching his head and looking at his two brothers in confusion. Why did they react like that when I told them? I just said I'd only been Jian Heng's disciple for about a year. Kaiten, seeing Jingu's innocent expression, sighed and explained, it's because it's not rational. It's impossible for their disciples to master their master's techniques in just 1 year. It takes a long time to develop techniques for combat purposes. The flames still burned in the fireplace, warming the room. Kaiten's voice still resonated. Even though energy control plays a crucial role, that also takes several years, he continued to ramble. Not only that, unlike Jian, your close combat style would make it difficult to optimize Jian's techniques. Jingu looked blank and asked softly, what do you mean? Kaiten looked at Jingu and explained, simply put, your rate of improvement is astonishingly fast, enough to shock all the geniuses in this room. Jingu's eyes widened in understanding and he said with an open mouth, he scratched his head in embarrassment and chuckled, Haha, I guess it's because Jian Hong's training is just that good. Jian, who had been sitting quietly until now, nodded at Jingu's words and confidently replied, "That's right." He laughed heartily as if it had been a long time since he had last laughed. "Of course it is, since your brother taught you." Jingu held up 2 fingers, looking proud. In one room, a sinister red light shone from the ceiling, and below, massive candles illuminated the entire room. Snyder sat cross-legged on a chair, looking down at the 2 kneeling below. He suddenly, out of the blue, said, "A year." Neither of the 2 kneeling below said a word. Royce, with his head bowed, thought to himself, "I thought that kid's talent was at best similar to his peers, but he learned so much in just 1 year." Dick had just been discharged from the hospital, and he was also kneeling next to Royce, clenching his hands, not understanding what Snyder's words meant. "A year? What does that mean?" Suddenly, Snyder called Royce, and Royce immediately replied, "Yes, master." Snyder coldly reminded him, "There are many very talented people in this world, so never neglect your training. Always work hard." Royce, still with his head bowed, replied, "Yes, this disciple will always keep that in mind." Snyder turned his head to look at Dick and called out, "Dick Glenn." Dick knelt on one knee and replied, "Yes." Snyder's voice suddenly changed, speaking each word clearly. "What should I do with you?" Dick, as if he had expected this moment to come, was startled, sweating profusely, his eyes wide, daring not to say a word. Snyder's face darkened, and he coldly pressed him. "I heard you were defeated by Jian's disciple. You clearly know that the price for that could be your life, don't you?" Hearing these words, Dick was extremely terrified, his eyes bloodshot and sweat pouring down. He stammered, "This disciple apologizes. However, this disciple did not fight in his best condition." Royce glanced at him with an unreadable expression. Snyder asked curiously, "You mean you suffered an internal injury beforehand?" Dick nodded, confirming, "Yes, while preparing to fight Jingu, Earthkuten Nim accidentally injured me. But to avoid harming Master's reputation by canceling the match, this disciple fought. This disciple did not know that Earthkuten Nim had laid hands on Jingu." Snyder's face showed a hint of belief and disbelief. He retorted, "So you mean you were injured right before the match?" Dick did not deny it, replying, "Yes, Master." Snyder was silent for a moment. He sighed and continued, "Even if you weren't injured, you wouldn't have been able to defeat Jian's disciple." Dick, as if he had misheard, looked up in surprise and shouted, "What?" Snyder shook his leg and explained, "With your abilities, there's no way to defeat him. That's why I've decided to spare your life. The outcome was decided from the start anyway." Dick continued to sweat, his face showing an unbelievable, uncomprehending expression. Snyder narrowed his eyes and stared at him, then commanded with a disgusted look, "Go." Both stood up and left. As they walked out into the corridor, Dick froze for a few seconds. Royce, seeing his discouraged appearance, said sarcastically, "As far as I know, you always considered Jingu a rival." He continued, "You're showing no reaction, but in my opinion, you're not even worthy of him considering you a rival. It's no surprise that you lost to him." Dick, not understanding what he meant, asked, "Why do you say that, Master, and you both say the same thing?" Royce, again out of the blue, said, "A year." Dick's face showed confusion, and he asked, "A year?" Royce immediately explained, "That's how long Jingu has been training under Jian's guidance." Hearing that, Dick's eyes widened and he froze on the spot, still unable to accept reality. Royce, seeing Dick's stunned appearance, said nothing more. He left him alone in his confusion. Dick gritted his teeth, recalling the miserable defeat he had just suffered. "A year, just 1 year. Is that why Snyder looked at me with such contempt? Does he think I'm inferior to Jingu?" Dick's face gradually darkened, jealousy clearly visible, and he vowed revenge. "Jingu, you always stand in my way." Dick walked out of the mansion. Earthkuten was sitting on the stairs waiting. When Dick told Earthkuten everything that had just happened, Earthkuten couldn't believe it. He retorted, "Is that true?" Dick put both hands in his pockets and firmly replied, "Master Snyder himself said it, so it must be true." Earthkuten rested his chin on his hand, pondered for a moment, then replied, "Hard to believe, only a year since he became Jian's disciple." He looked at Dick's discouraged appearance next to him and thought to himself, "This guy's pride must be severely wounded. Surely jealousy towards such outstanding talent must be boiling in his heart right now." Earthkuten began to hatch a sinister plan. "In that case, I should provoke him further." He began to taunt. "It seems you won't be able to catch up with Jingu." Dick still remained motionless, his head bowed, looking down at the ground. Earthkuten observed Dick's reaction and continued to speak. "He became that strong in just 1 year. How much stronger will he become in the future? From now on, you'll probably have to live in Jingu's shadow." Earthkuten's eyes turned dangerous, and he continued, "As time passes, the gap between the two of them will only widen." Dick trembled at those words. Earthkuten suddenly stood up and approached Dick. With a sinister face, he looked at Dick with contempt and poked at the wounds in Dick's heart. "Master Snyder must have compared Jingu and you. Unfortunately, your talent doesn't measure up to Jingu's." Dick's face darkened even more. His eyes were bloodshot and he struggled violently. His hostility towards Jingu explosively increased as if it were burning in Jingu's room. Jian and Kaiten, in their cat forms, lay by the fireplace. Number 6, wearing a mask on his face, spoke first. "Master, are you feeling better now?" Jingu was still bandaged, but he could walk normally. He scratched his head as if trying to hide his embarrassment and replied, "Yes," but accidentally blurted out, "It was really awesome," startling Number 6 and leaving him dumbfounded. Jingu, realizing his mistake, bowed 90 degrees and explained, "I mean, Master Dick's match was truly impressive. I learned a lot from that match." "Thank you." Jingu also hastily bowed in return. The 2 cats lying nearby had also witnessed everything from beginning to end. Jingu, still not understanding, asked, "Excuse me, but why did you do that?" Number 6, not knowing what Jingu was referring to, retorted, "What do you mean?" Jingu bowed his head and spoke his mind. "Shouldn't you be hostile towards me? I even know that you risked your lives fighting the students of the World Awakened Academy." Number 6 understood Jingu's words and replied, "Ah, I remember now. Master was once a member of the World Awakened Academy." The two stood facing each other. "And you interfered with our frame," Jingu immediately admitted. "That's right," Number 6 immediately explained. "As far as I know, Master has never been an enemy of frame. I don't know what others think, but I believe everyone simply understands it as a situation where two factions are confronting each other, just like our confrontation with the World Awakened Academy." Jingu listened quietly, not missing a single word. Number 6 continued, "We fought because the two factions were in conflict. Although we won, some of us also lost our awakened abilities, but we never harbored hatred towards each other. We simply understood that those people chose a different path than ours." Jingu was rendered speechless by Number 6's illogical words and could not refute anything. The door opened. Number 6, having finished his long speech, bid farewell and left. "Master, it's time for me to go now." The two cats stared intently at Jingu's back, unable to understand what he was thinking, so focused were they. Jingu bowed his head, seemingly deep in thought. The two cats continued to watch him, worried. Both corridors were brightly lit by the shimmering candlelight. Number 6 left and walked down the candlelit corridor. A voice was heard from behind. "Well done." Number 6 stopped and turned his head to look behind him, calling out, "Master Dick." Dick's face was contorted with irritation and his eyes were filled with hatred. Dick didn't say much, charging forward and attacking Number 6. Dick thrust his long, slender hand into Number 6's chest and a thud sound was heard. Blood splattered and Dick's hand pierced through Number 6's chest. Number 6's eyes widened, not understanding what was happening, and his entire body trembled as he spat out blood from his mouth. He said with a trembling voice, "Why?" Dick, blinded by hatred, gritted his teeth and cursed. "How dare this trash flatter Jingu? Why are you even asking?" Number 6 immediately widened his eyes and retorted, "What?" Dick immediately pulled out his hand and blood sprayed everywhere. Instinctively he fell to the ground with a thud, lying face down and bleeding. The blood on his hands dripped onto the ground, and covered in blood he turned his head and said with a sinister expression, "Don't worry, your death will help our frame. Remember, it was Seru who killed you." Jian, still in his fat cat form, said with cold eyes, "We have to leave here." Kaiten, in the form of a skinny white cat, agreed, "Yes, we have to leave as soon as possible." Jingu, hearing their conversation, was curious. "Leave here? I don't think we've been here that long." Jian glanced at Jingu and explained, "Leaving now is earlier than expected, but you have already far surpassed the level of the rookies here." Kaiten added, "You proved that superiority in just one day." Jingu scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Kaiten kept saying, "Just accepting Frame's offer means we've achieved our goal." Jian cut Kaiten off and continued, "But you even fought with their rookies, that's enough." Kaiten analyzed based on Snyder's and Schifri's attitudes. "They don't hold any ill will towards you. They are interested in your potential, but they won't stop you if you want to leave. Overall, those two aren't a problem, but we can't be sure about others. Especially those who hold a deep grudge against Jian will try to prevent you from leaving this place." The three looked at each other, and Jian's voice continued to resonate. "This problem is only going to get worse." Jingu thought for a moment but didn't want to believe what the two had said. He opened his mouth and asked, "Did something really happen, unlike what I heard about Frame?" "They seemed kind." Jingu continued, "They made me feel the same way I did at the World Awakened Academy." The two simultaneously glanced at Jingu with helpless expressions. They were well aware of Jingu's innocent thoughts. Kaiten immediately said, "I expected you'd feel that way. Frame's way of treating people varies depending on their power and status." Jingu was silent, unable to refute. Kaiten sighed and continued to explain to Jingu why the people here treated him kindly. "It's because of the name Jian's disciple. Frame has wanted to recruit Jian for a long time, and even if they can't, that fact can't be ignored. Jian is one of the strongest awakened in the world. The reason the students here don't use their real names is because they are still rookies. Frame considers them weak and unworthy of being called by their real names." Jingu recalled the moments they greeted him. "I am number 38. I am number 45. Congratulations. I am number 13. Congratulations." He seemed to understand everything. Kaiten looked at Jingu helplessly and warned, "Even the top 10 here, while outwardly appearing to share the same ideology, are wary of each other behind the scenes. Some don't like commotion, but others don't mind causing trouble. In short, don't think this is how Frame always treats you. Everything can change at any time." Jingu obediently replied, "Yes, I understand." Kaiten glanced at Jingu and said, "Since we don't know what might happen, it's best to leave here as soon as possible." Jingu also understood the problem, so he didn't hesitate and replied, "Yes." Jian, who had been sitting quietly until now, suddenly suggested, "Tell Schifri's disciple that you'll be leaving here in a day or two. Schiffer is a tricky old man, but he's the most rational person here. You should be able to ask that old man's disciple." As soon as Jingu said, "Yes, I will," there was a knock on the door from outside. Knock, knock, knock. Jingu got up and opened the door, startled to see the person. "I was just about to look for you, brother," Muse asked back, surprised. "Me? Is there a problem?" Jingu honestly said, "Yes, I was thinking of going back." The two looked at each other for a moment. Just then, Earth-Kuten appeared from behind, poking his head out and shouting, "What a coincidence, as soon as number 6 disappears you want to leave." Jingu was puzzled and asked what was happening. What's going on? Jian glared at Earthkuten and said unpleasantly. Earthkuten Nim, it's too early to jump to conclusions. Earthkuten didn't back down at all and replied, maybe it is too early, but you also know the current situation. Jingu interrupted, curious about their conversation. What happened? Muse immediately asked the purpose of his visit today. Jingu Nim, did number 6 visit you last night? Jingu thought for a moment and then honestly replied, number 6, yes, he did visit last night. Muse explained everything. Number 6 hasn't been seen since last night. As far as we know, number 6 didn't return to the dormitory after meeting Jingu Nim. Jingu's eyes widened in surprise and he asked for confirmation. Couldn't he have gone somewhere else? Muse was silent for a moment, then looked up and quickly explained, this place stipulates that students must stay in the dormitory area. They cannot roam inside frame after 10 p.m. without permission. But now number 6 has not returned and the last place he was seen was this room. Jingu's face showed unconcealed surprise and he remained silent with a sad expression. Muse's voice still echoed in Jingu's head. So we are investigating what happened to him. Earthkuten, who had been standing quietly with his arms crossed until now, suddenly opened his mouth and accused, if you hadn't destroyed the surveillance cameras in the room, we would know what happened. His face was full of hostility, and he curled his lips, beginning to taunt. What's wrong? Why don't you say you didn't destroy the cameras? Do you think we're fools? All the cameras in this room were electrocuted and disconnected. Jingu bowed his head and almost said something but stopped. He recalled his conversation with number 6 last night. Number 6 had said, it was a truly impressive match. I learned a lot. Those people are just walking a different path than ours. Jingu asked inwardly, he's gone missing. Muse politely bowed and said, Jingu Nim, it might be inconvenient, but please cooperate with the investigation. Jingu didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. Yes, of course. The 2 cats in the room also heard everything, and although their expressions were unreadable, they were very wary of those people. Jingu had a blank expression as if his soul had left him. The rookies were still diligently training in groups, but some groups were just observing. They were discussing this matter. Where did number 6 go? We only know that number 6 disappeared after meeting Jinwoo. The white-haired man asked curiously. Does that mean Jingu did something to him? The blue-haired man stammered. I can't be sure, a clear voice said. I only know that number 6 was friendly towards Jingu and disappeared after visiting him. Others listening nearby also showed no reaction. Schiffer opened her mouth and asked, what happened to that kid? Muse immediately reported, Jingu Nim is confined to his room. Schiffer sat in her office speculating. It's getting more complicated. That kid wouldn't do such a foolish thing. Someone else must be playing tricks. Muse politely agreed with his master's opinion. The disciple also thinks so. If Jingu Nim is truly innocent, everything will be fine, but Schiffer didn't think so and refuted. That should have been the case, however. Schiffer paused for a moment and continued to explain. This happened around the time Andre was almost finished with his training. And that man was humiliated by Jian. It would be strange if he just let this go. Muse also had his own thoughts upon hearing this. The hallway was brightly lit with candles. Royce and Muse were guarding Jingu's room door. Inside the room, Jian broke the silence. It seems we'll have to stay here until this incident is over. Kaiten sat on the sofa speculating that this might be the culprit's goal. The 2 sat next to the gloomy Jingu. Jingu blamed himself. Is it because of me that he's in danger? His voice was filled with guilt. What if his life is in danger? The 2 were heartbroken to see Jingu like this, but they didn't know how to comfort him, so they chose silence. Night fell and moonlight illuminated the entire mansion. Outside it was unusually peaceful, but inside a storm was brewing. Earthkuten, with his arms crossed, questioned Dick, who was sitting on a stone bench with his head bowed. Dick Glenn, I didn't think you'd do such a crazy thing, he asked again. What are you going to do now? Dick pretended not to know what he was talking about.